Sports Radio. Not
There's really one thing that you look for when it comes to Summer League basketball. First, that stay healthy. That's kind of a given. But secondly, if there are people that are playing that are of some sort of importance to you. In this case, DaRon Holmes is the name that we're all kind of looking at. There's some other guys that I guess you could sprinkle in, but DaRon Holmes is it. He is essentially playing his rookie season, and you drafted up last year, moved up to draft him last year to take this guy.
His pronouns is he, him.
And hopefully have him be a stable part of your rotation and a backup to AG. Just a reliable piece. And so the things that you look for within that are, one, does he have the ability? Two, is he back to being healthy? And third, and most importantly, at least to me, whether it's the NBA Summer League or it's the NFL preseason or the NHL preseason or whatever, the main thing that you look for in watching these is, does somebody look like they're head and shoulders above the rest? Because you have to be. If you are just blending into the mix of an NBA Summer League game, then you aren't a player. So are you somebody that looked head and shoulders better than everybody else on the floor? And the answer with DaRon Holmes was yes. That's the conclusion that I came to yesterday. Is I don't know what kind of player he's going to be in the league. I don't know if he's going to be, someone that you spent capital in investing and hope to get the same sort of output. If this is a stock, if you put that level of investment in, I don't know if you're going to get what you hope to get out. But the bottom line is, he looks like somebody who was better than everybody else that was surrounding him last night. And that's the point. And I think there was maybe two other guys on the Nuggets that looked that way that we'll get to in a bit. But DaRon Holmes looked exactly like I think you would want him to look. He finishes the game 6 of 9 from the floor. He hit 3 of 5 of his threes. He had 15 points, 4 boards, and an assist in 24 minutes. What's interesting to me, and look, it's a game, but what's interesting is Holmes looks to be a guy who shoots more from the outside. Even in a game where you're against, quote, inferior competition, especially if you're an NBA player. I didn't see him posting up all that much yesterday. And I honestly don't know if that's part of his game. I think a lot of this could just be, you're 6'10", but if you got a shot and a quick release, then we could use that on somebody drives the lane and they pick out to you, or they pop it out to you, and you knock down a jumper. And again, if that's the case, every team is always looking for a shooter. And so if that's what his role is going to be, then fine. I'm a fan. Especially if he can hit the way that he did. Like, the main thing with him yesterday is that, do you look confident? Because they did. Or he did, specifically. Like, he just looked confident and fluid. Didn't look like the leg was bothering him all that much. Maybe early in the game, he was a little bit, like, sort of nervous is the wrong word, but just like trying to get into the flow of things again. You know, after you're out with an Achilles pop, it's going to take a minute for when real live game action starts and you get thrown back into the mix. It's going to take a minute. So I think that happened maybe early in that game in that first quarter, but ever since then, he just looked comfortable. And that's the point. Are you able to do all of the different moves that are required of you? You know, he had a pump fake. He drove the lane, finished at the rim. That was nice to see. But I was watching specifically for DaRon Holmes, and I had very little interest outside of it. When he left the floor, I was kind of like, okay. Don't know what more I'm supposed to watch here. But I'd say maybe there's a couple of other guys that I think you could also put in that category of looked better than their peers on the floor last night. You know, Hunter Tyson is going to, I've just come to accept this with Hunter Tyson. Hunter Tyson has never seen a shot that he doesn't think he can make because he is just going to hoist. And I do think that he was one of the guys like that. Another one, you can just go ahead and pencil me in. I'm an E.J. Liddell guy. He was a 3-year dude at Ohio State. He actually averaged almost 20 points a game at Ohio State. Had injury problems when he first joined the league, so he's bounced around. The Nuggets have one more two-way contract left on this roster. Now, I don't know if that's Liddell or not, but I will say that I was impressed by him. That he was just somebody else that looked better than everybody else on the floor last night. But the point of Summer League is to get some experience for younger guys, and your hope is that experience is going to turn into that dude looks better than everybody else he's surrounded by on the floor because most guys on the floor are not NBA players. And I thought that was DaRon Holmes yesterday. So that's the good news, is that if you had any sort of reservation about him specifically, I think that got cleaned up. I think you at least took a little bit of a breath and said, okay, despite the Achilles tear, he looks like he can still play a little bit, and he is a big who can shoot, which, God, this team sorely needs. And on that front, it looks as if Jonas Valanciunas is going to be here. And I'll tell you why. There was a quote yesterday from David Adelman, who the way this works for Summer League is the main or the head coach of your team kind of takes a backseat to an assistant who kind of takes over as the head coach of Summer League. So Adelman's at the game. He's talking to people. And he said something that I do think is interesting. So this from Vinny Benedetto of the Denver Gazette.
Panathinaikos.
Not that, no. Here's the tweet from Vinny. David Adelman says he sees Jonas Valanciunas as a point center who doesn't need a true point guard in the same lineup. Adelman names DeMarcus Cousins as Denver's last backup center who had a similar skill set to Nikola Jokic. To say he sees Valanciunas as a point center and that the Nuggets don't need a true point guard in the same lineup as him tells me one thing. You only speak that way if you know that guy's coming. Or else what's the point? Like, I guess if you were asked about Jonas Valanciunas and your David Adelman, I would think if things were still kind of fluid and you don't know what the answer is going to be, it would reflect something like, well, hopefully he's here and we can use him in a very productive way to be part of our bench unit. But he wasn't couching anything with an if. You speak that way about Jonas Valanciunas. I think that you have some confidence that he's going to be here. I was mentioning this yesterday, but between Valanciunas and DaRon Holmes, there is, I think, a very intriguing combination of those two if they're on the roster and viable options for the Nuggets, because it's something they've never quite had. The Nuggets have never been in a position where I would even say one backup, let alone two, is playing the position that they were designed for and doing that in a comfortable enough way where you feel like you can give them minutes without things falling apart. The Nuggets have always been in a position to where the guy who's coming in as your, quote, backup big is, hey, can you stretch into this spot? Hey, Zeke, can you stretch into a 5 for us? Hey, Jeff Green, can you stretch into a 5 for us? Hey, Dario, I know that you're like 6'8", but can you stretch into a 5? Like, nobody has been able, outside of what David Adelman said. I mean, the last one I can think of is Boogie. And Boogie just wasn't a fit personality-wise here. But as far as the player to come in and play a true sort of backup center, be able to knock down some shots, get some inside game, some post game, be a big body in front of the rim and grab some rebounds, like that is what you're looking for. And obviously, Jonas Valanciunas can provide that. But I think worst case scenario would be Jonas Valanciunas, for whatever reason, doesn't come here. And then you try and extend DaRon Holmes to play a position like that in which he's not built for it. Again, go back and watch last night. I know it was one summer league game. How many times did you see DaRon Holmes in the post? A lot of time he was roaming around the three-point line. Like, he is more of a shooter. Took 5 threes in 24 minutes last night and hit 3 of them. He's got like stretch 4 game more than he has backup 5 game. So just a couple of quick observations yesterday from not just Summer League, but again, what I think is a positive development on the Valanciunas stuff. And God, I hope this gets resolved sooner rather than later, because I'm kind of tired of talking about Valanciunas.
Yesterday, we didn't mention him once on the show, I think. Maybe in passing we mentioned, oh boy, the Greeks were mad about us talking about Valanciunas. But do you know how refreshing it was?
I know.
To not talk about the drama yesterday? It was a breath of fresh air. It was great.
But here's the thing. Like, it's a big deal. Him being on this roster or not is a huge thing. If he's not, and you don't get, I think, Al Horford, then you're put in this position to where you're stuck in the same place that you've been over the last 3 or 4 years. And you don't have a backup option to Joker again. Like, you just don't have it. So, like, as sick as I am of talking about it, the reality of the situation is it's a massive detail. You know, to me, it would be as if it's like, how about this? The Broncos trade for Evan Ingram, and then Evan Ingram doesn't know if he's going to play in the CFL or the NFL. And he really wants to play in the CFL. But you're like, we haven't had a center, or we have a center. We haven't had a tight end for the Broncos in years. And this would solve a giant gaping hole that's been there forever, and you just don't know if he's going to come here or not. So, hopefully that gets resolved soon.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. It's out to get everybody eventually. The abilities to sustain success in the NBA is just really, really difficult. And I don't know if this is how they want it, but this is how it's going. When the Nuggets win a title and then you're unable to retain, and you understand how important the ancillary pieces are to a team. So you have to have a core that you believe and trust. Then you have to have the role players that fill in the rest of the stuff, because having 2 or 3 really good players isn't enough. But the way that the CBA is structured, you can keep the core. You cannot keep the role players. And with that, you get 7 different champions in 7 years, because it's just really hard to sustain. The Nuggets lost major ingredients to a championship formula in KCP and Bruce Brown over the last couple of years. Now, able to get Bruce Brown back, and maybe things can be different. Who knows? But it just makes it very, very hard. The Oklahoma City Thunder have signed Shea to a max extension this offseason. They have signed Chet Holmgren to a max extension this offseason. And now they've announced they have signed Jalen Williams to a 5-year, $287 million max. So if you're checking the till, combined between those 3, you're looking at about $800 million between those 3 players. A little north of that, actually. Over $800 million is going to those 3 over the next 5 years. Welcome to the second apron. Like, get ready to learn luxury tax, because this is going to happen in a hurry. And all the different things that made Oklahoma City great, like the entire thing surrounding OKC, is that I don't think on its surface a trio of Chet and Shea and Jalen Williams instills fear in people. They're a very good trio. But this isn't LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, okay? It's not that. This isn't Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili or David Robinson. It's not that. They're just a really good trio of players that, when they have the necessary help, become really good. The Thunder were able to win basketball games. Like, I'll give you a prime example of this. Jalen Williams, who is very talented. He has accolades to his name. He has made all-star games. He's made all-NBA whatevers. He's really talented. Let me give you some playoff games that they won, though. They won a playoff game against Indiana where he was 5 of 14 from the floor. They won playoff games against the Nuggets in which he was 2 of 13 from the floor and 5 of 14. If he plays that way and they don't have the outstanding depth that they had before, where they were able to go 10 to 12 deep, they can't win. It's too much pressure. We've seen it firsthand. If Jamal has a bad game, the Nuggets probably don't win over the last couple of years. If Porter has a bad game, it is very, very difficult for them to win over the last couple of years. When you have that much money invested in 3 different guys, those 3 have to be every night we bring it type of dudes. Because if not, there's nobody to bail you out. once these contracts kick in, bye, Caruso. Like, see you later, Hartenstein and all these other Cason Wallaces and Isaiah Joes and these dudes that you relied on to come in and step in big moments. You can no longer afford them.
You know when our coworkers, the LA Rams, famously said, them picks?
Yeah.
And it worked. They traded away all their picks, brought in some veterans because they knew they were in a window, and they got your boy Matt Stafford a Super Bowl.
They did.
Basically, the Thunder are saying, them aprons, we got to win now.
Well,
So you're kind of pushing all your chips into the center of the table because if you don't go back-to-back and if you don't win another title next year, you're going to have to pay the piper. And like you said, you're going to lose all these role players that gave them the depth that allowed them to win the title they just won.
Well, that's exactly right. Like, this feels like a play for next year, to be honest with you. And then, it's part of the reason, again, I have this weird sort of sympathy for Calvin Booth because you were put in a position where you're building a team one way and you were forced to change midstream. And his idea with it was this. I got arguably the best starting five in the league, keep that together, and then the role players, the Bruce Browns and Jeff Greens of the world, will be a rotating cast of rookie contract guys because that's how I'm going to get around the very punitive nature of being inside these aprons. And I don't know, I don't think that his strategy was really given a chance to see if it was going to work or not because Malone was never going to play these dudes. And maybe these guys are just awful anyway, and he was bad at his job, and it doesn't matter. The point is, I don't know. But I could understand where his mindset came from, in that the role players are going to have to be a rotating cast of rookie contracts. And that's how we're going to get around this while keeping the core together. That was the choice that he made. Didn't work the last 2 years, ended up resulting in him getting fired. But at least it's not like he was making decisions just without a plan in mind. That was his plan. But his plan didn't line up with the head coaches at the time. Okay, fine. OKC, they have a whole bunch of first-round picks. And I kind of feel like they're going to be going that route. They're going to say, I can package these picks together, and if we take enough guys, we can find a couple that'll become rotational dudes off the bench that can supplement all of the money that we're spending with our top three. And all I'm saying is good luck, because it's incredibly difficult when you're choosing later in the draft and not in the top five. Now, the Thunder have so many picks that maybe a couple end up being premier picks, and that's how they get away with it. If that's what happens for them, then you know what? Their GM, is it Presti? Is that his name? Is a genius.
Sam Presti, yeah.
He's a genius. Like, building the way that they've built. Now, look, you get lucky because Shea in that trade becomes an MVP. So I think that trade was more about the picks than it was about Shea, but Shea becomes an MVP along with all the draft picks that you get out of the Paul George trade. And so you just kind of struck gold there. Okay, fine. If he can make this work after these contracts, then he is kind of a witch. Because it'll be remarkable. But they are now put into the same position that the Nuggets, that the Celtics were in, that the Bucks were in, that all of these different teams that built what you thought could be long, sustained, successful teams, they get bit with this, well, now we have to pay the Piper bug, and you're kind of in no man's land. So that's what they're going to face. The Avalanche, by the way, faced with a somewhat similar position. They have been trying to find a way to navigate the salary cap with having some of the best players in the world on their team. And that doesn't mean just like planning for a year or two. That means planning for when you're going to have to pay Makar again and he's going to make insane money, or Nathan McKinnon. their biggest challenge over the last couple of years is kind of navigating the Landeskog contract. And they're fortunate enough to have that LTIR rule, but that doesn't allow you to prepare long-term because you never knew what the status was going to be with Landy. Now at least you have an answer. He's going to be on your roster and a player, and it seems like, judging by the few games that he played last year in the postseason, he can be a player that is productive. Maybe not as productive as he was 4 years ago, but productive nonetheless. So you at least have that answer, but you're faced with this, well, we don't have a lot of money to really go around. We're kind of in the same spot. We have a dedicated amount to the guys at the top of both of our forward group and our blue line. So how do we handle the cash from here? And then I see a move like this yesterday where they bring back Josh Manson on a 2-year contract extension, and that AAV is 3.95 per year, so a shade less than 4. It's actually less than the current contract he was on, which I think finding a way to get a productive player on less than what you were owing him on the previous deal is some good work by the front office. Because it just extends the runway a little bit longer. The positions that they find themselves in is finding guys for cheaper deals that can play to a bigger role than what they're being paid. I actually think, even though last year was sort of disappointing and he was hurt a lot, that Jonathan Drouin did that. He was one of the guys that was playing at above the level you were paying him for. And when you have a roster full of guys under contract who are making big-time dollars, you need that. And I feel like maybe that should be, your Marty Natcheses have to be people that play at least to their contract value and then some. You're being paid one price, but that was the pre-Nathan McKinnon price. When you play with Nathan McKinnon, your production should go up, and for whatever is left on your contract, you should be able to play above what your standard payment is. That's what the Nuggets got when they won a championship out of guys like Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown was a better player than what he was being paid for when the Nuggets had him originally. That's why he got a massive raise when he hit free agency. The Avs have to have some of those guys now. Because what they're faced with is they're really nickel and diming what they have left on the roster. And they have a little bit of money to spend. Don't get me wrong. They have a little bit. But they have to be very judicious in how they're going to hand that out. Because the things that are moving on beyond this are you slide a blank check across the table to Cale Makar and you say, write down the number. And that's what it's going to be. So when you have a situation like that, you have to be careful where you spend elsewhere. I still think this waiting game is becoming a Vegas and Florida have to get under the cap, which means they have to shed salary somewhere, which means a player that could contribute to, in Florida's case, cup level play, and in Vegas's case, very good play. You're going to have to let some good players go. And maybe you can find them on some sort of last-second deals before the season starts. Like, I keep looking at a guy like Evan Rodriguez, who was great here, goes to Florida, becomes a major piece of what Florida does, at least for their rounding out their depth. And I think he could play the exact same kind of role here for a salary that's affordable. And so I think guys like that are going to become available, and it's why the Avs are just kind of biding their time. They were never going to be involved in that first wave of free agency because they don't have the money to dole out for the big-time contracts that we saw. Not to mention, free agency this year in the NHL isn't a great class. The big moves that were made when free agency first started were all trades. That's where the high name, high value, oh my God type of stuff happened in the transaction realm, that's where you found it. And so if you're the Avalanche and you know that really good teams are going to have to offload some talent at some point before the season starts, then why not just twiddle your thumbs for a second and wait and see what's going to happen there, as opposed to maybe being a little bit more rash in your decision making and signing a guy out of panic. So I think that's where they find themselves.
By the way, Brett, in case it wasn't clear, today is Friday, so I'm putting some finishing touches on drunk takes. So if you see
is that
me,
why you're giggling over there?
yeah, exactly. This isn't slowed yet, but I just pulled this clip up. We'll see if this makes the cut.
JJ Barea was such a bum, LOL, from Loco Smoko Jr. You're an idiot.
So I was over here chuckling about Loco Smoko Jr. Not your takes about Josh Manson or the Panthers or anything, because I know sometimes when it's just a two-man show and you're talking and I'm over here giggling like a schoolgirl.
Oh, I understand. I just did. Whenever I see that, I'm like, okay, did I say something stupid? No, he's looking at a screen. Did somebody say something on YouTube or something that was funny? Okay, it's fine. Totally fine. I'm a professional, Nelly. I can roll right through this stuff.
From Loco Smoko Jr.
You're an idiot. Texture says they'd have about $2.5 million more if they didn't double down on the bleepy Brock Nelson trade and overpay him by $2.5 million. I don't think Brock Nelson was a bad trade. I think Brock Nelson, with an offseason to kind of get chemistry together with his line mates, can make a world of difference. 1, 2. The reason why you bring Brock Nelson back is because, first of all, he's a good player who plays a position that I think has been the key missing cog since you won the Cup, which is second-line center has been a problem, and a major one, and they've tried a million different fixes towards it. They finally found somebody that gave you at least decent play. By the way, Brock Nelson, had he not hit like 6 posts in 3 games, I think would have a wildly different perspective here. But he was just kind of quiet in the playoffs. And again, I think that a lot of that has to do with he just wasn't comfortable quite yet. I think that he's trying to figure out these new guys that he's playing with, and then all of a sudden, oh, here comes Gabe Landeskog, do that on the fly. Give it an offseason. I kind of go back to this for both the Avs and the Nuggets, because I remember when everybody who was a Nuggets fan, well, not everybody, but most people, saw the signings of Ben Tenzer and John Wallace and said, you know what? This is so stupid. What are we doing? And I said that I generally agree that you should have one guy in charge. That's what made sense to me. But followed that up with this. Has the organization done enough to earn your trust or not? Have they done enough to earn the benefit of the doubt? And that's why I said when they make a move like this, they have earned the right for me to say, I'm going to trust that this is good until it's not. And then a week later, people were writing their apologies to Ben Tenzer and John Wallace. A week later. Because they brought in Bruce Brown again, and they made the trade, and they got rid of Michael Porter Jr.'s contract, and then they brought in Jonas Valanciunas, then they signed Tim Hardaway Jr. It's like, well, maybe I was a little bit too quick to judge. I think the Avs are the same way. If they think that Brock Nelson was worth, and if you're in the overpay mind frame for Brock Nelson, fine. But I think they've earned, through finding the talent that they have over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, they've earned the right to be like, all right, let me just see how this is going to play out first. So anyway, broadcasting for the Backus and Schenker Studios, their passion is justice. A lot more to get to. Stick around. So there's a story yesterday, not yesterday, a couple of days ago. I believe his name is Kevin Keitzman. He's a used to be a radio host. I think he's a podcaster now out of Kansas City. But some pictures emerged of Patrick Mahomes, where Patrick Mahomes is he's got a full sort of dad bod. Okay? So he's not built with a six-pack. He doesn't look like, your typical football gym rat sort of guy that's ripping curls and tricep pushes and bench, cut. And dude says this. He's fat. He's an embarrassment. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. I don't understand it. You can just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and door-dashing fried chicken. You've got a $500 million contract. It's your job. He's done nothing but eat and drink this offseason. I don't know why this is always such a sticking point with people that are in my world. The world of having a microphone in front of your face or a camera in front of your face, and this obsessive need for every player to be to look like Mr. Olympia. There is something to the idea, first of all, that quarterbacks have a little bit extra around the waist to help absorb hits. There's an absolute, I don't know if it's proven science, but some will tell you that you should. Secondly, maybe I'm extra sensitive to this because we live in a place where someone was criticized despite playing at a very high level for being, quote, out of shape when he never was. And that's Jokic. And my stance on Jokic has been this. Do I think Jokic is very clearly and obviously in better shape now than he was 4 years ago. And I think that's a good thing. If you ever want to do whatever you can to make yourself better, get yourself in better shape, better cardio, better conditioning, better all that stuff, I think that's a good thing. But I'll be honest with you. If Jokic is dropping 30-point triple-doubles every other night and winning league MVP and winning championships in NBA Finals and NBA Finals MVPs, what do I care what the hell that guy looks like?
You remember when CC Sabathia was one of the most dominant pitchers on the entire globe?
Yeah, and then he lost weight and he got worse somehow.
Yeah, he was striking dudes out when he looked like the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man, and then he got skinny. But look, I think Scott Hastings has brought this up multiple times on PhD, and I think it's a fascinating conversation. He said somewhere along the line, the perception has shifted where now players have to show up to training camp in shape.
Yeah.
But years ago, in Hastings' era, you know what you used training camp for?
To get in
shape.
shape.
To get in shape.
Yeah.
How many bicep curls do you think Michael Jordan did during the offseason? He wasn't lifting dumbbells. You know what he was lifting? Poker chips.
It's the same thing with like the Jamal narrative around here. I don't care what Jamal does with his offseason. It's his offseason. Do I think you have a responsibility to keep yourself together so that when you do arrive before the season starts, that it's not, you aren't playing this giant game of catch up? Yes, I do. But bottom line is, I don't care what Jamal does as long as he shows up day one of the NBA season and he plays well.
Right. Now, I'm not saying that Patrick Mahomes or Jokic or someone should spend the offseason turning into Ben Stiller at the very end of Dodgeball.
Sure.
When he says, bleep you, Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Like, don't go that far. But yeah, I think now for some reason, maybe because it's in the social media era and maybe salaries are going up. So now athletes can afford their own home gym and they can afford better nutrition plans year round. And then they can post it on TikTok for clout. Maybe that's why now we're expecting guys to stay ripped all off season long.
And it has nothing to do with this guy. This guy sounds like just a complete jackass. Like I've encountered many of this guy's ilk, and they drive me nuts. It's part of the reason why I wanted to do this was to just throw at least a palate cleanser in the middle of the so many people, including people in this market, a couple at least, that just say the incendiary thing because they think it's going to sound cool. Or like, oh, I haven't gotten attention in a while. Here's a take for you. I think they need to trade Jamal Murray for whatever. They'll give you the incendiary take because it's some sort of like dopamine rush for them when people start tweeting at them and stuff. I don't care about that. This guy, I've known a million of these Kevin Keitzman guys who is just, they're saying things to get attention. But this overall narrative that everybody has to be in perfectly cut shape in order to be effective just isn't true, by the way. If you're Patrick Mahomes, you say one thing. You got a problem with how I look? How about you look at my results? I'm being dead serious right now. If Bo Nix was 330 pounds, but went to the AFC Championship game every year of his career, in the Super Bowl as often as Patrick Mahomes, I'd be the first one to offer him a donut. I don't care. It's the same thing with Mahomes as it was with Jokic. It's why are you so obsessed with the aesthetic as opposed to the result? The result is MVP all-time level play. And it's all of a sudden shifted into, well, the guy also has to look the right. No, he doesn't, actually. He just needs to play well. Like all these people talking about Jamal Murray's conditioning over the last couple of years and having a problem with it, that stems from one thing, a results-based analysis. If dude is getting tired at the end of games and missing clutch jump shots because he's not conditioned enough, that's a problem. If he looks the same way and is putting in 35 a night, I don't care. It all should be based upon that. But God, there's just some weird people, some really weird people in this industry. And it mostly just stems from the look at me type of stuff. Like that's where most of that comes from. But we've gotten to this really weird place in sports where people are obsessed with how people look. And I never have concerned myself with it. I don't care what you look like as long as you get the result. That's it.
Heck, Babe Ruth has the highest WAR of all time by a country mile, right? And he looked like a bowling ball.
Yeah, baseball's a weird sport because you can, like, I don't think people really care about that. Like, you can be, you said it, CC Sabathia, you can be Bartolo Colon, you can be, or Jose Altuve, who's
Pablo
5'2".
Sandoval.
Pablo Sandoval. Well, let me tell you something about Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda, when he was playing great, everybody thought it was cute that he was fat, and then he got really bad. Yeah, and then his weight was a problem again, because that's how that works.
Yeah, he went to the Red Sox, and then it wasn't so cute anymore.
Exactly. Anyway, I can't stand that style of media. And don't fall into the trap, people, like I kind of just did. Don't fall into the trap. You let those people go. You say, okay, crazy person, I'll tell you what. Do me a favor. Trade Patrick Mahomes. Because I'll start feeding him whatever he wants to be fed. How's that sound? You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel today. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, next. Look, the point of Summer League, like most other preseason type of stuff, whether it's the NBA, NHL, whatever, is first of all, stay healthy. But second of all, for young players that are getting a real crack at playing time, perhaps for the first time, like I look at Summer League as this, Vic. Do you seem like somebody who is just head and shoulders better than most other people on the floor?
First of all, you look sexy.
Thank you. Should I take another button down?
Is that your silk disco shirt? Is that silk?
It's space in beer and golf.
Okay.
Little polo. You like
Dude,
that?
I used to have a silk shirt in college that I wore for special occasions.
It does look kind of Travolta-y, doesn't it?
It does. Dude, I had a nice silk shirt. You wear that silk when it's time to dance.
If you were here, Vic, I'd let you feel it because it's got that feel to it, too.
Summer League is different. First of all, each player is given 10 fouls. Just the concept of that cracks
You're not fouling out. So whatever you think you're gonna do today, you're not. What, did they get 5 flagrants too before they kicked out?
But I mean, the fact that you go into a game, hey, by the way, you get 10 fouls. Go ahead, have fun. I mean, it's just crazy to me.
You're going to play, okay?
You're going to play. So that's one aspect of Summer League. It's a hack fest, all right? These guys are hacking left and right. It's disorganized. It's chaotic. Coaches, those poor coaches, they're all assistants, trying to work their way up the ladder. They're trying to organize these guys and say, all right, we're going to play some team ball. But more often than not, you get a couple dudes like, yeah, dude, we ain't doing that. I'm taking some shots. It's not going to happen.
Right.
Cooper Flagg took 21 shots last night. He was 5 for 21 in his debut. You watch the Nuggets.
Hey, Hunter Tyson thinks he's Cooper Flagg.
Oh, God. Hunter got his share. Yeah.
Hunter has never seen a shot he doesn't think he's going to just drain.
You going to get. Yeah,
exactly.
That's exactly what he did last night. It's his third year in the Summer League. It's a crucial Summer League for him. I mean, it's a make-or-break year for Hunter Tyson. But last night, from what I saw from the Nuggets, and again, be careful what you deduce when you watch a Summer League game, but this is my deduction. DaRon Holmes can play.
That's the thing. That's what I was getting at. He looked better than everybody else on the floor. He just did.
Yeah.
And that was
smoother.
First game back from an Achilles. I think beginning of the game maybe he was a little tentative, but once he got in the flow of it, he looked good.
He looked more athletic. He got to the rim in 2 steps one time, laid it off the board. It was just very nicely done. He's got a smooth jump shot. He's 3 of 5 from 3. So he can shoot from the outside. He could take it to the cup. He's active defensively. He's going to be a good backup to Aaron Gordon. That's his role.
Yeah.
That's going to be his role moving forward, especially if they get Valanciunas. And by the way, I don't know if you heard the interview with David Adelin last night.
Yes, save that.
Yeah,
we'll get into that in more detail.
I'll get to that later, more on that. But it seems obvious that this is their team. This is who they got. As for the rest of the dudes, I don't know, but I kept getting confused because Milwaukee had a player named Booyah. The Nuggets had a player named Booyee.
Yeah.
And Booyah, they're going back and forth. And Booyah won it at the buzzer for Milwaukee. Booyah. Yeah. Booyah.
But you would never know that because the announcer, every time Booyah made a shot, had to get his Booyah.
Well,
thing
and
in there.
Stuart Scott. Yeah, I mean, it just made total sense. Of course, there was a Booyah and a Booyah. So I couldn't follow along.
Well, here's, to me, we'll start with just Holmes. Stick on that for a second because I know it's one game and it doesn't tell the full sort of story with him, but he obviously can shoot. He took 5 threes. He made 3 of them yesterday, which I think is, you got somebody who's 6'10" that plays a bigger position that can do that. It's always a value.
Yep.
He never really played inside. And I wonder if that's going to be kind of what his game is when he's with the Nuggets. Is he not going to be somebody who goes in the post? Is he just hanging on the outside or what?
I don't think he comes off as a post player.
Me neither.
I mean, if you're looking for a little shake and bake Hakeem Olajuwon move, I don't think that's who he is. I think he's a slasher.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to take you off the dribble if I have to, and I'll make some threes. And I think he's a great fit for what the Nuggets desire, for what the Nuggets need. Boy, the Nuggets, you could hear it in Adelman's voice when they mentioned his new roster, and he goes, yeah, we got veterans.
Yeah.
I wonder, just imagine what Michael Malone's thinking right now.
He's got to be losing it.
He's got to be livid.
Yeah.
He's got to be. He's sitting there going, wait a minute. You mean you're putting all these veterans on the team now?
Yeah. It's what he's begged for every single year he's been there. He's like, I don't know if you hear me properly. I will play DeAndre Jordan because he's a veteran. And that's the only reason why.
I listened to that podcast yesterday with Cam Johnson and Tim Hardaway Jr. on Old Man and the Three, right?
Yeah.
These guys are perfect for this system. And I mean perfect. First of all, I got excited, Brent, because they're excited to be here, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's rare when you have guys, and listen, I've been following the Nuggets for decades, that want to be here.
Yeah.
That can't wait to play here, to move here, to shoot here. They're both going to increase the three-point shooting volume for sure. They're both very savvy players. I can't wait, man. I'm telling you, this has the makings of something special. I'm knocking on wood. I don't want to get too little too crazy too soon, but this is special stuff happening.
Can I say something about, because I listened to the same thing you did, Cam Johnson? Just his mentality. His mentality reminds me a little bit of what Porter had, which is, I'm going to come in and play a role.
Yep.
That's going to be what my job is. And I'm going to be cool with that because this is how the team operates. They're best when Jokic and Murray are doing two-man game stuff, and I can operate off of that. Like, I loved everything I heard from him specifically because he's going to be huge.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's the most extensive interview I've ever heard from Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah.
But he seems, the way he spoke about it, he was like, he was ecstatic that the Nuggets called him.
Right.
Right? I always looked at it the other way around. Wow, the Nuggets are lucky to get him. He feels lucky to be here. I love that attitude.
So a couple other things from last night. And look, the beginning of that game, I always say this, that Summer League reminds me, and I don't know if you've been through this before, Vic, but there's a big difference between like a varsity high school baseball game as opposed to a freshman high school baseball game.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time watching the younger high school games because there's passed balls like every 5 pitches and somebody's running to the backstop and then there's an error that's made. Like, it's just super sloppy.
It's not clean.
That's Summer League basketball to me.
Did you watch the first half last night?
Oh, my God.
The first half of that game was one of the worst halves of basketball I've seen in a long time.
I almost turned it off because it wasn't just bad basketball. It was also, there was a review like every 2 seconds. I'm like, guys, please get this game going. Please.
I agree. Listen, I've covered Summer League. I've been there many times. It's more of a retreat.
Yeah.
And credit the NBA. Marlo was talking about this last night on our studio show. Only the NBA can market something out of thin air. You know, the NBA Summer League didn't exist 10, 15 years ago. All of a sudden, they get these guys in Vegas. You figure, where do you want to go? Where does everybody want to go party? Let's go to Vegas.
Yeah.
You get a bunch of teams there. They sell tickets. Do you know how much those tickets cost, by the way? Average ticket price for a Summer League day? You get to go to all the games. $72 a pop.
72 for a Summer League game?
But you get to go to all the games that are at the venue.
Not
just one game. You get access to all the games at the venue. So there
Gotcha.
could be 4 or 5 games going on at the same time. So they've turned that into an industry.
Sure.
Hell, tickets to that Cooper Flag Bronny James game, the average ticket price for that was $123.
I'm sure. You know, just quickly, 2 other things that I think stood out. Just pencil me in. I know it's one Summer League game. I'm an E.J. Liddell guy. I like it.
He works hard, doesn't he?
He does.
He was a little sloppy at times. That putback dunk at the end only to give up the game-winning 3, but he plays hard. Remember, the Nuggets still have 1 roster spot to give.
Thinking.
They have 1 roster spot. I don't know if they'll use it. I don't know if they'll save it. There are those who believe they may save it for trade deadline. Hey, we need to add somebody at the deadline. Let's just keep this spot open. Who knows?
He's an interesting story, by the way. If you guys remember, he was a 3-year player at Ohio State. He averaged almost 20 points a game in the Big Ten. And then he suffered, I think it was an ACL.
Yeah, ACL.
And dropped him. He was supposed to be like a lottery pick, or at least close to it. Drops out of the draft entirely and is trying to find his way on an NBA roster, but he's obviously got ability. I mean, he's one of those guys that, again, Vic, he looked different than the others on the floor to me.
He's 6'7", but he plays a lot bigger than 6'7".
Does.
Did you notice that? He pushes people around.
Yep.
He uses his body. And you can't have enough of those guys. I love that. He's tough.
How about, by the way, just right at the beginning of the game, DaRon Holmes is like getting his first playing time coming off the Achilles injury. And then there's a loose ball, and he turns around, and it's just a straight headbutt and a truck stick against that Bouye guy on the other side. And you're just like, oh,
I know.
Well, welcome back to game action, I suppose. But he got hit, and I'm like, oh, God, really? Immediately?
It's got to go through his mind because
Sure.
he tore his Achilles the very first summer league game a year ago, and he's got to deal with that. He's got to get through that. And I thought it looked fine. I mean, Nuggets do it again Saturday night. That's tomorrow night against Minnesota. But each game, by the way, if you're the Nuggets and you saw what DaRon Holmes did, 15 points, and he looked good, how many games do you play him before you say, okay, we've seen enough. Let's not get hurt?
Okay.
I say maximum 3 games.
So this is my question. I have the same question, not just about him, but somebody else. I think you're right. It's just once he gets his feet wet enough to where you're comfortable, he's going to be on the roster.
Sure.
So it's like, all right, give him a couple of games, 2-3 games, and then shut it down. You know what I think is interesting? So Hunter Tyson's playing in Summer League. Jalen Pickett isn't. And I kind of look at this as like the last preseason game of the NFL season. Like the guys who don't play are like, okay, so those guys are going to be on the roster.
Yeah, they're locked.
But you remember when Albert O played that last preseason game?
Yeah.
And you're like, he's going to get cut, isn't he? Like, that's your first thought. So is Pickett somebody that they're just like, yeah, he's a part of the roster?
I think Jalen Pickett's a proven commodity. Well, he showed it to you last year. He did some things in key games. Remember the Sacramento game?
Yeah. It's just they never really went back to it. I guess when stuff matters.
Playoffs are different.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's got to still grow to that stage. But I think he proved, when given the opportunity last year, he can play some minutes in regular season games.
Yeah.
And that's why he didn't play, why Julian Strawther didn't play, Peyton Watson didn't play. All they're watching, but they didn't play.
Right, and Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther were at the game last night.
It's a big year for Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther.
Huge.
Those two guys, big year, because I'm going to tell you right now, Julian Strawther's going to have to fight, and scratch, and claw for minutes because Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to take a lot of those minutes from him.
Yeah, they're basically in a battle for who's going to be the sharpshooter to come off the bench.
Yeah.
Who's going to be your guy? And it's going to be one of those two. Texture says, saw that the 7-foot New Zealander Harrison had a good game last night. You know what? I watched the first 2 minutes of that game with him, and I go, who is this guy? And get him off the floor immediately. He's plodding, slow, has no hands. And then he kind of settled in. He played better after that, but I don't know if they're in the market for having a big in a two-way, in like a two-way spot.
Well, you never know. I mean, I wouldn't mind a third big in a two-way spot. I mean, what this team needs, if you look at the roster, is Jalen Pickett your backup point guard or not? Because if not, you need another point guard.
Yeah.
You have to determine that. I would think they're in need of another guard with that one roster spot left. And if you want to make a guy like Harrison a two-way player, I'm fine with that too. He made plays, man. He reminds me of Joakim Noah, the way he looks.
A little bit, yeah. You're right. But anyway, we can get back to this in a bit.
Oh, I got a little later, by the way. I know we're going to get back to Adelman's comments. Greece is officially on my list.
Oh.
Yeah. They
is there
a little too far.
So there's a new sort of thing that happened recently?
Yeah, Greece, Panathinaikos is on the list.
Panathinaikos.
Yeah, Panathinaikos, as much as I love you guys, and I appreciate the passion and the sincerity and the heartfelt loyalty to your team, Nelly, we're going to update that list a little later in the show.
Okay, so Vic has a new addition to the list, and it sounds like it's a country. Also, comments from David Adelman, which I think give very, very positive news towards the Jonas Valanciunas front that we'll get to next. All right, no Moser today. He'll be back on Monday. So if you didn't hear David Adelman yesterday, I'll give you a synopsis here from Vinny Benedetto of the Denver Gazette. David Adelman says he sees Jonas Valanciunas as a point center who doesn't need a true backup point guard in the same lineup. Adelman also named DeMarcus Cousins as Denver's last backup center who has a similar skill set to Nikola Jokic. I certainly agree with the latter part in that Boogie, I think, was the best backup center that Jokic has had in a while. He was just a bad personality fit. Now, on the Valanciunas front, saying he sees him as a point center, I don't think you say that unless you know he's coming.
Yeah, he was very specific
Yeah.
in the role he'd play.
I don't think you say that if there's still questions about whether Valanciunas is playing in Greece or playing here. And there's been multiple, I don't know if these are, I didn't see any reputable, quote, reputable sources to this stuff, but Vic, I'm sure you've seen the same thing where a whole bunch of different people saying that the Valanciunas to Denver stuff is done and he's coming here. Again, I haven't seen it from Shams or Chris Haynes or anybody
We've
like
heard
that. But
whispers and rumors that Joker called him, which would not surprise me one bit. And listen, it's been fun. We get this little game of hide and seek. You've been found, and get ready for basketball.
Well, I actually saw a credible source on a Eurohoops website telling me that Vic Lombardi guaranteed he was going to sign a second-year deal. He was quoted as saying that, in addition to having a mocking tone and mispronouncing Panathinaikos' name and using insensitive stereotypes, I believe.
Hey, by the way, regarding that allegation, what insensitive stereotype?
I was trying to figure that out, too. I don't think...
What exactly was what?
We mentioned some of their food.
Love their food. They're
That's
good
what I was saying. It was complimentary.
I have great Greek friends. What are you talking about?
I remember that. They said insensitive stereotypes, and I was like, when did we do that?
We're insensitive a lot.
I
don't remember being insensitive on that topic.
Was it just Opuluses making fun of people's names? Was that it?
I don't know.
Well, it's just not knowing how to pronounce something. I mean, that's...
And maybe
an innocent mistake.
We said extending an olive branch. Is that an olive joke? Is that insensitive? I don't know.
All I know is this. Panathinaikos. Did I do it right there? Panathinaikos. You're on the list. Get the list out, Nelly. Get the list out. And while you're at it, I didn't sleep again last night. Another night of no sleep, so I put together another song.
Oh, God.
We might as well bring it out. My second. Yeah. I added to the first song. Tell me what you think about this one. Do you like it? Or do you like the first one better? This one is not as violent.
This one's a bit of a build. It takes a while, but it's a burner eventually.
Yeah.
I don't think you made this.
Yes, I did. I did it on GarageBand again last night at 4:15 a.m. or this morning, whatever that is. It's not bad.
Okay, go ahead. What's the deal here? What's going on? What's the new thing that happened?
Now I'm getting DMs from the folks in Panathinaikos because I haven't even said anything. I haven't even said a word. Last night I tweeted that it sounds like Adelman makes it feel like it's a done deal, right?
Yeah.
All right, so folks from Panathinaikos keep texting, tweeting, DMing me facts about the league. I'm not combating that. I'm not fighting you on this. He writes in, this guy, hey, we have 7 EuroLeague titles here. Denver is nothing compared to Panathinaikos. We have fans cheering in every match, and the opponents are scared. We don't yell defense like 5-year-old kids. Just press on YouTube, Gate 13 basketball. You'll understand what I'm talking about. So that's one. Here's another one. You in America, you don't play the basketball correctly. You play only with talent and one versus one without systems. And the most basic, you don't know how to play team defense because you have the stupidest rule ever, the 3 defensive second rule, in order to be empty on the low block to make dunks and offer spectacle. And the best players are Europeans. All right, I'm getting enough of these now. Remember how last year in the Olympics we were growing fond of the European game, and I'm done. I'm done. I want to crush the world now in basketball. I'm done. I'm done with Panathinaikos. I'm done with Greece. I'm done with Serbia. Sorry. No disrespect. I want to crush everybody in the world in this game for the rest of my life. Because I don't need to hear this stuff. This is the NBA. This is the greatest league in the world. There's a reason people come to play here. You do not have better teams in Greece. Stop it. This guy claims that they can beat half the NBA teams.
If that is the case, then how come everybody that is playing on this Greek super team, Panathinaikos, is cast-offs from teams who cut these players?
I don't, it's gone too far now. I love the fact that basketball is a universal sport. I admire the fact that the last, 5 MVPs are of international flavor, or is it 4? Whatever. I get it. It's still our sport. It's an American sport. It's still dominated by America. And I want to keep it that way.
I mean, again, the MVPs have
all this over Jonas Valanciunas?
Well, that's the other thing, too. That's a little crazy. And remind you, the guy that you are saying could be the superstar for your team would be a backup center who gets like 15 minutes a night for the Nuggets. Just pointing that out. Pointing that out to the Greeks that are out there. It is odd that this is all coming from Jonas Valanciunas. Like, or not from him, but surrounding him. That's the big sticking point in all of this. I'll tell you, they want to be passionate about their league and their teams. I mean, go ahead. But if you think that your team would hold a candle to anybody in the NBA, do I want to be insulting or not? No, it's fine.
You'd get wiped.
I was going to say maybe one of these summer league teams would be a nice little matchup for people.
Although that's a pretty funny line. You people in America cheer defense like 5-year-old children. That is funny.
Defense.
That is funny.
Defense.
He makes a good point there.
I mean,
it
is pretty lame. It is
lame. It's lame. OKC. That's lame.
Yep.
That's lame.
Well, what do they do?
They start fires, throw flares.
Yeah, it's true. It does look cooler. I'll give them that.
Yeah, they're much more intimidating there. Hey, you got no argument here, man. All you have to do is go on YouTube and watch those European games. They're crazy. It's nuts. The atmosphere is nuts. More power to you guys. That's awesome.
But
I wish we had some of that passion here. Here's the difference, though. We have 82 games a year.
We also have things called fire codes where lighting off flares inside aren't a good idea. One thing I was thinking about, though, there's with Valanciunas, if this is all for reading the situation properly, and the comments from David Adelman seem to feel like this is done, I'm just so excited for the prospect of a backup unit to your starting 5 with the Nuggets having proper pieces where it's not reliant upon one or two or both of these things. Somebody playing out of position, forcing yourself to keep starting players with the bench unit and having to mishmash a rotation together to keep everything even. Because how many times, Vic, have we just sat there and been like, the second the bench unit comes in, things fall apart. Over and over again.
You don't have to change your system. David Adelman said it during the interview last night. He said, the last and only center we've had during the Jokic era, backup center, that plays sort of like Joker is Boogie Cousins. He said it.
Yep.
And it makes it easier to coach. It makes it easier to implement your system when your backup plays similarly to the starter. So that's what they want. That's what they desire. That's what they're looking for. And that's what it is.
But having guys who are playing a position that they are properly suited for has been so rare because you've been forced to stretch these guys into multiple different spots they aren't comfortable with. One of the things that I brought up yesterday, when you look at dudes who played the backup big positions, either the 4 or the 5, for what I'd say at least the last 2 years, but probably beyond that, even during the championship season. You ask Zeke Najee to play the 5 when he's not that. He's a 4, and he doesn't look right. And you ask Dario Saric to play the 5 when he's not that. He's a 4, and he didn't look right. Even Jeff Green, at least in the regular season when he was here a couple years ago, when they bring the backup unit in, if they didn't want to keep AG out there to play backup 5 when Jokic was off the floor, it would kind of be Jeff Green being the big, the quote, big out there. And I'm just like, if you can find Valanciunas and now DaRon Holmes, where you have a 6'10" guy playing 4 because he's a 4, I'm so excited to see what that looks like for properly positioned players off a bench unit. You've never had it, ever. And so I just want to see that, because that alone might fix the huge disparity between on-off numbers for Nikola Jokic and how bad they are the second he leaves the floor. It's just guys are playing where they're supposed to be playing. I think it's a huge difference. Like, is anybody on OKC's bench unit a stud? Is anybody like, oh my God, how unbelievable is this player? Or do they just play the roles they're supposed to for 10 minutes?
I mean, Caruso is
he's a very good player. Yes.
Right. He's a cog, but he knows his role.
Yes.
And he plays his role. So you're exactly right. Listen, last thought on Nuggets. I know it's a honeymoon period because everything changed and you have a new front office, new coaching staff. But doesn't everything seem so connected right now? Mm-hmm. From roster construction to culture to the way everyone's thinking, it seems so connected.
Yeah.
And that's a wonderful thing to have. It's a great place to be. It really is. Because it felt the opposite of that about 4 months ago.
Yeah, it did. It really did. The whole reason why guys got let go, and I kind of want to I got something that I've been noticing, especially after some news yesterday, that I can relate to Calvin Booth in how to construct a team, construct a roster, and what's the right and wrong ways to go about it, that I want to get to in a couple of minutes. But I keep using this term because I think this is the easiest way to describe it. It was organizational cohesiveness was gone last year. It's just there was people pulling in separate directions, which this team didn't have for the longest time. Like, their biggest asset was being connected as a unit.
Yeah.
And it somehow got lost towards the end of last year, and that's why they made the changes they did. And you wondered if you're going to make this move. And look, I was one of the people in this camp, Vic. I'm like, if you're going to change things, then change it. And their decisions were essentially hire 2 people from in-house and give them promotions, and then pick up one other guy from the outside to do a co-optive job. And I thought, well, why did you make changes if you're just going to try and keep the same things in-house? And the answer is, we don't think that the problems are that large. We just felt like it was a disconnect between 2 people at the top.
Yeah.
That's all it was. And ever since then, things have changed, and you're right. It just feels like the vibe within that organization is entirely different in a short amount of time. It's weird how quickly that kind of got solved.
Yeah. Things are getting solved for the Avs as well. I know they still have some money to work with. They used some money yesterday to extend Josh Manson's contract. And I think, obviously, it proves he's a part of this core, right, moving forward. He's a core player on this team. He's an important player. He's a tough defenseman. He's a tough blue liner. You got to have some yin for the yang. If you're going to have blue liners that play offense and move up the ice and want to do that, you got to have guys like Josh Manson. Vital, crucial.
You also need good players that you can get on cheaper contracts. Like his deal is a 2-year deal at $3.95 per year. So just shy of 4. It's less than the contract he was just on.
Yeah, that's wild.
And they are trying to, well, I think he's had some injury problems that probably didn't help him. But he is someone that when you have a reliable piece, and this is what the Avs are looking for at this stage of their roster. Do I have guys that are reliable that I can pay on the cheap and we can get away with it? Like, I'll give you an example. With where the Avs are at, I think it's almost a necessity. They need to have maybe 2 guys on this roster at minimum that play above and beyond their payment level. Because when you see Cale Makar's contract coming up, you know you have to reserve money for that. You know Nathan McKinnon's contract is going to be insane. Devon Taves is another one that you're thinking about, like, I don't know how much money he's going to make, but it's probably not going to be cheap. So a guy that I think did that over the last couple of years, and it kind of sucks that the way it ended last year was not great on the way out. But I think Jonathan Drouin absolutely did that for 2 straight years, where he played beyond the level of what he was paid. And you need to find that, because if you don't, you're in the same place the Nuggets are and a whole bunch of other teams, which is you are good and you have good players, and good players get paid like good players.
Well, I guarantee Manson is a favorite of Jared Bednar's because Manson hits, too.
Totally.
He hits.
Yeah.
He hits.
Physically imposing presence. Yeah.
Got to have it.
And he's one of, like, they don't have a ton of guys that are like that. They're a lot more quick, use speed, open space, rely more on skill than just brute force. But he's one of the guys that's like, he's not scared to get in the shuffle.
Still need another forward, so we'll see where they go for another forward.
I still think that they're holding off on waiting to see what teams that are above the cap right now are going to do. Teams like Florida. Like if Florida has to let, and they do have to let some people go, because as much as they got lucky with their big time players taking cash on the cheap to keep the team together, at least the core together, they're going to lose guys like I think Evan Rodriguez, which I think would be a great fit to come back here. And I think they're biding their time to see and waiting to see what those teams are going to do with who are you casting off of the roster that we could maybe poach the second they hit the open market. Because those guys aren't going to make a ton of money, but they could be great fits in your bottom 6. They could do that.
Dude, I was looking at the calendar, because what happens now, and I'm sure you've noticed it, when I wake up so early, I notice it's still dark out. So the sun comes up a little later, a few minutes later every day.
Yeah, I don't like this.
And it goes down earlier. We had our last 8:30 sunset in Denver for the year. Our last one was the other night. So you notice the days are now, they're thinning out again.
Yeah.
Do you realize that Broncos training camp is just like right around the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Next week? It's almost already here.
Yeah. Next week.
It just blows me away to think that. When you say next week, it's not training camp next week. The rookies report. They don't do the training camp until a week later. So that's not officially training camp. Rookies camp is not training
But
camp.
football happens next week.
Yes. Guys run around a football field.
Yeah. By the way, is Johnny Barron still unsigned? Like, is he going to show up at camp? What's going on here? Get it done. But yeah.
I read today RG3 says the most underrated player in the NFL, Bo Nix.
I saw that he watched film and he made that statement. I do want to talk a little bit about that later, because you go back and look at the numbers for Bo Nix for a rookie, they're pretty incredible. Like, they're really good.
And
really good.
And remember, he did it without a consistent run game, and he did it without a consistent tight end.
Or a consistent number 2 wideout.
Yes.
I mean, he did a lot of that on his own, to be honest, making
As
plays
a rookie.
happen. So we'll get to that in just a second. Again, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
Kaner.
Yeah.
Went down a rabbit hole for the last couple of days. Have you ever heard of this comic by the name of Morgan J?
I don't think I have.
He was in Denver a couple months ago. He goes through the crowd. He does this auto-tune microphone, makes fun of people. I know your sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
When you get a chance, you won't be able to put it down.
Morgan J, you said. Okay.
Just when you get a chance.
Okay.
Off topic. Hilarious.
Is he the one who did the auto-tuned national anthem in Baltimore last night?
Oh, my God. What was that?
What was that?
What is going... Listen, man. I'm all for creativity and art, and that's fine. What the hell was that? Can you play some of that? I just want people to understand what we heard. Was this supposed to be funny?
No. Okay, so turn this down, Nelly.
What's going on here? If you're the member of the Baltimore Orioles organization and you cast these people, you audition these people to do the national anthem, how does this guy make the cut?
Well, here's my question. Is this...
What is this?
Can anybody do that?
Yes.
Can
with
anybody
auto-tune?
with
Yes.
auto-tune? Anybody
Yeah.
can do this, right? So it's not an actual talent that you have. It's just it's a software program, essentially.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you just cut it. Just cut this.
Yeah, no, it's not- That's offensive almost, isn't it?
See,
What is that?
This is using Chat GPT to write your term paper or something like that. There's gotta be a uniqueness. Like, here's the thing. T-Pain caught a lot of crap early in his career. Vic, you're aware of T-Pain, aren't you?
Yes.
So he was a big auto-tune guy.
Yes. But he can actually sing.
Have you heard T-Pain
Yes,
sing?
he can
He
sing.
can sing. Like, sing.
I agree.
So I'm not impressed by this, whatever that was in Baltimore. If anybody can do it, I'm not impressed.
God, could you imagine how many people were sitting there going, is this a joke?
We've all sat through, everybody's done this at least once in their life, probably multiple times, where you sat through an anthem that you're like, ooh, not great. It just gets you off, it starts everything off on the wrong foot.
Let me ask you something. If at the next Avs or Nuggets game or at a Broncos game, they handed you a microphone and said, go, do the anthem, could you get through it?
What do you mean get through it?
Would you be able to handle your nerves, remember the words to get through the anthem?
I'd remember the words. It just wouldn't sound great. I would just be like, I would feel like I would be disrespecting my country if I tried to sing the national anthem. Like, it would be so bad.
No chance I'd be able to get through it.
I'd know the words.
I would jumble it so badly.
This is why I think everybody can agree on this, okay?
Oh, say, can Hail Mary, full of grace.
I think everybody can agree. The best national anthems are instruments. You give me like an electric guitar national anthem. You give me like a really good sax player. That's how it should be done every single time.
Well, the sax player is always sexy. It's just soothing.
Oh, but yeah. What I'm saying is,
you know what?
How you doing?
I'll be honest with you. My favorite anthems are like the barbershop quartet. I love those.
barbershop quartet anthem?
I love those anthems.
Do you just mean
they're
people
the
who
best.
harmonize?
Yes, they're
Okay.
the best anthems.
People who harmonize
I'm telling you
aren't-
right now, they're the best anthems.
I've never heard an anthem from a barbershop quartet because I haven't heard. I haven't heard those guys
It's
do
awesome,
it.
dude. It's old school, no instruments. You got Barbarino doing his thing, and then somebody's. It's great
No,
stuff.
harmonies are the best in all of music.
I'm just saying that Baltimore next time, just cut out the middleman and invite Imogen Heap because she did that better than that guy did. You remember her?
Oh, yeah, see, that's good.
Just bring her. Bring her back. What's she doing these days?
So that's auto-tuned?
What you say?
I think she was singing through a vocoder. I think she was actually singing, but through some sort of a voice box when she cut this.
I really like the song. I haven't heard this in so long. Wait, isn't this Jason Derulo's song?
He sampled her song.
Oh, he sampled
Remember? No, this was in that scene in the OC when somebody shot someone and it was the season finale and then like SNL made fun of it.
Yeah.
That's why this song really blew up.
I see. I remember the SNL sketch actually. I have no idea
with Andy Samberg.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was
gun.
from, but I thought it was funny. So hang on a second. Hang on. I'm trying to think here. When you sing an anthem, that's not just something you hand. That's a big responsibility to me. Like you got to be sure you know what you're doing.
To do it, they audition. You can't just walk in and say, "Hey, I'm going to do the anthem." They have auditioned throughout the course of the season. That's the
other thing. Don't make the anthem your own, okay? Francis Scott Key took the time and made a beautiful song. I don't need your little runs and your different sort of like, hey, what if I make it jazzy? Nope, don't make it jazzy. Just make it what it is. Drives me nuts.
Well, what they did in Baltimore was not the original, that's for sure. That was repulsive.
Hey, just quickly, because we'll get to some football stuff in a bit. I got something else on the NBA that we'll get to in a second. Are you surprised Justin Simmons is on the market again this long into the offseason?
I am. I love Justin, and we all appreciate what he did with the Broncos. I'm surprised that he still hasn't been snagged by a team. A lot of it probably has to do with why should I sign now and go to these mini camps? I'm going to chill at home with the fam. I'm going to get the same money come training camp anyway. He's made his home here in Colorado. I am positive that he's had inquiries, if not offers already made. Right?
Yeah, he spoke with Sean Keeler and said that he's got no bad blood with Sean Payton, that he basically understood the direction that they went. And if you really think about it, like it was kind of at the time a favor to him to go out and play for a contender. It just so happens that the Broncos happen to make the playoffs the year that he's gone, or the couple years that he's gone. They made the playoffs once. Look, I'll just throw it out there. I don't know what his money is now. I don't know what he's worth. I don't know anything like that. You want to give me Justin Simmons on this team for depth in the secondary? If that's where he's at in his career, then go ahead and do that. I'm totally in.
Yeah, I don't think they need to go there. It would be more of I think he'll make more money elsewhere, put it that way.
I think
he'll
so,
have an
too.
Opportunity elsewhere. I mean, he's just, take advantage of a summer in Colorado with your family. That's what he's doing.
So he was with Atlanta, and I'm trying to look. So over his season in Atlanta, he had 2 picks. He still played in 16 games. Yeah, I don't know where he is in his career anymore. He's 30, 31, 32-year-old, somewhere around there. Obviously, we've said about him, he's been the best representative that you could ask for during a very tumultuous time with the Denver Broncos.
He'll be fine. Justin Simmons, he did not discount the opportunity at some point later in his career to come back home. I hope that happens. Hey, did you get a look at the quarterback series on Netflix yet? I watched. I
haven't
first
watched
episode.
it yet. No.
You know what? I walked in thinking, same thing. It's gonna be, and then I couldn't stop watching.
So who's in this season?
Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, and Jared Goff.
Oh, Cousins is back on it.
Yeah. Cousins is just an intriguing fella. He's just Mr. Americana. He's just that guy. Jared Goff, his wife. Anyway.
Goff is kind of a goober. He's a little bit of a goober.
Whoa. Joe Burrow is fascinating. Joe Burrow is deeper than I ever imagined.
So, Nelly, you had some clips the other day that were on the soundboard that we didn't use that I haven't heard yet. I heard this season's pretty good, though, that people enjoyed it.
I loved it. I'm telling you, I'm all in on it. Burrow's teaching himself how to play the piano.
I know a couple members of that family. They're an interesting group. I'll tell you that much. The Burrow family is a very, very interesting group of people.
Does he have fake teeth? Are those real?
I don't know.
Because they're perfect.
Yeah, I would have. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I wouldn't mind some feedback and research done on that. If chomeone can research that, please.
If he's got, what do they call them?
Veneers?
Veneers? Yeah, I'm not sure. He's got, like, they're almost too perfect, though. Like, suspiciously too perfect.
Some of the behind the scenes and the mic'd up segments, there's a scene in there where Kirk Cousins, early in his career, in his run with the Atlanta Falcons, he calls a play that he worked on all practice week, and he knew he was going to mess it up. And lo and behold, he messed it up. He called for the tight end to come across too early. In the middle of the play, he goes, "Oh, no!" And they're going after the ball. Then he apologizes to everybody.
He's one of those non-cursing types, right?
Yeah.
He's like the Phillip Rivers, super Christian and not curse. Yeah.
He's a good dad, is what he is.
Yeah. I haven't seen. I've seen little clips here and there. One that I've seen going around. It was a game. I think it's after Detroit suffered all their big injuries and they're playing against Green Bay, and Campbell looks at Goff and he goes, "As long as it's not 4th and bleeping 20, we're going for it."
Yeah.
And it's like,
you know what I can't get over, though? These play calls, because I know that Sean Payton has a very complicated system, right?
Mm-hmm.
These play calls that these quarterbacks go through,
crazy.
I don't know how they remember this stuff.
Yeah.
It's like organic chemistry, bro. It's periodic table stuff. Like, give me every element in the periodic table on 3. Go.
Well, they always say, like, for the quarterbacks in college that, God, I don't even know if they do this as much anymore, but everybody did the sign thing on the sideline. They're like, that's a problem. Because when we call plays in the NFL,
you ain't doing that.
You don't look at some billboard on the sideline.
It's all the quarterback.
I got to see if KJ, if you're listening, tell me where you found that clip, because I heard the morning sprint playing. It was audio of Sean McVay giving a play call to Matt Stafford. And so NFL Films did this thing where they had,
I saw that.
They had McVay rattling off the play call, and he's just going on for like 30 seconds of egg, stick, looky, over, under, peanut butter, jelly. And then Matt Stafford is in the huddle, and he's saying out loud, he's going, "Stop it, too long, stop it."
I'll see if I can find it, because that was funny.
Every quarterback complains that it takes too long to get the play call in. And then the quarterback is forced to hurry to give the play call to his teammates. And then lo and behold, a couple teammates don't understand what he's saying because the play clock is winding down, and that results in mistakes. That seems like something so easy to fix, right? Just shorten it up.
So we'll look for that audio. I got something else, by the way. So OKC signs Jalen Williams to an extension as well. They're going to owe Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren, and Shea over $820 million over the next 5 years. And here's what I think their strategy is. Believe it or not. First of all, get ready to learn second apron, okay? But I think they're going to take Calvin Booth's approach to this. I'll explain in just a second. Stick around.
Okay, speed left edge Zach. All right, it's going to be American Exchange. Can it, all right, with 3-jet rib, Z Brownie. Oh, easy, listen. 13 duo, Tim. Yeah, here it is. Woo! I got it. Please, stop. Yes, please stop. Oh my God, he's still going. Hey, he's still going. Hey, snatch this if you get him, right? I mean, he's still going. You're 1.5 yards from an edge split in the middle. I mean, this is unbelievable what I'm getting right now. Holy boys.
I mean, that's crazy.
It's so ridiculous.
Because they can communicate back and forth to each other, can't they? Can they hear the quarterback?
I don't know if I'm not sure if it's a two-way walkie-talkie system or if there's just a.
I'm pretty sure it's just one way. I think it's just
one
coach
way.
to quarterback.
You know why? Because you always see the quarterback go like this, motion, like I can't hear it.
Well, he does this. He covers the ear holes to block out the noise so he can get it, I guess,
he doesn't have a microphone, dude. He's not doing a podcast out there.
Sorry.
What do you think? He's quarterback's podcasting?
Well, he turned around and said, yeah. He said, yes, stop. So he's giving him the hand motion like, I got it. Enough.
I got it. Dude, it reminds me, there was a playoff game when the Broncos won their first Super Bowl. Playoff game that they had to win. Crucial play late in the game. Was it Pittsburgh? I think it was against Pittsburgh or KC on the way to that Super Bowl. And John Elway basically, at the end of the play call, end of the huddle, told Shannon Sharp, just turn around.
Yeah.
That was the play. Turn around. And guess what? It was the game-clinching play. He went 10 yards, turned around. That was it.
Mahomes and Kelsey for years have done this thing where it's just like, Kelsey, find open space. I'll hit you. Like they're in the backyard somewhere. Have you heard, by the way, the system that the MLB uses now between pitchers and catchers? So they don't do signs anymore. They hit the catcher hits the button on his knee pad, and there's an earpiece for the pitcher.
Okay, hold on a second. What?
This has been a couple of years. Nelly
about
finds
this, but I didn't know it was located on his.
So it's like the pitcher stands at the mound and you hear
curveball outside.
Like you hear that.
Oh, so it's a robotic.
It's a robotic. Yes.
So this is to eliminate any sign stealing,
I suppose. Yeah. But it's bizarre. I've heard these guys. They put their the sideline reporters in the MLB. They put their microphones up to these little earpieces, and you hear what it sounds like, and it's crazy.
Woo! I got it. Please
Stop.
Yes, please stop. Oh my God, he's still going.
All right, you know what, Nelly? You're going to have to save that clip for when Moser goes off on a story that takes way too long.
That's me to Moser on a daily basis.
Please.
We need we need Stafford to go, Sean, I'm begging you as a quarterback.
So here's the deal, Vic. The OKC Thunder have now signed Jalen Williams to a 5-year, $287 million extension.
Uh-huh.
Between their top three guys, Holmgren, him, and Shea, they will make over $820 million over the next 5 years.
So basically a Billy.
So this is the price of winning a championship. It's time to pay the piper for the guys who got you there. Here's what I think is interesting. I think the OKC, every team now in the league, Vic, is well aware of the circumstances you put yourself in when you have three contracts of these types of numbers. Sam Presti is probably unanimously the best GM in the league. Agreed?
He's been so.
He's very well aware of the punitive nature in which these contracts put you overall as a franchise.
And he's very comfortable working in his market with they have a ceiling, right, on what they can really do.
So whether you agree with this approach or not, Calvin Booth's approach was this. We made one team for a previous CBA. They changed it midstream. Now we have to adjust. His answer to it was what? I'm going to keep the core together.
Yeah.
And he said out loud, he goes, the pieces that come off the bench, the rotational pieces of your team, need to be replaced year in, year out. And he said to do it with what? Rookie contracts.
Rookie contracts. Unfortunately, the rookie contracts that he was able to sign, they weren't top 15 contracts, top 15 players like the OKC contracts.
OKC, I think, is going to implement that strategy with higher-end first-round picks that they've acquired over the years.
It's a different deal.
Yep.
It's a much different story. I mean, they got Nikola Topic waiting in the wings, right? And he looks good in Summer League. I've watched him play. Listen, I wouldn't be too – you mentioned how is Oklahoma City going to be able to afford this? Well, they've staggered their maximum contracts. They've staggered them a little bit. They don't all hit at once.
Right.
They'll hit at some point. But the way they've approached it, and you could see it just in guys waiting in the wings, all the draft picks they have available. Lou Dort's going to come off the book eventually.
Yeah.
Caruso's going to come off the books eventually. Hartenstein's going to come off the books eventually. And they'll just go to the younger player that is unproven right now, but plays the same role.
They said, we're going to find another Lou Dort, we're going to find another Caruso, and we're going to find another Hartenstein.
Yep.
Along with Case and Wallace's and Isaiah Joe's and everybody else. They have made the decision. Those guys are the replaceable ones. These three are not.
The guys in the AT&T commercial are here for life.
Calvin Booth did that, but there was a fourth. That did make it different. Aaron Gordon was sort of the difference between these two teams. Aaron Gordon was considered the same, if not a bigger piece than Michael Porter Jr. Certainly towards the end he was. But they made the decision of 4 and then rotate guys through. Yeah. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, the picks weren't top 10 picks. They were picks in the 20s, and that's a lot harder to kind of reproduce over and over again.
Dude, do you realize how many first-round picks OKC still has left?
I got to check again.
It's absurd. Like, they will never be able to use
Not 2,
them.
not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
But it gives them so much room for error, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're looking, in fact, they just drafted a guy that eventually is going to replace Hartenstein. The big guy from Georgetown. I can't remember his name.
Uh-huh.
They see him as all right, he's the prototype. He's going to be our Hartenstein in a couple of years when we can't afford him anymore. And that's all they're doing.
So they have 3 ones next year.
I mean, that's stupid.
So one is their own. Another is from Philly that's only protected in the top 4 picks. And Utah's, but is protected in the top 8, which Utah might get that one back. The year after that, 2027, they have 3 first-round picks, one of them being Denver's. So they have 6 in the next
first-rounders
2.
in the next 2 years.
And 3 second-round picks in the next 2 years. I mean, if nothing else, Vic, they can package those maybe to move up higher in the draft if they wanted to. You know what I mean?
That's just stacking them. That's just stack city.
But I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to try and do the Calvin Booth approach just with a higher value of first-round picks to work with, right? That's what it feels like to me. Because they are very much going to be in the same place as Boston and Denver was the last couple of years of you have a lot of guys that are making a lot of money now.
Here's the Nuggets approach to counter that. Okay, we don't have first-round picks at our disposal. We can't go sign these cheaper contracts. But what we can do is surround the core, surround Joker with 1-year vet minimums.
Yeah.
I mean, Bruce Brown's going to play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to play, right?
Yep.
Those are vet minimum contracts. 1 year, boom, boom. I mean, you're going to have to get the chemistry going real quickly, but that's the counter to OKC's approach.
Yeah. And look, I prefer the Nuggets' way of doing this, which is the proven commodities that you know what their game is, and you aren't kind of waiting and saying and hoping. Because you have a couple of guys like that, like DaRon Holmes is a hope. Strother's a hope. Peyton Watson's still, I think, a little bit in that hope category as far as where his ceiling could be. But I'm still so fascinated with how teams that are especially good handle this stuff. Because it does feel like your window is so short. And Vic, they have another year, right? Because these things, I don't even think Shays kicks in this year. They have this one more year of this full group coming back together to try to make another run.
They sure do. Even, though, they're gettable, though. I'm telling you. I know they're going to be confident. I know they got some swagger. I get that. This Western Conference, oh my gosh. Right now, after all the moves that have been made and the personnel you see on these teams, rank your top 4 Western Conference teams right now. Top of your head.
OKC.
Agree.
Denver.
Agreed.
Houston.
Okay.
And let's say Minnesota.
I'm going to say Clippers.
Okay.
And I think it could change.
Sure. I think that
change.
fourth team is anywhere between Minnesota, both teams in LA, whatever you feel about them.
I think Minnesota did not get better. Minnesota took a step back. They lost in Akil Alexander-Walker, who I think plays a crucial role.
He does. Yeah, he does. God, I would have loved
The Clippers got better, I thought. Denver got better. Houston obviously got better.
Who did the Clippers get? Was it John Collins?
John Collins, and they also got Brooke Lopez.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They got bigger.
Mm-hmm. I've always, you know what, when it comes to the Clippers, I'm in the, you can't tell me every year that something's going to change, because it's been like this for like 6 years with this group of like Kawhi and Harden and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, every year it's the same. You guys are fine, but not a real threat to anybody.
I agree.
But yeah, it's brutal. Just to think about this, by the way, this is where the Nuggets are at, and I still can't get over it. They're a team that was obviously flawed last year, that finished 4th in the conference, and the second-place team in the West added KD, and I feel better about the Nuggets than I do Houston. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what's weird to me.
Well, because the nostalgia of KD is simply that. Which KD are you going to get?
But KD's always
last the
productive.
Season?
He's always productive.
I get that. Being productive, though, I fall into that same. Listen, I love his game. I'd take him any day.
Yeah.
What'd Phoenix do?
They were awful.
They got worse with KD. The team that they had before KD was a better team. Got to the finals.
It's true.
What'd they do?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Stick around. Vic reading this article on ESPN, 2025 NFL offseason grades. And this is an article from Seth Walder of ESPN. Out of the 32 NFL teams, where do you think he ranked the Broncos offseason?
Out of 32 teams, I'll say he ranked the Broncos 7th.
Tied for second, but 4th is where he has them on this list.
Okay.
Gives them an A-. He said the only problem that he had with the Broncos offseason is they didn't add more wide receiver.
Well, they still can.
That's the thing.
There's still guys out there.
You know who's on the market right now at wideout?
I know exactly who you're referring to.
Go ahead.
The former Chargers receiver, whose name escapes me.
Keenan Allen.
Yes.
Keenan Allen has been...
I wanted to say Keenan Thompson.
Not quite. Although if they want to sign him away from SNL, maybe he plays more of a, fullback kind of role. I am intrigued by that. I wanted them to add just a veteran wideout just to kind of fill out the room. They draft Bryant in the he was a third rounder, I think, right?
They love that kid.
They do.
Love his potential.
But I just see a wide receiving core with a whole bunch of, we were just talking about the Nuggets that they had a whole bunch of I hope kind of guys over the last couple of years. You have one proven guy in that group, and that's Cortland. Mims, I don't consider is proven. You're hopeful, but
Mims is your home run threat, right? He's like, all right, we need to play home run. But Cortland Sutton's the one guy. Oh my gosh, someone make a play. Someone come. He's that guy.
Here's what I know about Keenan Allen. This has been his entire career. Even in Chicago, who, remember, had a lot of struggles with Caleb Williams last year offensively. How many catches he had? He still had 70 catches last year. Like, he's still a productive guy who gets open, and if you throw it in his catch radius,
Why is he unsigned?
I don't know. I think his age is a part of it. Like, the explosiveness from him, I think has kind of left. He's 30, what, 3 years old now? So he probably wants still a decent contract for his production that I think teams are nervous to give him. But if you can get him for like an $8 million, like an incentive-laden $8-9 million contract for a year, I'd be open to it. Bottom line is, I think I agree with this, though. I think you can make the argument that for what they needed, which wasn't much, the Broncos had like potentially the best offseason of really anybody in the league.
They answered a lot of questions, man, and more, because they added some defensive pieces that I didn't think they really needed, but they did it anyway.
Right. Risk with those, obviously with the Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw with their injury histories, but God, man, it's a fun year to go. You mentioned training camps right around the corner. It's been a long time in these parts since you were feeling this good heading into day one of training camp with a Broncos football team.
I am really, of all the things that I can't wait to see when camp arrives, and I don't know how much they're going to reveal. My biggest question is, how are they going to use Evan Ingram? How is he going to adapt to this playbook? What do you envision there? He's not he's not the big tall tight end that they're used to seeing in New Orleans, but he gets open.
Yeah, I think he just provides a mismatch of, a lot of times tight ends, they get covered by linebackers, and he's faster than a linebacker is. The thing is, he's listed 6'3", 240, so physically he's going to be bigger than safeties if you put a safety on him, but he's going to be faster than linebackers, and that's kind of the appeal of these pass-catching guys, is that they're going to find a way to have the upper hand on whoever is guarding them, whether they're relying more on speed defensively or on physicality. His big thing is, he's not very physical. He's not somebody, if you line him up, next to the right tackle and he's next to McGlinchey.
He's not Jeremy Shockey. He's not.
Yeah, he can get eaten up, I think, but you split him out, even if you put him, in the slot, there's a lot of different things that you can do with Evan Ingram that just haven't been available. I went through the numbers. Give me... in the last, since Noah Fant left. So it's been since the Russell Wilson trade. It's been 5 years, 4 years, whenever that was. Who do you think the leading tight end pass catcher has been in a season since then?
I'm trying to remember who it was last year. Was it Atkins last year?
The leading pass catcher last year was Lucas Kroll with 19.
He had more than Atkins?
Yeah. 19 catches on the year.
Wow. That's crazy.
The leader, as far as catches in a season from a tight end since Noah Fant, was Greg Dulcich in his rookie year had 33.
He did?
Yeah. 33. Before, I think it was hamstring issues that kind of held him out of 6 or 7 games. But that's just been brutal. So, again, if nothing else, Evan Ingram should provide you with the most productive tight end season that you've had since at least Noah Fant. And Noah Fant was kind of like a 62, 63 catch guy. He was okay. He should be able to do that, which is provide a little bit of a mismatch and be a comfort blanket for Bo Nix, because it's something that Nix didn't have. He had Cortland Sutton, but when Cortland Sutton is the only guy you're concerned about, it's easier to try and stop him. It makes his season actually more impressive last year, the kind of year that Cortland Sutton had when being really the only threat in the passing game for a lot of the year until Mims broke out late.
I just looked up Dulcich. He's still property of the New York Giants.
Yeah. I don't think he played for him last year, but he's on the roster.
He's also of Croatian descent through all 4 grandparents.
How about that? But I think he's a huge piece. Like, everything that they did in the offseason was, I think, very surgically filling holes the right way, not panicking over stuff, waiting for the right time. Remember, Ingram wasn't signed until what, Vic? Like 3 weeks into free agency?
You know, it's interesting. We just talked about how connected the coaches in front office have been for the Nuggets the last few weeks, right? That's what the Broncos have been over the last year. Very connected, knowing exactly what they need and what they want. Let's go get it.
Yeah. I've been incredibly impressed with them. Incredibly. By the way, there's always a story like this that comes out this time of year. But Najee Harris suffered an eye injury during a mishap during the 4th of July. So, from what I understand, this is all like superficial. It's not going to be a problem that keeps him out during the season. But I'll tell you, my brother lit off it was one of these rocket-looking things.
Mm-hmm.
It went up about 2 feet in the air, Vic, went parallel, and shot like a missile right by his head.
Brett,
They freak me out.
do you understand how dumb me and my friends were when we were in high school? I told you we used to have bottle rocket wars at Willis Case Golf Course. Just, you get a pipe, and you just run up to somebody and fire away.
Yeah. So not Roman candles, actual bottle rockets.
Bottle rockets, but some guy got hit with a chest full of Roman candles, too. I mean, just stupidity. Stupid stuff. Stupid stuff.
I always get weirded out. Every time I look at, like, even those artillery shell-looking things, I'm like, these aren't stable. It takes a gust of wind, and then all of a sudden you're in the line of fire of these things. That's it. That's all it takes is one little... And now all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel of this thing.
Have you ever fired a bottle rocket from your hand?
No.
You just, loosely hold it, the stick in your hand, you set it up, and you...
I have not done that. It seems like you would get sparks on your hands if you did that.
I'm not even going to tell you where my cousin shot one from.
I can feel it down in my plums.
Did he have to remove his underwear?
It was interesting.
Boys will be boys. You know what I mean? That's what happens.
I think he was 48 at the time, but anyway.
Yeah. Men will be men. I would just, every year you see somebody right before training camp that's like, yeah, I was lighting a firework and something bad happened. Like, it's not always like JPP level of accidents that go down, but somebody always gets it. Can I tell you something else? It's what I hate about people who do what we do. I don't like the intent.
What do we do?
Oh, you sit here and you talk sports with a microphone or a camera in front of your face. And there's always multiple people in every market that are the incendiary, I'm going to say things that are going to get your attention sort of guy, right? This guy in Kansas City named Kevin Keitzman. Used to be a radio host there. He does a podcast now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's pictures that emerged of Patrick Mahomes. And we've seen Patrick Mahomes. He's not cut. Mahomes has like a dad bod, right? Got a little extra around the waist. He's not like in bad shape, but just like he's not what you'd think of an NFL player, not what you imagine.
Some of the greatest of all times have had dad bods.
Here's what Kevin Keitzman said. He's fat. He's an embarrassment. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. I don't understand it. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and DoorDashing fried chicken. You've got a $500 million contract. It's your job. He's done nothing but eat and drink this offseason. And I'm maybe overly sensitive to this because we've all lived through the Jokic years where he's winning MVPs, and this criticism was lobbed at him over and over again.
Well, don't you lob that at Moser on a morning basis?
I don't. You do.
Oh, that's right.
But when did this obsession happen in sports where you feel like every single athlete needs to have a six-pack in order to like be, quote, doing their job? When did this start?
I don't know why anyone would target Patrick Mahomes at this juncture of his career where he's proven it don't matter what you do in the offseason. As soon as the ball kicks off and he has the opportunity to beat you, he'll beat you. It doesn't matter what he looks like now. Frankly, I don't care what he looks like in December. Can he throw the ball? Can he move the team? You know, he's one of those guys, too. You could say what you want about Mahomes' body. How is he always able to run for a first down when he needs one?
Yeah.
Always.
He never looks tired at the end of games. Like, here's the thing. You base things off of production, not aesthetic. And that's what always was with Jokic with me. It's like everybody's from outside of Denver being like, he's out of shape, a few years ago.
Watch him beat every center down the court.
I'm like, he's the first one down the floor every single time. He's always hitting clutch shots at the end of games. He doesn't look tired then, so what does it matter? And I'll tell you this much. The one that I know around here that has been criticized the most by Denver people about conditioning and being in shape is Jamal Murray. Murray has been accused of that. Hell, that video that came out a couple weeks ago, him going to the UFC fight.
People analyzed it. They went. I find it funny when they start doing stuff like that. How do you know?
I'm just here to tell you this. I don't care if Jamal Murray weighs 20 pounds more than he did last season. If he's productive, I don't care what you look like. It makes no difference to me. Now, if you look like you're poorly conditioned at the end of a game and it affects your chances of winning, then it becomes a problem. But that's where Mahomes has made the AFC Championship game every year he's been in the league. I don't care if he's 330 pounds. He produces. That's all that matters. And
this host, did he apologize? Because I heard he caught a ton of backlash for it.
I think he's one of these guys, Vic, that he revels in the backlash. He says the bad thing, and then everybody responds to it, and then he laughs about it. Like, I think he's one of those guys.
Yeah,
can't stand.
You brought him up in the appetizer hour. We're bringing him up again. This Kevin Kablam, what's his dumb name?
Keitzman, I think.
Yeah, like that. We're talking about him, so clearly it worked.
But this is what I'm getting at is that there are a lot of people who feel this way, and I think Jamal is the subject of this here, at least in town now. But that is tied to Jamal's production because he hasn't looked the same production-wise over the last couple of years. And we always kind of say, like, Jamal, once we get to March, then he's in shape and he's conditioned again. I don't care what Jamal looks like as long as Jamal plays right. That's all I'm concerned with. I mean, does that make sense?
Of course it does. But the NFL quarterback, I remember having this discussion with Jake Plummer. Jake Plummer went out of his way to put weight on. You want to carry more weight.
Yeah, there's a science
Jake
behind
Cutler
that.
did the same thing. Hell, Jake Cutler went through a season. Do you know he lost, in the course of a season, he lost like 30 pounds? They found out he had diabetes. He didn't know he had diabetes.
No, really?
He was losing. He was shedding pounds left and right. And he got worse and worse every week. He got tired. Then he put that weight back on because he figured it out.
Yeah.
I think as a quarterback during the course of the season, I'm not saying you want to be chunky, but you want to have some some of that floating around to absorb some hits.
Quarterbacks will tell you that it helps you take hits better. If you got a little look, you don't want to be out of shape, but if you just got a little bit more around there. It's what the flak jacket is for, by the way. Just add some extra padding. It is funny though. You mentioned that some of those NFL guys, especially the big dudes on a roster. So we've had my buddy Dave Tollefson on the show, who played for the Giants back in the day when they were winning a couple Super Bowls with Eli. So rotational defensive lineman for him. So I was talking to him when he was still in the league. He was playing for the Raiders, I think, the last couple years of his career. So during the offseason, I would see him. And he's a big 280-pound defensive lineman. So he retires, and I see him about 5 months after he retires. And he's skinny. Like, he's a tall guy to start with. He's like 6'7", but he's skinny. And I go, geez, you've been working out like crazy? He goes, I haven't done a thing since I stopped playing. This is naturally what my body is supposed to be, because he had to work every single day to keep weight on him. It's just crazy.
They're now downing 3 protein shakes a day.
Yeah.
Eating 3 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at night.
I heard the Broncos, by the way, are the kings of the NFL in the Uncrustable game.
Yes. They house those things.
Do you remember what the number was that they go through, like
I don't
hundreds
know
a day, don't they?
They had a bunch
hundreds.
of them, dude, I've been in that Broncos cafeteria. I did something about, remember that time I did a speaking engagement with Adam Schefter?
Yeah.
So they allowed me to eat in their cafeteria. Now, years ago, we ate there all the time during training camp. They cut that off. Their cafeteria is the best cafeteria I've ever seen for a professional sports team in terms of what they have in there. Food.
Like food-wise it is.
Oh, my God.
What'd you eat?
Everything.
What is it? Like, give me something that was on the menu.
They're making stuff right in front of you. I had some Chinese food right there. Boom, boom. They're making it right in front of you. They got pasta galore, all kinds of it. The carbs, get carb loaded. They had an ice cream bar. They had all this stuff. I mean, every team does this now. You got to keep those guys chunky, well-fed. Let's go.
It's my dream to have that, by the way. I always said if I won the lottery, the first sign would be Brett's got a personal chef at the house.
Can you imagine if at the studio there, if Altitude had like a little dinner area, breakfast area, restaurant area, and they're cooking? Moser would never stay in the studio.
Who told you that?
Well, he I'm just letting you guys know, watching Moser eat something is an experience. Watching him eat something.
Yeah.
Please stop. Yes, please stop.
You feel like, Vic, you know this. It looks like he's about to choke every time he eats. Because he takes such big bites, but he tries to scarf it down so quickly because he wants to get it done during the break. He pats his chest to get food down sometimes. I'm like, dude, do I need to do the Heimlich?
And then he stands up and he walks away from the mic, like he turns his back to the camera, and then he'll come back around and he'll take a swig of Diet Coke. Meanwhile, we're all just...
Oh, my God, he's still going. He's still going.
That clip is going to be so great.
Woo! I got it.
Put it to such good use. Okay, I want to get back to Summer League yesterday. The re-debut of DaRon Holmes and takeaways from that. We'll get to it next. I got this NBA channel on in here because our DirecTV isn't working. And it's replaying Summer League games from, like, years gone by. I'm watching a rookie Jeff Green participate in a Summer League game. And I didn't even know it's a thing.
He was a rookie the same year that was he there with Durant as a rookie? What a team.
It was close. I don't see Durant on the floor on this one, though. But yeah, it's bizarre seeing a rookie Jeff Green out there getting some run. But we got to see for the second Summer League game of his career, but we'll just call it like a reintroduction to his rookie season. DaRon Holmes yesterday takes the floor for the Nuggets. Didn't know what their plan was. Didn't know if they're going to play him at the 5 or the 4. So they end up starting Harrison, the big Australian dude, at center, and DaRon Holmes plays the 4. And I thought looked maybe a little tentative at first, but once he got into the flow of the game, it's kind of what you wanted to see from him. A 6'10" guy who's not afraid to shoot from the outside. He's got a quick release, by the way, Vic, on top of being 6'10". That ball gets out of his hand in a hurry.
He ain't afraid to shoot it. 3 of 5 from the 3-point line, finished with 15 points. Inside, outside. When you can make that 3, and he showed this on a couple occasions, they have to come out to guard you now.
Yeah.
Quick pump fake, 2 dribbles, boom. How many times did he do that? He had a couple of those moves. Quick pump at the 3-point line. Guy comes out. It's done. It's over.
Yep.
I like his game, and I think he's so suited for that backup role to Aaron Gordon.
Me too. And God, would it be nice to have that with him as the backup 4, to go out, knock down a couple of shots if you need to. Obviously not afraid to shoot. I think that, look, there was a lot of eggs in the basket of DaRon Holmes being a productive player for the Nuggets last year that got dashed a half into a Summer League game, that now you get to kind of rekindle whatever those hopes were. And here's the good news. Let's say that he's not the player that we all hope he's going to be. I don't think it's going to feel as impactful as it did last year because of the other pieces that you've brought in.
I agree. Well, you can ease him in now.
Right.
You can ease him in.
Right.
And I'm wondering how close they were to trying him out, to at least experimenting with him late in the season. He was ready to play in March.
Yeah, I heard Marlo say that to you guys, right?
He was
that
ready to play in March. He could play. But they said, nah, we're going to shut you down until the next season. Don't want to force anything. But I'm curious now.
I think that's the right call, by the way.
I think so, too. You're exactly. It's a situation where you can be a little more patient with him now. You don't, you don't have to rely on too much. Be patient. You have pieces now. You have pieces.
He's somebody that I think is suited for the Nuggets style of play, too. Which is, what's up?
Give me your second. I'm looking at the second unit, all right? And I know that they're going to stagger guys, right? So it's not always going to be the same dudes. Let's assume Valanciunas makes it over. Valanciunas is your 5. Holmes is going to be your 4. Who's your 3? Who's your point guard? You play a point guard. David Adelman said yesterday that Valanciunas is his point center, that he can play the point center role. Well, he doesn't need a point guard.
Here's what I'd say they do. If you're just talking about like a full hockey line change of what a second unit would be, I think your point guard's Bruce. I think your 2 is either Strother or Hardaway. I think your 3 is Peyton Watson. Your 4 is Holmes, and your 5 is Valanciunas.
Yeah, I've got Hardaway right now as the starting 3 or 2. Peyton Watson is the 3. You're exactly right there. I don't think they go get a Hardaway Jr. to sit. You're going to have to steal that spot from him. He's got too much experience. But, man, could you imagine? I'm looking at these players right now. Could you imagine having that at your disposal against OKC?
No, I couldn't. Because I don't think the Nuggets have ever had that before.
And I know I'm looking at just names on a piece of paper right now. And because Dario Saric was a name on a piece of paper last year.
Yeah.
I get that. But still, the numbers alone, the sheer numbers, let's say 1 or 2 of these guys don't work out. You still have more. available than you ever had.
Yeah. Like you just from even if somebody goes down with an injury, you're like, all right, well, we still got this guy and this guy and this guy to work with. Sorry, I'm a little distracted because whoever watches Top Gear in here all the time has left that TV on the Top Gear channel, and Peter Forsberg is on the panel right now.
I don't know what that show is.
Top Gear's it's some car show. I don't get it either. I don't watch it.
So what do you mean a panel? What is the panel?
They have, I don't know, it's like a talk show, and then they cut away to like driving cars, and Forsberg's just part of the people talking.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's a bunch of Brits, and they drive cool cars in fun places. And sometimes, yeah, they get a guest, and they put them in a car, and they go, "Oi, we're going to drive down this road that was built in the year 1200 in this Porsche." And then they'll have Peter Forsberg in the car with them or something.
I also can't get over every time I look at Peter Forsberg. This includes like when he plays in those charity tournaments, when we go to the Ridge. He just looks like somebody that could be on Narcos. Like I feel like he's got some sort
with the glasses.
So he's some sort of drug lord. Yeah, those little tinted shades with the beard and the hair.
He could be an ABBA singer right now. I mean, he is from the same country.
Yeah, I'm just like anyway. I think you're right, though. That second unit for the Nuggets it's going to be the most depth that they've had since Jokic got here. I mean, I'm trying to think of like the really early rosters before they put it together for championship level. Sure. They had some of that. Like they had Mason Plumlee.
Yeah.
They had Malik Beasley. They had
Juancho,
Monte.
that's back when Juancho was playing pretty well.
Like they had some guys back in those days, but yeah, the fact that we aren't saying this, Vic, Julian Strother has to be a guy who steps up.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we have Tim Hardaway Jr. If he doesn't, then you're fine. He can take over that role. But I would, if I had my preferences, Vic, I would like for Tim Hardaway Jr. to be the expendable guy of the group. I would like that to be just Strother. Like he takes over as the sharpshooter off the bench, and you just kind of roll that way.
Well, you would like that, but you gotta adapt, and you have to compete. And we'll see how he competes. I mean, Julian Strother has the benefit of playing a great Game 6 in that OKC series where he gained some confidence. Right? He was thrust into that role, and he played well.
I still have really high expectations for him. Like if he can stay healthy, his problem, like he becomes a rotational guy, and then he gets hurt for 2 months.
I know you can't miss 2 months of the season, especially late in the season. It's hard to get back in the swing.
Yeah, but I mean, by the way, we're penciling in Valanciunas. If you guys missed the news, there's not really news, but it's just you're trying to like read between the lines here. David Adelman said yesterday that he sees Jonas Valanciunas being a point center who doesn't need a true point guard in the same lineup. And he was just speaking as if he knew this was done.
Yeah, and he also said, we haven't had a guy that has a Joker-like game since Boogie Cousins.
Yeah.
Right? Someone you can just replace. He's not going to be Joker, clearly, but you're playing the same system.
Right. That he's just somebody that you don't have to fundamentally change your offense.
And if he knew, think about it this way. If David Adelman had any inkling that Valanciunas was not coming here, do you think he'd go into such detail about his role?
That's why I think that I'm very confident in feeling like Valanciunas is coming here.
If you knew he wasn't coming here and somebody asked you about Valanciunas, well, we don't know what that is right now.
I think that's exactly what you say. Yeah.
Exactly.
You would just go along the lines of, well, first of all, we got to make sure that he's here, and then we can figure it out where his game is going to be. But he's speaking as if, he's going to be here, and he can play a point center.
Hell, he's breaking down. He's giving up game strategy.
Yeah.
We're going to have him dart here, and then it's great.
Right. This is, you know what the situation reminded me of? I made a comp to this. Because the Nuggets haven't had a backup center for so long, and I'm sure some people are annoyed that this is like an almost everyday topic. Hell, I kind of am, but it's important. I compared it to this, Vic. Valanciunas as the backup center, which the Nuggets have really not had since at least Mason Plumlee, is like Evan Ingram. If the Broncos made a move for Evan Ingram and Evan Ingram goes, yeah, I might retire though. And you're like, well, hang on a second. We haven't had a tight end in forever.
Yeah. We need you.
And we need this. I mean, this is a necessity. Yeah. It's not a want. It's a necessity. It's the same thing. It's just like you haven't had this for so long, and now you're being kind of like pulled in different directions on whether he's going to be or not. It sucks. But it matters. I'm just saying it's important. That's all.
When like I said a couple days ago, when it's all said and done, the more time goes on, right? You start, the whispers fall off. He'll be here.
Yeah.
That's any indication, and every indication is he'll be here. After Summer League, the Nuggets will hold a press conference. Well, they're going to introduce all the new members of the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he'll be there.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Vic Lombardi here. It's sweating time. It's sweating season. Although yesterday wasn't bad, but the heat's going to wind up again, and you got to make sure that the AC is working. AAA service, $49 AC tune-up special going on right now. $49. They'll come out, take a look at the AC, make sure things are keeping cool in the casa. So don't wait. Schedule an appointment today at AAA service. That's AAAtoday.com. Again, online, AAAtoday.com.
So I just came across something. I'm bothered by this. Vic, were you a guy who watched The Office?
Not really. I've seen episodes and I like it. It's funny, but I wasn't like passionate every day. I'm not a Seinfeld guy either. I wasn't passionate every day. I can't quote episodes.
I was never a Seinfeld guy. I think I can't say this because plenty of people my age love Seinfeld. It just missed me for some reason. I don't know. The show just missed me, and I don't know what it was.
I watched it, but I wasn't a slave to it. Put it that way. It wasn't appointment television for me.
So there are shows that, like, when I go to sleep, I have to have something on, but I can't have something new because I don't want to really focus on it. So there's shows that I watch when I go to sleep that I've seen 100 times. And one of them is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and The Office is another. So I've seen, like, every episode multiple times just because I fall asleep to it.
So when you fall asleep, is the TV on when you wake up in the morning?
No, I always put the sleeper on there, the sleep timer thing. And it takes me, like, 10 minutes to really pass out. So, like, I'll set it for 30 minutes to an hour, and it's good.
Dude, I do the same. I cannot sleep with the television on. That's a problem.
Well, I sleep with it on.
I'm saying, but I have to have it going. You know how some people have to have the room quiet.
Yeah, those people are crazy.
Not me.
Those are
Can't
crazy.
do it.
Like, I need some sort of sound coming from somewhere. But I only say that to say I was a big fan of the show. Thought it was really funny. And I think when you have good shows or good movies do this too, where they have a really good movie and then they make a sequel and you're like, why are you making a sequel? It was fine on its own. Why are we doing another one of these? So I just came across this from Variety. The Office is going to have a sequel called The Paper that premieres its first 4 episodes September 4th on Peacock.
No! God, please, no!
Followed by 2 new episodes every Thursday through September 25th. The official synopsis reads, the documentary crew that followed Dunder Mifflin's Scranton branch is in search of a new subject when they discover a historic Midwestern newspaper and the publisher trying to revive it. So the only character that I see from the original Office that's going to be in this show is a guy by the name of Oscar. But why? Why?
You tell me, how many spinoffs have become really good spinoffs? I'd go way back, way before your time. I'll give you one. Happy Days led to Laverne and Shirley. You're like, what?
I actually watched Happy Days a few times.
I never missed Happy Days. I would be late to basketball practice so I could watch the end of Happy Days.
The only other successful spinoff that I can think of off the top of my head is Frasier was a Cheers spinoff.
Yes.
And that aired for, 12 seasons?
Yes.
I am not somebody who feels like the spinoff was better than the original, but Better Call Saul was great. I think Breaking Bad was better, but Better Call Saul was great.
Very much so.
I still have not watched any of House of the Dragon, by the way.
Yeah.
That's what I thought the reaction would be, and that's why I don't want to do it.
Yeah, it's...
Is it worth watching? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, I guess,
I mean, we're in the summer, Vic. I need some stuff to watch. So is it worth me watching, investing time?
You'll fall into it because it's that same, it's that same rhythm, right?
Okay.
It's the same cast, essentially, same people.
So hang on. Let's see. Let's go to the
Same storyline. People want to kill other kingdoms.
The 30 best spinoffs that ever existed. Okay. So Family Matters was a spinoff of Perfect Strangers? I know Family Matters. The Honeymooners was a spinoff of the Jackie Gleason Show. That's your era, isn't it, Vic?
It's way back. Way back. That's Moser's era.
Facts of Life, a spinoff from Different Strokes.
Hell yeah.
Like that one?
Facts of Life. That was my rhythm. I love that show.
Let's see. Melrose Place was a spinoff of Beverly Hills 90210.
90210, yeah.
Good Times, spinoff of Maude. I don't know. I have no idea what that is. Happy Days in Mork and Mindy. How about Mork and Mindy?
Wait. Happy Days went to Mork and Mindy?
No, Mork and Mindy was a spinoff of Happy Days.
I don't recall.
Okay, we're getting into the top like 13 here. Okay,
Just give me the top 3. Let's just cut
the Daily Show with Jon Stewart and the Colbert Report. I mean, those were spinoffs of that. I think both of those are really good shows.
Okay.
Hang on. All right, I'm getting to the top of the. Okay, well, all the Law and Order SVU stuff. Better Call Saul we mentioned already. You said Laverne and Shirley. Mm-hmm. So here's your top 3. The Jeffersons, which was a spinoff of All in the Family.
Yep.
Number 2 was Frasier, which was a spinoff of Cheers.
Good call there, Nelly.
I had no idea this was a thing. The Tracy Ullman Show, which The Simpsons spun off of.
I don't know what that is.
Don't know either. You people saying Young Sheldon to me, by the way.
I don't know
if I haven't made my feelings very clear on what I think of Big Bang Theory, my brother and my dad love that show, and I think they're ridiculous.
What is it?
The Big Bang Theory is the nerds hang out with. There's a hot chick that hangs out with the nerds, and then the nerds do the nerd stuff. Yeah, I'm with you.
So I know we haven't really updated the list in a while, but the fine list for the jar, I'm pretty sure that the only time in my time on the show's history that I've been put in the jar was when I played a clip from the Big Bang Theory coming back from commercial. And Brett, it wasn't even done reverberating through the air. And you said, $2.
I can't stand
that
Bang
show.
Theory. I can't stand it. I don't know how else to put this to you. I think it is such a dumb show. Like, here's what happens. It's the kind of thing, Vic, you know, in some sports, like maybe soccer or particular hockey guys will do this. When you come across somebody that's like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of hockey or soccer. And they'll be like, it's because you don't get it.
Yeah.
It's because you don't get it. There's people out there, like my brother, who actually think you don't like the Big Bang Theory because you're too stupid to understand. No! It's just not funny. It's a comedy show that's not funny.
First of all, I can't watch network shows because I don't have the patience to get through the commercial breaks anymore.
I don't either. I'll tell you what it is about Big Bang Theory that actually really bothers me. Anything with a laugh track is an immediate no for me now. I don't need the cues from the audience to tell me when something's funny. I know when something's funny. I don't need your help, okay? Imagine if we had that. Every time we made a joke on this show, and it was there was some, like, dead group that we had audio recorded from 40 years ago telling you when to laugh.
But if you think about it, all the shows that you mentioned there had laugh tracks. All of them.
Well, a lot of them were old, and that was the way that they did things. So I give them a pass. Like, I'm not going to rip Seinfeld for that. That's the way you did things.
Sure.
Big Bang Theory was made like 15 years ago.
That's what resonated with The Office. It's one of the first comedies that didn't have a laugh track.
That and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was the same way. Like, and I think both those shows are in color. Like, Modern Family, I think, was really funny.
Did they have a laugh track?
No, they didn't need to tell you when to laugh. It was just, you kind of knew because it was funny. I haven't watched either of these. I've always wanted to. I just haven't sat down and done it. Yellowstone and their spinoffs, 1923 and 1887.
Well, those spinoffs are awesome. But it's not just spinoffs for Yellowstone. It's the library of shows that guy has put together, the guy that did Yellowstone. Do you realize how many shows he's written and been a part of? He's done The Lioness. You've seen Lioness.
I have not seen that, no.
You haven't seen that?
Is that Zoe Saldana? Is she in that one?
Yes, she's outstanding. He did Landman.
Also one I haven't watched yet.
You haven't done Landman yet?
No. I just started on Mobland, so I'm like 2 episodes into Mobland.
So this guy, Taylor Sheridan, who's done all these shows, he puts himself in a couple of these shows, too.
I would totally do it. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't need a big role in the movie. Like, you know how in Quentin Tarantino...
I could see you as a crack addict in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, that's what I would do. If I wrote that show, I'd be like just some addict that's got a small part.
I take that back. You haven't seen Yellowstone, correct?
No.
You're already in Yellowstone.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the picture of the guy.
You're already in Yellowstone. You're featured prominently in Yellowstone. You have a love interest. You move to Texas. You fall off a horse.
I've told you, I just think that's racist against redheads. You just think we all look alike.
You look exactly like that dude. And anybody that's watched Yellowstone watching this show, they know exactly what I'm referring to.
Actually, speaking of people who could play crackheads on TV, I think we have a caller who wants to weigh in on the situation. You said your name was Mark Farkas? Is that your name, Mark Farkas?
The Big Bang Theory sucks. That show sucks major eggs. If anybody comes onto our program with Big Bang or Sheldon Geek or whatever, get lost.
See, this, if you guys don't know, this is Moser's way of trying to say he doesn't have to take PTO anymore because he was on the show.
I'm deep in the heart of the mountains. I'm going to Bears Art Show in Steamboat. I'm deep in the heart of the mountains, man. You guys can't believe the kind of traffic it's up here. It's crazy. Already on a Friday.
All right, well, Moj, you enjoy that art show.
Well, so what are you doing?
That's all.
You're doing art?
No, Bears in a 2-day art show, a big one in Steamboat Springs. I'm just a pack mule. I'm the tent guy. I'm the hanger-upper guy. I'm the putter-together guy. I'm the haul stuff with my big, strong arms kind of guy.
You're a donkey.
And by the way, Dillhole, look, man, if we had a personal chef there, I'd have a little fruit in the morning. You know, I'd have maybe a bagel, that kind of thing, and I'd be right on the air.
Moj, when we do shows at Sanctuary, you come back with a plate of bacon.
Yes.
Just all bacon.
18 straps of bacon right in front of you.
You're saying that like that's a bad thing. I think we have a miscommunication going on here, brother.
All right, bye, Moj. Enjoy the Springs.
I got it.
Bye.
No, hit him with that Stafford so we can just hit him off the air with that.
Please stop. Yes, please stop.
Moser's right, though. Big Bang Theory. So, you know why I couldn't get into Landman? I saw, like, a couple of clips from the show. Vic, the relationship that Billy Bob has with his daughter in that show made me very uncomfortable from the clips.
It's weird.
Very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that part of the show gets a little off the tracks, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Just weirded me out enough to where I was like, I think I'm going to wait on this show for a little bit.
But it's a good show. He is perfect for that role.
Anyway, we don't need to remake everything, okay? It's fine. Sometimes things just need to die off.
And by the way, Brett, if you ever start stepping out of line, I might need to add a little something to my board to set you back on track.
Bazinga! Oh, my God.
I'm a bazinga you.
That's a modern show that had a catchphrase.
Wait, what show we're referring to now?
That's Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even, who's in it?
Bazinga.
Bazinga.
That made people laugh. You like that. You like that. That makes you laugh.
Oh, look at that. Dude, my kind of humor, I'm telling you, I can't stop watching TikToks of Morgan J.
I know. I can't. By the way, Vic,
I sent it to you. Just start watching. I just can't stop watching it.
Look at this. Look at that. I'm going to tell you something that you have to know about me. You send me things sometimes, and whenever they're TikTok, I don't get them because I don't have one. And it's going to make me sign up to watch it, and I don't want to sign up.
Well, I mean, I don't know how else to get it. Maybe he's on Instagram.
Find something else. Find an Instagram or
see if I can find one on Instagram.
Twitter or something. Or a YouTube clip. Just send me a YouTube clip. Can't do TikTok. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Got Drunk Takes coming up a little bit later. So again, Summer League action last night. DaRon Holmes makes his reintroduction to the roster. Talked a bit about that. I got a couple more thoughts, by the way, and just some things that we noticed from Summer League. Along with, look, there's two ways of looking at this. I just read an article that said one thing about Bo Nix, and then I read a post from a former quarterback that said another. Two wildly different sort of points of view on the rookie year of Bo Nix and what that means moving forward going into year two. Because you can look at the stats and you can look at what the Broncos did last year and have this very rosy picture, and then there's also ways to dampen it. I want to give you both perspectives on that next.
Bazinga, punk. Now we're even.
So where do you fit on this discussion? Because I brought this article up earlier. It was the 2025 NFL offseason grades on ESPN by Seth Walder. So he put all these teams kind of in a grading system and then went 1 through 32 with it. And the Broncos were fourth. They gave them an A- this offseason. Praised them for a whole bunch of moves they made. Did say this about Bo Nix. He said, we often talk about how teams push their chips in when the quarterback is on a rookie contract, but there's no requirement to use those chips on offense. Bo Nix was fine, perhaps a little overrated in his first season, ranking 18th in QBR with quite a bit of that coming from his legs. He ranked 27th in yards per pass attempt and 28% completion percentage over expectation. He could show growth in year 2, but a team with a quarterback like Nix needs a stacked roster, and Denver has that. So that's his interpretation of Nix's first rookie season. Robert Griffin III said, after watching all of his film from last year, Bo Nix is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL.
This is from Seth Walder?
Yes.
All right, let me tell you what else Seth did. I'm looking at it right now. How do you think the Niners did in the offseason?
I think they got significantly worse.
They lost a ton of people, right?
Yeah.
He gives them a grade of A-, signed Brock Purdy to an extension, and hired Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator.
Yep, I don't get that.
So I'm done with that article. I mean, come on.
I'll say
I don't care what Seth Walder thinks.
Okay, fine. It was just two differing perspectives on Bo Nix specifically. Now, RG3 said after looking through all the film, he feels like he's the most underrated quarterback in the league. And I will say this. From a pure numbers perspective, Bo Nix, for a rookie quarterback with not a lot to work with, was pretty phenomenal last year. He finished 6th in the league in passing touchdowns with 29 to 12 interceptions. He didn't get to 4,000 yards passing, but remember, he had a rough start to the season. Like the first month was really bad for him outside of that Tampa Bay game. But he did that, and this is where we're kind of going through it, Vic. He had no threat of a rushing game at all. He had no tight end to speak of. He had one real viable option at wideout the entire year. Like, it's not a lot to work with for a guy just taking over.
I agree. That's why I'm so high on the Broncos, because I believe that he has more tools to work with. The defense has even gotten better. He's got another year of chemistry with that playbook.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, I don't want to get overexcited about this because there is such a thing as the sophomore slump. I get it. But I don't see anything. I see him moving up even better. Like, how can he not?
I don't think. How about this? Let me finish the comparison before people start screaming. Next season for the Nuggets, I don't think Jokic is going to have nearly as good of a statistical season, just raw numbers-wise, as he did the year previous.
Because other guys are going to carry more of the role.
And I think that's a great thing.
Yes.
I think the same thing can happen with Bo Nix. I don't know how much more his numbers are going to jump, but having a viable rushing attack with a really good defense, I think leads to really aiding and not hitting that second-year wall. I think that gives you such a bigger leeway for margin of error, where you aren't asking him to do everything for your offense, which at times he had to last year. You look at what he did with his legs and his arm. He had to do it.
Man, if they got a consistent run game, I mean, you gave me, what were Herbert's numbers last year? Something ridiculous. Touchdown to interception ratio was absurd.
Justin Herbert was 23 touchdowns to 3 picks.
3 picks, 23 and 3. What do you think that is? And I know that Harbaugh's a little more cautious and conservative in his approach, but he is married to the run game. He is married to it.
Totally.
And he will use it to help the quarterback.
And he's not going, and he also did something that Brandon Staley did not do. He didn't want Herbert taking a shot 40 yards downfield every other throw.
Yeah.
He's like, take the safe throw, move the chains, rely on the running game, and do it that way. It was effective.
More important? You know, I've heard this. Who do you think, what position do you think makes Bo Nix's job easier? Is it the running game or the tight end?
Running game.
Agreed.
Yeah. It's
Agreed.
running game. Like
Because if you can't run the ball, no one's going to get open.
Quarterbacks, especially in today's game, make their hay off play action. Play action only really is effective if you actually have a threat to run.
And they make their hay off down in distance. If you can run the ball on first down for 5 yards, you know how much easier 2nd and 5 is than 2nd and 9?
It's no mystery that the Broncos found themselves near the top of the league, if not at the top of the league, in 3-and-out percentage last year. It's because when you're operating, as you just mentioned, Vic, 2nd and 8 and 3rd and 7, it's really difficult to pick those up as opposed to 3rd and 2. Because if you can get yourself in a down and distance, like there's nothing better. Think about what this does. I always equate this in baseball. It's like if you get a 2-0 or a 3-1 count, like you're looking for the perfect opportunity. And if it's not there, then you just pass, right? I'm looking for a fastball down the middle or a hanging curveball. I can take it out of the park. That's what 2nd and 2 is. 2nd and 2 is I can run, I can go over the top, I can throw a screen. Everything in your playbook's available.
Well, this is what worries me. Harbaugh is committed to the run game. He's proven as much in every place he's coached. He ran the ball last season, and he did it a ton with J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins is a Bronco now. Why?
Yeah.
You ever wonder, I mean, why would they let him go?
Well, he's had
I know he had injuries. I know.
injury problems.
I know. So you're telling me, all right, the Broncos got a running back on injury problems, a linebacker with injury problems, a safety with injury problems, a tight end with injury problems.
Yes.
So the 4 main free agents they have a history of injury problems?
Well, the goal for them, I don't think, is that every single person pops. I think is that they get like 2 or 3 out of them. I think they understand that one of these guys is probably not going to hold up. But, Vic, who did they trade out J.K. Dobbins for? Do you remember?
Didn't they bring in, I'll know it when you tell me.
Old firework boy, Najee Harris.
Yes.
You know what Najee Harris has not done in his NFL career? Miss a game. In 4 years, he's played all 17 for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
But has he been as explosive even as J.K. Dobbins?
He's not been as explosive as J.K. Dobbins, but he's been reliable. And I think for them, remember, they not only got Najee Harris, they drafted Omarion Hampton in the first round as well. So I think they're looking for the explosive guy can be Hampton, but I need somebody that I know is going to be there every week, and that's going to be Najee Harris. I think
so
that's
the
what
Cowboys
they
are probably they're asking the same thing about Javonte Williams. Why did the Broncos come off Javonte Williams? Well, maybe we know something they don't. What is it?
I don't think that's a mystery. I mean, Javonte, yeah, he got hurt, but Javonte just wasn't very productive. I mean, that's why he's gone. It's why the Broncos didn't run the football very much.
The entire running back room was unproductive. What was the longest carry of the season? What was that? We talked about this already.
Oh, it was well,
like
the longest
32 yards.
It was by
a running back.
Bidet, I think.
By a running back. Because I think Nix has the longest carry of the season.
So Bidet had a 43-yarder.
Okay.
That was before he got hurt, if you remember. Outside of him and Bo Nix, who had a 32-yarder, the longest was 21.
Mm-hmm.
That was Jaleel had a 21-yard run, and Audric Estime had a 21-yard run. That's just not good enough. You know, you have to be a threat. And I think that's what the Broncos were looking for, and I think that J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey should provide at least the threat of somebody taking off an open space and making something happen. Again, you look at the top teams in the NFL last year, at least the top offenses in the NFL last year. Saquon Barkley and the Philadelphia Eagles. Could he get out in space and do some damage? Yeah. How about Baltimore, Derrick Henry? Yeah, they could. The Lions, Detroit with Jahmyr Gibbs. He could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Kyron Williams in L.A., who I think is one of the most underrated running backs in the league, by the way. He could do it. Like
You're going to love, as a Lions fan, you are going to love this new Netflix quarterback, season 2, because they talk about the buildup of the Lions from that team. That, remember, they were 0-10-1 before they beat Minnesota in that game. So they go through the history.
Oh, is that when they showed the video of the beach?
The video.
Yeah.
The video.
Uh-huh.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
The video.
Oh no, I remember, Vic. I lived through it.
Oh, but you're gonna love the show. You're gonna love the show because it just shows. You root for people like that. You root for teams like that who lived in the garbage can, right?
Yeah.
You lived at the bottom of the pile,
Right.
and a lot of those same guys fixed it.
Yeah, a lot of them did. It is funny when you look through even how the Broncos went from a bad to middling NFL team to where they are right now. Like, I'm shocked at the year that they had last year, what they were able to pull off considering the circumstances. Let's be honest, Vic. The Broncos weren't overly talented last year. They had PS2, who was a star. But if you remember before the season, we were talking about this at training camp. I remember this. It's like they have good players, but how many great ones do they have?
Yeah, but
then you started to recognize like Zach Allen is a beast, like a beast.
I was gonna say defensively, they're very talented.
It became that.
I mean, they got the defensive player of the year on their defense.
Yep. PS2 was the given, but God, man, that defensive line.
Underrated.
That being the strength of the team, I think, as an overall unit, oh my God, it helps so much. So much. DJ Jones, like guys like him being able to run stuff along with John Franklin Myers and everybody else. Your Jonathan Cooper's in a big breakout year from Benito. Like that stuff was crucial. But that's what I'm talking about. They made the main thing the last couple of years. When they were building this back, despite having that overarching, that the hanging cloud of the Russell Wilson contract over them. $85 million over 2 years that you could not spend. And they said, I'm going to invest what money we do have in offensive and defensive line, and then we're going to work out from there. And they've gotten to the point now where the last things kind of on the checklist, running back, linebacker, stuff like that, they finally get to check off. Like, I don't know how much more they could do.
Listen, I'll make it easy for you regarding the Broncos and why they turned a corner. For the first time last year in a long time, for the first time in maybe a decade, the Broncos were fun to watch.
Yes.
And that's the difference. Not just winning. And I guess winning is fun. But even the games they lost were fun.
Yep.
They had some fun games. They had some wild games. Losing on a blocked field goal in Kansas City is not fun, but wild. But they were fun to watch because they always had a chance.
They were inconsistent, but they were threatening. Like, at any given moment, even if they had like 3 or 4 bad drives in a row offensively, you always thought that they could get a big play on one of them, especially towards the end of the year. But you're right. There was an entertainment factor with them last year that existed that previously had not for a long time. Long time. So just a couple things real quick. We'll get to drunk takes at the end of the show. I'm very glad that this happened because when TNT broke up with the NBA, and the NBA is now moved to NBC and Amazon. Did you see that Amazon signed Kevin Harlan?
Yeah, I
to
saw
be
that coming.
their play-by-play guy?
Obvious.
They had to. I don't want to live in a world where Kevin Harlan's not calling my NBA games. Now, I don't know. What do you think the distribution's going to be? Did they say what they're going to do playoff-wise? Is Amazon going to be a player in the playoff game?
I think Amazon's got the play-in games.
Oh, play-in games.
They got
Gotcha.
the play-in games.
I'm still very curious. You know, it is something that everybody is kind of territorial with how their games are broadcasted. Remember in the Super Bowl where they had the new score bug and it was like driving people nuts? Mm-hmm. Any sort of slight change to the way that you present a product bothers people. And NBC, their big thing is they're bringing back Round Ball Rock and John Tesh and that sort of thing.
Dude, I am gearing up for football season like I never have before. I added in my little office downstairs. I have a television, and I tried that multi watch thing.
Yeah,
and it doesn't work out. I just added another television, so I got.
You just made your own multi.
I just made my own multi watch. So now I have 2 TVs and my computer screen. So I am ready to go. Ain't nothing getting by me this year.
What's the size?
Oh, they're smaller. I mean, they're not all huge TVs. They're smaller. I mean, because I'm sitting at my desk.
Yeah.
I don't know, 42 inches?
Are you going to why don't you just do the quad box of just 4 TVs. Put it in a square.
I can do that via my Apple TV, but I like to have...
No, I mean 4 separate TVs is what I'm talking about. You make your own
I don't
multi-view.
have enough room for that.
Oh, I got you. I've thought about it, though.
I don't sit in my garage like you do.
You know, I do. I haven't done that in a while. So I have this as I'm in the process of trying to do a basement. I found a TV.
By the way, how long is your basement? You've been trying to work. You've been working on your basement for 2 years.
I don't. But look, Vic. I don't have the cash just to throw to somebody up.
You want me to come over and throw up some walls for you?
No, the main stuff is like done. Now it's just doing the little stuff. But I got this TV because it was such a great. I got a 65-inch TV for $300 a couple months ago. Now, all right, I'm just going to get this while the deal's available. And it was Game 7 for both the Avs and the Nuggets. I forget which day. It was the first round where they both played Game 7, right? And they were on at the same time. And usually what I do is I just got one game on the big TV and I watch one on my laptop or my phone or something. And I go, I can't. And I broke out that TV and I put it up on a table next to it and I had both the games going. Vic, let me tell you something. That TV is not moved. That is staying there. I can't like not live that way now. I need to have it just like that.
I do need to ask anyone listening, watching, I need someone's assistance on this because I'm not sure what to do. So I put this second television up. And the remote for each TV affects the other television.
Oh, yeah, it's a problem. It's a real problem.
I'm turning one off and on, and the other one turns on.
What kind of TV is it?
Channel.
What kind of TV?
LG TV. They're LGs, but they have the stick. You know, they come with the stick.
Yeah.
The Amazon Fire.
Okay, here's what I think you can do. What you should do is I think there should be an app. You download it. You can download like a remote on your phone.
Yeah, I ain't reading all that. I ain't going on my phone. I'm not doing the remote on the phone. I'm not going into my phone to turn the channel. I ain't doing that. I have a remote. I want to use the remote. I'm not doing that.
You could program that one to that one specific TV is all I'm telling you.
So you mean to tell me that if I want to turn a channel, I have to go into my phone now? I am not doing that.
Well, you've seen what I do. All of these are.
I'm not doing. Just so you know, I am not going to do that. The TV manufacturer has to give me a remote that works so it doesn't affect the other television. That's what has to happen.
You've seen what I have to do for these three. These three are all Roku TVs in this studio. I have to walk up and put the remote basically right underneath the TV if I want it just to change one and not the others.
Storchio says, use the universal remote so you can switch back and forth. What the hell is the universal remote? What is that? What is the universal remote? Where do you buy do they sell universal remotes?
They're just remotes that you can program to specific TVs. That's also an option.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You just said the word program.
Well, it's just you follow very short. It's like a three program. It's like 3 steps. It's like 3 steps that you do. You hold like one button down, then you got to enter a code. That's all you got to do.
And this controls both TVs?
Well, that would control just one. I thought that's your problem. You don't want it to control both. You just want one.
Okay.
Isn't that your issue?
Yeah.
Well, that's the way you could do it.
Well, back when the TVs in studio actually had multiple channels, Brett and I used to fight over this because all the remotes control the TVs I have on my side and the TVs he has on his side. And so
Nelly makes one change. He's changing all my TVs. I was like, hey!
Yeah, he's going, hey, I had my, I don't know, do you put TNT on so you can see those reruns of Charmed every morning?
Of course I do.
See your Alyssa Milano? That's what Brett had, and then I'm over here changing the channel, and then I take Alyssa away from him, and then he's mad.
You know what's barbaric is that my kids, like my son, my daughter, they don't even watch TV. They watch everything on their phones. Everything. And I'm looking at them as they're watching shows on their phones, like normal shows, like the shows we watch.
It's tough.
I can't. I mean, I'll watch something when you have to
That's
to
where
watch
I'm at.
it, right?
Yep.
But like sitting at home watching a show on your phone? No wonder our eyes are all jacked up.
Exactly
Our eyes are jacked.
Exactly. I'm so with you. I don't know the people who do like watching a Netflix show like this, and I'm like, you got a giant TV in front of you.
Check this out. I got a TV on the edge of my pen here. I'm watching it right. When does it end?
303-504-0925. Drunk Takes coming your way next. All right, so game 2 of the Nuggets Summer League is tomorrow. Vic, is that going to be on Altitude TV as well?
Yes, sir.
Are all of these going to be on Altitude TV?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So another chance to view DaRon Holmes in another game. By the way, if you guys missed it, his first game back from a torn Achilles, he was 15 points, 4 boards, was 6 of 9 from the field and 3 of 5 from 3. Also had a block that was mixed in as well.
He looked free and fluid is the best way I can describe DaRon Holmes' game last night. I thought he looked good. I really did. I mean, it's not easy when you haven't played in a year in a game of that. It's not a big game, but it's a competitive game, and everybody's trying to beat you.
It's big for him, though. It's big for him just to get back in the swing of things. And again, for somebody who's going to be hopefully a real rotational piece of a championship caliber team, it's important to get these looks and see what he's going to be. You know, if he can be a reliable backup to Aaron Gordon at the 4, then the Nuggets could have something they haven't had in, I think, the history of the Jokic Nuggets, which is a full complement of backup players that can play the positions they were destined to, which for him would be a 4. For Jonas Valanciunas would be a 5. For Peyton Watson would be a 3. You know what I mean? Like those spots. Interesting, by the way, again, I pointed this out, and Vic's right about this. So Hunter Tyson is playing in these Summer League games. I think it's really important for him. It's sort of a crossroads of at least his Nuggets career.
Well, I was going to say important is not the word. I think it's a message. This is it.
Yeah.
This is it. Not many guys play 3 straight summer leagues. Think about that for a second.
So made the comparison that this is the final week of the NFL preseason, and the guys who are playing in that game are the guys that are like, hey, you're either on the bubble or you're in some trouble of making this roster. So Hunter Tyson has to, I think, impress at least a little bit. And let me tell you what, Vic, you give Hunter Tyson the ball, it's going towards the hoop in some form or fashion. He will shoot.
He's getting his.
But Jalen Pickett is not. Jalen Pickett seems to be very comfortably sitting with a roster spot. Now, again, played well in the sparing time that he was on the floor towards the end of last season. But I wonder what his role is going to be, especially given the fact that you said this, Vic, they don't have, outside of Pickett, a backup point guard. So maybe he's the guy.
I'm still perplexed. It's the only word I can use. Why they let Trey Alexander walk. I don't understand it. I saw the 2 that they played last night, right? The guys that they signed.
Tamar Bates and
Curtis
Jones.
And I got to be honest with you. My immediate reaction was, hey, Trey Alexander's better than these guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't understand that one.
I don't either. I mean, the guy was, what did he average, Vic? Like 24 a game in the G League?
He was the newcomer of the year in the G League. He shined last year in Summer League. Remember that?
Yeah.
He had a great summer session.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
There's got to be more to that story, and I'm not sure what that more is. Trying to find out.
You said Curtis Jones. Another guy we haven't mentioned yet. Spencer Jones plays defense like if you score, a family member dies.
Yeah, I know.
He is sprinting everywhere all the time.
This guy who knows his role, right?
But how many spots? So is Spencer Jones he's already on a 2-way, right?
He's got a 2-way. Bates has a 2-way.
Bates has a 2-way.
I think they have 1 roster spot left.
Can they use that on anybody, or is it just a 2-way roster spot?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look and see how many availables they have.
Yeah, bottom line is, it was good to see DaRon Holmes back out on the floor. And look, he's doing the thing that I think intrigued the Nuggets in the first place, which is he is not scared to shoot the 3. He's very effective at shooting the 3, and he's got a really quick release for a big man. You know, Jokic, when he lets a 3 go, it's got sort of like that Tebow wind-up to it, where I mean, he's tall enough where it doesn't affect it all that much, but it takes him a while to get the ball like from here to out of his hand. Hey, Holmes is just catch and boom, it's gone.
One thing I know about the Nuggets this season, all right, so the foundational pieces of a David Adelman team, they're going to really stress moving around defensively. They're going to stress how we saw last night. They're moving with their heads cut off defensively. They're going to stress more half-court execution and less just run it up the court. Just execute. And they're going to get off more three-point shots.
Yeah.
By hook or by crook. Remember, they always finish near the bottom of the league in three-point shots attempted. They want to improve that number. So it's one thing to say it. They went out and got Cam Johnson. He shoots 7 a game, one more than MPJ did last year.
Yep.
So he shoots more. Hardaway Jr., I think he throws up 6 a game as a backup. Who doesn't get that many minutes. He's going to shoot more.
Yeah.
Valanciunas will shoot some threes.
Yeah.
So the goal is to jack up some threes to play the numbers game.
That's the funny thing. When we talked about this heading into last season, I remember so many times I was like, guys, they don't shoot threes because they're not good at it. Now, they improved last year. When you got AG shooting, what did he finish with? Like 43% last year?
He finished above 40, so did Joker.
And so did Joker. That changed some things, but they just weren't very effective at it, so they weren't going to bring that type of volume. They should be able to this year. They've filled out their roster with guys who can shoot. And now at least it's going to be an option to them. Do I see them becoming like the Celtics? I don't think they'll ever be that because they're too effective inside.
And frankly, shooting that many after a while, it's like, gosh, it's on an offense.
Yeah, it's like almost counterproductive. But they are like, that's the thing, Vic. Offense, now in the playoffs that changed, but during the regular season, they were one of the most effective offenses in the league. So it didn't affect you all that much. But God, when you couldn't get, you really noticed it, Vic, against OKC, when you couldn't operate in the paint as well as you were used to, and you had to make shots, they just couldn't. Couldn't last year. So getting guys who can shoot, incredibly.
I got to ask you a sports business question because I know you are a master of sports business.
Of course, yeah.
Questions. I just read
Brett
here
the
that
businessman. That's what they call me.
Nike stock is down 58%. I remember growing up when if you had a pair of Nikes, it was the end. I mean, like you never, don't mess with my shoes. Right?
Yeah.
These are not, then Jordan came along.
You're a baller.
What happened? What happened to the brand? I mean, it's still a successful
Still
brand.
huge.
Yeah, but it's not what it used to be. What do you think that is? I have a theory.
My theory would be people aren't willing to spend $200 on shoes anymore.
I don't think it's even that because I think people will spend a lot of money on shoes if they like them. I think the onset of these smaller companies that have come about via social media, I mean, like the On shoe, right? That came across. Who invented this? We're this a Swiss company,
or what, like Hey Dudes or something like that, or whatever.
All these shoes that have come out of nowhere, and they're actually more expensive than Nikes.
Now, Vic, sometimes they're made of cardboard when they get to your house.
I was going to say, if you rely on social media to buy your shoes, be very careful. Oh, did you get the fake Zins I left you?
I did. I don't really notice a difference.
Your mouth must be made of cardboard.
I guess.
What do you mean you don't notice a difference?
I mean, there is a difference. I thought it was going to be like insane. It wasn't like you built it up like I was going to be blown away at how different they were.
I know instantly. As soon as you don't notice the difference in
They're a little bit
counterfeits?
more sticky is what I'd call them.
They're disgusting.
Well, beggars can't be choosers, Vic.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes. Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We're slowing down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Imagine if my name was Mark Farkas. How bad would that suck? God.
Mark Fark.
I'm Mark Farkas. That's just a dork. You know what? I'd kick my own butt. My name was Mark Farkas.
Mark Farkas is a bad name.
Marcus Farkas is worse.
Marcus Farkas, yes, that is worse. By the way, I met Farkas, by the way, last week when he came to pick up his stuff. What's next, Nelly?
He was a total
feet in
stud.
the pedals. Brett, you ever had your feet pedaled or taped? You ever had your feet pedaled?
You ever had your feet pedaled?
You ever pedal some feet?
No. Can't say I've had the pleasure. What's next?
What is this? What are we doing? We're bodily function competitions? What's next? Competitive crapping? What are we doing?
All righty then.
What did I miss? What was that about?
Vic was mad about the hot dog eating contest.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so tired of it.
I am too. It's like
Every
okay.
year, guy gorges, and everybody's like, what an athlete.
I'll tell you what, one of the guys that drives me the most nuts, the dude with the straw hat that's the MC of that thing, that guy, no thank you. What's next?
I did get tired of that Roadrunner. I was getting tired of his
Yeah.
look. I mean, he's like, all right, let's go ahead and hammer this guy.
Little too arrogant. Too arrogant for me.
Take him out. Break his legs. The Coyote's getting his ass kicked every single day for our pleasure, our entertainment. Roadrunner's running around, boink, boink.
Yeah, it's meep, meep, not bloink, bloink. All right, one more, Nelly. Go ahead.
Did you guys see the reaction from Cam Johnson and Tim Hardaway on the Old Man in the Tree podcast?
Is that the Old Man and the Three?
Is that what it is? Oh, it is.
Did you say the tree?
I did.
The Old Man and the Fur.
First of all, it's called The Young Man in the Tree. Or is it The Old Man in the...
Oh, good Lord.
That podcast.
The Old Man and the Tree. It does sound like some book written in 1887. All right. Everybody, you have a wonderful weekend. We will talk to you all on Monday. Love you very much.
Ciao.
Bye.
Like, you don't really have an alternative right now.
Sandra Mamukal... I can't pronounce this. Mamukalashvili. Mamukalashvili.
Holmes. No, Bruno. Lindahl emphatically giving the Nuggets a 2-point lead with 5 seconds remaining.
2 seconds later.
Jackson to inbound. He finds Bouye. Liddell all over him. The step over. He gets it up for the win. Bouye with the booyah. The Bucks win on the buzzer beater.
Just my teammates had confidence in me. My coach had confidence in me. I walked out the huddle and I asked, should I shoot a 2 or a 3? And coach said, go for the win. So that's what I tried to do.
That was a play was to get the ball to you and try to get to your best spot and get to your bag, as the kids like to say.
Absolutely. Like the playground, like playing with my brothers when I was a kid, man. Dream come true, man.
Some audio from last night's Summer League game between Milwaukee and Denver. The Nuggets fall by 1 to the Bucks. Bummer.
Nice open there.
But
that felt very important. Listening to that, I'm like, KJ, was that like game 7 of the NBA Finals?
Was that real
or was
basketball?
that game 1 of the Summer League?
Hey,
Jamare Booyah.
DaRon Holmes played 25-ish minutes.
Love it, man.
He put up a solid stat line, had 15 points, a block, 4 rebounds. He was 6 of 9 from the floor, 3 of 5 from beyond the arc from the 4, maybe stretch 5 in a small ball situation this year for the Nuggets. Now, I liked how he looked. It definitely had shades of, I haven't played basketball in over a year, and I'm a little bit nervous about testing my Achilles, which makes me think for the rest of Summer League, I don't want to see him play in 25 minutes. I want you to treat DaRon Holmes with kid gloves. Because I did see a little bit of I wouldn't say it was labored, but it was bordering on. So I think he is a very integral piece to the second unit this year for a team that has championship aspirations.
Agreed.
Which means I saw 24 minutes last night. I liked it. Let's cut that down by 5 to 10.
What I want to see is smart minutes. Because if you do cut it down, say it's to 15, it's more important with a recovery and a return to play protocol for those minutes to make a whole bunch of sense from the perspective of when those minutes are spaced out. You don't want to play 7 early, sit, 8 late.
Let everything tense up a little bit, cool down.
Yeah, and so you love maybe starting him out so he goes through normal warm-ups, see how long he can get stretched, how he looks, and then maybe it's halftime. Do the same thing on the other side of halftime after another good activation of warm-up and then shut him down. It's about intelligent usage of DaRon Holmes rather than it is like the exact minutes, I think. And that's the thing that when you're a coach of athletes that are coming back from traumatic injuries, whether it be ACLs, Achilles tendons, there is a lot of pressure on you as a coach. And I'm feeling it right now because one of my most important players is coming back from his second ACL. He's a really good player. He's a really good kid. He's had a really tough career because he hasn't been able to play in his sophomore and junior seasons of high school football. He's a ball player. He's a college football player. He's got the ability to be that. And so I always think about it, how am I using him in practice? When am I using him in practice? And am I being consistently intelligent so as not to put him into a position where he is cold, he's been sitting on the shelf, and then I say, hey, jump in there. Billy, time to go in there and play running back. And then all of a sudden you have a violent cut and your body's not warmed up to handle it. And boom, senior year gone. So I think about that a lot. And I do it less with, I think sometimes with as a coach or even as a fan or as an analyst, Raj, you watch somebody who's come back from a traumatic injury and there's this sense of, oh gosh, please just don't happen again. And it's dread. Whereas I think if you go to the science of it, and DaRon Holmes has clearly gotten really good care, really good orthopedic surgery, really good physical therapy and return to play protocols, that we don't see all that stuff. We just saw when the injury was last year during Summer League and then all of a sudden last night. So there's a lot that has happened that has filled in the blanks. And so DaRon Holmes' return to play, I think trust it, but be intelligent with the minutes and the usage.
We got some comforting words from David Adelman as he says he sees Jonas Valanciunas as a guy who's a point center. Don't need to add an actual point guard in the lineup, much like you really don't with Nikola in the lineup. I know you have Jamal there, but they're fine even without having a true point when you play your starting five. Adelman talking about Valanciunas in that way makes me feel a little bit better about the whole situation. I'm not going to open up that oyster yet again because nothing has truly changed about it. But if you've got your head coach starting to think about how he's truly going to use that player, these two sides they're too useful to one another. The Nuggets to Valanciunas and Valanciunas to the Nuggets.
It can't become combative.
Right.
For either party. The Nuggets can be a little bit more of the Debo on the block than Valanciunas can. Meaning like, not a bully, but they can be like, hey, listen, you want to act crazy? We still hold your contractual rights. Whereas Jonas Valanciunas doesn't really have any real leverage over the Nuggets outside of saying, yeah, I'm just not going to play. If that's the case, guess what? You get the entire relief of the contract. If he just flat out says, I'm not playing. It's as simple as that, right?
It certainly is. Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. You can watch us on Twitch, also on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio. You won't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, which is a daily recap of the best stuff. So you won't miss it from Denver's #1 in sports talk. Again, Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Hit the little red subscribe button. Today, join in the chat room with all of our friends. Speaking of friends, I have found, and I should have known this earlier, Coach, I have found a subset of sports fan that is as sensitive, if not more sensitive, than hockey guy. And I can say, right, I'm hockey guy. What is hockey guy known for? He's known for, or she is known for this. You don't talk about my...
Or Raj, or they.
Or they.
Just to keep it right.
Okay, that's fine.
Keep it in the hockey guy, hockey gal sphere.
Hockey person.
Hockey they. Keep going.
They are known for, you don't talk about my sport enough. And then when you talk about their sport, if it's not in the exact way that they want you to talk about the sport, then it's shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. Stop talking about my sport. I have found, thank you. I have found a subset of sports fan that is just as bad, if not worse. And that is CU/Dion Hawk. You don't talk about the Buffs enough, but when you talk about Dion and you listen to what Dion says, and then you make an opinion based off of what he says, but it doesn't sit in lockstep of we're going to bow at the altar of Deion Sanders and, let's take a term from you, glaze the living hell out of everything that he does. If you don't do that, then it's shut up, stop talking about my team.
Who are these people? That's my question. Who actually are these people?
I don't know.
Are they real? Are they actual,
because
tangible,
apparently I pissed off a lot of people when we talked about Dion yesterday.
Because we're talking about basically Twitter. X is where it all lives.
I know.
It doesn't live really in our own text thread. It doesn't live in our Twitch feed. It doesn't live in the YouTube comments. It lives on X. And it is a overwhelming, who in the world is this pipsqueak with frosted tip hairs?
I'm a small guy.
Frosted tip hairs. Nope. It's on X.
I don't have frosted tips. I've never had frosted
tips. I know. I like putting that out there so people visualize a Jersey Shore iteration of Raj back in 2008.
Gym tan laundry. I had longer hair back in I had very long hair in 2008.
Really?
Yeah.
Hockey guy.
Yeah, you got to have a little bit of lettuce. You go through a little bit of that, right?
Would you throw product in it and make your lettuce turn into salad?
No.
Okay.
Just let it go natural.
You were just a pure flowing hair. So you never tossed.
I never
zhuzhed
it.
You never tossed your lettuce.
No.
Okay, good. Continue.
You were?
You can't help yourself, can you? You can't.
What'd I do? Just having fun.
The other
Friday,
thing
man.
that
happy Friday too.
Yeah, Fridays are good things. When you talk about Dion in that light, and the reason why you get the blowback on it is because every time that Dion opens up his mouth, I am looking for, okay, what's the hidden meaning in all of this, right? And this isn't new. I'm not acting like it's new. I should have just known this going into it, right? Travis says add Greek basketball fans to that list for people who get a little, get their feelings hurt.
What the common denominator in both of those fan bases? is that Vic Lombardi can't get them out of his head. And both of those fan bases live rent-free in Vic Lombardi's head.
When Dion goes to say you can't compete with $25 to $30 million rookie classes, I think it would be dumb not to try and read into what he's saying. And the way that I read that is, unless you give me $25 million to spend on a freshman class, we are not going to win along the likes of the Ohio States and the Michigans and the Texases. When I spoke about this yesterday, what did I say? We have to be very, very clear with who Colorado is as compared to the SEC and the Big Ten. They are the have-nots compared to the haves. And Dion wants to be a have. Dion's always been a have. Always. Prime has always been a have. And eventually, unless he gets that type of backing from someone or a group of someones at CU, the allure of being a have in college football, it might be too much for him, right? I know I've been saying this for the better part of 2 years. It hasn't been years, but
there were a lot of people that slid into.
Oh, you've been saying about this for 4 years. Like, he's been here for 2 years.
This has been going on for years.
The other thing
wasn't happening in 2022. They weren't talking about Coach Prime leaving the Buffs when we were 1-11.
The other thing is his contract extension, while, yes, record-breaking for Colorado, it kind of means nothing.
I've learned that.
Right?
I've learned that the hard way. My dad got a contract extension after his 4th year of being the head football coach at UNLV. And he got fired after his 5th. So, like, optically, you're like, wait, hold on. You just gave this guy an extension. Let's talk about it right here in our own backyard. Michael Malone gets a massive contract extension.
Yeah, well, he's being paid through 2027, something like that.
How long ago was that extension, Raj? We were actually on the air.
Like a year ago-ish?
Yep. See the head coach of the Denver Nuggets anymore?
He's no longer the head coach, and he's still being paid. And
do not fall into this stupid trap as a sports fan of saying, he just got extended. Oh, Russell Wilson. He had a massive extension that he never played a down on for the Denver Broncos. So why are we using this as an argument? Well, look at the contract. They wouldn't have signed that. Guys, what happens a lot, just so you know, because I've lived this world and I've had my contract extended, I've had it changed and altered. A lot of times, the university or the franchise optically wants to give you a quote unquote, an air quote extension so that you can continue to recruit. You know what they do a lot of times when they give you an extension that even has more money on it? They reduce the buyout. And I'm not saying that at all that that's what is happening with Coach Prime. But there's a reason why they did that extension the way they did it, because it made sense for CU to protect their. And that's all the backside of the language. We don't know all the minutia underneath the surface of what an extension looks like. And guys, this isn't just a Coach Prime thing and a CU thing. It's an everywhere thing. Extensions mean nothing.
Sanders would owe CU $12 million if he terminates the contract before the end of this year, which is not going to happen. It would be $10 million on the same date, New Year's Eve of 2026 next year. It drops down to $6 million the following season in 2027.
So that is to terminate?
That's to terminate. If you were to take another job in collegiate football or take a job in the professional ranks.
So you're saying is it annually that you would collect that, or is that the total buyout?
I think that's the total buyout.
And what's the total terms of the contract? If you go years on average annual value.
$54 million over 5 years.
It's a pretty good contract for CU.
Right. He's
not getting
for the
fired.
organization.
Just
he's
so
not,
it's clear.
No.
Just so everybody knows this.
He's too smart to get fired for cause.
He's not. There's no way that he's getting fired.
No, there's no reason.
In any universe.
He's good for the.
So if
he
anybody's
is good
listening
for
right
the
now
program.
and they think that Raj and I are advocating that he's going to get fired in the next year or two, that's not happening. We're talking about if he walks or not.
Right.
And that's the contract part that I'm interested. Because there were some. I'm not a contract expert. I don't look into contracts. It'd be petty of me, but I'd heard some things about a contract. The first contract of Coach Prime was that if he retired from football, coaching football, he would have been paid out the remainder of the terms on that first contract. And I don't know if that's the case on the second one. That's an incredible contract. Like, that's the
inner situation and how he talks about the landscape of college football. And this is a CU thing for me, not a Dion thing for me. Like, if you listen to what I'm actually saying, I firmly believe that Deion Sanders is a wonderful thing for the university that way. My viewing life, my active sports consuming life. The CU Buffs kind of sucked. They were kind of worthless for
Raj?
For the vast majority of my viewing life.
Gosh, man.
The mid 2000s, the mid 2010s.
2022, Raj?
Sure, coach. Gosh. I wasn't going to do it. You did it to yourself.
You know what, though? We had fun.
Right, but I'm also having fun with Dion right now, right? I'm also having fun with Deion
No, he
Sanders.
didn't have fun. 1 and 11
when he says those things about $25 to $30 million freshman classes, unless CU changes something, unless there is some crazy investor, some booster that comes in, some Dave Portnoy that comes in and is willing to spend $10 million on one player.
Some Elon Musk comes in.
Funny, I get it.
His brother apparently lives in Boulder and owns a restaurant.
I would think that even if it's not Dion in that, it's John Q. Smith, head coach of the CU Buffs. If he doesn't get that, I know. If he doesn't get that.
I just pointed at the clock like, Raj, we're 17 minutes over our break time. Continue your thought.
If any head coach doesn't get the backing and is looking at other programs and says, I want that, and then another program comes in and goes, you come over to us, we'll give it to you. I'm not going to have any loyalty to the other program.
He's not coaching another college football team. I'm just telling you that right now. It's NFL
Never say never.
It's NFL or he's back to the media space. That's what I think.
All right, I can't get this upset and worked up about CU. I just can't do it. Can't do it. That's Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, it's Altitude 92.5.
You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
Take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. It's a Friday edition of the Morning Sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson's behind the glass, Alex Ryanemi. Wishing you guys a wonderful start to your weekend here. Been talking a little bit about NBA Summer League. DaRon Holmes plays basketball for the first time in like 370 days on the same court where he popped his Achilles, and he puts in 15 points. Overreacting about things that Deion Sanders says, because it's July 11th, and I enjoy doing those things. Something we missed yesterday happened right after we got off air. The Avalanche extend Josh Manson 2 years at $3.95 million.
I love the move.
I think I like it too.
Yeah. Physical, big. Blue
yeah,
liners.
I mean his analytics numbers aren't, he's not Cale Makar. Like from a
he's not
puck possession standpoint.
He is not an offensive minded D-man.
No, but he does have like Manson, for being 6'3", 220 and being a stay-at-home defenseman, has the ability to, what he kind of reminds me of like prime era Eric Johnson. Eric Johnson's a big dude, good two-way defender. And just after Johnson like hit 30 years old or so, you would still see these spurts of end to end where he'd puck carry, gain the zone, net drive a little bit, and he'd do something like crazy skillful with the puck, and you'd go, oh, that's the reason why he was a number 1 overall draft pick out of Minnesota. Like, I get it now. Manson has that in him. It's not to the level that Eric Johnson
How high
did.
was Manson drafted?
I think Manson was a second rounder.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
A real prospect.
Right. But, comes from NHL bloodlines. Like his dad was a big-time enforcer in the league. He's a mean dude to play against. I don't remember when Manson was drafted. It was so long ago. I think he was a second rounder. I could be wrong. He's a 6th rounder. Holy smokes. All right. Never mind. Super deep. But I like the deal. You didn't have to do it this year. You could have waited till next offseason, but we know that the cap's going to expand to $104, $105 million. Therefore, it's going to cost more to keep a second or a third pairing D-man in. It's about an 8%, 8.5% savings on what that projected contract extension would have been next offseason.
Is Manson right now your best stay-at-home D-man? And almost your only one that you have coming back in 2025?
Yeah, because like you're not gonna call Devon. He's a two-way defender.
Two-way defender.
Yeah.
Cale Makar is a
offensive, if not just all-around two-way freak.
Yep.
Sam, offensive defenseman. Both Sam's offensive defensemen.
Skaters.
Brent Burns at this point in his career.
Brent Burns is stay-at-home.
He really hasn't been during his career. He's more of an offensive defenseman. He's a guy that's just like big shot production, but at 40 years old, do you want him to do that? The answer is probably no.
Is 40-year-old Brent Burns have some enforcer vibes to him?
The numbers from last year with Carolina would say no.
Okay. Does that have anything to do with stylistically the way Carolina plays?
100%. And
puck's just always moving. Very rarely do you even get into a space where you can be that enforcer.
Like his blocked shots and his check numbers are lower than what Sam Girard's were last year. But I also believe that is a veteran player in Brent Burns at 38, 39 going, if I'm playing 21 and a half minutes at this age, I have to exert my energy in very smart ways. Like Carolina played Brent Burns like crazy. And it's not 2017 Norris Trophy winning Brent Burns. This is a player with a lot of miles on those skates. And I think that's Burns going, if I'm playing north of 20 minutes, I'm not going to exert energy going out of my way to hit dudes or going out of my way to block shots. Now, if he plays 14 minutes with the Avs per night, which I think is what's going to be the sweet spot for him, I firmly believe those hit numbers and those block shot numbers are going to go through the roof.
Is being the netminder
comparatively
for the Carolina Hurricanes similar to being hired as the defensive coordinator for an air raid head coach like Mike Leach or Lincoln Riley, where you just feel like you're going to continually get fired because of the style of play. It doesn't allow you to shorten the time of game. Like being a netminder in Carolina, the puck's always moving, forecheck, but there's going to be a lot of shots on goal. There's going to be a lot of peppering of the net.
Carolina's kind of middle of the road.
Really?
They're like Colorado. I think they give up almost the exact same amount of shots per game last year, like 25-ish, something like that. It's a team that moves and it's a team that loves to skate, but they're not like Toronto.
Okay.
Where Toronto is all offense all the time and we're going to win 5-4 hockey games. They're more middle of the road. Burns is going to a similar situation. Carolina and Colorado were like, those are two organizations that look at hockey kind of the same way. But Colorado, as a major screw
25
you
shots
to,
per game.
There you go.
24,
major
25.
Screw you to Carolina is we have the guy. We have multiple the guys who are going to go out and win a game. Carolina has never had that player. That's the reason why they traded for Mikko Rantanen, thinking that he was going to be their 100-point player, their 50-goal scorer that they like literally haven't had. I think it was a good deal for the Avs. Like, sure, are you paying for an age 36 season with Manson that isn't going to be all that great? Yeah. But I don't know if you're paying for, I don't know if you can only look at this deal as a value contract. You have to look at the deal as, do we have an archetype that looks like Josh Manson, not only on the active roster, but in the pipeline? And the answer is a stark no. Josh Manson is kind of one of one right now with the Avalanche, and you can't afford to let that guy go because as we saw this year in free agency, that archetype doesn't really come along in free agency. Right? There was one dude this year. It was Vlad Gavrikov, and he cost you $8 million.
We established he wasn't even like a top 25 defenseman.
Yeah, he's a top 40 defenseman.
Right.
Something like
and
that.
you were talking about him like he was
I love how he plays. Don't get me wrong.
Hockey.
I love how he plays.
But he would have been good.
But I also love how Josh Manson plays.
Right.
Now, Manson's regular season last year was not good. He was injured, and when he was on the ice, he was not good. In the 7-game series against Dallas, he was excellent. Excellent. So I'm happy they used that money to extend a guy like Manson, who's beloved in the locker room, has a Stanley Cup championship, is mean, physical, would be willing to fight if he needs to, and steps up his game in the postseason when it gets muddier and more difficult in front of your own net. I would rather them do that than have spent that money on Ryan Lindgren.
The pairing for Josh Manson would be Sam Girard. Third pairing would
Malinsky,
be Burns. I like it.
It's pretty good.
Pretty solid.
It's solid. You still have 4 and change of cap space to work with if you want to make a trade. Now, they're going to want to keep some of that because it's almost guaranteed that Brent Burns is going to hit his salary incentive boost, which is like, it's so funny. Brent Burns has to play 10 games. That's it. 10 games to earn an extra $3 million this year. Good for him.
So in all 3 of your D pairings, as you go into the season, you have at least one larger.
You have the best pairing in the league at number 1. And it doesn't matter what the size of those two defensemen
they're
are.
So technically advanced.
It's the best defensive pairing in the league from an offensive and a defensive standpoint.
And Devon Taves is not a small human. He's still a 6'1", 190-pound player. I mean, he's not. McCarr's what? Similar size, maybe a little bit.
He's a little bit shorter.
Yeah, 6-footer. 185.
Yeah, like Kale's not small by any stretch of the imagination, and he hits. Like his reverse checking is awesome. So you have the best pairing in the world in McCarr in Taves. Then you follow that up with, a very small guy, but an incredibly effective puck mover in Sam Girard. But now you pair him with meat. And then your third pairing, which is Sam Malinsky, who you're hoping takes that next step this year.
Also a good skater.
Good puck mover, great shot on Sam Malinsky.
Got some juice.
Which is something that Girard doesn't have. Like, Girard gets his shots blocked all the time.
Yeah.
Girard's got a muffin. Malinsky does not. Malinsky has a laser beam. But you pair Malinsky with veteran meat. So I like how they're starting to build this thing.
Which
I'm very happy with it.
Which really wasn't fully the case last year. They tried it with Lindgren, and it just never really materialized.
No, it didn't. I see some
Who's the big boy, too? The massive human being?
Keaton Middleton.
They tried it with Middleton, just the pace wasn't there.
No,
the ability
he's got
to change
some slow
direction.
boots. But Middleton works hard, man. Like, there's a chance that Middleton might be able to break through just a little bit. Like, he's not Curtis McDermott. Middleton is far more effective than Curtis McDermott is.
He's like a 6'6", 6'7",
dude. Keaton Middleton is a behemoth.
He's 27 years old, 6'6", 240. It's a big dude.
But he doesn't span the ice well. He's prone to turnovers.
What I don't like about Keaton Middleton, just the eye test, and this is a bit more of a football term.
What's that?
Change your direction.
Yeah. At 6'6", 240, it's going to be tough to find those guys that can turn on a dime.
The old COD.
For sure.
Not Call of Duty. Change of direction. That's important. Like when you're playing as offensive minded of a brand of hockey that you play in the Avs, like you've got to be able to flip your hips and get back and be in position to be a shot blocker.
I think he's going to play a lot of games during the regular season, Middleton. They still believe that they can get something out of him. I believe that they can get something out of him, but do you want him to be the everyday number 6 on the team? The answer is probably no. It's the reason why you bring in a guy like Burns. I see a lot of text messages coming in, and people have asked me on Twitter, like, what about Eric Johnson? What's happening with Eric Johnson? It's an interesting situation. Would EJ be willing to pay for the veteran or play for the veteran minimum? I think the answer is a unequivocal yes. He loves it here. He lives here. He wants to retire here. I think if he wanted to go into television with altitude, he would have a job tomorrow.
You're listening right now, EJ? We'd love to have you on right now.
Of course.
Come on down.
I don't know if Eric Johnson would get more than 35 games this year in the regular season. Like he's at the end of his rope. Do I want him in the room? The answer is yes. But you have to make sure that signing him to the veteran minimum doesn't disallow you from grabbing someone either still this offseason via trade or free agency or at the trade deadline.
Does the EJ playing for the Avs in 2025 conversation feel a little bit like should DeAndre Jordan have played for the Denver Nuggets in 2024? Where you love him. He's a great locker room guy, but he's just not going to give you much at all on the floor. And there becomes diminishing returns.
It's a very similar conversation. I think Eric Johnson has more to give you from a actual playing standpoint than DeAndre Jordan did. Yeah. He does.
What's his deficiency?
Foot speed. Foot speed.
Kind of the same thing with DeAndre, right? DeAndre's game was such a vertical base game when he was at his best as a player with the Clippers.
And Eric Johnson was he was a 200-foot defenseman. That's why when I talked about the ability for Manson to have those little spurts that you go, oh wow, like he's way more skilled than he should be at his size and his typical defensive archetype. When you look at EJ when he was in his late 20s and his early 30s, man, that was there's a reason why they call him the Condor. The reach, but the ability to cover ground.
Rush, we love titles around here, right?
Sure.
Why not give EJ a title? Senior Associate Director of Blue Line Analysis. Make him a coach. And then he doesn't count against your cap. You can pay him whatever you want. Keep him in the room. Give him the leadership.
I'm okay with that.
Senior Associate Director of the Blue Line Analyst.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emy. The ESPN top 10 list continue to roll on. They come out with the tight ends.
No Broncos there.
Spoiler, there's not a Bronco on the tight ends. We'll go through that list. Also, I found an NFL all-quarter century defensive team. There's a whole bunch of Broncos littered on this thing. We'll talk about it next. You can order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. Proud partners of the Altitude Sports Radio Twitch stream. Twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Joining in the chat room. What's up, friends? How are you? Coach Mike Sanford's over there. KJ's behind the glass today.
Hey, how are you?
How are you? Okay, ESPN has been throughout the week giving us their top 10 at every position. And we've seen Nick Bonito come up as an honorable mention. We've seen Zach Allen come up as an honorable mention. We've seen Pat Surtain come atop the defensive back rankings. Now we get into tight ends. We do not get a Bronco in the top 10. However, Evan Ingram was the 4th listed honorable mention tight end in this group. So
we're in the top. We're in the top 15 now.
We are in the top 15
of NFL tight ends
without having a guy for the last 6 years. So I'm happy about that. Last
quick
10
question.
years.
Who's the tight end played for the Seahawks last year?
Noah Fant.
Fant. Is he in that list?
No.
Can't be, right?
No. Noah Fant is not on the list.
God, that was a bust of a pick, wasn't it?
Big bust of a pick. There were a couple of drafts in there that were not great.
That was not a good one.
No. Okay, your honorable mention tight ends, according to ESPN, then I'm going to get into CBS's all-defensive quarter-century team, which I was really intrigued about. Jonnu Smith, and this is in reverse order. So from
10.
Worst to best honorable mentions, then we'll get into the top 10. Jonnu Smith.
Which production-wise, stat-wise, just last season, off the charts.
Jake Ferguson with Dallas.
Jared Ferguson.
Cole Kmet with Chicago, who I think is primed for a breakout year if Caleb Williams can figure it out.
He was with me at Notre Dame. He's a youngster. Good kid.
Tell me about Cole Kmet as a player.
Really good player. I think a true... So at the time, we had 2 tight ends at Notre Dame that were our current NFL players. Durham Smythe, who's a starting tight end, at least was last year, for the Miami Dolphins until Jonnu Smith's emergence. Cole Kmet is like a guy that can block, but actually a good comp for him is Zach Ertz as a receiver, but not quite there.
All right.
Zach Ertz had really, really crazy instincts as a route runner. He wasn't very fast. Like he wasn't a blazer, but he just could create separation, understood how to break down leverage. Cole Kmet's got some of that in his game. He could be a 50-50 high point red zone type guy. He's a good player and a tremendous young man.
Evan Ingram is the next tight end on the list, above Cole Kmet and below Hunter Henry. This is what an NFC executive says about Ingram. Persistent matchup issue due to his athletic ability and explosive plays. He's gotten more polished and dependable throughout his career.
I love this right here. You just said Cole Kmet poised for a breakout. You know who they drafted?
Who they
the
drafted?
Bears.
They drafted tight end this year?
Yeah, in the first round.
No.
Remember, ahead of Tyler Warren.
Who's the kid?
I'm trying to think.
Who's the tight end that they drafted?
He was the Michigan tight end. Colston Loveland.
Okay, never mind. I take it back.
They'll use both.
All right.
They'll use both.
I completely forgot that Chicago drafted a tight end this year.
And they took him ahead of Tyler Warren.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe he's not poised for a break.
No, they're both really good players.
All right. Hunter Henry, Pat Freiermuth of Pittsburgh. Now,
Hunter Henry of still New England?
Still New England. Okay. Freiermuth in Pittsburgh. Now he's going to be sharing those duties with new Steeler, Jonnu Smith, as he's departed Miami there.
Hunter Henry, quick little story.
Yes.
I recruited the state of Arkansas when I was the recruiting coordinator at Sanford. I was obsessed with trying to go find the next great Stanford tight end because there were so many of them in that era. I found Hunter Henry in Little Rock, Arkansas at Pulaski Academy, which is notoriously famous for the head coach Kevin Kelly that never punted. That it was go for it every single fourth down. Every single kickoff was an onside kick.
Well, that's kind of
every single touchdown was followed by a 2-pointer, and they've won every game. They played like a crappy level of high school football. It was like Division 10 in the state of Arkansas. So I went to this academy, tried to recruit Hunter Henry. Awesome young man, great physical attributes. Got him to come out to Stanford on an official visit. He brings his father with him. His dad is a pastor at a megachurch in Little Rock, Arkansas. When he found out the real politics of Sanford, California, in the Bay Area, they got on a return flight pretty quickly.
You lost that recruit
Listen,
pretty
hey, listen, son, I'm not going to allow you to be out here with all these sinners, all these bad people out here in the Bay Area.
Did he end up going to Arkansas?
He ended up going to University of Arkansas.
All right. It's okay.
It's tough, man.
I think you're still a pretty good dude for
I tried,
spending
man.
time at Stanford.
I tried my best. I even took him to the Stanford Memorial Chapel.
All right, continuing on. Dalton Kincaid, the highest ranked honorable mention. Let's get into the top 10. David Njoku, Dallas Goedert at number 9, Isaiah Likely at 8 for Baltimore, TJ Hawkinson down to 7 with Minnesota, Mark Andrews at number 6 with Baltimore. I think Andrews is ranked higher than he should be. I think Mark Andrews is coming to the cliff. Like, I would have put Hawkinson with the ability to jump up with J.J. McCarthy this year.
Even then, you have Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews, who are at least top 12 tight ends in the National Football
I'm not
League.
saying he's bad, but I think he's at the end of his rope.
That could very easily be the case of Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland. Because Cole Kmet is not an old player.
That's your 10 through 6. Number 5 at 35 years old, Travis Kelce starts your top 5. Number 4, Trey McBride, Colorado State's very own.
What a fall from grace for Travis Kelce.
Of Arizona. He's 35 and he's got like 3 Super Bowl rings.
I bet
he's dating Taylor Swift. Let's not call it a fall from grace.
And he looks like a bag of milk. Should we body shame all of the Chiefs?
No, we love a bag of milk. We are a fan of bag of milk
Oh,
bodies.
yeah, but you know why? Because bands make her dance.
No doubt, baby. Like Alexander Ovechkin, like you score 44 as a bag of milk. We are fans of bag of milk.
Yeah, Raj has actually been subscribing to the theory, get a dad bod sooner than later because you'll be more like Alexander Ovechkin or Travis
You
Kelce.
will be more athletic than your
Patrick
six-pack
Mahomes.
friends.
Correct.
No doubt. Number 3, Sam Laporta.
You know what they're built for? They're built for looks. They're built for the runway. You and I are built for the field or the ice.
You and me?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Travis Kelce, but it's you and me.
Yeah, there we go.
Number 2, George Kittle. And number 1 ranked tight end in the land, Brock Bowers.
He would have been pretty nice to have.
Sure? Well, he would have been nice to have, but like, who would you rather have on the team right now?
Both.
You weren't going to get both.
Could have.
No.
Yep.
Tell me how you get both Brock
Because
and Bo.
nobody wanted to draft Bo Nix, not named Sean Payton in the first round.
So you could have traded back in?
Yep. Would you take both right now?
Oh, 100% I would take both right now.
But according to DMac, you wouldn't have gotten the exact same Bo Nix if you drafted him after 12. He wouldn't have been same Bo because you're not committed to him. And there's some truth to that.
Well, what do you mean you're not committed to him? Like, Lamar Jackson was the 32nd pick of the draft.
But he was Baltimore's first pick.
Wham! Cry me a river. You get a 5th year. Wham! Yeah, they pick someone before me. Ugh. Sucks. Hate it.
I want the first
It's
bonus.
so stupid.
It is dumb.
It's so the smart thing that DMac has with the quarterbacks is draft the quarterback. I get that. But if you're not drafting him first and you have 2 first-round draft picks and he's automatically not going to be as committed to the program because he's not the 12 pick but he's the 27 pick.
Wham!
Wham! Come on. Get out of here. Higher, Evan Ingram being an honorable mention, higher than I thought that I didn't think there was going to be a Bronco anywhere on the list. But
if Evan Ingram stays healthy this year, I'm talking solely pass catching statistics, he's going to climb that list. He'll be a top 10 guy going into next season.
Ryan Johnson, the Ravens drafted Hayden Hurst that year before Lamar Jackson.
Huh. How'd that work out?
Is Lamar Jackson's, are his feelings hurt?
Nope.
Has he been a worse version of Lamar Jackson?
Nope.
Now, they've had contract disputes, but they've always gotten settled.
Hayden Hurst a little bit of a bust, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did some decent things, but not as good as Lamar.
It's not like Lamar got drafted and then stopped being a Heisman Trophy candidate because Hayden Hurst was drafted before him. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you doing my work for me.
All right, so if you would have done my draft strategy, you love Bo Nix so dang much, but apparently nobody else in the National Football League does.
There's a chance that you would not have Jahdae Barron on the team right now.
Which I would tell you this. Yeah, you're right. Everything worked out. I'm good.
You're okay with that?
I'm happy.
Okay, because you bolstered the best, if not the second best defense in the world.
Bolstered?
What does bolstered mean?
Coach.
You added strength to strength.
Strength to strength. You added versatility to that defense, certainly to that defensive back core. And you made it better. You made it terrifying to throw the football against the Broncos this year. Now, trade away that first round pick. Let's just say that gets you back into the Bowers and Knicks first round. You can get Knicks at 25 because you just give up next year's first. And let's say a fourth rounder in that current draft, whatever. 1 for 1, essentially. Plus a fourth rounder. Do you make the trade Jahdae Barron for Brock Bowers? You would. I know you would.
I love Brock Bowers.
I don't know if there's a player in the league that you love more than Brock Bowers.
Yeah, his name's Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah.
Just watch him throw the football live and in person. You'll understand.
I'll get into the CBS all-defensive quarter-century team a little bit later. KJ's NFL notes are coming up at 11:15. We'll roll into hour number 2. Stick around the whole day. PhD from noon to 3. Kreckman and Lindahl will take you home from 3 to 6 p.m. This evening. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emma, you guys are listening to Denver's number 1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I found this on Twitter from Greg Wyshynski about the NHL now has a memorandum of understanding, which is something that you taught me, Coach.
The MOU, man.
The MOU.
It's basically, it's a contract without really being a contract.
It's a contract without it being binding.
It's like, I think I'm on the team. I think I'm coaching this team.
You can get Wally pipped out of an MOU pretty quick.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I'm the head football coach right now. I'm not sure.
So the NHL and the NHLPA agreed to a 4-year extension on their CBA, and they're going to add 2 games to the regular season at some point and remove some preseason games. But the other thing that the players wanted removed was the dress code. So like players are in suits or ties or like really nice suits with no ties to and from the hotel, to and from the airport.
NHL players want to get their Russell Westbrook on.
They
want to show up. Yeah. They want to show up looking like RuPaul.
Clubs are not permitted to propose any rules concerning player dress code. And
am I wrong?
Hold on.
Am I wrong?
To go with the RuPaul route and
RuPaul.
And I quote from
When's the last
MOU,
time RuPaul was talked about on these airwaves here on
Probably
92.5 FM, Altitude Sports Radio?
To go the RuPaul route, players are required to dress in a manner that is consistent with contemporary fashion norms, period. What the hell does that mean? How are you going to enforce that? What does contemporary fashion norm mean to you? What does it mean to KJ? What does it mean to Kevin down the hall? What does it mean to Cam Newton? What does it mean to Kanye in the I Love It video when he's walking around with a little boxy outfit? What does it mean to RuPaul?
Right behind it. That's what it means.
Are you going to get fined as an NHL player if you wear that to a game?
No, it's a suit.
That is a contemporary, right? Someone who lives and operates in the same time as you, not necessarily the same space. But that is a contemporary person wearing that. Therefore, I can wear that to an NHL game. It's very vague. I don't know how I would enforce that.
What do the players want?
I have no clue. I think the players just don't want to have to get into a suit and tie when they're going 15 feet from their car to the private plane or the chartered plane.
Speaking of this 15 feet.
Where are you going with that?
The WNBA and the arrivals with their out.
It's awesome.
It's been really smart for the.
It's like my favorite
for
thing
the
ever.
league. Is it the only league that really does this?
They crush
I guess the NBA does a bit.
NBA does it. The NFL will have, again, like Cam Newton was big on it and Russ
Joe
is
Burrow.
big on it. Joe Burrow's huge on it.
Whatever contemporary that is. Not sure what some of his outfits are.
But again, you can be so outlandish that like if you walk in looking crazy, you could go, Joe Burrow did it last week. That guy makes 60 sheets a year.
With the goofiness of hockey players in general, there is some silliness. Would you ever see some really unhinged things?
Some guy, I don't know, like Patrick Laine and Austin Matthews are kind of goofy, but the general goofiness about the hockey player is those guys are straight-laced. Most of them just like, yeah,
They're pros.
Yeah. There's
when you play
there's far
that
less
many games,
personality in terms of like outlandish personality and outward media availability in the NHL as compared to the NBA and the NFL.
Of course. But there is a goofy like subculture, but it's probably
the youngins are getting in it right now.
It's probably a little bit more behind the scenes, and there's a code within hockey that you don't really broadcast that to the masses.
Yeah,
am I right?
Yeah. Nevada Putnam says, "Can you wear a banana hammock?"
I think
people wear those things.
A banana hammock,
maybe not out in public.
For Alexander Ovechkin coming down that 15 feet is really what
like
this.
Chubby's, Chubby shorts.
Yeah, but I think you go a little bit less.
They just came out with a 2-inch inseam. Can I wear a 2-inch inseam to a hockey game?
Mm-hmm. On your entrance.
I like it.
Especially kind of bringing about a little bit wider core. Good look.
Oh, you see Rob Manfred is reportedly pushing for Major League Baseball to have a salary cap.
You'd like that,
They've
wouldn't
got
you?
their commissioner going, this is not good for our league to have all these deferred payments and
tell you what, man,
the Yankees and the Dodgers.
You know what owner's going to be in charge of all these discussions?
We said this months ago, man.
You know it's going to be.
The Rockies are so bad. Not only are they affecting the active playoff race, they're affecting the trade deadline come on the 31st. They are so bad. The disparity between the Rockies and the next worst team, much less the Rockies and the best team in their division with the Dodgers, is so bad. They might institute a salary cap because of how bad they are.
Okay, let's have a discussion. Do we want a Major League Baseball salary cap?
I do.
A real one.
I do, because it means there would be a salary floor. It would force teams historically that don't pay. Now, the Rockies do. They just use their money in very stupid ways.
Yeah, Chris
Ian
Bryant.
Desmond, Chris Bryant.
Full season of KB and you're
right.
good.
You use your money. Mike Hampton, just historically horrible contracts. You can't fault the Rockies for being the Royals or the Marlins or the Rays for just not willing to pay their players. Now, all three of those teams have had greater World Series success in the last 25 years than you have.
Dick Buntford is a beloved member of the ownership community by Rob Manfred. So we've heard. Dick Buntford is going to be very influential, and he will be given a massive platform and an opportunity to speak on behalf of the ownership group with regards to having the need of a salary cap. We want a salary cap. You want to know why I want a salary cap?
Why is that?
Because I hate the Dodgers. I hate the way they do their business. It's bad for baseball, in my humble opinion.
Well, your Giants have tried to do that too. They just failed.
They don't. The Giants are never.
They tried to sign all those big dudes.
They've never been in the top 5 in the.
But they've
Major League
tried
Baseball.
to. They've tried to sign those guys.
But they weren't willing to pay what the Dodgers were paying.
That is true.
Therefore, they were never going to be in the top 3 in the salary cap.
The most famous and most recent one is Bryce Harper. They were $20 million short of signing Bryce Harper, among some other things. Then he goes to Philly. But they're always in the conversation. They're just a little short. So yeah, I'll give that to you.
So, is it worth it? What we're enduring here in Colorado as fans of Major League Baseball, if this Rockies franchise is mired in such disturbingly bad play,
you become a martyr.
Dick Buntford becomes a hero in my eyes. A real hero.
Oh, I would take it, man. I would take it. Like, DMac's been watching all these games, and more power to you, DMac, for being able to sit through Rockies games. And I do believe that
it's because he has serious.
I don't think it's masochism.
No,
I don't.
No, he has Bonix withdrawals.
I could do that. I firmly
It's going to change in about 10 days.
I firmly believe that DaRon loves the Rockies and is watching them to go, I was with them through thick and thin, and when they get back, like I firmly believe that. I don't think this is a hate watch, which is kind of what I do when I watch the Rockies. I watch it just to have something comedic to laugh at night. I do.
I don't watch the Rockies anymore. I can't.
But yeah, would you take
really
that, man?
hard. It's really
I
hard.
would take that, dude. A salary cap would help them. And the 302, no, it's not why the Rockies are bad. Like, they spend money. They're not. The Marlins have a roster that cost them $88 million this year. You know how much the Dodgers cost? Like, just north of $400 million. Talk about the have and have-nots. We were having this conversation with CU in Ohio State, CU in Michigan, and Texas. And
I bet the proportions are similar. The total roster value of Texas, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, compared to Power 4 opponents like the University of Colorado. Now that you have Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders gone from your roster, those guys made you look like you were paying a ton of money. They had real NIL deals with real companies that were using them as real spokespeople. The intent of NIL. I bet it was about 4 or 5 to 1, which is similar to, you said, what was it, 88 million to 400 million?
88 to 408. It's pretty close.
I mean, you could say there's teams out there that are going to have $30 million rosters.
Dude, if the Rockies are the reason why a salary cap eventually gets, and they've been trying to put a salary cap into Major League Baseball for the better part of a half century. They've been trying. They just fail. Like, the MLB Players Union is too good. They make too much money. The only thing that they have going against them is what I call indentured servitude of sports, which is the 7 years of team control that you have over a young player. It's ridiculous. They need to cut that thing down. But if they successfully institute one, Manfred will be looked at by the rest of the league. The owners make more money off of this, right? You're forced to pay a little bit more to get to a salary cap floor, but you're not deferring $500 million to a guy like, Shohei or Soto. I know they're not at $500 million, but they're coming up close to it. The owners make more money if you get a cap.
The most unlikely tandem of heroes in Major League Baseball could be Jerry Reinsdorf and Dick Munford. The White Sox and the Rockies. The true martyrs.
The White Sox at least have some young players to be excited about.
But last season meant something for this discussion for the White Sox.
Oh, to have back-to-back historically bad teams.
Yes.
It's not just I know the Lions were bad for a whole decade. They were bad. But there was one season where they were historically bad, where you don't win a game. Now, it's not like we've had that happen in the NFL year after year after year. Every season you have a team that wins 3 games or 4 games, and they're going to pick number 1 overall. But when's the last time we had a 0-win team? It doesn't happen all the time. If it happened in multiple years, the NFL would change something very quickly.
The NFL structure almost prevents it from happening.
The Browns tried to do that. The Browns tried to go.
They went 0-16, I believe, in 2017. Is that right?
The Browns were so bad, right? Didn't they? I thought they won 1 game in 2 years. Something crazy like that. They were horrible, those Browns.
2017 Browns.
Yep, you're right. Yep.
2017, that's a tough-looking team, man. Tough-looking team.
Not good.
I'd take a salary cap any day of the week. But the MLB Players Association won't do it. There is no way that they would go for it. The salary cap floor would have to be so high, you would have to get rid of arbitration, just get rid of it, or at least cut it down to the MLB service time is cut in half.
I'm dumb, okay? Can you explain the concept of arbitration relative to baseball to me? What does that term mean, arbitration?
It means that you go into a room with your agent, representatives of the team, and a third party, and you hash it out.
Who's the third party? Is it legal?
It's another agent, I'm assuming, with a law degree. And you walk in and you go, I'm worth this amount of money. And the team goes, no, you're worth this amount of money. And the arbiter says, based off of the testimonies that I've heard from both sides, based off of your stats, how long you've been in the league, this is what you're making this year.
Thanks for the explanation. I didn't know that.
That's explaining it to
Maybe I'm the only person.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, and that's what you're calling me, a 5-year-old.
No.
So who are these?
You had
who
to
are the arbiters?
MOUs to me.
Who are the arbiters?
I don't know who the arbiters are.
I want to know.
I have no clue who the arbiters are. I bet you they make great money.
I'd love to meet a Major League Baseball arbiter. So they're like essentially similar to kind of on the real estate side when you get appraisal. They're appraisers.
Sure.
A home appraiser. But you're just doing it for a player. Like the seller says you're worth this. Not so fast, my friend. The buyer says you're worth this. I'm going to tell you, with those cracks in the ceiling, you're worth this.
Arbitration is there to protect the teams.
And the player.
But it normally doesn't go the way of the player. Those meetings are not fun, man. That is walking into a meeting knowing that the people who drafted you, who pay you, who want you on their team, right? Because you don't go to arbitration if you don't want them. You either you send them to free agency or you trade them away. You go to arbitration because you want the person in, but you don't want to pay them.
I really wish they just call it appraisal.
And that's a meeting where you just go, you suck. We think you suck way more than you think you do. Therefore, we want to pay you less.
How long has arbitration been in place for the Major League Baseball?
I would assume
30
since
years?
the last lockout, since 94. I don't know that off the top of my head. I would assume since the lockout in the 90s.
That makes a ton of sense. How did Bobby Bonilla, how did his contract make it through the arbiter?
I don't think that was that was a free agent contract. That was an arbitration. Arbitration happens in Major League Baseball when you are essentially, to steal, NBA or NHL, a restricted free agent.
Okay.
Where the team still has control.
Your rights.
The team has control over you of six years. They have your rights. And you can go to arbitration for 2 or 3 at the end of it. So you just don't get to go to free agency until you're like in your mid to late 20s. It's a bad situation for the players.
Is there like an official arbitration room that Major League Baseball has?
Why do you think I know these things?
Or is it happening in the?
I worked one season in Major League. One season.
You should know this.
I one year.
Really,
I was doing
really
social
fascinated by arbitration.
I know you are. You love this.
Really cool.
We started MOUs, arbitration. KJ, make sure we don't have any contract talks coming up in NFL notes. That's next. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what's first?
The Denver Broncos have received their offseason grades from Seth Walder of ESPN. Seth says the Broncos have an A- offseason. Good, right? Well, here's what he said about Bo Nix and the Broncos. Quote, "We often talk about teams pushing their chips in when their quarterback is on a rookie contract, but there's no requirement to use those chips on offense. Bo Nix was fine, perhaps a little overrated in his first season, ranking 18th in QBR.
Ooh, don't say that, man.
I know.
The Bo Nix Glazers are going to get really mad.
I better be careful, man. I may need security on my way out of here, man. Goodness gracious. Ranking 18th in QBR with quite a bit of that value coming from his legs. He ranked 27th in yards per passing attempt and 28% in completion percentage over expectation. He could show growth in year 2, but a team with a quarterback like Nix needs a stacked roster. Denver has that." End quote. How stacked exactly is the Broncos offense heading into 2025?
Very, 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 very stacked on the defensive side of the ball. Good enough on the offensive side of the ball.
Stacked on the defensive side, stocked on the offensive side.
Great job there, man.
Am I wrong?
Let's just end this show right now.
Show, done?
That was such a good saying
Dead
that
air
you
for
came
40
up with.
minutes until DMac and Scotty get on.
Where did you come up with that?
What?
Where'd you steal that from?
Stacked versus stocked?
Yeah.
I thought about it 15 seconds ago.
So that's an original thought.
That's an original
That's
Raj.
original thought.
You know, pretty good. Pretty good there, Coach.
Stacked versus stocked and original thought.
Yep.
You heard it here first.
It's as valuable as a Monet.
That's why you come to the morning sprint
or is it
for
Manet?
all your new etymology.
The offense, the reason why that the Broncos didn't get like an A+ on ESPN's offseason grades is because the offense isn't quite where I think Sean Payton wants it to be, and that's okay. Like, you're still in the early parts of this build-up to we're the team to beat. You still have one more draft and one more offseason until you get there, until it's stocked and stocked. Stacked and stacked, sorry.
Why might have Sean Payton not chosen to go all in with stacking the offensive personnel? Say big-time number 1 wide receiver, high-end, big-time number 1 tight end, big-time number 1 running back. Any of those 3 really didn't happen. Am I right in saying that?
Sure.
Why do you think that might be? Why would he have chosen not to do this after Bo Nix's freshman year, which was a positive, a very solid positive?
There's a significant chance of quarterback regression in year number 2, although I think that Bo Nix is immune to the sophomore slump.
Okay.
There is a thought process that maybe this free agent class wasn't good enough for him to take big swings on.
That's a big part of it.
Maybe where you were drafting this year, there wasn't a player on the offensive side that you were high enough on. And sure that the tight ends went earlier.
Do you think that Sean Payton's protecting Bo Nix from the types of personality that could overwhelm a second-year starting quarterback, that could be distracting to a second-year quarterback? And the protection, it's the nurture. The nurture of Bo Nix is, I'm going to let him grow with this group of young guys that have something to prove just like Bo does.
And
as opposed to bringing in the massive free agent offseason type
Devontae
guy.
Adams.
Or even the massive number 1 wide receiver via the draft that might have some things that you got to kind of work through.
Yeah, maybe you want one more season. And Bo is well on his way there just because we know who he is and we've seen who he is as a leader. You want one more season.
Yes.
When someone walks into that room,
there's no doubt who's the guy.
It's Bo's room.
That's the guy. Right now, I wouldn't say you're quite
It's Sean's room right
there.
now.
It's going to always be Sean's room. Let's make that perfectly clear.
Well, hold on. Was it Sean's room or was it Drew Brees' room in New Orleans?
Did Drew Brees see to it that a movie was made about him?
No.
Continue.
Come on. KJ, what's up?
I don't mean to glaze them too much.
One conversation we've been having all offseason is, can Denver catch Kansas City for the division? Well, Bill Barnwell of ESPN made it his mission yesterday with the leadoff topic of NFL Live being the AFC West. Can the Broncos position themselves? He doesn't think so, and he tells us why he doesn't believe they can do it right now.
Not so sure. Certainly some strides being made here, but there's a little bit of projection happening with some of those Sean Payton specials from New Orleans. Pat Bryant, their day 3 pick, is apparently the new Michael Thomas. RJ Harvey, their second-round pick, is the next Alvin Kamara or Darren Sproles. Evan Ingram, who's never been a red zone threat or a vertical threat in his career, is now about to be the next Jimmy Graham. I don't know about all that stuff. There's things to be excited about here, and the defense is excellent, no question. But remember last year with Bo Nix, they were protecting him a lot on third downs and in passing situations. A lot of screens, a lot of throws to the sideline, RPOs, get the ball out quick. Nothing wrong with that. But I want to see him play better in those obvious passing situations. And I want to see them open up the offense in the way that shows that they trust him in those obvious passing situations. This team was 1-7 against playoff teams last year before that win in Week 18. So I want to see them play better against tougher competition this year.
Well, I want to hear your voice be a slightly bit deeper. What's up with that dude's voice, Bill Barnwell?
I mean, he's a writer.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
So if you write well, you have a high-pitched voice? Am I voice shaming? Is that a new thing?
You're a little bit.
People could certainly voice shame me. I get it. Why are we listening to that guy? Tell us about our football team.
The Broncos are the second best team in the AFC West.
I don't know that.
They're the second best team in the AFC West.
What makes you say that over the Chargers?
Because they have a better defense than the Chargers do. And I believe that their running attack this year is just as good, if not better, than the Chargers is.
Is there proof of that right now?
No, but there's also not proof that that the Chargers are better than the Broncos right now. I just firmly believe
there is proof.
What's the proof?
Jim Harbaugh, first year, Chargers head coach, 2-0 versus Sean Payton.
How far did they get in the playoffs? Just as far as the Broncos.
Talking about head to head.
Just as far as the Broncos.
Matter.
Just as far as the Broncos.
Styles make fights.
Just as far as the Broncos
make
got.
Fights.
Just as far as the Broncos.
The Broncos. I am more concerned about the Chargers with the Broncos' path to AFC West supremacy than I am.
Don't do it. Don't put this. Don't do. You just had to.
Styles make fights.
You just had to do
Styles
that.
make fights.
You just had to do that.
Good on good. Best Chiefs team. Best Broncos team. That game came down to a field goal. Chargers pretty much they won both games.
The Chargers charger when it matters the most, and the Chiefs win games when it matters the most. Yeah, you beat the Chargers. You split with them 1-1. You should have been 2-0 against them, but they got to the Super Bowl again.
AFC
the Chargers,
West
when they had a playoff game, threw 4 interceptions.
I'm not talking about playoffs, Raj. I'm talking about the regular season. We're talking about the AFC West crown. If the Chargers historically can't win a playoff game,
they can't.
But that means they can win a division.
So
that's the discussion we're having. Is can the Broncos win the AFC West? You look really uncomfortable.
I'm uncomfortable because you put some bad juju out there into the universe.
I'm not. It's not juju. It's proof. The Chiefs.
It's not proof at all.
The Broncos-Chiefs rivalry
have won
last
the division
year
for like 9 straight years.
They're an aging football team
who just find a way to win every single year.
They're an aging football team, and the Broncos have played well against the Chiefs.
I hate what you're doing right now.
The Broncos played poorly against the Chargers in two head-to-heads last year. Right now, unfortunately, Jim Harbaugh is superior to Sean Payton in the head-to-head of the two franchises in the sample size of 2 games since they've been in their respective positions. That needs to change if you want to win the AFC West division. You get swept by the Chargers again, you're not going to win the AFC West. Period, point blank, end of story.
What do you mean? You get swept by the Chargers, you sweep Vegas, and you find a way. Okay, styles make fights. You find a way to sweep Kansas City. You're 4-2. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Toss of a coin if whether you win the division or not.
Yeah, it depends what you do in your non-divisional schedule. I can't stand the
you don't like
shit that you're throwing on a Mahomes shoulder. I hate that.
I didn't say anything about Mahomes. Talk about the actual roster right now. It is not what it was 3 years ago.
Dude, he's proven to you that it doesn't matter what the roster is in Kansas City.
It mattered last year.
They just win. No, it did. They got to the freaking win.
It mattered in the Super Bowl.
Dude,
and in years
what
past,
are you talking about right now?
you won the Super Bowl with a bad roster. You got the brakes beaten off of you in the Super Bowl because your roster isn't where it should be. You heard it here first.
I hate you a little
July
bit right
11th.
now. Just a little bit.
You heard it here first on the morning sprint at 11:30 a.m. on a July 11th.
Remember how I wasn't supposed to be scared about Oklahoma City too? Yeah.
The AFC West is going to come down to a battle between the Los Angeles Chargers and the Denver Broncos.
I hope so.
It is going to happen. Period.
KJ, what's next?
I don't mean to glaze them too much.
You know, here on the morning sprint, we try to be men of the people, and a few people have requested from Coach that he breaks down this video that has come out of Chad Ochocinco's wide receiver camp, and they're talking about Patrick Surtain and how exactly do you beat Patrick Surtain. For people on Twitch, I know this will be a little bit better, but for the people on radio, just kind of hang in there for us.
If you chilling as great as he is, man, okay. Hey, I'm trying to hit Pat, right? We up, excuse me. Every time. Come on, Chad. Ain't that easy? Fuck, bro. He really be just sitting there. I'm saying, if he just sitting there, just dip one way, you got to put the pressure back on him. That's what you're saying. You got to put the pressure on him. Okay, in order to put pressure on him, we need to get on his cushion. Yeah. We can't get on his cushion because the nigga right there. That's the man. That's the first thing. He already there on us. The first thing you do, you got to give something up. If you want to play there and you know he's long, how do I beat him and you already know? All right, so show me what you do. Go ahead and show me what you do. Because I'm going to tell you exactly what you're going to do. Line up. Yeah. All right, that's this line of scrimmage. Right here, inside. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're not dipping that fast, bro. You're not dipping that fast, Chad. You hit the line, you hit the ball. He's not looking at the ball. You got movement, it's instinct. But your first move is giving this a hand of yourself. What's the argument for you? Pat, what do you do with him being so patient? You got to give him half yourself.
All right. Okay. I'm not. What am I getting from that?
Really interesting. So Chad Ochocinco, Pat Surtain. Was Pat Surtain in that video? Is that him playing DB?
No, that is Jamar Chase right there arguing with Ochocinco.
They're talking about how to beat
somebody
Pat
with somebody with that type of length, right? And the argument's being made by Jamar Chase. I think Jerry Judy's in there kind of chirping from behind. And I think Cortland Sutton's in there too, right?
Yeah, Cortland Sutton was that first receiver that Ochocinco was going against.
Okay, considering the audio was horrendous right there, can walk me through what you just watched. Like, the audio was terrible.
Apologies. Chad Ochocinco is
It's not on you, KJ. It's on whoever took the video.
Chad Ochocinco is applying old school methodology of patience at the line of scrimmage when corners were not 6'2.5" with long arms that were past their kneecaps. And the modern NFL receivers saying that you have to abruptly dip you got to rip through, dip your shoulder, rip your elbow that's bent at a 90 degree now. And Chad Ochocinco saying that you can be patient at the line of scrimmage, give him a little bit of foot fire. Chad Ochocinco is So You Think You Can Dance. I believe he was a contestant on it, correct? He's the guy who still wants to patiently get his salsa on, his merengue on. And
his meringue or his merengue?
Sure. I don't know.
You a big meringue guy? Like a
know what it is.
Meringue pie?
It's okay.
I agree.
Chad Ochocinco right now would basically, what was being proven by Jamar Chase is that you would get strapped by a guy like Pat Surtain II in this day and age.
So do you have to teach hand fighting now with wide receivers like you do with offensive and defensive linemen?
100%. And frankly, I feel like the best way, if you're coaching a team, the best way to teach releases is to have your D-line coach teach releases to your receivers. Whoa. Especially if your D-line coach is really good. Guys that have actually rushed passers at a high level. It's all about hand fighting. Those boxing gloves come out a lot at receiver individuals and D-line individuals.
KJ, keep it going.
I don't mean to glaze them too much.
Raj, earlier this week, you brought up the incident regarding Najee Harris, the running back for the Chargers, and you were spot on as it was officially reported that Najee Harris sustained an eye injury after a fireworks mishap at a July 4th event, as reported by his agent Doug Hendrickson. Hendrickson said the injury was superficial and that Harris is expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. Hendrickson also said the mishap resulted to injuries to several attendings, sending one person to the hospital after he lost fingers in the accident that took place in California. There's obviously no way that people can officially police players when they're away from the facility, obviously. But this is the time of year where teams obviously are like a little leery, a little weary of what players are doing when they are away, because this is the longest stretch that they're away. If you are the NFL, is there any way you can start to put safeguards around telling players no fireworks around the holidays or anything of that nature?
No. Because kids will be kids. Men will be men. You can't control your players' lives away from the facility. And so incidents like this will continue to happen. Incidents like firearms in somebody's pocket that go off at a nightclub and shoot off a toe or a finger. That's going to happen. All you got to do is look to the Memphis Grizzlies, right? Ja Morant. Just things like these just continue to happen when you're away from the basketball or you're away from the football. It's just it's part of life. Nothing you can do about it. You put policies, you put rules, but you're not there to enforce the rules and the policies unless you get caught or unless you get hurt.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. Locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, we will pop some tops, tell you what we're watching this weekend, as it's kind of just baseball, although Wimbledon final is happening. I watched a little bit of Wimbledon today, man. Taylor Fritz and Carlos Alcaraz. I'm not a huge tennis guy. Like I don't find myself like
sure
flocking
sound like
to the
one
television.
right now. You kind of look like one right now too.
There are certain matches.
Did you just do the thing?
What?
That Connor McGahee makes fun of you for, where you don't pronounce your T's?
Certain.
Where you go, certain.
Sure, I guess, whatever.
Continue. Certain.
There are
Is that Patrick Certain?
Patrick Certain. That's a good one. There's certain matches that I can't look away from. The Taylor Fritz and Alcaraz match today was unbelievable. I might be, giving away what I'm watching this week. I'm watching Wimbledon. It's going to happen.
Come on, give him a cliffhanger, man.
All right, we'll do that next.
Hey, Colorado. Right now, it's the perfect time for two camps of people involved in the real estate market. Number one, first-time home buyers. And number two, downsizers. If you're in one of those two camps, then I strongly suggest that you reach out to my real estate agent, my friend, Barry Remington, and that's Remington with one M, at barryremington.com. He's the lead of the Remington team at WK Real Estate, and he can help you get into the right situation because as of today, we know where the rates are at. We know where everything's going with this market, and really it is a market that is customized for those two camps, first-time home buyers and or somebody who wants to make the decision to downsize and buy another product. So if you're in those two camps, make sure you reach out to Barry Remington because he's got more inventory than he's had in over 10 years, which is just awesome. Awesome for first-time home buyers, awesome for possible downsizers. Sellers can even help buy down your interest rate, the buyer's interest rate, to make the monthly payments more affordable. This is an awesome opportunity for you, but you need someone who knows how to take advantage of the market without losing the home that you want. At the end of the day, it's all about finding your home, your right home, and getting the best deal possible. Barry sells 40 plus homes annually, so he's got the experience that you need. So don't go out there and just settle for any agent. Work with the best, and that's the Remington team and Barry Remington at WK Real Estate. Visit BarryRemington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond. So that's an original thought.
That's an original
That's
Raj.
original thought.
You know, pretty good. A Rajism, as it were.
I like original.
Original is better.
It reminds me of Honkin' Frank from Father of the Bride.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
You've never seen the movie Father of the Bride?
No.
You need to get remarried so you can watch it in preparation for your next wedding. Steve Martin.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I love Steve Martin, but
Great
I
film.
have not seen it.
There's even a part 2.
Father of the Bride Part 2?
Correct.
I will find a time to watch both.
You'll
I've got a
love
couple of flights coming up.
Actually, you know what? Don't get remarried.
I was going to watch like American Primeval.
Just watch it with your lovely bride. Just so you guys can kind of get it right this time.
Oh.
Yeah. Do more vow renewal type thoughts there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I will.
How long you been married now?
It'll be 2 years in September.
And a little bub on the way, huh?
Yeah, and a little. That'll be our second anniversary present is the little baby.
Yep.
Little baby girl coming in mid-September.
That's what Father of the Bride Part 2 is about.
Okay.
So
Father, they were successful in Father of the Bride.
Correct.
All right.
It was chaotic.
I get that now.
But it was great. Honk and Frank, man.
Happy birthday
Hans and Franz. I don't know. Anyway.
Former Nugget Eduardo Nahara, who he shares a birthday with one of my favorite NFL players of all time, BJ Raji. Who is one of BJ Raji's sack dance, his little sack dance and his touchdown dance. That's one of my favorites of all time. Like, name a better sack dance than that.
I need to see
because Raji's was so good. It was a big dude just doing a little like hip sway. Neil Smith's home run was really good for a while. Vaughn, when he crawled, was great. I loved all of those. Like, what are your favorite? Can anyone beat Sean Merriman? Lights Out was pretty darn good. Now, it was steroid induced, but Lights Out by Sean Merriman was great. When he found the quarterback and did that, he handled it.
Merton Hanks.
What did he do?
Merton Hanks had the longest neck in the history of sport. Maybe in the history of the world.
Okay. How did he utilize that for a sack dance?
Cornerback for the San Francisco 49ers. More of his pick sixes or a big hit or an interception. He would do this shake, and his head looked like a bobblehead. And his neck was just like going, it was like limp, and the shake had his head all over the place. And it reminded me of like my son when he's on a roller coaster and he's not strong enough to support his noggin. That's what Merton Hanks looked like. That was a great celebration. Were you able to pull it up?
I haven't seen it. No.
Pull up the Merton Hanks celebration.
I feel like we have lost the art of the sack dance.
You know, it was a pretty I put politics aside, a pretty good little subtle celebration that apparently made it. I don't know if it's true or not. Apparently made it onto NCAA Football 26. There was a wave of the YMCA Trump dance.
Okay.
Where it's just kind of a little bit of a, sideways.
Just the white guy stay in your bubble type of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And apparently made it to NCAA Football 26. It's kind of a fun little.
Well, they threw Shadur's watch. Shadur's watch celebration was in there.
This is Merton Hanks. Watch this again. Not that. There's a lot going on here.
Oh, there's a lot of dancing going on.
He was doing all the things, but watch him as he's getting to the end zone right here. Unbelievable. So the cool thing about Merton Hanks, I love this celebration. That he ended up being the rules commissioner for the league that I was a head coach in. And so I had meetings with him all the time at Conference USA meetings.
Dion's two-step was great.
Unbelievable.
Iconic.
Unbelievable.
Iconic. The Icky Shuffle might be my favorite. Icky Shuffle was so good.
We still I have a
Geico
drill every day on the ladders that is called Icky Shuffle.
In and out, baby. I'm an Icky Shuffle savant. You want the Valor Eagles to know how to do an Icky Shuffle? You bring me over to practice.
You can teach it?
A savant.
I'm pretty good myself for 43 years old.
I'm sure you are. For 56 speed and 58 agility in NCAA 2005.
Yeah. Watch me carve up a ladder.
Some guys coming in on text messages. Jared Allen with the hog tie. Ruben Diaz. This is great. Not a real football player, but Hingle McCringleberry.
What's that from?
Key and Peele.
Oh yeah.
You can do 2 hip thrusts, but you can't do 3.
That was so good.
You can do 2, but you can't do 3. You get that third one in there. Bang! There's the flag.
I love one. The ref's just sitting there.
Right next to it.
Yeah, he's just looking. You gonna do it? I dare you to hit that third hit.
The one day where you don't have your whistle. Oh. I needed it today.
No practice this morning.
You bring it
Monday
in
through
every
Thursday
day,
outfit.
You blow it in my ear. I'm going to have hearing problem of tinnitus, however you pronounce it. I'm going to have that in 3 years because of it. Please tell me it's not actually in there. Steve is right. You probably can't beat the Mile High Salute after a touchdown. If we're opening it up to touchdowns, the Mile High Salute is right there. Lambeau Leap, obviously, right there. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is that what my whistle sounds like on
No,
air?
it is way louder.
Way louder than that. This is just like a pre-recorded one.
Way louder than that.
Really?
It is. That whistle is piercing.
Well, it's really loud in person. I didn't know how it sounded through. I'd love to hear from you, our listeners.
Derek Wolf's howl was pretty good. I agree. But that was also, the howl was, it wasn't just Derek Wolf. It was the stadium. If it's stadium assisted, can I really put it on the list?
Who are some of the stompers, the sack stompers?
What do you mean sack stompers?
Like there was like somebody had a stomp, but it like had some upper body action to it too.
I don't really know what you're talking about.
Like stomp their feet. Like right
I feel like
after.
everyone does that.
Yeah.
Don't you walk off and say, yeah, I don't know. I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't put an actual guy on it. But again, we're getting rid of these things, man. Like, we're not here.
It was Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence is a sack stomp guy.
Scotty Hastings says Billy White Shoes Johnson. I got to look that up. But we're getting away from all of the... Billy... Yes, I've seen that all... Yes. His two hands up in the air, the knees are going back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
That's
good.
You think about celebrate. I didn't know who did that, but there's your Houston Oiler. Scotty's 100% right.
You know what's a great one? I like closers that have a closer celebration in baseball.
Oh, kind of like Trevor Bauer does the... he's not a closer, but Trevor Bauer does
sword.
Sheathing the sword.
Brian Wilson.
Was Brian Wilson X, and then he would bring it back to his...
He just X'd it, I think. Okay. I don't know if he actually did like the full Wolverine.
Brian Wilson was good. I'll give you that.
Beard. Mariano Rivera have any? Or was you just basically
Mariano Rivera was so... I'm just going to walk in there and throw the same cut fastball for 20 years, and no one's going to hit it other than Luis Gonzalez. That's it. It's the only dude that's going to be able to hit this thing. Once. Ever.
Gronk have the best spike of all time?
Gronk has the best spike of all time. Best hockey celebration? For me, I love Sakic's just like one stick up. He puts a stick up in the air like, yeah, I'm better than you guys. It's all good.
One thing I learned is go to a high school hockey state championship game.
Chaos.
And the Sellies are nuts.
The heartbreaker, Patrick Kane. So a lot of high schoolers will do that now. The Patrick Kane heartbreaker is he'll score a goal, he'll start sliding on two knees, and then he draws a heart with his hands.
And then runs into the wall.
And then he punches through the heart with his right hand. That's an all-timer. Ovi's hot stick celebration was great, but he only did it like once. Dropped his stick and just like warmed his hands on the fire because he was so good. That was excellent. Gretzky's running man was okay.
Oh, I got one. Chuck the Iceman Liddell again. Second one when he would knock you out.
What did he do?
He was a like.
Oh, he did. Liddell did the Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yes. He was one of the OG, and then he would, and then he had an X component to it as well. Cross the X. I was there for one of those knockouts in person.
Aaron Rodgers doing the discount double check. I know we don't love Aaron Rodgers on this show, but discount double check.
I'll take the J.J. Watt after he sacked Aaron Rodgers. Discount double check over Aaron Rodgers. Discount double check.
Ndamukong Suh knew a thing about stomping.
Yeah.
Solani shooting the glove. Teemu Solani, when he was in Winnipeg, would throw his glove up in the air and then take his hockey stick and shoot it as like he was playing duck hunt out there or something.
I've never seen that one.
All right, it's Friday. It means it's time to pop some tops here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Mike Sanford and myself, Alex Ryan. I told you I'm watching Wimbledon. There is a young American playing in the women's final. Both American males lost on their way to either the semis or the final. Again, Fritz lost today to Carlos Alcaraz. Sinner is murdering Novak Djokovic, although like Djokovic is 38 years old. I understand that. I will be rooting heavily for Carlos Alcaraz for one reason. Jannik Sinner doesn't look Italian, and it bothers me. He looks Irish. You're Irish. You're not Italian. You're Irish, Yannick. You're too white. You have too red of hair. You're not Irish. Therefore, I am Carlos Alcaraz, Spain all the way.
All right. Pop that top, baby. And it's a tough weekend to pop tops. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a big tennis guy. I can't stomach watching Rockies Reds.
So you're just not going to watch anything?
Nope. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pop the top to something I'm doing on Saturday. It has nothing to do officially with sports. I am officiating a wedding tomorrow.
Whoa. Okay.
Former CU Buff offensive lineman Austin Johnson is getting married to a former CU heptathlete. And I'm officiating the wedding at Evergreen on Saturday. So I am popping the top to that amazing event.
All
Be
right.
my second career officiation of a wedding.
I'll let it slide because we love here on the morning
big on
sprint.
love.
I'm letting it slide.
Father of the bride.
But you kind of bastardized popping tops. Unless you pop a top before officiating the event.
Is this the worst weekend of sports of the year?
It's pretty bad.
NBA Summer League. July swoon baseball.
It's pretty tough. All right, that's going to do it for us.
No golf.
For Coach Mike Sanford. There is golf. The Scottish Open. Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us throughout the week. PhD's coming up next. Scotty. Tyler just walked in. DMac came in off of his bike. Stick around. Hang out. They'll have a fun show.
Bueno. Holmes. No bueno. Lindahl emphatically giving the Nuggets a 2-point lead with 5 seconds remaining. Jackson the inbound. He finds Bouye. Liddell all over him, the step over. He gets it up for the win. Bouye with the booyah. The Bucks win on the buzzer beater.
Just my teammates had confidence in me. My coach had confidence in me. I walked out the huddle and I asked, should I shoot a 2 or a 3? And coach said, go for the win. So that's what I tried to do.
The happens of playing was to get the ball to you and try to get to your best spot and get to your bag, as the kids like to say.
Absolutely. Like the playground, like playing with my brothers when I was a kid, man. Dream come true, man.
Well, I mean, I guess if they're just going to allow guys to travel and jump backwards, then I guess you can hit all sorts of 3-point shots if that's what's going to happen.
Halliburton says hello.
You know, Scott.
Shay Gill just says hello.
Are we coming out the gates complaining about Summer League officiating? That what we doing today?
I'm watching the post-game show, and the guys were having a laugh at your expense. And they said, you know what Scott Hastings would say about that last play?
Travel.
Yeah.
Listen, there's no reason you can't call the rules as they're written. I mean, they showed Shay.
It's the most popular move in the NBA now. I mean, literally everybody does.
But here's the I talked to Fisher. Oh, no, because, the gather, he's not really gathered, so he's not in real possession, so it doesn't till he gets the ball in two hands.
Nobody knows what a gather step is.
It's a travel. It should be a travel. And if they start calling it, players would adjust to it.
Yeah, but they obviously don't care.
No.
Because
you guys got a time machine? Because we ain't going backwards, boys.
No, I was laughing about it because I didn't realize that was a big pet peeve of yours, but the Vic, Dems, and Chris all had a laugh at it.
Harden does all the time. Steph Curry gets away with it all the time. If you count, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 little quick shuffle. It's a travel.
Yeah.
It's 4 steps.
Did you say that?
And officials are cowards for not calling it.
Who was it why am I drawing a blank on who beat
Bill.
CSU in the tournament? And he had like 5 steps, and it was the gather step. You guys remember that?
Right. It's the big fella.
Yeah.
That was that's right.
And that's what they say. Well, he doesn't really have possession, so the ball's loose. And it's a travel. If it looks like a duck, smells like a duck, it's probably a duck.
When you saw the play, did you just yell travel?
Yeah.
You just say it?
Travel. I still haven't seen the play, though. But,
oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, it's really – hey, it was an exciting end to the game. We have a guy named Bouye, and they have a player named Bouye.
Well, Bouye went booyah.
Well, that was the call.
Bouye and Bouye?
That was we have Bouye, and they have Bouye.
Got it.
And Bouye – and I have no idea
why does he say Bouye?
That's his name.
But it's supposed to be Bouye.
That's our guy.
There's two different guys.
Well, how could there be a Bouye and a Bouye?
They're probably spelled just a little different.
They're spelled different.
And there's probably an oomplah on one of them.
They're two different human beings.
And they probably got different oomplahs. There's an oomplah on one of the guys, I guarantee, has an oomplah on his.
One guy's got a Y.
They got the same mom.
Well, one guy's got a Y in his name, and the other dude doesn't. Our dude doesn't have a Y.
So, Bouye.
Our guy, and his first name on our guy is Boo. Boo Bouye. And they're Bouye.
I've never heard of Boo Bouye.
Well, nobody has. He's a summer league guy. But, he had 10 points last night for the Nuggets.
Again, if you go off in summer league, then, okay, we're going to give you a shot, but it doesn't mean you're going to be anything.
But Jamar.
But if you just suck, then you probably aren't going to be anything.
By the way, I got to ask a dumb question right off the top. What is it with these guys in their 20s that are receding hairlines and balding? Like, I'm looking at these guys. He's 24, 26, whatever, and, they're bald.
Hey,
all
you got to do is
shampoo,
call 720-459-HAIR.
Dude,
Advanced Hair will get you connected.
You got to hook up Tamar Bates, our guy. He's 24 years old, and it's looks
like
an
guy
accountant.
in Utah that plays for Utah in the summer. He's a 29-year-old rookie. He looks like Scott Bay. I mean, it's the circle.
I used to see my bald spot coming in year by year as I'm watching film because you see it when you take your helmet off and you're on the sideline.
Yeah.
And I just always convinced myself that it was my helmet. My helmet was just causing a little mat in my hair.
Yeah.
But every year that just got a little bit wider and a little bit wider.
Well, it was a fun ending of the game. And E.J. Liddell's an interesting player for the Nuggets. He's a guy. They got one roster spot open. It'll be interesting to see what they do with it.
How'd Holmes look?
Everybody looked like crapola in the first half, and then he had a good third quarter. He played well. He looked smooth. He is not a post player.
No.
He's an outside slasher. So you'd have to tell me how that fits in, because he's not a center. He's not fill-in. He's not even Zeke. He's got a different game even than they want Zeke to have.
Yeah, he's a little smoother.
He's more like a 3.
Yeah, he's a 3 and a 4 size.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's all right.
Hey, you owe me at least 20 push-ups today, by the way.
I was out shooting.
You're out shooting?
Yes, I really didn't want to wear the tank out.
Shooting what?
45, 9mm.
Oh, were you?
38 special.
Okay. I mean, that's perfect. You could have been bronzing while you're shooting.
Well, but it's
Pro Tank Friday. I mean, are you in or are you in?
Well, you see the shorts I'm wearing, too. I'm like
I got one in the car
shorts.
if you want me to go get you one.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Just hijacked.
Okay.
I was bored by Summer League talk already. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
I thought about because I got 2 or 3 extra new shirts. I said, I should have brought one in the car and change, because now I got to go lift in my Andy jeans. My tactical shorts.
My Summer League viewership last night was peaking on Twitter with Bronny locking down Cooper Flagg. That was the Summer League I was watching.
That was a fun game, too. Tickets were going for $200 a pop for that bad boy.
Or Summer League.
Yeah, they moved it. I don't know. They moved that to the Thomas Mack Center or something. They moved it somewhere different. It was like at a big arena.
Well, both of them are connected. The two arenas,
is that right?
2 arenas they play in are both
okay.
connected.
Well, they were playing at the Big Barn.
Which is the cool thing about Summer League. You buy your ticket and get in.
Flow back and forth.
And you can kind of flow back and forth.
Oh, that's really cool.
You go up the stairs of one big giant concourse, going through the bomb, and you're in another gym.
Very cool.
Yeah, it is kind of cool.
Well, I mean, Cooper Flagg was rough. Bronny was rough. Everybody was rough. Yeah. It's rough. It's Summer League. First half was brutal for the Nuggets. I mean, it was like, you kind of like, oh, okay, that's why some guys make $70 million and these guys are hanging on by a thread. But there's a couple of interesting guys out there. And, they've got a 7'1" dude, 26-year-old from Australia, Tyrell Harrison. 7'1". I don't know. He's a lefty.
That's why we got an Australian fan.
There you go. Tyrell Harrison. 7'1". Looks a little like Joakim Noah sort of thing.
What you do is you watch the guys who perform well for Denver, but then watch the other teams, because not everybody else in the same position, where maybe 1 or 2 guys from your roster will get put up. There's more invites to camp, but then you got 17 rosters, 2 of them are G League.
I'll tell you, Hunter Tyson should be better. He should be better. I don't know what's the problem there.
I think he got too much in his mind that he's just a shooter. He's got a hitch in his giddy up too.
Yeah,
I don't think you can have big hitches in your giddy up and be a shooter in the NBA.
But then again, you try to not pass too much judgment on anything. But it was an exciting end. Nuggets had a nice little lead going into the last couple minutes. They had like a 7-point lead. They gave it up. Came back, tied it up, went ahead.
You saying game 4?
What's that?
Game 4, game 5?
Did you watch any of it, Scotty?
No.
Yeah. Apparently, DaRon Holmes played pretty well.
He did. He played well.
He had a good third quarter.
He had a good third quarter. He looked fluid. It was just good to see him out there, not get hurt. So
that's good.
I thought it was cool. Other than that, if you can see some highlights and stuff, the ending of the game was great. And then Adelman was on, and he was talking about Valanciunas. And by the way, the last 24 hours of Valanciunas, it's nothing but Nuggets. Just look at all the vibes on Valanciunas.
Well, and he said what David said. He basically was saying, here's what we're going to do with him.
Yeah.
And I thought Vic made a good point this morning. If you weren't pretty sure he wasn't going to be here, I don't know if you'd sit there
breaking down the X's
break
and O's
down. Here's
of
the X and O, what we're going to use him. Here's how we're going to do it.
Point center.
Well, like what I call him when they sign. I said on my podcast. I don't know if I went on the air here, but he's a mini Joker.
That's what Adelman said.
He's Joker light.
Adelman said it on the broadcast last night.
Yeah.
He goes, "We haven't had a skill set like that behind Joker since DeMarcus Cousins."
Yeah, but you have a better attitude with this guy.
Way better. DeMarcus Cousins was respected, I would say, by the Nuggets coaches.
Yeah.
Mike Malone got along with him famously well in comparison to other coaches.
Yeah, they liked him. I mean, they brought him in. They put him in good positions. DeMarcus could do a lot of stuff. DeMarcus was a legit shooter.
When they got beat and it was a year that Porter was out and Jamal was out, and they lost to Golden State. I think it was 3-6.
Mm-hmm.
I think they got beat 4-1, but Denver played them as good as anybody that year in the playoffs, and a couple of games close. But DeMarcus was probably the second best, most consistent player in the playoffs. He and Joker were killing Golden State.
Joker get along with him?
Yeah. Listen, Joe gets along with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one of the issues that year was Malone was asking Joker to be a more vocal leader, and he couldn't really do it because of DeMarcus. Because DeMarcus just filled up the space.
Yeah.
So the
big personality.
Big personality, just and Joker just doesn't. He wasn't going to fight it, He was. If you're going to be the loudest guy here, then okay, whatever,
Go ahead, do your thing.
Go ahead, do your thing,
Yeah.
whatever. But I think that frustrated Malone. I think he said, "Well, listen, we need Joker to be that guy, not this guy to be that guy."
I think that Malone understood DeMarcus better than any coach that they've ever had or he'd ever had, but I also don't think that he was the headache that he really wanted to deal with for 82 games. Because, again, you got him late, like a trade deadline or late signing or something, right? Didn't you get him on a 10-day contract initially or something like that? He was available.
That was the year before they won the championship, right? That was – am I right on that?
2 years, wasn't it? Or was the year they won the championship, was that Jamal's first year back?
Yes.
Yeah,
and MPJ.
Yeah. So it was the year before.
It was the year before when they just kind of got to the finish line. They lost to Golden State in the first round.
Yeah, because you go to the playoffs, you had no Jamal, no
MPJ.
And that was the year you thought maybe Jamal might be able to come back for the
that's
playoffs.
right. That was DeMarcus's year, right?
Yeah, I think so.
They were a little desperate that year to just try to save and salvage something.
And listen, they played Golden State well.
They did. They won a game. I remember Malone was like, "Wow, Cam, we won a game." I was like,
Way up, won a game, and I think you're up two other ones in the fourth.
Hey, we did pretty good. We won a game.
Yeah.
I just remember at the end of that year, everybody was just exhausted.
Well, I remember going because it was the first round, and I'm reading the paper in San Francisco or something like that, and they come back, it's 3-1 or whatever, and basically the paper is saying, and Green has had his way with Joker. He's doing a hell of a job with Joker. And so I grabbed my little stat thing, started looking up. Joker was averaging 26, 13, and 8.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and you controlled him? I mean, that's a heck of a job to control somebody, isn't it?
By the way, if you're looking for sports stuff to watch, are you watching Quarterback yet on Netflix?
No.
Oh, it's pretty cool. They're doing it again, man. The Mannings, you know who Manning's partner is with that show is Patrick Mahomes. He's an executive producer on that show, too.
I think that's how they got him on that first year.
Yeah, that must be new.
It cut him in a little bit. So smart for Payton, right? But we can get into it. It shows.
Josh Allen started his own production company.
Well, that's smart.
Well,
by all these guys.
The first year they did it, I thought it was sensational. And they just –
but
they did have Mahomes and Mariota, which, although the drama was good at the end, right?
They had the perfect mix of like the big dog, like a guy that's holding on for dear life,
a veteran and a guy.
Yeah.
But it was good.
Yeah, I'll give you some details.
But no one else wanted to do it the next year. They did it, and so they went receivers.
Right.
Joe Burrow is so fascinating, man. He is a really interesting dude. Well, I'll give you some details of the show. It's pretty cool. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The summer is here and you want to have a spectacular weekend. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is here when you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction. You want the right treatment for your specific medical situation and have a spectacular summer, not something that you're just hanging your head about. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you going. They know when men draw apart from their partners, ED can have dramatic impacts on your life. So forget that. Let's go. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. Get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call them today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
$12:20 the time here on Altitude Sports Radio 925. PhD back in the house. We were talking about things we watch and not watch. I want to just bring up something that, what's that show they call before us? What's the name of it?
Morning Sprint.
Morning Sprint. I'm going to throw some names out. They and somehow got into touchdown and sack celebrations.
Okay.
And they're going, I think the oldest one that
you can do 2 pumps, but not 3 pumps.
Well, Raj came up with Icky Shuffle, which might have been the oldest one they'd come up with, so I'm driving in. And I threw out.
Who's that running back from Bengals?
Icky Woods.
Icky Woods. But then I threw out Billy White Shoes Johnson.
Okay.
Houston Oilers.
And I'm not sure, if you think about it, it's either him or Elmo Wright.
Don't know him.
Kansas City Chiefs. But those two, one of those two were credited basically starting the celebration dance. Like no one did it. And then Billy White Shoes had a gray one. And then Elmo Wright had a gray one, but I was a Chiefs fan at the time. But I think those two guys are like the first two guys that ever did it. And we're talking, early 80s, late 70s?
Trying to think what we've had here in Denver. I mean, obviously we've had the Mile High Salute.
Which is iconic. Neil Smith's home run after a sack.
Yep. What else have we had? Oh, yeah, Derek Wolfe had a pretty...
they were talking about that, and I don't remember that one.
Oh, you don't remember that? I mean, he'd do the whole, like, rip and howl thing because I'm a wolf, you know.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Mark Gastineau had one with the
he had a lot.
The sack exchange, is that what they call it?
Von Miller had the 3-pump. He should have only gone with the 2-pump.
He also had the crawl like the dog. And then when he doing...
Oh, you remember
dances.
Dawkins would do the Wolverine coming out of the tunnel?
Weapon X.
Yep.
I'm thinking, yeah, but anyway, I started thinking, I think Billy White Shoes Johnson.
He had the whole thing with the knees, going back and forth, too, thing.
Baka, see if you can find Billy White Shoes Johnson. Yeah, that was cool.
What are you saying? There weren't celebrations? Jim Brown didn't have a celebration dance?
Well, they did. He
just plowed guys.
That's a good question. I would love to know, like the 3-year window when celebrations became a thing. You know, because it definitely did not. It was not a thing for a long time. And if anything, it was like, hey, act like you've been there before.
Here's some of Billy White Shoes Johnson. He do the leg wobble. See, he did the hands up. He do the little legs like this.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's got to be in the 80s, though, don't you think?
Yeah, it had to be.
I'm going to guess, like, the Cowboys of the 70s with, like, Thomas, Hollywood Henderson, and some of them guys probably had a something or two.
Well, he played in that era, right? There's a 3-pump for Vaughn.
Vaughn didn't have, like, a signature one, though, did
Remember, he was doing dances every week. He was one year, he tried to change dances, a different celebration every week.
Yeah, that's the one, like that one right there, the little knee bend thing. That's the one that I think of the most.
Right there's the White Shoe Johnson one.
It is. Yeah, that's a little tribute right there.
That's a tribute to.
He would do that a lot, though.
Well, he had the infamous, I'm going to help you up, and then I'm going to take my hand away, and he got a flag for it.
Who did he do that against?
I forget. He got a flag.
He got a flag, and that was so
Remember
stupid.
He was going to put his hand out, like, to help the guy up or shake his hand, and then he drew it away. And the ref threw a flag on him.
He sacked a guy.
Yeah.
And he was going like this, like he's going to help him up. And the guy reached out and he pulled his hand away. And the referee threw a flag.
Yeah.
Come on, that's pretty funny.
That's pretty funny.
It was funny, but I remember, and I don't remember the specifics of the game, but it kind of was an impactful moment. Like, it kept a drive. There was something.
But it's
there was something.
That's might have been one of the dumbest flags I've ever seen in my life.
Chris Harris had the no-fly zone.
So you're asking, like, when it started?
We're just talking about all-time great
against Bills,
against Tyrod.
Yeah,
there it is. Nice find, Alan. There you go. Yeah.
Psych.
Now everybody celebrates.
Flag.
Now you got
Well, did you see-
high school kids doing stuff.
Do you know Joe Burrow has his own fashion stylist?
Well, I wouldn't doubt it.
He does.
You don't go blonde
course
hair
he
like he
does.
did, and if not.
So.
Who's the lady that married to one of the San Francisco players that makes all the leather?
Kyle Juszczyk's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Juszczyk makes all and designs all these leather jackets and cool stuff that wives and players wear.
It was kind of an awkward scene in Quarterback when it's a nice 5-minute segment with Joe Burrow going through his with his fashion designer, like what clothes he should be wearing. It's like, wow.
Dude, you know how many guys have got fashion designers? I mean, it's not just QBs.
Okay.
I mean, Justin Simmons, defensive backs, wide receivers. They've all got them.
They come to their house with a rack of clothes, and here we go. Okay.
Half the people on the new TV people do that too.
Is that right? So the fashion stylist shows up your house with a rack.
Yeah.
And then you go through it.
Yeah, and they go through it with you.
It's very common in terms of like suits and stuff. Now, I don't know if you'd consider that a fashion designer or not, but I don't know how many guys have got like just like jeans and Ed Hardy t-shirt racks.
That was Burrow's guy. These weren't suits. This is all like stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was all like this ripped t-shirt can go with this mink jacket, can go with these green pants. With like, what do you think? And Joe's like, nah. You know, it's funny, like watching Joe Burrow, he actually is kind of just like a regular dude who's kind of been spoiled his whole life. Like he's been so good at sports. he's always had other people just do things for him. So there's not like necessarily like a lot of personality. Like he's sitting there with his mom and dad and he's just admitting, I have no idea how to do laundry or go shopping or do anything for myself because I've never had to do anything for myself. And then the next scene is like the guy picking out clothes for him. But yet he's, a great leader and, doing what he's doing. But he has really been pampered. Like he's been pampered like his whole life.
Well,
it's working.
You got that kind of money. That's generally what happens.
Then you got Goff. Goff is kind of a nerd.
Oh gosh, do you remember his rookie year? What was the film? Was it the Rams Inside the NFL or Hard Knocks? They did the Rams his rookie year.
Yeah,
he didn't know which way the sun rose, east or west.
Shut up.
Oh yeah,
was that Goff?
That was Goff. They go, Jared, which way does the sun come up, east or west?
I don't remember that.
He did not know.
Well, he's married to a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model who is vivacious. She is the curves don't end. She goes for days, and she's super nice and the whole thing. But you can tell that he's blown away that he's with her. I actually did not quite realize what a mythic figure Jared Goff is in Detroit right now. Like, I did not realize the whole, Jared Goff, that chant and all that is, a thing. Like, they chant, Jared Goff's name at hockey games that he's not even at. It's just, a cultural thing in Detroit.
They just had a stat up on one of the TVs that had Detroit had gone at one time, and I can't remember the years on it, 92 straight losses to Green Bay. Now, all of a sudden, you're Detroit, and you're the quarterback of a team that's regularly beating Green Bay. They love you.
That can't be right.
It's what's set up there.
Jeez.
It's like 18 years or something like that.
They love him in Detroit.
Oh, gosh.
And it's because Detroit looks at themselves as,
Motorhead.
We're beaten down city and blue collar and all that. And he's our guy. He's our Dan Campbell. He's our
dumb
guy.
like us.
I mean, it is pretty amazing that he's been able to accomplish more than Matt Stafford ever was. Matt's definitely a better quarterback. There's no question about it. And he was tremendous, and he's well loved out there. But then Matt leaves, and all of a sudden he's the villain.
Well, the funny thing is when I played in Detroit, and that the business was rolling, won 2 championships a row.
You and me both, buddy.
Yeah, well, they won 6 or 7. But the thing that blew me away, and the Lions were never great or big threat. Got to meet Spielman, who was a great guy.
Chris Spielman,
who was a super nice guy. I couldn't believe how fervent the Lions fans were, even though the team. I mean, that 9-year stretch we went through, they went through 20+ years of it, right? And we suffered 8 or 9 seasons of it.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, I'm telling you what, those fan base, the Lions, I mean, they are just hardcore Lion fans. So now a little success. Well, you see Brett Kane, all of a sudden, we'll probably lose this. There is a defeatist attitude amongst them all.
Oh, it's no doubt.
But they are monster. I mean, there are monster fans in Detroit.
They're a really, really easy team to root for.
Right now.
Absolutely. And I saw Hutchinson looks like he's back and looking good and running full speed. So I like Detroit, man. I like the team and the whole thing. I think, Dan Campbell sometimes – be a little smarter with things.
For everybody who made fun of him, but we're going to bite their kneecaps on the way up, and he turned that program around.
It's all working in
Sometimes
Detroit.
there's only one way to turn something around, and it ain't X's and O's.
Well, let me ask this.
Yeah, they're doing it.
He's, that clip of him floating around all over the internet of, unless it's 4th and 25, we're going for that sucker on 4th down, and they did.
I know.
They did, and it freaking works, and then it bites them in the butt every now and then, But what I respect about him is he's got an identity that he's not going to veer from once he gets to the playoffs. He ain't going to change.
We talked about it yesterday, talking about the Rockies, how we thought, I said I'd like to see a Billy Martin moment in the locker on the dugout during a game where the coach really takes the players to task. That being said, don't you feel like they need a Detroit type style makeover in the Rockies on the coaching staff?
Yeah, I mean 2.0
But don't they need a Dan Campbell type?
Yes.
That's why I suggested Ozzie Guillen.
Bring
Ozzie Guillen in for 3 years, and then
Right. You can't take him forever, but yeah.
But somebody like that to shake things up right now?
Absolutely, especially somebody who's fluent in Spanish, because so many of your players, important players, are Hispanic. So it's somebody that could just, bond with everybody and communicate with everybody. And I see that with like Alex Cora and the Red Sox. I actually think that, I'm not even joking, I think that is a key important thing in baseball these days because so many guys speak Spanish. So how are you communicating with these guys? Through interpreters or assistant coaches or whatever? So you mean to tell me you can't talk to like 7 or 8 dudes who are really important on your team because you don't speak the language? I would absolutely look down that line. Somebody like that. You got to see what Alex Cora has done with the Red Sox. And they're not a great team right now, but look out. Look out what they're going to be. So,
He'll be able to start wearing your bro tanks and show off your Red Sox tattoo.
There you go.
Well, it's faded on my ankle, but I put it in a manly spot.
You start wearing your Jesus loafer things. Your Birkenstocks. You pull out your Birkenstocks again.
Yeah, well, not just save them for the weekend for Boulder.
Yeah, right.
Just wear them on the regular.
Yeah, not just for CU games anymore.
Then I look at your guy, Kirk Cousins, on this show.
Vanilla. But don't you think he'd be a great backup quarterback?
Well, yeah.
No, yeah, for sure. Because he's still a really good starting quarterback. He's definitely good enough to be a starting quarterback, but
he's gonna have to wait another year probably.
Well,
but then he'll land in another situation like Cleveland or whatever where they're going to need a bridge guy. He'll have an I bet he's got an opportunity to compete for a starting job on at least 2 more teams before he has to accept a full-time backup role.
I think he got hoodwinked a little bit by the Falcons.
You think?
Yeah. And check this out, watching the show. They didn't care. He really got hoodwinked by them because they didn't care that he wasn't comfortable with the offense, and he wasn't because he said there's so many motions. He goes, there's like 45 different elements of motion play, which was a lot more than he was used to, and he was really, really struggling with like trying to be comfortable with the language. Meanwhile, the GM's on there like, we're just getting Kurt here basically to get Michael Penix up to speed. So Michael Penix,
you paid him a lot of money to get somebody up to speed.
It's an insane thing, but that's clearly what they were doing. And it is a complicated offense, and they don't care about Kirk. I thought it was like, geez, man, this guy's in a tough spot.
Well,
but Penix has plenty of time to sort of, okay, this, that, the other thing, sort of, get in the loop with everything going on.
But here comes the question: how much money do I pay you that you need to not care what we're doing with you? I mean, he's getting 30-some million a year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. But the problem for him, he's got so much money, I don't think it even matters.
Yeah.
I mean,
but still, if I'm gonna pay you $35 million, you don't like the offense? I'm paying you $37 million.
I guess. I mean, he's not necessarily complaining, but it was interesting to watch him struggle and for specifically to explain it's too many motions, and they don't care. They're not trying to help him out. They're developing this for Michael Penix, and you just got to be the guy. So, listen, man, just on a human level, I'm like, I feel a little bit bad for this dude.
Right.
But, again, you talk about the money. They seem to like Atlanta, but they did not want to leave. I mean, watch the first couple of episodes of quarterback. He had no interest in leaving Minnesota. But, what are we doing here? And where am I going to go with after my injury? And they would not guarantee him. See, he signed a 4-year deal with Atlanta, and they were not going to offer him more than a 1-year deal with Minnesota. They weren't going to do it. He asked for it.
But that's fair on Minnesota because they up front they're basically, we want you 1 more year. We're gonna draft one of these rookies.
Right.
We're gonna draft one of these rookies and we're gonna give him a year to develop. So here's a 1-year deal. He probably, at least they were kind of semi up front. We're going to get now.
They were more honest than Atlanta.
Atlanta's not honest, but they're also stupid. So we're going to give you 4 years, but we're going to try to chase you out here because we got this guy.
The situation with Kirk was so crazy that I don't even think they intentionally lied to him. I don't even think they intentionally misled him. I think that was just an organization that it was not on the same page. And then, I mean, things change so drastically. You don't go from giving a deal like that for a dude to just develop somebody. You don't do that. Something was, from an organizational point of view, there were people that had different visions, and that was the real problem there.
Well, Kirk feels a little, listen, he's not a whiner necessarily, but even Kirk was like, I might have had a different decision had I known what their plan was.
Kirk was a known office type of guy.
I heard that.
But it wasn't like Russ. Like when we were playing in Washington, Kirk was the starting QB. He had a cubicle.
Yeah.
That's what he had.
Like with the office staff, right?
He had a cubicle right there
Heard
outside of the coaches' offices. And it was just a little spot that he could go to work. I mean, it was nothing fancy. It wasn't like his own room. He did nothing like that.
Yeah.
But he did have his own little private workspace that he asked for.
Well, his cap hit this year is $40 million.
Yeah.
And next year they have a potential out to get out of it, but again, the dead cap next year will be $45 million.
I don't know where he's going to go. I think he's just going to be a really high-paid backup. I don't know at this point.
Well, he might be stuck in Atlanta this year, but he'll get another crack at a starting job probably next season.
Do you think he may have like a little bit of a Kurt Warner sort of,
resurgence?
I don't know. I mean, he's probably over the hill, but he's good enough that somebody will need a Joe Flacco to hold them through.
He's definitely good enough. And listen, I have a lot of respect for these guys who come back after bad injuries and really work hard, which he did. And it is a trip to watch these guys who he couldn't walk. Like, you're coming back from an Achilles and they're showing him in his training. It's like, wow, man, you're going to come back and play in the NFL in less than a year. And you can't today. You can't walk. Not really. It's a trip. It's impressive. I give these guys a lot of credit. And he's one of those guys. He's a dude you'd go into battle with.
For sure.
He's a good guy. Goff is too. And so is Burrow. Burrow is a little stank face, though. He doesn't take compliments that good. He reminds me a little bit of Aaron Rodgers. Like, even like when his teammates are coming up to him, said, "Hey man, great job, good game," or whatever. He's like, okay. I wonder how long you get away with that, man. Like, if he's really good, so I'm probably a long time. But isn't that a weird deal? Like, you come up to a teammate and you say, "Hey, man, at the end of a game, played well, good game," and the guy just blows you off and doesn't say anything to it.
He's got a little color in him.
Have 40 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. I guess he'll put up with stink face, doesn't it?
I guess, but like after a while, your teammates aren't going to come up to you and say anything to you if you're going to be like that.
Yeah, they will.
All right. Well, that's Joe Burrow, man. That's his deal. But, nobody's questioning how talented he is, and his competitive fire is there. So that's what that show's all about. That's what they're doing. And they're not going chronologically just like week 1, week 2. Yeah. They're kind of jumping up from here, and we're going back to here, and we're going around here. So take it for what it's worth. I'd be curious to, see what you guys think. But they released the whole thing, so you can watch the whole thing if you wanted to. If you got 10
do you
hours.
remember Joe Burrow's stats from last year?
Well, I know it was off the charts. It was an MVP type of season.
4,918 yards.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
40 touchdowns?
43 touchdowns.
43. Okay.
Picks?
14.
9.
Yeah. Unreal.
Didn't make the playoffs.
It didn't make the playoffs.
Well, they kind of show it. They oh my God, what was the game?
He still was sacked a lot early, wasn't it?
They showed a game early in the season. Gosh darn it, I forget who it was against. But he put up like 33 points. He basically had a perfect game, and they still lost. And he's on the sideline like, what am I supposed to do on this one? And it's like, well, nothing. I mean, what are you supposed to do? How about the one real quick? Jared Goff, early in the season, goes 18 for 18. Perfect game. Dan Campbell, it doesn't hit Dan Campbell and he caught a touchdown from Amon-Ra St. Brown. Doesn't get a game ball after the game.
Oh, I remember that,
and Dan Campbell's like, kind of forgot. He goes, I feel bad. So that's I don't know, man. I love that inside, all that sort of stuff. And then it shows Goff after a perfect game with his supermodel wife, and it's just like, well, he goes to her like, here he is. He just has this unbelievable game. He goes, how was your thing before the game? She was doing like some sort of fashion thing or something, jeans with the Lions moms or whatever, wives.
Oh, being a good husband.
Yeah, it's like, how was the game? Good. Well, how was your jeans thing? Good. Okay, great. Okay. Well, let's go home.
Yeah. Sounds like marriage.
Right. So much for being a superstar. Make sure you take out the trash.
You only threw it 18 times?
Yeah.
PHC on 92.5.
All right, guys, gals, if you are struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Make the commitment to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to get your hair back. It really is as simple as that. You just got to make the commitment to make the phone call. Easy for me to say. And it's going to work. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration, they got a phenomenal team. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff is the best in the industry, and they guarantee their work for life. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day with a lifetime guarantee. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you, and you're going to walk away satisfied. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one, so call 720-459-HAIR today. Don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Three zero 303-504-0925. Text us. You can call us. What's up on YouTube? Like and subscribe there. Twitch, thumbs up. Everything's working here today, which is exciting for me. give you guys a just a spoiler alert here, but I do have an update for you for Tour de France from earlier today. Stage 7.
I got no dumb question real fast. Tyler, help me.
Okay.
Raj going down rundowns of who's playing in Wimbledon this weekend.
Yeah.
Or DMac's Tour de France updates. Which one puts you to sleep faster?
Oh, man. You know, there was a point in life that I used to watch a lot of tennis.
I did too.
I don't know what happened. I don't do that anymore. Are there no stars? Is that why?
No great American men.
I mean, to answer your question, it's definitely Tour de France. There's no question.
Okay.
I mean, at least I know some of the athletes in Wimbledon.
Like who?
You know, Coco.
Okay.
Djokovic.
He sucks now.
Well, he's 38.
Yeah, well, okay. I'll give you a
But
Wimbledon.
he was playing
I'll give
today.
you a Wimbledon update too. I'm happy to hear about a Wimbledon update. You got something? You got something?
I didn't even realize it was all. Listen, Tour de France, Wimbledon, and Rockies baseball. I didn't know all three of any of them were playing
Dude,
right now.
You only have to watch like 15 minutes of the Tour de France.
but
That's all you got to do.
Oh well.
I mean, that's it. You only have to watch the last 10K and you get it. I don't want to sneak 15 minutes out of your life at 9 o'clock in the morning that you need.
Well, you want me to tell you what I was doing at 8 o'clock last night? I was
Not really. Not watching the Nuggets, apparently.
Well, would you ever tell you what I did last night and this morning?
I would love to know what you were
DMac
doing.
and Tour de France.
I would love to hear about your shooting session today. I would love to hear,
fun.
I mean, any of that.
Go for it.
Well,
Do you want French music for this or not?
Oh, well, hold on. Let me put my headphones on for that.
Well, I mean, it was gonna take about 10 seconds to let you know.
By the way, you know the guy who beat Djokovic? You know what his name is?
No.
Sinner.
With an S or a C?
S. Yannick Sinner. Probably
there
not
you-
pronounced Sinner.
But he might accept it. We all are.
Yeah.
So last night I was at.
Wait, do you want the music or not? I can turn it off.
Yeah.
You do?
Do you want me to talk like this when I do?
All right. I don't know what you're going to
Last
say.
night we had a football match.
I'd rather hear about Vic Lombardi's lunch at Mom and Dad's.
Oh, those are pretty fun videos, though. And a football match. Sit in the sun to watch that.
What are you talking about? You watch your daughter play soccer?
Football match.
Okay.
Then we went to the pool where there was a little swimming team thing.
À la plage?
À la plage. We went to the swimming.
Nous allons à la plage. We go to the pool, to the beach.
Is that how you say it?
I don't know what pool is. It's probably pool. Plage is beach. Nous allons à la plage. We go to the beach.
Oui.
With my diplôme.
Okay.
Went home, had a little something to eat.
Huh? Did you really?
With a little
beignet.
And then had to prepare for the range. Got up this morning at 5 o'clock.
This is comical.
5 o'clock I got up.
And at the range, did you?
Fit a coffee, listen to some music, read some good stuff. Wake the daughter up at 6:20. Back to La Planche.
Back to the La Plage.
Hey,
back to the beach.
I
back
gotta
to the
give you
pool.
credit, man. Your French accent's not bad.
Back to La Planche. And then to the range. The little sandwich. The little talk.
Piscine.
Piscine.
Thank you, Alan.
That's pool.
Pool's piscine.
Well,
if you piscine in the pool, you're doing, they're going to clear the pool.
Isn't it funny? Tell me the French don't have a sense of humor. The pool is called piscine. I went there, then come here, do the show. We're all good.
Okay.
That was fantastic.
I
enjoyed every second of that.
Well, thank you very much. Aviento.
We find out Saint Tropez is in France. That's where Michael
How do you
Porter
say
Jr. is.
thank you in
Merci.
Merci. I forgot.
Merci.
Merci.
What else you want to know
Merci
about
and
French?
aviento. I took 4th grade French.
I took honors French 5 because I was chasing a girl.
Really?
Yeah, and then we had to do a 10-minute oral presentation about a small town in France. And she wasn't going to go out with me. Rejection was real. So I go to my mom and dad. I go, hey, I'm going to drop this French class. Amy's not going to date me. And they go, do you need it? And I go, no. It's honors French 5. Why am I in Madame Brophy's honors French 5
But you
class?
took the 1, 2, 3, 4, didn't you?
I did, because the girl kept taking French. I met her in 7th grade, and she kept taking French all the way till our junior year in high school. It adds up.
Now, don't you wish you'd have gone to Paris when you were younger?
You know, I was more focused on Amy rather than, Frenchie.
Oui, oui.
I dropped the class. I dropped the class. And she goes, we were like buddies pretending to be friends. And she goes, well, I'll drop the class too. And I go, oh, okay, fine. But you're not going to go out with me anymore. So why am I going to do a 10-minute oral presentation about a small French town?
Because then you
All
could have
Francais.
Because just think how much more you would have learned.
So her parents wouldn't let her drop the class.
You might have known what St. Tropez was then.
Yeah, maybe, but I didn't care. My parents didn't care. My parents were so cool with that. Like, what do you need this for?
They probably wanted you to take Irish.
Take Irish?
Yeah. That's the second language.
Irish is your second language.
Yeah. Irish came around, around happy hour.
The No Dumb Summer, we ought to do a show where we all do our own accent for the entire show.
Really?
Yeah.
And what would your accent be?
Well, maybe French.
Are you French?
No.
Okay. Tyler's Italian.
Go.
I don't do languages. Yeah.
Is doing a dialect, Baca, help me out here, is doing a dialect language.
Yeah.
First of all, that sentence, I don't do language. That's just...
I don't do English.
I don't do English either, yeah.
You guys think I do English?
That's very football of you.
No, you can speak football.
Yeah.
I speak football.
You can speak bro Jim.
That darn right I can. Hell yeah, I can speak bro Jim.
All right, then you just speak of the bro Jim.
Okay, what is yours?
Well, I'd be Irish and Scottish. Got a little bit of both.
So you wanted just a brogue. Linsnuma.
Oh, so we're going like Gaelic. We're translating into like that.
Gaelic is hard.
Well, I don't know how to speak any of that.
You ever drive around in Ireland and they got Gaelic signings up,
I'd be
up
lost.
there underneath? Well, they have the real English and
Right.
then they'll have the Gaelic, what it means also.
I just want to know what happened in the tour.
Okay.
Oh, hit the music.
Todd
I feel like we should dim the lights when you do this.
Oh, we should have at least a little
Hold on, let me see.
cafe, little coffee or something.
I got
espresso.
All right, we're sitting there on the boulevard. Do you know how to dim lights? Well, it's pretty good, I guess.
We should leave it like that all the time. That is so much better.
It'd be fine. Actually,
turn it back off.
No, actually, for the YouTube stuff and all that, it's fine. It's actually better. Scott's trying to master the lights
Scott,
in here.
you already had it. Just turn them off.
Yeah, you can come back. Well, now you're ruining it. Now you're screwing it up.
You can go ahead.
You had it.
You can go ahead.
Right there. Leave it right there. Yeah, Tadej Pogacar is back in yellow. Outsprinted Jonas Vingegaard.
I feel like you should do an accent. Les Lemires Tontes.
The lights off. Pogacar got the yellow and probably won't. He'll probably hold on to it for the rest of the tour. So the tour's probably over. Tadej Pogacar from Slovenia.
How many more days?
Do that accent. It's seventh stage today, so they got 14 more races to go.
And it's over?
It's probably over today, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's some sort of crash, and there was a crazy crash in the peloton, like kind of near the end, where there shouldn't have been a crash. But this guy is actually the greatest cyclist of all time. But nobody really cares, right? Because he's not on drugs.
Because it's non-sport. And
he's on drugs.
And a peloton, let's be honest, if you fall off a peloton, you're probably uncoordinated.
I guarantee you DMac can find a way to fall off a peloton. I've never met anybody that's fallen off a bike more than DMac.
Dan, I've been careful lately, though. But I know what you're talking about.
DMac kept warning me when I started cycling about how I'm going to have one of these terrible falls one day. I guess cross my fingers, but it just hasn't happened.
Maybe it's just me. But Pogacar won, and that's probably the end of the Tour de France. So there you go.
So then why watch anymore?
You don't have to. Don't worry about it.
You're here to update.
I'm here to tell you the Tour de France is probably over.
So since the Rockies didn't play yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Did you do a little 15-minute Tour de France thing in replace of it?
I did not. No, I watched. I did not do a Nuggets watch along.
What viewership was better, your Tour de France podcast or your Rockies one?
It was both miserable. And
so you've done a Tour de France
Hold
podcast?
on, you just spoke about the Rockies like it was in the past tense.
You know
you done with it?
Nah, I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably stick it out through this weekend, but I don't know if it's going to make a comeback after the All-Star game. They're pissing me off too much. Maybe I will. Who knows? If I'm just sitting around doing nothing.
God, we're just getting.
Someone
to the
said
All-Star
they
game.
watched that of yours and said, "Basic, it's just DMac for 15 minutes yelling in the microphone." And he goes, my buddy goes, I don't get it. It's DMac yelling for 15 minutes into the microphone.
That's it. That's all it is.
Well, isn't that what we do for a living?
Kind of. I just don't get interrupted. It's PhD on 92.5. On the text line, just watch the mountain stages. They're exciting. You've ridden a bike, DaRon. You can relate. Oh, I watch every
He's
second.
all in.
I watch every second of the Tour de France. I wake up at like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
I literally
it's
wouldn't
on
even know
Peacock.
how to watch the Tour de France.
Peacock.
It's easy.
Peacock. The cock.
And then I watch. How do you guys feel about Lance Armstrong? Where are you guys with Lance Armstrong?
I think I've more or less forgiven him.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Not that I really like. I never hated the guy. I understand why people hated him, but I think that he's done a pretty dang good job, honestly, of at this point in his life embracing it. And it took him way too long, and he destroyed a lot of lives in the process. But I find whenever I find content from him, I got to admit, I find it pretty fascinating.
His podcast with George Hincapie and Bradley Wiggins, it's a must watch. It's called The Move. It's on Peacock too, which occasionally is on NBC on the weekends. But it's really good. And he
Do you have
films
to pay
it
for Peacock?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know about
I got
that.
it during the Olympics.
But they post his podcast just on YouTube as well afterwards. Like it's live on Peacock and then it gets posted on YouTube.
Here's
It's
my
really
thoughts
good.
on him.
I did meet him at my golf course one time.
Did you?
Yeah. I get it. I mean, he wasn't like the most friendly dude in the world. And
oh, really?
Yeah, but I mean, I totally get it. I mean, I honestly do. You're a absolute superstar everywhere you go in your life. You just want to have a little privacy. You just want to go out and golf. You walk into the clubhouse. You want to sit down with your boys. You don't want people coming up to you. I really do get it. I wouldn't call. He wasn't an a-hole. He just wasn't super friendly.
Well, he spends all sorts of time here in Colorado. They're up in Aspen for the entire Tour de France, and I think he's connected to CU somehow. Like I think he's got a daughter or something that might go to CU. So he's all in. He's around, and he just is like just around. He's just like a guy kind of around town. So not any kind of superstar celebrity status.
My take on him, he might be one of the most complicated. How do you really feel about a guy, athlete, maybe that ever was? Like the Raven guy that beat his girlfriend, and we got to see the video.
Yeah, Ray Rice.
Ray. There's no complication there.
Not to me, there's not.
With Lance, like the problem with Lance, nobody would have cared if you just admitted it. Nobody would have cared. I mean, it's like baseball. I don't care that you were on steroids. Everybody was on it. I'm not calling you. I don't think you were a cheater for being on steroids during the steroid era. I don't think Sammy Sosa's a cheater. I don't think Mark McGuire's a cheater. I think they were keeping up with the Joneses and they were doing what they had to do to be good at their sport at a time in which everybody was doing it.
Well, he hurt in particular this couple. Right, there was a couple that was working with that he really besmirched their names, and there's been, I think, since money change. So you don't like how you treat human beings to try to cover, as you're saying, just admit it, but trying to cover himself. But then, what's never even talked about? I mean, literally the hundreds of millions of dollars he raised for cancer awareness.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't just put that away. I mean, that's also part of who that guy's DNA was. And then when they banned him with all of his wins. They go, oh, by the way, 18 of the 20 people that took second in all of his races have all been banned too.
Yeah,
exactly.
So who do you give all these trophies to?
You're talking about Frankie and Betsy Andrew.
Is that who it was? Weren't they a couple?
Yeah, they're a married couple, and they were also part of the team. And I agree with you. It wasn't everybody was cheating. When they vacated his wins, it didn't go to somebody else.
One year, they went back to 1 year. I looked at it when I was KOA this game. It went back and looked, and the 1 through 8, it's okay. 2, like they do in the Olympics. Okay, we're taking yours away, so number 2's now the winner. 1 through 8 all had been busted on drugs.
Yeah,
I mean, what do you do?
But to Tyler's point, like. It's not like Sammy Sosa and Mark McGuire were the only people on steroids. They were just really good at it.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds wasn't the only guy, but he was really good at it.
But Sammy's actually kind of a pretty good example of somebody who went down the road that Lance Armstrong went down. Whereas Mark McGuire, he admitted it. He just stepped up to the plate. Barry Bonds, it took him way too long, whatever. But the reason why you know why the Cubs wouldn't ever allow Sammy back? Because in order for him to be invited back into the clubhouse, they wanted him to admit it, and he just refused to do it.
Well, he also corked a bat he got caught with.
Well, he got caught cheating there. But Gaylord Perry made his entire living,
Vaseline balls.
George Brett had his problems too. I mean, it goes back.
Well, remember when Giambi did his mea culpa,
Mm-hmm.
and he apologized and he never said what he actually had done. Everybody was on the assumption and knew it was kind of his doing steroids, but he never said, "Oh, I took this." No, I'm just so sorry I let people down. And he got done out of this like 10-minute speech, and you're like, "What? Okay."
Yeah.
He just apologized. He admitted he did what?
I'll
Because he
tell
never
you,
said it.
Listen, what Lance did to other people, I have the biggest problem with.
Me too.
That being said, he has apologized for it like
Finally.
10 million times.
Right.
And so I'm kind of at peace. I really just enjoy watching his commentary and hearing him talking about the tour. And so I think it's cool. Like, I'd love to meet Lance Armstrong. I think it'd be awesome. I'd love to have him on the show and I don't know, whatever. But I mean, you'd have to talk about bike racing, I suppose. But
he'd be fascinated as all get out.
I have no beefs with Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa and Palmero and Barry Bonds. I understand what that was. Pete Rose is different. Pete Rose is different. That's the integrity. I mean, I'm rolling my eyes because you could say taking steroids ruins the integrity of the game too. But like, I don't know, man. That feels different. You're gambling on your own team while you're in the clubhouse and the dugout. I mean, come on, man.
Is it the integrity of the game if you never bet on your team to lose?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true either.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's true either. I'm asking a theoretical question.
But here's my theoretical question: was he ever going to get into the Hall of Fame as a manager? And that's what all this stuff is about. Was we managed?
Well, when I watched that, was it 60 Minutes? I don't know. I watched some.
It's like a 3-parter on him.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It was like within the last year or so.
Yeah.
I watched that, and I did learn some things that did make me feel different about it. Like, he, as a manager, he is signaling to some dude in the stands, like, "Hey, I'm changing my pitcher. Put this bet in." Right. So, like, okay, we're in the middle of a game, and we're giving out signs to some dude to put bets in for us. Yeah, that's a little bit worse than what I thought.
I believe that documentary was 3 parts. The first part, you like him. Like, I watched the first one, like, oh my gosh, okay. You forgot how great of a player he was and his upbringing and everything. Second part of it, you're like, he is a scumbag, POS.
Yeah.
I hate this guy. And then the third one, you get a little bit more sympathetic. You know, he's an old man. He's admitted to it. Tom Helmer, I used to do shows with at a baseball. Pete signed for us, says, "Yeah, I bet," or something like that on this signed baseball when he was doing a story on him. And he signed, "I bet on baseball, Pete Rose."
There you go.
You know, so, I mean, another guy that admitted, finally, all the stuff he did.
The thing, though, I view about baseball, listen, man, you got a Hall of Fame with guys in the Hall of Fame before black players, African-American players were allowed to play. And, what would that have been like? What are we doing here? Like, when was baseball pure? When was baseball perfect? But when you talk about the Hall of Fame, all of a sudden it has to be some sort of George Will, waxing poetic, Ken Burns with dramatic music going on. And
George Will could write.
The smell of the grass and the this, that, the other thing. Baseball's had a corrupted, dirty past its entire time. So what, these guys? No, but those guys back here, yes? I mean, what are we doing here? Do you want to put, asterisks and explanations? But if you're just talking about players during the game, during their eras, all those guys should be in the Hall of Fame.
I talked to a guy who was a longtime NFL quarterback.
John Elway.
No, this is BID. BITD.
BID.
TD. Back in the day.
Got it.
I'm talking back in the day.
Joe Namath.
No. That era played against him. And he ended up having a long broadcasting career and everything. And I've sitting there, played golf and everything in Palm Springs. Sitting there playing with him. And he said, all I ever do is I golf on the golf course. And then we come in here, we golf on back rack, or what's that stuff? Yeah, backgammon.
Then
we all go home, eat, take a shower, come back here, and we have poker every night.
There you go. Sounds fun.
That's his retired life.
There you go.
But I don't know how I got into it. And somebody came up about betting on sports. And he goes, dude, he said, you know how many guys were taking payouts in the NFL? Back in his day, he started going down the list. Just started naming guys.
Mm.
Now, he's a few bourbons in and, probably got loose lips, sink ships, maybe got too much.
Mm-hmm.
But he started naming guys. One of the guys Dave played with, so I told Dave who it was, and he goes, explain some things.
Yeah.
So the point being, back in the 50s, 60s, and we don't even talk about it anymore.
Yeah, who knows?
I think there was a lot of stuff.
Because guys didn't make that much money.
You think Pete Rose, the only guy that bet on baseball?
Hey, did you guys bring up Malik Beasley, by the way, while I was on vacation?
No, not really.
Oh, my God.
How about that?
Dude, I mean, there's 9 seconds left. Your team's down by 9. The spread is 8.5. You gather and you charge down for a layup. You've seen that highlight? Have you seen that little clip?
Well, I've stayed away because I like Malik and I like his parents.
Okay.
So,
but dude, you got to see this little highlight.
But you can find highlights like that all the time.
Then I'm going to say there's more guys gambling if you can find highlights like that all the time. You cannot, not in today's day and age. Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
I'm definitely not going narc here, but payouts to me, that's a different thing, right? I mean, that's a dude that's getting paid to take a fall. That's a dude that's getting paid to throw the game. I could go down the list of absolute superstars of my day. Like when I was playing, that was pre-legalized gambling, right? So what did guys have?
So it was all bookie.
They had bookies. And we're sitting in our locker. We're sitting in the locker room. We're sitting in the locker, and they're going down this little sheet, and they're on the phone, and they're calling in their bets. And yeah, they're betting on NFL games. Yes, they're betting on stuff that's going on. Were they betting on our games? I don't know. Probably at some point in time. But I mean, were they taking payouts? No. To my knowledge.
This guy was telling me. I mean, there were guys. He said that we would never lose a game, but if we were keeping in the point spread, yeah, you might throw.
But the problem is
throw a couple in the dirt.
Yeah, okay.
And who's the baseball pitcher they just had? The dude that he got caught, like it was like random bets on the first pitch of the 6th inning, and twice he just puts it in the absolute dirt, and it was like there was an absurd amount of bets coming in on it being a ball.
Well, that was the problem that Michael Porter Jr.'s brother got into, was the prop bets on like 2 rebounds or whatever it was.
And he pulled himself out of a game.
Right.
When he got caught.
Right. See, so to me, the gambling thing is different than the steroid thing. But, is this it? This is the highlight? 5 seconds ago, 8 points. Now it's 10 points. Beasley going to take that ball all the way down. Look how ridiculous this is. Hey, there you go. And the spread was 8.5. The spread was 8.5 in that game.
Well,
you never see that in the NBA now.
All the time.
Not in the NBA now.
Yeah,
no way.
I see it all the time. It's guys that are more concerned and want their points.
Come on, man.
I see it all the time. I saw Shea Gilgeous-Alexander do it either last season or season before last season.
Okay.
So him do the same thing.
I'll take your word for it.
They're up 16. He has 28. Gets the ball. There's like.
Because he's going for 30?
There's 18 seconds, and he sprints down the thing to lay it up.
Because he wants 30.
But how you know that's not a prop bet? He had a streak of 30 going. Was that a prop bet?
You think a guy making $70 million a year is concerned about gambling?
Now, well, guess what? This guy was about to make 30 plus million a year, and supposedly he did.
All right. Well, I mean, if you see it all the time, you see it all the time. But that's a horrible example. They make a free throw, Malik Beasley. The game's over, and he's charging down, so his team loses by 8, not 10. I'm like, come on, man. That is bad.
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm not saying he did. But I know guys like that all the time that are taking shots the last second, game over, and all they're trying to do is get points.
Yeah, but how many of those times is it like about a triple-double or something,
I've
like
seen
that?
I've seen it with guys.
Right. What was that?
Maybe he had 18, was going to get 20.
Oh my God!
I know.
Do you have a good relationship with Malik Beasley? Are you like pals?
I like Malik.
Okay, so he's a good guy.
I like his parents a lot.
Okay, all right.
Shouldn't fight football players.
Was he the one that fought Sua?
Yeah, at the Landmark. Yeah.
And I can I say something? Be honest with you, because I like his folks. I loved his grandfather when he was alive. I hope these are all wrong.
Okay.
But I've always thought he was a guy that was always going to get his late in the game. So to me, that looks like a guy who's just worried about getting him something. Now, if he's gambling.
Great argument on the text line from our guy Neil. Everyone was doing it, so what's the big deal? You're exactly right. Leave the word integrity out of this conversation. It is a big deal. I'm not trying to, Neil. I understand what he's saying. You know, you can't have it. It's not a good part of the game, but like, it did exist.
Well, we're talking about specifically baseball right there, which I think he is. I really do feel that way. I don't feel like it's cheating if you're doing what you have to do to keep up. If you won't have a job unless you're doing what everybody else is doing, and by the way, it's socially acceptable. It's nobody's hiding this thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing this so I can maintain my job. And this is literally just it's almost like a job requirement at the time.
Did you guys have to make decisions like that as pros?
No, I didn't. And
didn't.
I mean, I always had on any given team 2 or 3 guys that you were like, ooh, I don't know about that. But it was not like socially acceptable.
Scott?
I stayed when it came to gambling. We got lectured coming into the league, boom, 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 boom. I to this day don't gamble. I'm still broadcasting.
Yeah, you got in trouble.
I won't even take those fantasy bet things, you know. We're approved you can do that, I guess, now. But because listen, I said, what else am I going to do? So I get caught gambling. Plus, I was too cheap. I'm too cheap to ever gamble.
What about steroids or something like that when you were a player?
I knew of one guy in the NBA and I only know it because I played with his teammate the year after he did it. He went from being a regular guy like me to all of a sudden came in, was just ripped and cut. Big 6'11" guy, ripped and cut, had a monster year, got paid, and then he went back to normal and just sucked for the rest of his career, but he got a big payout. He's the only guy I've known for sure. If I'd have guaranteed that to give me a big old contract, I probably would have.
The Nuggets had their first summer league game. Some of the standouts from it coming up next. KJ just brought in the Broncos put out some photos of how training camp's going to look. They've put up the stands.
Where?
Okay, how did I describe this?
With your voice?
Is it in the end zones?
Yes.
Okay, because that's about the only spot it could be.
And the end zones are running right now north to south.
Right.
Okay. Well, right, because wow, that is wild. That whole sideline, that hill, the hill's way gone, and it's a structure. It is just all a big, huge structure. Oh, there you go, Alan. Thank you, pal. And that's what I'm talking about. That one here. So you can see there's stands. Look at that, huh?
Wow, those are already in.
I guess so.
That looks really nice.
Yeah.
They did a great job with that. I mean, honestly, that'll be
That's the old parking lot, right?
It's going to be hot.
Oh, they still have the
might want to put a canopy up over that thing.
The tents for the media. Oh yeah, that is going to be super hot for the fans.
Yeah, those metal bleachers.
Boy, that is small. Is that it? Is that well? I know that's it because it's limited to like 800 fans per practice. I know they've already. It's free,
but that's pretty damn nice for a temporary setup. I mean, that's just for this year.
Yeah, go back to the other picture there, Alan, will you, for a second?
Where's the team parking?
They'd be in the same spot.
They've still got their lot over by the old team store.
Yeah. That wouldn't be a problem. The field is tight. Like there's no extra room. The broadcast areas where we'll be from, that's all set up there. So that doesn't change.
Well, no family tents.
I guess not.
Unless that.
They'll probably put the family tents over on the other side.
They could do that. That's the way.
That's how it was when I was there.
That's the way it used to be. Yeah, they could do that. They could set up all the family tents on the what would it be, the north side.
So where this temporary stands are, what's that eventually going to be? Just back a parking lot when they get done building?
That is a parking lot.
Good question.
So where those stands are right now, that's technically the coach's parking lot.
Right.
That I see what. Okay, I get it. Oh, I didn't even get. Okay,
all they did is they put stands in the parking lot.
They put the stands behind the wall. Yeah, well, that's not that's the perm. That's pretty clever, right there.
No access to the players this year.
Right, like the fans are not inside of the wall. They're outside of the wall to the. Wow, look at that. Well, that's pretty creative.
I mean, they didn't have any options. They're in a year in the middle of construction. I'd say that's pretty good given the circumstances.
So going to see a Broncos training camp this year, you're in select company this year. If you're going,
do you know what the numbers are? Like how many are allowed?
I think it's like 800. I think it's whatever. What do you think that seats right there?
I have no idea.
I think it's 800 to 900, something like that, crammed in.
Some guy wrote 800 people fitting there.
Yeah, 800, yeah. Yeah, I think so.
That's 800 crammed.
I mean, you're right, though. They could put other fans on the north side, which they did used to do in tents, and the family section did used to be on the north side.
Oh, I don't think they'll put fans there.
Right. So there could be other people. But this will be one of the most unique training camps in Broncos history, for sure. And then, if you can imagine it, in a year, they're going to knock down the building that everybody's in right now, and that's going to be a hill. So that theoretically is where all the fans would go years to come. What a project, huh? Can you believe it? Crazy.
If fans have not driven by this new facility yet, you literally are not going to believe what your eyes see. It is so big. It is so large. I looked at that thing every time I was out there for a practice. I looked at that thing and I thought to myself, what is going in there? Like, what could they possibly do with all of that space?
So
it is
remarkable.
so
It'll
big.
probably be
It's remarkable.
they got to put a locker room on the bottom floor, don't they?
Well, of course. I mean,
so it'll be state of the art.
Oh, the locker room's going to be sick.
Yeah. I mean, they're bringing down a huge contingency of the folks that work at the stadium.
That'll probably be all second floor.
They'll just have a skeleton crew that works at the stadium, and that'll just be folks that are responsible for the stadium itself.
Mm-hmm.
So all those folks are coming down here. So a lot more office space. But even with it, I'm telling you, that is so big. I don't know what they're doing with it.
Well, it'll be awesome when it finally opens, and it's still got some time. And it's just a preview of what's really to come when they build the new stadium. Can you imagine what that's going to be all about? Have you seen the Bills stadium?
Yeah.
Looks pretty cool. Now, it's not a retractable roof, but it looks like one of those soccer stadiums over in England or something where like the whole stands are basically covered, and then it's open, so the weather could impact the field for sure. So I'm not sure why they wouldn't have some sort of retractable thing on it, but they're not. But it dwarfs the size of the stadium, and it's being built right next to it. And it's just like, holy cow.
Well, when I was still covering the Broncos, we did a week practice in Houston. And their stadium was it Reliance Stadium? Is that what the Houston Stadium?
Yeah.
And it was right by, literally next door to the Astrodome. And we're driving by, and you could put the Astrodome inside Reliance Stadium, right? That's how big Reliance Stadium was.
Mm-hmm.
And I started thinking as a kid, when they built the Astrodome, they called it the ninth wonder of the world. Because at the time it was so big, no one ever seen anything like it. They called it the ninth wonder of the world. It was, and I'm like, well, you can take the ninth wonder and put it in that building. So what is that building now?
It's tiny comparatively.
Right?
You know what's crazy about the new Bills stadium? I know what you're saying. It does look enormous. It's going to have 10,000 less seats than their current stadium.
That's how these stadiums are. It's more about
more amenities, less.
Mm-hmm.
It's only going to hold 62.
Right. But it's going to have, all the bells and whistles and luxury, this, that, the other thing. And what I heard about a lot of these new stadiums is they have more like pavilion standing areas. Like you can sort of circle around and just bigger concourses and stuff like that.
The Cowboy Stadium's like that.
Mm-hmm.
Got this one whole
the Raiders
section.
Allegiant in Vegas has those elements too. So if you want, you don't ever have to really sit in your seat if you really don't want to. A lot of the new hockey arenas in Vegas, again, they sell standing room. Because who cares about these terrible seats? Hey, listen, you can rip on the Monforts for whatever you want, but doing the rooftop the way they did it, that's the way to go. And this one, by the way, Coors Field is pretty amazing at Coors Field.
It's held up well.
If you get into the game, they got that yellow line. If you don't mind standing, you can go wherever you want in that stadium. You can stand behind home plate for innings at a time if you want to. The concourses are wide open. It's great for kids. The rooftop is cool.
It is pretty interesting to think, God, how many more years can you get out of Coors Field?
Oh, forever. I don't think you ever have to do a new field.
Well, look how old Fenway is.
Well, here's the really big question.
But they don't do that anymore. Nowadays, it's like you want to build a new stadium every 20 years.
Well, there were all sorts of issues with Fenway over the years. There was all sorts of proposals about, because it's tiny. It is tiny.
But it's cool.
Why? It's unbelievable. But look what they had to do. They had to build up, which they did. They had to put seats on the Monster, which they did. That used to just be a big net back in the day. So they've done a million different things to try to cram the most they can out of it. But there were talks about just flat out moving it. They built a new Yankee Stadium, guys. They built it next to the old one, but they built a new Yankee Stadium.
Tyler won't remember. You'll remember Wrigley Field, same thing with the old stadiums. Remember when they were going to put lights out in just to do like a handful of night games and how the place went nuts? We don't have night games in Wrigley.
But if you don't do it, you're going to go out of business, and you're not going to win a World Series. And they made all sorts of compromises. And now Wrigley, from what I've been told by Nate Kreckman, it's like Disney World out there. Because the Cubs bought up the neighborhood too.
Yeah.
So they sell all sorts of things. Like they sell seats on the
that
buildings.
condo above across the street.
Yeah, they do all sorts of things in there that they didn't used to. But there aren't many stadiums in the country that are so great that you care about that. I mean, Fenway, Wrigley, who else? Anybody else? Coors Field is actually crazy. They won't ever have to build another baseball stadium for the Rockies. Here's the big question. The problem with Coors Field is the outfield itself and how big it is. And if you watch the Red Sox and the Rockies, it's incredible how many times the Green Monster stops things from getting out of control. Even though it's short, it goes up high. So a lot of balls that might be out or home runs or singles or maybe doubles because they just bounce off the wall, which is 40 feet high. If you were to do anything at Coors Field, big question here. If you knew you would have a better chance to win, would you sink the money into Coors Field to dig a huge wall in left field and just shrink the entire size of the outfield?
I mean, If you're telling me that that's an answer to be better, then yeah.
That would be the answer to be. That is the answer to be better. That is exactly the answer to be better.
To make what could you call it? You wouldn't call it Green Monster. You would got the Rocky Mountain Wall or something like that.
Something. Now that would be a massive project.
Mount Coors.
They did increase in plexiglass in right center. They did. They raised it up near the bullpens because they were finding balls going out there too easily. So they actually did do that, but it didn't shrink the size of the outfield. You'd have to shrink the size of the outfield so these little singles don't become doubles, triples, and it would be harder to hit home runs at Coors Field. Line drives would just hit off the wall and come back. You'd have to hit it up as well as deep. But where are you going to put Helton's hot dogs or, the playground out there, or, you have a lot of sands out there. Would it be worth it if you cut off 10,000 seats that your team would have a better chance of winning and reconstruct Coors Field?
Well, the problem is
talking about the wrong owner there.
Yeah, it's tough to get over past decisions.
If you want to win at Coors Field, these are the type of.
I mean, honestly, the answer is probably it's probably not complicated. Like I don't know what 10,000 seats equates to over the course of a season in revenue, but I promise you, the revenue of having a championship team is more.
I would agree with you.
Well, but if you can have $13 million less every year to one championship 1 year, but then you've got 40 years of $13 million.
Yeah.
I don't know. These are the really, really hard decisions. Well, maybe it's not a hard decision because they're never going to do it. Let's be honest. You think they're ever going to do that? Ain't no way they're going to do it. Where am I going to get a Hilton burger? But that's why Fenway Park plays well because of that. That's it.
But you could raise where the concourse is to the top of the wall.
Sure. Well, of course you're going to put seats up there, just like the Green Monster, no doubt about it.
And in the behind the wall, you put suites.
Sure.
And you can't open the glass, or you could open the glass, but it's plexiglass.
That'd be sick. Can you imagine?
Well, you wouldn't be allowed to open it up because
you wanted to play off the wall.
But that's what they do in Toronto. They have. I mean, it's way out there. I don't know if anybody could hit the ball but they have a hotel.
Yeah.
With you cannot open. You'd fall onto the field, but they got a hotel in the outfield. That would be a sick ass.
Remember when they first opened that dome and the couple went up there and left the windows open,
have a little love going on.
Love going on. Yeah.
Anyways, who knows with the Rockies? They'll probably just keep losing, and that's that. Dick, by the way, there's a whole thing about the salary cap. You're going to hear this in baseball because the commissioner of baseball is banging the drum about a salary cap. And Dick Monfort's going to lead the charge for the salary cap. He thinks that's not the issue with the Rockies. I mean, it's a convenient thing to argue for, but that's not right.
It's a good thing
theory,
to rally.
it feels like it would help. It does.
Of
not
course.
them.
Right.
I still paying Chris Bryant $27 million for 3 more
Well,
years.
yeah, you got to fix that.
And of course, baseball needs a salary cap. It's ridiculous it doesn't have a salary cap. But that
ain't going to help the Rockies.
Good luck getting the strongest players union in all of sports to agree to that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We'll see where it goes. But the sport is it's going to be stupid.
Why the hell does Major League Baseball have the strongest players union? That's crazy to me.
They have the biggest history.
Why do you guys have the weakest union?
I mean, I think there's answers. I mean, if you really want to know the answers, I could give you answers. There's so many bodies, number one. So that's the biggest challenge. You're talking about 53 guys plus the practice squatters plus everything else that's going on, right? Times 32 teams. That's just a lot of bodies to get on the same page. And then we've got the lifespan of any of the careers. So when you need 4 years to get vested and the average career is 3 years, well, now when you get to time of negotiations and you're asking guys to be willing to sit out a year you say, well, I've got 3 years of my entire life to make $1 million per year. And you're asking me to sit out a year when I might not even get vested. So all I've got is 3 years at this thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's my only crack at it. I mean, there's a million other things to go into it, but those are just kind of the beginning stages of it.
Can I answer what he just said?
Of course.
A lot shorter.
Yes. I mean, we are cattle. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll never forget when we had the lockout and I'm out in Seattle, we get told, hey, today's the day that we're going to vote yes. We're going back to work. So it was so before we'd even heard the terms of the deal, our players reps say, "Hey, get your pads on." So we get our pads on and we go to this meeting, and the union reps are on a phone call. They come out and they give us this little PowerPoint presentation that they were handed that was passed down, and all of a sudden at the end of it, they're like, "Anybody got questions?" We're like, "Yeah, we got some questions." So some dudes raised their hand. They're like, "Yeah, we don't really know the answer to that. We don't know that either. Yeah, we don't know that either. All right, you guys want to vote on this thing?" Yes, let's go back to work. That's how it worked. We had our pads on
ridiculous.
before we even voted. Literally voted in our pads.
And it's bulletproof. And it's the worst union. And it makes the most money. NBA is doing pretty good, though. Yeah. NBA probably has it together with the best union, making the most money worldwide. The NBA is probably, I mean, the NFL is bulletproof, though, dude. I mean, it is ridiculous. Yeah. It's so good. And I'm watching quarterback, and I just can't wait for training camp to start. And there's a time, like, okay, I'm ready. Like, you need a little bit of a break from football, but then, you know, you start, like, you must really feel it. You must, like, feel it in your bones. Like,
well, he's coaching at least.
Well, yeah. But you must have, like, your synapses going for, like, this is what I should be doing now.
I mean, probably not so much anymore, but for years after I retired, for probably at least 4 or 5 years, when July would roll around, I would have butterflies. Like I would like
anxiety.
Like, it's just what my body clock would tell me. It's time to get rocking and rolling. It's time. Like I got to get ready to run a 300-yard shuttle. I got to get ready to go to training camp.
But weren't you waiting for the smell too?
The smell.
Football has a smell. Wet cut grass. It's just a different smell. That's a Logan.
All I could smell was my BO.
Logan the only time that training camp. He goes, "Not football." And then about a weekend or something like the weather, one little cool night or whatever, and then come back next day and go, "Smell that."
It's football.
It smells like football. It's usually like the second week of training.
What was
camp.
the smell of basketball?
New leather shoes.
Oh, well, that's a good smell.
Yeah. So is cut grass.
Yeah. Cut grass is great. I know what you're talking about because Dove Valley used to have that smell all the time. But it used to have trees and rabbits and, like, you know, it used to, you know, there used to be, like, it was a little bit naturey out there. Now it's that ain't there now.
No.
And they used to practice. Like they used to have walkthroughs, like, at night, you know, which was there was no media, but you were still allowed to go there. I always loved that. The sun's kind of going down, kind of got a little dew out there. Everybody's kind of chilled out. I always thought that was, I don't know how you felt about nighttime walkthroughs or whatever, but I always thought it was pretty cool. Maybe you didn't care. You didn't care. You just were like,
I mean, I wasn't thinking about nostalgia in the middle of training camp.
No, I get it.
You're thinking, how do I get my ankle to feel
exactly
right for tomorrow?
It's like these weird images of old Broncos camp, like Tim Tebow with the sun going down, like Don Quixote at the windmills. And he would do this, go around the field throwing footballs after throwing like 1,000 footballs already, trying to hit the goalposts. He would walk around the field hitting goalposts with footballs.
I remember training
camp.
So
it helped.
I remember training camp. We'd have about 2 to 3 weeks of two-a-days, and they were like both practices. They were, and I remember the third day. It always happened about the third morning. You get up, and now you really start to stretch before the official stretching started. And I was down the Springs, and I remember sitting there going, I have no idea how my body's going to get right to run. I said, there's no way I'm going to be able to get out of my stretching I was doing and run. I was so my feet hurt.
But somehow it happens.
That's the thing for me that I always remember that when you went to training camp, your feet, boy, you'd get up in the morning. When I played basketball, you get in the morning, you couldn't walk in the morning.
You want to know what it was for us in the first 3 days? It was always your neck. Because it was the first time you'd put that helmet back on and just have the weight of it. And it's not even so much the contact, but your neck was just, it was brutally painful.
Dude, I'd get up in the morning when I was playing, and I'm an old man now. I walk better now than I did when I played. I get in the morning, I could hardly walk to the bathroom. I mean, it was brutal, especially in training camp.
We got to take a quick break. No dumb questions coming up next. All right, 303-504-0925. Text line, YouTube. See your comments there. Twitch. What's up, Twitch? We'll get to you guys as well.
Twitch.
Let's see. I did have some off the top.
I got no dumb question. You got one?
I go ahead. No, I got one.
You and I were just watching the rock climbing guy just a second ago, right?
Yeah.
Which you want to talk? And yesterday you brought up, what did he say, Tyler? Most dangerous sport in the world.
It's cycling. Yeah. Well, he called it the most macho sport.
I didn't say the most. I said it's a macho sport.
No, you called it the most.
I did not
say at least one of the most.
Oh, hold on. We're going to have to run the tape on that one.
Go find it.
Baca, what do you remember?
Baca.
Wasn't it kind of like one of the most or so? At least one.
It was a
you want a coffee bet on this one?
I said it was a macho sport.
The most macho.
There's no way I said that.
Yes, you did.
You think I would put cycling up to MMA?
Yep.
Come on.
All right, Alan, you got to find the audio now. Sorry, dude.
Go ahead, Alan.
All right, that being said,
good luck finding
the
nothing.
rock climbing we just watched.
Yes.
Paragliding.
Okay.
And think of another kind of, like, one mistake you're probably not coming back
dead?
from. Yeah, you probably come back. What's another sport? Parachuting?
Well, yeah, you don't rip the cord, you're going to die.
So you have to do tomorrow one of those three. Which one do you choose?
Wait, what? So paragliding, skydiving, basically. Is
Skydiving.
Or what's the third?
Hang gliding with the little
What's the difference between that and paragliding?
No,
same thing.
Oh.
Parachuting.
Parachuting,
okay,
hang
so
gliding,
let's call it skydiving.
Skydiving, paragliding, or kite flying.
And what's our third?
Rock climbing.
Rock climbing without a rope?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, those people are crazy.
Yeah, that's Alex Honnold.
I mean, freestyle, I think they call it.
Yeah, those people are literally insane.
Free climbing, yeah. No, that's the sickest sporting death. Alex Honnold. If you want to talk about the toughest guys like Alex Honnold, they're the sickest athletes in the world.
Why do you know all these
I know
sports that no one knows about, and you always know like a name from a guy?
How do you not know Alex Honnold?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
He's the free solo.
Huh?
The documentary Free Solo?
No.
You got to be kidding me.
I watched Han Solo.
It won an Academy. You guys haven't seen Free Solo?
No.
All right. Well, just go watch it. That's all I can say.
I mean, I think I'd be fascinated by it. I'm not mocking it.
It's hard to watch that and not want to throw up while you watch it.
Have you ever watched The Note in the Bottle?
Note in the Bottle?
Message in a Bottle? You ever watch that?
I have seen that.
Oh.
That's not what it's called, though. It's, what is that? That's, it's not
the
Message
Sparks
in the Bottle.
novel, wasn't it?
Yeah, Nicholas
Nicholas, well, the same guy wrote it. Notebook and
the bottle
Message
thing.
in the Bottle.
Yes, the bottle thing, yes.
Yeah.
I'm
wasn't it Nicholas Sparks? Wasn't it?
Yes, it is Nicholas Sparks. All right, well, you guys got a treat to watch Free Solo with Alex Honnold. Wait till you go down this wormhole with this dude. It's kind of ridiculous.
What was the HBO documentary? It's like The Big Wave or something like that.
Yeah. Big Wave Surfers.
Is that what it's called?
It's out in
you guys know what I'm talking about?
100-foot wave.
100-foot wave.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
So did you know there are other seasons of it? I watched the first season of it,
Mm-hmm.
and now I'm watching the second season of it.
It's a little repetitive, but
it is. It's not as fascinating as the first one, but I mean, that's an insane life also.
That's nuts.
I mean, that's straight out of Point Break. Like, hey, this is my life goal. If I go out, this is how I want to go out.
Portugal, right? I believe it's Portugal. Yeah, ridiculous. Insane. And you have to be drug out there by the jet skis that are certain things, and it's insanity. Yes.
What's the American guy that was doing that for a while? Now he's like 15.
The guy out of Hawaii.
Still looks like a beach boy, right?
Yeah.
He's like 60. Not Lars.
No, I know what you're talking about. I forget
Gosh
the guy's
dang
name.
it. Why am I? He's in the documentary plenty.
He's still great. He married the Hope Solo, I think. Or I think they're together or something like that.
No, not Hope.
Some big time other female athlete.
Yeah.
Kelly Slater?
No.
Not
Kelly Slater was a big wave. I don't think.
I don't know. Got me.
Dude's like 60. When you see his picture, you're going to go.
This guy in the 100-foot wave, was like in his 40s or 50s doing this crap. Like, and he was the guy that now 1 million people do it, and that place in Portugal is unbelievably famous. And
how many people died on that thing?
Plenty. Well, I don't know.
Laird Hamilton.
Laird Hamilton. That's it.
Laird.
That's
Now look who he's married to. Isn't he married to a big time?
I don't know.
What's your question?
Well, he was the guy in America. He's talking about doing it. He'd drive these boats and stuff.
Oh, he married the volleyball player, Gabrielle Reese.
Gabrielle. He would take these things all the way out into the ocean. He said that's where the big giant waves were. So he was trying to do that years ago. Laird Hamilton now does like workouts and sells.
That is all insane stuff too, but it ain't nothing compared to free soloing. Free soloing dramatic rock faces 1,000, 2,000 feet, whatever it is, like Alex Honnold. It is the sickest.
Yeah, I mean, at least you have a chance to survive a 100-foot wave. Probably not a great chance.
Would you?
But at least you got a chance. You know, you're falling into water after all.
100-foot free fall, you ain't surviving.
No, you make a mistake, you're dead. The end. It's unbelievable. There's nothing like this. And I don't think there's anything like it in the world. All right, is it a sport or not a sport?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. It depends, I guess, how you define sport. It's one.
How do you judge it? That's a good question.
One of the
There is no judging. There's no competitions.
You
like
lived.
This. There are no correct. There are no free soloing.
Is that right?
No, it's too dangerous.
But they do have climbing now in the Olympics, which is fantastic to watch.
But you're roped up even in the climbing things. There is no free soloing competition. I mean, that's crazy. Like if you had a free soloing competition,
I don't believe you.
There are no. I mean, there's achievements. There's like, can you do it? There's records to be held in terms of time, but there aren't any competitions. Nobody gets you on a wall on a free solo and say, climb 1,000 feet. We'll see who lives and dies.
Okay.
Well, I think they do some free solo but they're in there like maybe 2 stories.
Oh, what about like the free divers? They dive without any oxygen.
That's sick too.
That's sick.
Them dudes are holding their. Some dude just set a world record.
Don't they hold it for like 10 minutes or something?
That's ridiculous.
I thought he set the world record and held his breath for over 7 minutes, like 7:45.
It's bizarre, and they got the super flippers, and then they had the propeller things to bring them back to the surface. You got to acclimate, and women compete with men right alongside, like it's a men-women sort of equal sort of deal. Horrible, tragic deaths in that.
All the time.
Oh, yeah.
All the time.
Well, because you got to worry about your equilibrium on the way up. You can't just go up. You got to take your time.
It's one of the more insane things that the human beings have figured out how to do and why to do. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Are they athletes?
I can't even hold my breath through the Eisenhower Tunnel.
That is competition, though. They do compete in that. There
is competition, but is it? It's like cliff diving they used to do in Acapulco. I mean, is that athletes or just highly skilled? They have to be athletic.
I did laugh when I heard Brett Kane talk about the Tour de France, and he goes, I don't care to watch people who are really good at exercise. And I think that's a funny way to sort of describe it. Like, I mean, it definitely is not true. There's all sorts of other things to it. But sports that just appear to be forms of exercise,
well,
it's a funny criticism. I'll give you credit on that.
That's why I've always argued, like, are marathon runners athletes? I don't think so.
Oh, well,
they're in great condition.
Yeah.
Are there tactics to racing?
A marathon?
In a marathon, survive.
Yeah, not a ton. I mean, you tell me, I guess, but I would not imagine there's a ton of tactics to running a marathon.
If I'm the fastest, then I run out there first.
Like what?
You just said a guy won the 7th
like
stage.
What? I mean, seriously, like what? What are the tactics to running a marathon?
Survive.
No, for these marathons.
I'm going to drift behind this guy for so long that I'm going to get in front. Okay.
It's stuff like that. It's stuff along those lines.
That sounds tough.
Survive. The people that run the marathons at that rate, it's not a challenge to finish the marathon. They know they're going to finish.
If any human being put their mind to training for it long enough and you could do it, I don't think that makes you an athlete.
Wow.
If anybody can do it.
If anybody could do it, all it requires is training. That doesn't make God didn't gift you with that.
In F1 racing, they gift you with training, but then you also going to be like 5'2".
We come back with a big question of the day coming up next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Summer is here. The weekend. Is it going to be a great weekend for you or just an average weekend? I want it to be spectacular for you. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they know that low testosterone may be holding you back. And guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. It happens gradually. They don't feel like the same. But here's the deal. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got this website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, where the low T quiz is 10 questions, yes or no, taking a couple minutes. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and make the right decision with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is only $99. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So all you have to do is hit them up today at 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
No bueno. Holmes. No bueno. Liddell emphatically giving the Nuggets a 2-point lead with 5 seconds remaining. Jackson to inbound. He finds Bouye. Liddell all over him. The step over. He gets it up for the win. Bouye with the
teammates had confidence in me. My coach had confidence in me. I walked out the huddle and I asked, should I shoot a 2 or a 3? And coach said, go for the win. So that's what I tried to do.
Is that was a play was to get the ball to you and try to get to your best spot and get to your bag, as the kids like to say?
Absolutely. Like the playground, like playing with my brothers when I was a kid, man. Dream come true, man.
All right, you got to follow along here. The Nuggets have a dude named Boo.
Who?
Hold on.
That might be in the top 10 funniest thing you've ever said.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay. And it was quick.
Thanks, buddy.
That was good. Have you been thinking about it since the first segment?
No, it just popped up.
First name, Boo. I don't know if his middle name is who. That would be funny, though. Bouye, B-U-I-E. That's on the Nuggets. The Bucks have a guy named Jamare Bouye, B-O-U-Y-E-A. So there's
Bouye,
and then there's Jamare Bouye.
Bouye. Should be Bouye.
You know?
How do you spell buoy? Like in the water? B-O-U-Y, right?
What if it's Boye?
Dudes, I'm just telling you, during that game last night, there were moments where it was Bouye against Bouye.
Bouye on Bouye violence?
There was Bouye violence, and Bouye for the Bucks.
It's a big one.
Get the booyah walk off with like 5 seconds. Well, I mean, at the buzzer, it was a buzzer beater. Buzzer went, and they had to look at it just a pinch, but he got it off, in plenty of time. But it's the horn, the lights, the whole thing before the bucket goes in. It was exciting and a little bit of a bummer because E.J. Liddell, who was a stud at Ohio State and has played in the NBA a few games, got the putback dunk that gave the Nuggets a 2-point lead with 5 seconds to go. Timeout from the Bucks. Bouye on Bouye, and their booyah. Nuggets lose. They did have a lead too, like 7-8 points. I don't know what matters and what doesn't matter here in this summer league stuff. I'm just describing what happened in the game last night. That's all. And I love the fact, by the way, 10-minute quarters, not 12-minute quarters. So everything happens just,
quicker,
a little bit faster there. So takeaways. There's a 7'1" dude named Tyrell Harrison from Australia.
Okay.
Lefty. Okay. We interested in 7'1" guys? Possibly on the team? Maybe.
I think it'd be worth seeing if, down the future, keep him on the back end, have a third big.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, shoot. I mean, that's something you're bored with, right? Length and size. Something you're always looking for.
He's got a little Joakim Noah sort of mustache, bun sort of.
He's
hair.
Australian. Of course he's got to have a bun.
He's got one of them deals, 7'1". 7'1", 7'1". Spencer Jones.
I mean, how good do you got to be? You're 7'1".
I've always asked that question. Like, you're 7'1" and you like basketball. Don't you
Just get in the way.
Got a shot, right?
Stand near the bucket, get some rims.
Actually, watching the first half of that, it does give you new respect for how good the guys are in the NBA.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, the Summer League can be fun because it comes in a period in the sports calendar in which you're just so desperate for anything that you'll watch it. What did we learn? Give me something we learned from last year's Summer League team.
Well, last year was really sad because DaRon Holmes got hurt and was eliminated for the year, it was kind of last summer was a bummer, I thought, Scott. I mean, to me, that sucked.
Well, he got hurt in the first half of the first game, and then Strother, they only let him play 2 games. He killed it.
God, was it the first game?
Yeah.
Strother did he only play 2? I thought he played 2.
I thought he played 2, and he played
great.
really good in
so
both
they
games.
shut him down.
Yeah, they shut him down.
Should you shut down Holmes right now?
No.
Maybe.
Okay.
I say yes.
But he wants to play, too. You still got to get some game in, don't you?
You tell me. You tell me. Like, they definitely...
I'd be very careful with it. I mean, maybe you don't literally shut him down, but how many minutes you really need out of him?
Well, last night he played, and again...
He had a good game, but scored 15 points, right?
Yeah, and it was really like the third quarter, because the first half was the Hunter Tyson show, which was roll my eyes. Like,
We've seen that before.
Hunter Tyson should be scoring 30 points in these games like it's no big deal. He really should be.
He's a third-year NBA pro who's actually played significant quality NBA minutes. Like, he should be destroying this, and he's not. He was 4-14. I don't know with Hunter Tyson. I don't know what to do with this guy. He did have 11 rebounds, and he is 6'8", but Spencer Jones did nothing, by the way. He was like a big donut out there. DaRon Holmes had a good third quarter, 15 points in total. And then E.J. Liddell was pretty interesting. 28 minutes, 12 points, kind of a physical guy. Like, I don't know. Like, you got one roster spot open. I thought if anybody sort of was like, who's that guy? It was E.J. Liddell was kind of the most interesting dude.
Where was he? Was he ever drafted? Was he?
Yeah, he's a second-round pick a couple years ago.
Who's the guy out of Missouri we signed?
That would be Tamar Bates, who's already on a two-way contract. So you're definitely going to see a little bit of him. But he didn't start last night. But he played all right. He was okay. Them's my takeaways from the good old game last night. Scott's like on the broadcast with this thing tomorrow.
Yeah, I
got to bone up a little. Trying to help you out here, pal.
First time I looked at my phone that just now, and I realized, oh gosh, I got a whole bunch of stuff. I got to figure out what I got to do.
Yeah, what do you have to do?
We're going to sit there and analyze.
I don't know why you guys just don't do play-by-play from the desk.
Well, Marlo and I have done that before.
Yeah, why don't? Yeah, like like they kind of did that. Like it was Chris Dempsey
because
Marlo
you don't have
Vic.
your own cameras.
You just look at the thing and do just comment as the game goes on.
Well, that'd be fine, but then all of a sudden they cut to an interview. You got to make sure you got somebody with the switcher. Well, I'm in.
Like because ESPN.
Can I say I'm in?
All right, because the game was on ESPN Plus.
You don't really want to do that, Scott.
I'll tell you this.
I'd rather do that than sit there and just watch a game and then wait.
Well, that's
and
probably
comment
true.
after.
If you got to cover it all, you might as well do it.
Yeah,
like if they go and they did, they had David Adelman with the play-by-play and color guy. Like, okay, hey, they're talking to Adelman. Let's take this, and then the rest of it, you guys should just do the whole thing. Just talk about the game. You don't even have to do play-by-play.
Like Mystery Science 3000.
Yes, it's like a watch-along. I'm telling you this. I don't know, Scott.
Well, our plans are. Scott Bay and I have talked about this. Our plans are because a lot of times they'll start taking the other coach, the other GM, or some guy from, whatever that has no particular, interest in what the game is and or anything about the Nuggets. So that's what we sit in the studio for. So then we can take it over. So there will be watch along portions.
Well, there were, but they were too short, in my opinion. Well, I didn't care about any of the other stuff. I would have rather just heard Chris, Vic, and Chris talk about the game, period, the entire game. So I don't know if you got any control on this big fella, but like...
Well, Scott Bay, did you hear that?
Yeah, it would every time it was Altitude's guy talking about it, it was more interesting than those guys doing play-by-play.
It's not enough for him to just be the PD of the radio station now.
Oh, no.
Now he's got to do TV also.
I'm just telling you what was more interesting. That's all. Do with it what you want. But, whatever, man.
Well, to be honest with you, it'd be more fun from the standpoint, if you got to be there anyway, to be on more and talk some game. And then,
Well, why else are people tuning into Altitude TV?
To see what type of young guys are going to make an impact.
Well, no. Okay, fine. But we want your opinion
Takes
on
of
it.
it,
Yeah, I want to hear what you guys think about it. I want the Nuggets angle on things.
And then you would have heard me go travel.
Yes, that would have been funny. They all referenced you on that at the end of the game.
I was supposed to do that game.
Well, you're doing it tomorrow. Who are they playing tomorrow? Do you even know? You're too funny, bro. There's 3 games left.
Scott's making me feel a whole lot better about not paying attention.
No, I'm doing a game Saturday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday.
Saturday. All right, Saturday.
It's kind of a lot, actually.
Well, there's 4 games, and then you got to get in the playoffs. But if you lose all the games,
Well, they always give everybody a 5th game.
Oh, do you have a 5th? Okay,
Yeah.
so you're playing Minnesota 6 p.m. tomorrow night.
All right. I'll be there at Altitude. I think we'll probably come on at 5:30.
Okay.
I think.
Boy, I assume this is East Coast time that I'm looking at right here. So I assume that's what it is. I don't know. It was good to see everybody back. I really enjoyed watching the Nuggets last night, man. I thought it was fun. Strother was there. Peyton Watson was there.
That's what I don't get.
Tenzer was there. Now I know I know who he is now. I'm like, oh, there he
You've
is.
seen Ben before.
I've seen him a million times before. I just didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
But now I know. I know who he is.
I've never understood that. I understand why front offices and coaches are there. Or at least some of the coaches.
Yeah.
Head coaches. Ones that are working the games also.
Yeah.
But I never understood why players go.
You don't like to party in Vegas for a few days?
Yeah, that one's ezy. I'm going to go to Vegas. That sounds cool.
Is that a stretch?
Hold on.
To be honest,
in July.
I don't understand why the head coaches aren't there. Like, why do they not have anything to do with this?
I don't know. Just their
It
tradition.
started a few years ago, 10 years ago, 15.
Who knows?
They started letting the assistants coach it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. You're trying to give these guys some time off.
I thought
I do understand that.
Malone's first year head coach, he coached that summer. I thought he did.
So they do have the option if they want to.
Yeah, well, they could if they want to, yeah. But I think it's also about giving other guys opportunities to see what it's like to run a team, run a practice, timeouts, substitutions. Andrew Munson's the head coach. He did it last year also. Great opportunity for him. Also to be seen. Listen, every GM and every head coach in the league are at these games, and you're sitting there making a decision, making good play. Somebody's going to go, hey.
All right, no dumb question on this. Does it matter that they lost on a buzzer beater?
No.
Okay, no big deal.
It's summer league.
Okay, I'm just curious, like how serious they take it.
No, you try to win every game, but I mean, what are you going to do? You win 3-4 games in a row. That means you could be there for an extra 3 or 4 days.
All right. So what do you want to get out of it? What do you want to see out of it?
In the NFL, you never care if you lose, but you do enjoy it when you win.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to get out of it? You
want Hunter Tyson to be a little better, don't you?
You'd like to see some of your older guys or guys that have been on the team show me something. It's time to do something. And you know, yet David. They probably got over new plays. Hey, let's do a couple of new plays to see what it looks like in live action. Because before it's been sitting in the office watching film. What if we put this guy over here and we did this? Now you can put a couple plays in, couple into quarter plays, side out of bounds, under out of bounds. You know, different scenarios. Last few seconds of a game. Here's what we want to do. And so you could work on some scheme things that you'll implement once the season starts.
Can a player make a team based on summer league?
He could. I tell you what, you can't make a team if you're not in the or invited to the training camp. Summer league can get you invited to training camp.
Gotcha.
And if not to the team that you're playing on, because I've seen guys play great, teams just don't have enough room, don't bring them, and they're picked up right away. So playing great in the summer league, you are going to be in a training camp this year. Play like in the summer league, you better start looking for Puerto Rico or Australia or, somewhere in Europe.
Let's football go. There is a pal of Tyler's that's got something interesting to say about Bo Nix. Details next.
PhD presents Let's Football Go.
It wasn't our hump. All right, run out and hook in.
Run out and hook in. Show these people how to play football.
Are you ready for some football? Let's go!
Westminster,
Let's go, man. Let's go. That's what we do, man.
Westminster.
A few years ago. Stop. Let me correct you. Stop.
Oh, you was talking about my mom. What's that? That's you are.
It's not enough for him to just be the PD of the radio station now.
Oh, no.
Now he's got to do TV also.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Oh, we can make everything better. Nothing that's just good as is. It can always be better. But especially with Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Your buddy RG3's got his take, Tyler, on story number 1. Thank you, Alan. Thank you. RG3. What is RG3 doing, by the way? What's his job? What's he?
Podcast.
Is he just doing podcast stuff?
I thought he got hired by, I think he's with Fox now.
Is he?
Yeah, he definitely lost his job at the ESPN. I'm pretty sure he got hired by Fox.
I'm looking at his bio here on YouTube. No mentions of Fox, but a lot of YouTube stuff. Anyways, he's doing something. After watching all of his film from last year, Bo Nix is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL.
There you go.
Would you agree with RG3?
The most underrated in the NFL. It's a pretty strong statement. Look, can't we just be happy? Like, I guess I get uncomfortable with all these compliments and we're just so over the top with our praise right now of Bo Nix of what was a good rookie year. You know, it was a good rookie year that we should all be thrilled with. Can't we just be happy with that? Like why we got to anoint the guy before he's done anything?
Okay, Scott.
Yeah, I feel a little bit like that. I'm like you. Let's get the season going. I want to see some. I've said before that you could help him out, have a better second year, not have a drop off second year like we saw maybe in Houston. But make sure he's got a little bit of a running game. I think that'd take a lot of pressure off. So I'm waiting to see if Sean Payton's going to be committed to the running game. But I'm a little bit with Tyler. I was like, let's get this thing going before we start anointing him.
Yeah, I mean, okay, and what does underrated even mean? Is Bo Nix better than Justin Herbert?
I would say no.
Okay, is he better than Geno Smith?
I'd say yes. My vote is yes on that, but I can't stand Geno Smith as a quarterback.
You can't stand him.
I can't believe what he's done. I can't believe he's had a resurgence. I've always thought Geno Smith was somewhat terrible. But
I mean, I don't have a ton of beef with you if you want to say he's better than him. That's fine, and you could logically try to win that argument. But Geno Smith's pretty dang good quarterback. English is hard.
No, but you had that funny a while ago.
Thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
Rest on that laurel.
Yeah,
it's like you hit one good drive, the other 17. Who cares?
They're not all gonna hit the fairway.
No, find a good laurel and rest on it.
I think the underrated thing for Bo Nix is that if you weren't really paying attention to him or the Broncos, and I don't think many people were because of where he was drafted and blah, 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 you'd probably be surprised if you hadn't been paying attention to the Broncos, and RG3 probably wasn't paying attention to the Broncos.
I'll tell you the most underrated aspect of Bo Nix for me that surprised me, that it's one of those things, it's an intangible that there's no way that you know until you know. But he does appear to have a very unique ability to lead as a young man.
Yes.
And that is something that I had no idea we were going to get in him. I mean, this team respects that man. This team looks to that man, that guy. I mean, we all saw the moment on the sideline, the infamous moment where he stood up for himself. And you know what was interesting about that moment? If you watch it closely, what I thought was cool about it as well, a lot of times assistant coaches, when they get caught and their players getting yelled at by a head coach, they'll just shut up. They won't say a word. What a lot of people don't ever talk about, Davis Webb had his back in that moment too.
Yeah.
So it was Davis Webb and Bo Nix versus the head coach, right?
Well, but was Davis Webb the year with Russell and Sean got on him and Russell wilted? So Davis might have learned what we were saying all last year. He stood up for himself. Things have changed. He will be Sean's boy forever.
So to me, that's the most underrated aspect of his game that I did not know we were going to get.
I would agree with that. I think he's a better leader than I thought he was going to be, especially for that young.
All right, next story. Bill Barnwell had this to say about the Broncos in relationship to the Chiefs.
Not so sure. Certainly some strides being made here, but there's a little bit of projection happening with some of those Sean Payton specials from New Orleans. Pat Bryant, their day 3 pick, is apparently the new Michael Thomas. R.J. Harvey, their second-round pick, is the next Alvin Kamara or Darren Sproles. Evan Ingram, who's never been a red zone threat or a vertical threat in his career, is now about to be the next Jimmy Graham. I don't know about all that stuff. There's things to be excited about here, and the defense is excellent, no question. But remember last year with Bo Nix, they were protecting him a lot on third downs and in passing situations. A lot of screens, a lot of throws to the sideline, RPOs, get the ball out quick. Nothing wrong with that. But I want to see him play better in those obvious passing situations. And I want to see them open up the offense in the way that shows that they trust him in those obvious passing situations. This team was 1-7 against playoff teams last year before that win in Week 18. So I want to see them play better against tougher competition this year.
Okay, so that's the Broncos ain't that good, fellas. That's that commentary, which I heard a lot about last year. But I say you can only play who they put in front of you. I mean, what's the difference?
Well, I think that's what he's saying, though.
He is.
Is that you didn't play well against the teams they put in front of you.
Okay, so who's the true Broncos? The team that made the playoffs or a bunch of slappies that really weren't that good?
Well, it's probably somewhere in between. I mean,
the team that went, what were they last year, 10-7?
Mm-hmm.
So the team that went 9-2 against sub-500 teams or a team that went 1-7 against 500 teams.
Right.
Who are they? Are they that team?
Which is why I do struggle, and I can understand the sentiment there. Boy, there is just a lot of anointing going on this Broncos team over this offseason. There is so much praise.
A lot of hype, isn't there?
It makes me uncomfortable for a team that really has not earned anything just yet.
You got the Defensive Player of the Year. You're getting an A- in your offseason moves.
Yep.
You're being anointed the best defense in the NFL already.
Which I think could very well come true.
You're getting, RG3, look at Bo Nix. He's way better than we all thought. You know, that sort of hype. You're right. The Broncos are getting a lot of...
tons of hype.
They're going to be on national TV way more. The NFL's recognized
and here's where I struggle with it. Does anyone in this room think the Denver Broncos are going to win the AFC West?
Well, what's the show in front of us called?
Morning Sprint.
Morning Sprint, and Coach Sanford, he said today, and I'm trying to think of the words that he actually used, but basically, the you're thinking you're going to beat the Chiefs, played them close, but he said you got to worry about the Chargers, so you didn't even compete against the Chargers.
Well, you lost twice.
Yeah, he said they weren't even games. So he said, everybody's saying, well, the Broncos got the Chargers numbers, and Raj said, well, they played them close, you beat them that once, and the other one, down, yeah. He said, but it's matchup.
And don't sleep on the Raiders now. Don't sleep on Pete Carroll and Gino and what they put together out there.
But he talked about its matchups. What are the matchups? And he also, what he said about the Chiefs? He said they've let that lineup get old.
Did you see the and it seems to happen every offseason, is Pat Mahomes fat or not photo? Did you see that that recently came out?
I didn't think it looked too bad.
Well, one thing I've learned from Nikola Jokic is that you could be the best player in the world and look fat in the offseason.
He definitely looked out of shape. But kind of so what? Is kind of the thing. But Patrick Mahomes does not spend his time thinking about getting ripped in the offseason.
No.
He thinks about having fun and doing whatever he's doing and puts on a couple of LBs. He doesn't really care about that six-pack. But does it even matter?
No.
I mean, I've seen a lot of quarterbacks throughout the years who were like, not exactly Mr. Olympia, when they took their shirt off.
What was Peyton's body?
It wasn't great.
It wasn't bad.
It was all right.
It wasn't like ripped muscles.
No, he wasn't ripped, but I would never call Peyton fat.
I wouldn't call Peyton fat either, but it wasn't like ripped or anything like that.
He looked like a in-shape suburban dad.
Pretty good, yeah. That's nobody. If he was in the suburban dad drop-off line at Cherry Creek, nobody would ever call him fat in a million years. He would look better than most of the dads, no doubt about it.
All right. So as we're sitting here talking about all this praise the Broncos are getting, rank it right now. How does the AFC West end up?
Chiefs.
Okay, but keep going.
Probably 13 wins, like 13-4. I'll say Chargers.
So now you okay, you're only the Chargers.
I'll give you a record.
No, I'm not. All I'm going to say is that we're immediately in danger of missing the playoffs. If you're saying we're going to be third in the AFC West, you're immediately in danger.
I think the Broncos are going to win 11 games. So maybe I reverse engineer it. Like, if they win 11 games, where are they in the AFC West? Here's what I think. I think the Broncos are going to win 11 games, and I think they're going to beat the Houston Texans in the wild card game in Houston. And then they'll probably lose to Baltimore after that.
I think the winner of the AFC West will have 11 or 12 wins.
Wow. So down year.
Yeah.
Well, that gives the Broncos a shot then.
Well, because I'm with you, Tyler. I think the Raiders are better. Chargers, at least in head-to-head this last year, Harbaugh wins. Chiefs are still the Chiefs, although it felt like Denver played them well every time he played them. I think the AFC West will cannibalize itself. So now it becomes those other games that you put in front of you. How do you do in those games? And it scares me. Well, but they got to play too, the NFC East.
So here
I feel comfortable saying I can guarantee you the Broncos are winning 9 games, right? And then it becomes a question of, well, does the fumble bounce the right way or not in the other 2 games? Because what's the difference between 9 and 11? Well, it's not a lot. It really is not a lot. It's 1 or 2 turnovers. It's a fumble that you don't recover here and there.
A field goal is the difference in winning 11 games this year.
I think the Broncos have a very good opportunity to be the second best team in the AFC West. Could I promise that? Heck no.
Better than the Chargers, or is Chargers the first?
I think the Broncos have a very good opportunity of being the second team, with the Chiefs being number 1.
What if the Chargers get 13 wins, Broncos get 11, and the Chiefs get 10? Wouldn't that be something?
I mean, yeah.
That'd be fun. That'd be a fun year. I don't know. It's going to drop off for the Chiefs at some point, doesn't it? No? Never?
What's a drop-off?
10, not 13 or
14. 10 would be
a
huge drop-off. I mean, I would say 12 would be a drop-off.
All right, last story here. A fireworks guy. Did you guys hear about this? Najee Harris?
Yeah.
Eye injury, fireworks mishap, other dudes, the hands and the this, that, the other thing. Like, a bunch of people got hurt. I don't know exactly. Did you hear any details? Like, how the hell did several people get hurt in a fireworks accident?
Probably somebody threw a firecracker, or one of those things tipped over and went into a pile.
Bottle rocket war?
Went into a pile of fireworks. Have you guys seen the video of that one where the thing tips over, shoots in there right behind the car, and it catches all the other one, and it's like a Armageddon?
The report says the mishap resulted to injuries to several attendees.
That's what happened.
And one person did lose fingers.
So a spark or a thing went off, went sideways, landed into the big pile, and then now you got everything coming at you.
So he might not have even been doing anything stupid.
Yeah, he
might have just been in the crowd,
standing and watching.
He was just amongst a stupid guy who was fireworks guy. Yeah. I mean, that's clearly fireworks guy screwed up, right?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Well, what do you mean maybe? I mean, somebody brought all the fireworks and screwed something up.
I know you're. So you Mr. Anti-Fireworks?
Yes, he is. Extremely anti-fireworks.
Oh, there you go.
So
you didn't know this about him?
I bet you they all brought fireworks, and they probably are all in a neighborhood doing stuff.
I bet you are wrong.
All I know is I survived the bottle rocket wars as a kid.
I bet you anything you're wrong. I bet you there was a fireworks guy, and they depended on fireworks guy to have their fireworks fun, and the guy screwed it all up.
So the video with the one sparking over the right, was that one guy that brought all those fireworks?
It's always one guy in those settings.
There's one guy that brings more than the rest, but there's...
One guy brings all of it. One guy is artillery fireworks guy.
And we all love that guy. Everybody loves that guy.
You pretend you love that guy. You pretend you love that
What
guy.
do you mean you pretend you love him?
That guy was my brother.
You
now
get to
it's
go
my
enjoy a
nephew.
free show that's right across the street.
Yeah. Well, Najee Harris, I'm glad he's okay. But fireworks guy. Somebody lost fingers.
What was
Not trying to laugh.
what was the defensive end for the Giants?
Jason Pierre-Paul.
Yeah, Pierre-Paul lost a couple fingers, remember?
And he ended up playing like 8 more years after that.
Yeah.
Well, when you guys were off earlier this week, we had a conversation like, how many sports can you play pretty effectively with no fingers?
That's kind of funny.
We figured out football was one of them.
Pocket pool.
Pocket pool?
Wow, that's a good question.
I think there's quite a few sports you could probably play all right with no fingers.
Do you have a thumb still?
We said that. You said you still have your thumb. Like the thumb seems to be really important.
Pool?
I think you could play pool fine with missing a few digits.
That might be helpful if it's on your left hand. You know, you got a little ridge right there.
Football, you can definitely play without all 10 fingers.
Depends on the position, but
okay, fine.
Yeah.
The wide receiver?
That might be more difficult, but offensive D line.
Well, shoot, the Seahawks. What was his name? Shaq Griffith, or no? It wasn't Shaq. It was his brother.
Twin brother.
He doesn't have an arm.
Jim Abbott, baseball didn't have a hand arm.
Made an All-Star game.
Yeah.
Threw a no-hitter. Didn't Abbott throw a no-hitter once?
So baseball pitcher, football, certain positions.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball missing fingers? Well,
no way.
I've seen a guy.
I don't know.
I've seen a guy playing for the Nuggets last couple of years that has no hands.
Not on your shooting hand, Scott.
And on the Zeke Najee joke, you gave Alan an assignment. He has done his homework. We'll hear the result of that coming up next.
Okay, guys, gals, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out my friends at Phil Long Ford. Don't waste your whole weekend driving all over Colorado. Just go to the best dealership with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. Phil Long Ford. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. You're going to get the best price, and you're going to walk out a customer for life. Relationships matter in life, and that's why I keep going back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. Guys, they've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
All right, so Nate Kreckman coming in. Chris Dempsey filling in. They'll be in here in a little bit. Tyler, you asked when we were talking about the Tour de France.
Yeah. By the way, you think I finally got bigger biceps than Demps or no? No? Still not? All right.
That'd be
I'm going to have to work on that.
Close. I don't think Dempsey's slowing down. But Alan Baca, who's filling in, doing a great job. Thank you, Alan. I think I said cycling is a macho sport, not the most macho sport. And Alan, you went back and we have the tape.
Tail of the tape.
All right.
I got it ready.
Here we go. You comparing following the Tour de France?
Yes.
As the equivalent of playing Magic the Gathering?
And that is what cycling is, yes.
Yeah, it's playing Paul.
If you want to compare cycling to sports, they would officially be the nerdiest sport.
You think cycling's the nerdiest sport?
Probably.
I think cycling's one of the most macho sports on earth.
Macho?
Hell yeah.
All right, you got a small technicality in there because you used one of.
I got it.
That is a very, very small technicality that we'll have to go to the judges on.
Didn't say most.
Well, you certainly equated it to the most.
I said one of.
One of.
Well,
right?
I had the one of comment right.
So if you go one of the most, is that not equating it to the others that are the most?
It's not saying it's the most. It's just saying it's one of the most. I think I win in that. Alan, do I win there? What do you think?
I'm siding with you on this one.
Oh wow, that's a pretty loose technicality. Okay,
So
I guess
Monday coffee.
I guess I guess you know what, you're right. I totally see it now. Cycling, UFC, NHL, football. I totally see how it's one of the most
I would say,
macho sports.
I would say MMA is definitely one of the most, as is football is one of the most.
Have you ever noticed every time you make a coffee bet with him that you instigate, you lose?
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, that is not. Listen, over the course of years, the deficit is ridiculous in Tyler's favor.
But I'd go back to who instigated the bet. Because you lost one to him this year, but you instigated the bet on that one.
I'm happy to. Did we make a bet on that, by the way?
You don't have to.
No, I'm happy to.
I don't even remember if there was a bet on that.
I'm happy to buy a coffee. I still feel like I win, and that's all that matters is what I feel here. Because when you equate it to one of the most, that's to me the exact same thing as calling it the most. Yes. One of the most is the same as the most.
It is an interesting thing. Like when there's a mistake that happens or an athlete falls down, in general, in cycling, in general, there's an injury. Whereas you could fall down in baseball all day and not get hurt, theoretically, right? Guys slide, guys dive. You know, you're not seeing an injury in baseball is pretty rare. Not that guys can't get hurt. Of course they do. But it's rare. Baseball's a pretty tough sport, though, too. There's a lot of macho attitudes in baseball. It's like one dude trying to throw a sphere past another guy with a bat. I mean, there's something kind of like, caveman about baseball when you kind of think about it. Don't you think basketball's probably the least macho of all the sports? But the athletes probably...
What is macho?
Hold on. But it's probably the best athletes in the world.
I think they're probably one of the best athletes in the world.
That's our new way out. We're just going to use the one of.
Yeah, I would say... I don't know. It seemed like it used to be a lot more macho than
it definitely used to be. It's changed.
Now it's phony. Yeah, fake tough guys.
But the athletes are unbelievable.
I do agree. I've always said this. I think basketball players, pound for pound, are the best athletes in the world.
I actually agree with that.
When you just think about the things that those bodies have to do, it's insane.
When you think about teamwork, running, jumping, coordination against other guys of that, there really kind of is nothing like it. That's why the Bucks had a 5'7" dude who was out there last night. Norwell, something like that.
Narwhal.
Yeah, impressive. When you see guys really that small, it's
Hope
something.
you find your dad.
That's two you've gotten that one too.
But but it's not really. I'm macho. I don't know macho. Who knows?
You still sticking to it? The cycling's one of the most macho.
Yeah, it's the guts it takes to do cycling. I mean, you're just thrown off because the guys are super skinny and smaller looking, that sort of thing.
We're thrown off because we see you come in sweaty every day.
I'm not a cyclist. I'm not like those guys. I'm not
you
even
didn't
close.
say those guys. You said bike riders, basically.
No. Oh, come on. There's a huge difference between bike riders, guys.
What exercise? What the bald guy in the morning from Nebraska says?
Yeah, man. And these guys are... have you ever seen video of like regular human beings trying to ride next to these guys? Because sometimes there's parallel roads to these. It's ridiculous.
I have a hard time putting something, if you're not allowed to make physical contact with your opponent, I'm going to have a hard time calling that a macho sport.
Whew. Wow, that's an interesting standard. Well, what about race car driving?
You're allowed to make contact.
Well,
not in F1, but F1 you still kind of.
They don't want you to.
NASCAR, they do it all the time.
I suppose you're right in NASCAR. You can make contact and you're not thrown out of the race.
Yeah.
It's not great, though.
No. I mean, it can cause problems.
Yeah.
Especially with open wheel.
Rubbing is racing, boys.
You don't want to rub with open wheel. There's something flying off your machine when that happens.
That's interesting. If there's not contact allowed, well, I mean, it's actually bike racing and NASCAR would be the same thing then. I mean, you can do it. You're not.
And it probably has been done.
Yeah, I mean, guys run into each other every day out there.
No dumb question about these racers.
Yeah.
How come they don't get the little cool air pump underneath the middle thing like they used to do?
Why did you just do it right like that?
I'm sorry, how much?
Well,
why did you have to do that?
What the hell? And here's another thing, biking. How come girls' bikes had the no little brace up top and boys' bikes did, which doesn't seem like that should have been just opposite?
I have no clue what you're trying to say.
I know
right
exactly what you're talking about.
What's that brace called?
The girl's bike doesn't have the bar straight across.
Yeah, the bar straight across from
goes down.
The handle.
That's not true in cycling, in like professional cycling.
Well, they got the little bar right across.
In professional cycling, there's no difference between the women's and the men's bikes. But in general, women's bikes don't have that bar across.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's a great question.
Because when you stop and come down, if your bike's a little taller than it should be, you're right.
I actually have, you're right. I have no idea why women's bikes are designed differently than men's bikes like that. I have no idea. That's a great question. That's not a dumb question. That's a great question. I have no idea. What's the difference?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
And again, would it look bad if they had those? Remember, well, you're old enough.
Yeah.
Remember, you used to be able to go to the bike store, you get a new bike, and you always had to have a bike pump, right? There'd be a little skinny tube, and you'd either mount it on that bar underneath or right there underneath the handle right there. Wouldn't it be cool if a racer had one of those on? Wouldn't you like to see that?
Okay, I hate to be a jerk.
I'm not sure that's helping with aerodynamics.
I hate to be a jerk on this, but you realize at this level they have cars with spare bikes and mechanics driving behind them.
I know that, but it just seems that they're,
I mean, if you were watching the Tour de France,
Scott just wants to see these kids on like a childhood bike.
Yeah, I want to see them on a Huffy. I want to see them on a Huffy.
Let's climb Alpe d'Huez on a Schwinn.
Yeah, I want to see
with the banana seat.
Yeah, show me you're a great athlete. I want to see that right there. I want you to show me a 1977 small front wheel bike.
There goes Tadej Pogacar. Click, 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 click. He's got baseball cards in his spokes going up.
I talked to a buddy yesterday, and he was he's into. You're talking about things to watch. I guess there's some show like I've watched those shows. Those antique collectors. They bring in the antiques. Say, well, this has come from the 1600s. Right. You could probably get 30,000 pounds for this. So he's on some show that does this with cards, and these guys would just go out and buy these giant packs of boxes of cards, and then they go through them and seeing if they got anything of value. And he's telling me, and we're talking about different stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I go, do you collect? And he goes, oh, yeah. He's telling me, and I said, well, I had a buddy of mine who paid basically for his master's degree, quit his job, went back to school to get a master's degree in education and became a teacher. And he had like 8 Mickey Mantle cards. He sold 6 of them, paid for his entire master's program.
Oh, yeah, there's big money in this stuff.
But this was like 20 years ago.
Big money.
And he said, yeah, if you can find he said, now you got to get them all graded, right? Mm-hmm. Which I've never done that. Long part of my story, because you did the click, click, click thing.
Mm-hmm.
We used to, as kids, you put the baseball cards
In the spokes.
Get a clothespin and put it in the spokes.
Yeah, I even did that as a kid.
Okay. Our thing, like I could tell you names I had in my spokes. You ready for this? So this is probably in the mid-'60s.
Okay.
I had Willie Mays.
Sure.
I had Hank Aaron.
Put Johnny Bench in
I
there.
had a Roberto Clemente.
Put the good guys in there.
No, if you're going to make your bike day, you want a great card. You don't want Scott Hastings. Who do you got? I got Willie Mays today. Not ever thinking, 40 years later, 50 years later.
Probably worth $100,000.
I probably spent $5 million in baseball cards in the spokes of my bike.
I wonder when it was in the history of sports where all of a sudden these cards became valuable. There had to be some sort of the Rubicon had to be crossed where people thought, whoa, these things are worth more in pristine rather than, folded up and posted on my wall or stuck in a book or thrown on a bike.
Was it when the Ty Cobb card first appeared? Was a Ty Cobb that they used to put in it was the gum or if it was the cigarettes or whatever it was back then. Or it might have even been somebody before Ty Cobb.
Honus Wagner.
Yeah.
And somebody sold it for $1 million.
No,
why did that
I
happen,
could tell you. I could tell you guys the answer to it. Specifically, it was 1952.
Oh,
so it was the 1952 Top Series, and those are all the series that are worth like you want a Mickey Mantle?
Mantle, yeah.
I owned at one point a PSA 5 Mickey Mantle. It's one of my biggest regrets ever selling it. I should have never done it. Dumbest thing
the
I've
guy
ever
told
done.
me now that one just sold for $2.5 million.
Yeah.
All right, so
now that's for the higher graded one.
What year did that become valuable?
So the reason why the 1952s in particular became so valuable is because Topps thought that these things were worthless. And so they had so many cards that they literally took dump trucks and they dumped them out in the river. And so now all of a sudden there was no longer a surplus of these cards, and they were rare, they were hard to find, and those became the most valuable cards.
I think
okay, fine. But
I think I put a 61 Mantle in mine.
But when though? Like in the 60s, in the 70s?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Like that to me is the interesting moment. Like when did these? When is that a big deal? When is their value?
Look and see when the very first time Honus Wagner came for sale, because didn't the guy that does Family Guy, didn't he make a big splash one time 15, 20 years ago? Because
I didn't know that.
Paid $4.5 million for it.
Yeah, but it goes back to it's memorabilia in general though. Like when did people start to care about it?
I don't know.
It's a great question.
What is the answer to
There's
that?
all kinds of famed stories about it, like the Bond 73rd home run ball that there was the massive lawsuit over that whole thing.
Yeah.
But but you knew it was going to be valuable in that moment. That's why guys were both paying lawyers and almost dying under the pile to try and get that thing.
Growing up in the 80s, it wasn't, okay? It
Right.
just wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was getting cards, I loved getting I guess that was more the 70s, early 80s. But I would get the stack of cards with a stiff pink stick of crappy gum, cardboard gum. And I just rifled through it. I was a Red Sox guy, so I'm looking for Red Sox dudes to collect. I had a big, huge box.
My first series, 86 Tops, and you had a rubber band around it, and it was all beat to hell. It was. Did you guys ever own the 89 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr. #1? The one of just his face.
I know the card, but no.
It's to me that was always the white whale. I never owned that card in my life.
Well, don't you naturally see? I lost interest as soon as I was
mature.
Yeah, kind of. I don't mean to be a jerk here.
Yeah.
But when I started playing sports for real, I kind of gave up on.
It's when the
care as
swimsuit
much.
issue hit a little different.
Correct.
When it tinkled,
Correct.
you were like,
correct.
I don't really care about the difference between Donruss and Fleer anymore.
Yeah, it's not that I wasn't pumped about getting my Denny Doyle Royals card there, Scott, but it just wasn't as cool as it once was. But somehow, some way, at some point, all of a sudden it became really valuable.
Yep.
But I just don't know when.
The stories about what happened during COVID, by the way, were crazy.
How so?
Cards became so hard to come because everybody was bored. And so everybody got whatever your interest was at the time. You started collecting. And there were stories where if you notice now at a lot of stores, they lock up the cards, the baseball cards. They lock them up in a cabinet behind the register because people were it was crazy stuff. There were fights in the parking lot. People were getting in rumbles over getting like the big, the what we would call the wax box, except they're not made of wax anymore. But like getting the box of packs of cards, like it went crazy. And what's so weird about it too is like, do you remember? You guys know Bill Sports Collectibles,
of course, yes.
So I used to go over there and like I would buy like remember at the old office, Scotty, we had like a box of like 91 NBA hoops or whatever that was just sitting there. I think I bought that thing for like $8. Somebody's phone is ringing.
DMac.
Okay. It was
That's not me.
I think I bought that thing for like $9 or whatever over at Bill Sports Collectibles, and then we all went through it. I bet if you went back to Bill's right now, that same box would be like $100. Because it went through the freaking roof.
Oh, it is mine.
Everybody's desire to get trading cards, which is absolutely wild.
So you paid $8. Yeah. You know what we got for a handful of years in the league when I played? We'd get a box. No, it wouldn't come in a box. It came in a collectible book with sleeves and cards of every player in the league.
Sure.
And I've got somewhere down there in my house. Well, would have lost that.
I used to have boxes of those sleeves and binders. I mean, thousands of cards.
I still have a lot of
them.
Do you?
Yeah, that's cool.
Just take up space
I
in my
wish
basement.
I still had mine.
Yeah.
I never have collected a Logan. I worked with him at one time. Had every single issue of Sports Illustrated.
That's a deep cut right there.
That's because that's space.
Yeah.
After a while.
Yeah. That was one where I think I was like in college or something like that. And my mom, we had like several boxes of them. My mom was like, "Can I get rid of these?" And I was just like, "Yeah, I guess."
You know how they would screw you up on that? I know people have collected it. It gets a little weird. Because, Sports Illustrated sometimes did regional covers.
Yeah.
And it would really screw up collectors because, well, how do I get the one from the West Coast and the East Coast and this, that, and the other thing? Didn't you always notice, like, as a kid, like, wow, my team is always on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Isn't that kind of cool?
You know what we used to do in college? So we had 2 or 3 magazines laying around, People and a Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
So we would go in there and we would autograph, like, be a big story on Jack Nicklaus. So we go, "Hey, Scott, man, good seeing you at the course the other day. See you next time." And we'd sign Jack Nicklaus. So and we'd leave him around. People would come in there and start throwing, "You got Jack? You know Jack Nicklaus?" And we had, name a big star that was in a sports magazine. We faked autographs and laid it around the house.
Good
all the
forgery.
time.
Nice
Do
job.
you guys remember when you were the first time in Sports Illustrated?
Yep. I mean,
what was it for?
I actually had
in college.
No, it was in the NFL. I had a full page photo and a featured article that was about me and 3 other dudes. And I mean, the premise of the article is actually pretty funny and it's going to make sense, but I've got this framed in my basement. My mom framed the whole thing for me. I mean, it's a full page photo, just me playing against the Bills. We're out in Buffalo.
How cool is that?
I was blocking Mario Williams.
Okay,
and,
right on.
The premise of the article was, who are these nobodies protecting RG3 and Lamar Jackson and whatever,
who the hell are these guys?
Yeah, that was the premise of it.
That's
exactly.
great.
That's pretty funny.
The no-name O-line.
Yeah.
Hey,
good luck, Washington. You got Polumbus.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. You don't want to do a bicep check right now with Chris Dempsey? No. See what's up?
Gun Show just walked in. Dempsey is here. Dudes, we're doing Summer League talk. You guys are cut loose for the weekend. Well done, PhD fellas. Nice job.
Oh, I was going to show you my first time in Sports
Wait, were you on
Illustrated.
the cover?
I was on the cover.
Hell yeah.
Wait.
Was this in college?
Were you under Larry Bird's? Wasn't he dunking on you or something?
Those are your legs.
That's my hand. That's my hand, and those are my legs. Right there.
That's fantastic.
With Bird, right?
High socks. As Larry Bird bodies you out and goes to the rim.
When that came out, did you realize it was you?
Oh yeah.
Knew right away.
Were you pumped?
Oh
I know
yeah.
those shins.
Yeah, we were like, dude, I made the cover.
That's you should. Do you own that?
I used to. I used to have the Sports Illustrated.
What do you know the year and month?
Oh, it's on there.
It's pretty funny.
Because now I'm going to look this up on eBay in the break. I want to find
March 26, 1979.
March
awesome.
26.
That's awesome. Dude.
1979. The hick from French Lick going right by it. That's fantastic. All right.
Bird takes off.
My Sports really quick. My Sports Illustrated story. I was friendly with Austin Murphy, who was a writer, and we were talking to the Bills Giants, and I heard a Bills receiver say, "Hey, take that," or whatever, some sort of quote. And so Austin was like, "Oh, can I use that?" I go, "Okay." And so the next week I'm reading the article, and blah, 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 Bills receiver said, blah, 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 up there to nobody in particular. And I'm like, hey, that's me. I'm nobody in particular. By the way, some advice or a suggestion.
Okay.
The more you guys talked, the better the broadcast was.
Oh, yeah, that's fun, man. Yeah, I like talking about. I think
more of the local coverage.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
Like when those guys.
Yeah.
When those Katie's here. Oh,
Katie Wingy is waiting because we're gonna talk summer league buckets with
there
Katie
you go. I set it
right
up
now.
perfectly.
Booked at 3:00, and hey, she's here. Hi, Katie.
Hi, fellas.
Thank you for
Riveting
your
stuff
patience.
that I'm listening in with.
I know, riveting stuff. You were hoping to get to hear crosstalk here this afternoon.
I was hoping to get to hear all the magazine covers that all of you guys have been on.
Katie, were you ever in
know.
Sports Illustrated, by the way?
I was not.
The ISU Redbirds didn't make it in there?
Nah, didn't make it into Sports
Minnetonka
Illustrated,
High School
no.
coverage was not
Close,
there?
but no.
Okay.
No.
All right. You should have been one of the faces in the crowd. It should have happened for you. Katie, let's talk about a game last night. They lost on a buzzer beater. Big deal. What do you think of DaRon Holmes? Give me the evaluation of how he played.
I thought that as the game went on, DaRon Holmes got better. It was very clear that he looked more comfortable, more in rhythm. And even after the game, he was talking about how he had to shake off the jitters a little bit, which was really expected, even though I think he was carrying himself and talking the talk in terms of I'm confident, I'm ready to go. When you go out and you're on the court that you injured yourself on a year later, I think even subconsciously there's going to be a little bit of fear, a little bit of worry. So I think his second half was very indicative of his motor, his energy, the type of play that you're going to get from him moving forward.
Yeah, I thought physically he looked good. I mean, you saw that play right away. He almost made the steal in the backcourt, and then Jamari Bouye, the dude that eventually hit the buzzer beater, just ran into DaRon Holmes. You saw the weight gain out of DaRon Holmes right there. I mean, he was a damn brick wall. He hit some threes last night, did some good work off the dribble. Like I thought the skill set was on display out of him right there. I was impressed with how DaRon Holmes looked for game number one in his first actual basketball game in a calendar year. I was really impressed by him.
For sure. And I think Andrew Munson, the Nuggets Summer League coach, he said what he wanted to see out of him was him being aggressive. And then he also said he might be the best shooter on this Nuggets roster. So he wasn't shy about taking his looks when he had them, but he also said, I wanted to play within the system that the Nuggets were trying to play in. And so it wasn't like he was forcing anything. I think that he was very comfortable with what he was doing. And I truly think it'll just continue to get better. I do. I think he's just going to get more and more comfortable out there.
Katie, how much longer will we see him playing in games in Summer League, given how he performed?
Great question, Dems. I don't know. I think we'll for sure see him tomorrow night. And then game 3 is kind of where I'm like, they could pull him. They could have him play one more. But I would assume that he's not going to play any more further than game 3 for sure.
Yeah, you want to be careful with him this time of year, but more than anything, you're looking to just get the rust the rust taken off right there.
I wouldn't even play him after game 2.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even play him in game 2.
I know, that's how I
Really?
feel too.
Yeah.
I think game 2 will be good just because he wants to get some game action and again get a little bit more confidence, play within the system. And then after that, what else are you looking for?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's what you're trying to accomplish. Hunter Tyson may not play a whole ton more, but not a great shooting night out of Hunter. But Katie, what did you see in general out of his game last night?
Experience.
Yeah.
I think he did a really great job of just being calm and poised, and this is his 3rd summer league, so he knew exactly what this was going to be. He knew what to expect, and again, he just has this veteran presence in Vegas on the summer league team. So I think he'll just continue to kind of find his rhythm as well. To Dempsey's point, to your point, I don't know how much longer he'll play, how many more games he'll play in. But yeah, he's working on rebounding. He had a double-double. So there are definitely things that the Nuggets coaching staff has talked to him about in terms of points of emphasis. And he's really going out there and trying to execute those things.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you just hit on it. The interview you did, I believe it was with Andrew Munson, said that they had told him, look, work on the rebounding. And then what he did was put 11 on the board in terms of rebounding. But when you look at his overall game, where do you want to see him go from here to make it known that he would be a player that you could trust on the court in the regular season?
I do think that the consistent shooting needs to be a little bit better, but I don't know if he realistically is going to be more than a guy that the Nuggets would throw in just for energy minutes. I think being all over the floor, playing hard, having that type of effort for Denver off the bench. Want to see him knock down shots a little bit more consistently, crash the glass more consistently. Not asking for a double-double every night, obviously, but higher rebounding numbers would be good. And taking care of the basketball, making smart decisions, making sure that he knows the actions that the Nuggets are trying to get to and is able to execute them at a high level.
Katie Winge joining us from Vegas, talking about the Nuggets and their summer league adventure this year. Katie, am I allowed to get excited about the big Kiwi, Tyrell Harrison, out there? I like that footwork last night. A little touch around the bucket.
No.
Chris, come on.
No, Nate, no.
I enjoyed Tyrell Harrison.
Basketball sicko conversation that we're having right now.
I like the footwork. I like the physicality. He's a big dude out there.
You know the funny thing about Summer League? Here's the funniest thing about Summer League.
Steven Adams light,
Yeah,
Chris.
correct.
Come on.
Correct. There's at least 7 of him every single Summer League.
Yes,
and then
true.
And then they go away. Then they come back next Summer League. And we're like, wait, hold on. This guy could actually contribute some minutes. But anyway, I'm sorry, Katie. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I don't really have much more to add when it comes to that. I think truly it's like we look for stories and we look for players that have little glimpses of NBA characteristics after we see the guys that are the big stories, the headlines, right? So it's like on this Nuggets roster, you're watching DaRon Holmes play, you're seeing how he moves, you're watching Hunter Tyson. I think Tamar Bates is very intriguing as well for Denver. He's a two-way guy officially for the Nuggets now. Spencer Jones didn't have the best game last game, so I'm kind of looking to see how he bounces back, another two-way guy. And then talking to Ben Tenzer off to the side at the game, he was saying the Nuggets still have another two-way spot that they're looking to fill. So there is something that these guys are out there playing for, along with a training camp roster spot potentially, along with a roster spot on the G League, the gold team for Denver. So there are some things that you have to dig a little bit deeper for within this Nuggets Summer League roster after you see kind of the headline stars of what the Nuggets are putting on the floor.
Two-way Tyrell. Mark it down, Dems.
Maybe.
By the way, Katie, what was the vibe like in the building last night? Because you guys the Nuggets played last night at the Cox Pavilion. Down the hall in the Thomas and Mack is Cooper Flagg and Bronny.
Right.
What was the kind of atmosphere like? Did you feel like you were sort of in the sleepy high school gym last night?
1,000%. I didn't look at the other schedule. I had no idea what was going on in Thomas and Mack. And we're the last game of the day, right, in the Cox Pavilion. And I'm like, it's kind of dead in here. Like, what's going – there's not a lot of energy. There's not a lot of people. And I'm watching – I went and had some food after the game, and I'm watching the SportsCenter highlights, and I'm like, oh, that actually does add up and make sense that we're seeing all of these Bronny James and Cooper Flagg highlights and seeing all of the clips from that game. Things added up real quick.
Yeah, it was like a football field away from you.
Yeah.
Katie, what's on tap for a big off night in Vegas? What are you eating? What are you doing tonight?
You guys, I'm so excited because I'm going to see the Backstreet Boys at the Sphere.
Hell yeah!
I've never been to the Sphere. I love the Backstreet Boys. It's a match made in heaven. I simply cannot wait.
The Sphere is so cool.
I've never seen it anything but on TV.
It's absolutely wild. I've been there twice now.
Yeah.
What? It's only been open for like a year.
I know.
What have you seen?
I saw 2 Dead shows there. It was absolutely incredible. I think I was in the 200 level for one and the 300 level for the other. And you want to be up higher because that's how you get the entire experience. So yeah, Katie, it's absolutely wild. You're gonna love it. Have so much fun.
I should have asked you for seating recommendations. I think we're in the 200 level.
Yeah.
So
you're
good to go.
Either way.
Yeah.
Either way, I can't wait. I think I'm going to do some sort of feature for our pregame show, Debs. So you'll have that to look forward to.
Love it.
A Backstreet Boys feature.
Who are the Backstreet Boys?
Shut up.
What?
Shut up.
Get out right now. Kick him out of the studio.
Nobody is entertaining this for 1 second. Katie, have fun tonight. Enjoy the Backstreet Boys and enjoy the rest of Summer League. I'm sure we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. Sounds good.
All right, that's Katie Wingy. She'll be at the Sphere tonight. So if you're going to the Backstreet Boys show, you can bump into Katie out there.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way DaRon Holmes looked last night. I thought he looked a lot more comfortable in the second half. I thought there was more of the game on display. I like that pump, fake, and drive. Good finish at the rim. Showed a little bit of touch. Hit a 3 in transition last night. There was good physicality. It wasn't like it was the highest level basketball game I've ever seen in my life. But what I wanted to see out of him was is there some spring and bounce to his game? And as far as I could tell last night, I saw it.
Yeah, you got it. He was look do not evaluate him on his point total, although the points were there at the end of the night and the efficiency was there. I believe he was 6 of 9.
Yeah, it was good.
It just looked like to me at halftime the coaches said to him, "Yo, bro, go ahead and start shooting.
Yeah.
Go ahead and start being aggressive.
Yeah.
Now that we've run up and down the court for a half, now let's get to doing what you want to do or what you're gonna do." And then he did. And to your point, he's got a bag. He really does. I mean, in terms of all the skill set on the offensive end, catch and shoot, off the dribble. The thing that I was a little mildly surprised at was breaking down a man, little hesitation dribble, gets himself to the rim
Finish
as well.
With the left hand.
Yeah, and so I think when you are generally looking at DaRon Holmes, from an evaluation standpoint, just the only thing you need to be looking at is the physical ability to move in a way that you need to move on a basketball court. Can he be explosive? He has the guy crossed him over defensively, got to the rim, he recovered and blocked that shot.
Yeah, he did.
And
His
so
only block of the night.
Yeah, exactly right. So checked all those boxes, and that's why when we were talking to Katie, I asked her about how many more games do you think he'll play. I wouldn't play him anymore. We've seen it. It's fine. He's good. He's good to go. Now, look, there is an element of this to because it's David Adelman and because there is some newness in the system.
Yeah.
Run him back out there just to have him understand what is being asked of him and what he'll need to do come training camp. So that's why I think he will just play in game 2. But I can't imagine that he would play beyond that, especially if he plays really well again.
Nuggets will play Minnesota tomorrow night. That's I believe what time is tomorrow night's game? 6?
It is no, it's
8 o'clock.
8. Yeah.
Oh, 8 o'clock locally here. Okay, so 8 p.m. tomorrow night. 8 Altitude Television. You doing that game, Dennis?
Yeah, it'll be me, Scott Hastings, Chris Marlowe.
Okay, so tune in tomorrow night. 8 o'clock, Minnesota and Denver. That's right, Summer League action. Katie Wingy will be there, fresh off of her trip out to go see the Backstreet Boys.
Yeah, we're going to see it. She's going to record it all and do a little feature for us.
This is going to be fantastic. Chris Dempsey's here, everybody. He's going to be here all afternoon. We're going to have a gigantic pile of fun. There is a ton to do. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Chris Dempsey is here today, everybody. Yes, Chris Dempsey.
Hi, everybody.
Got suckered into coming in here and
This
doing
is only
radio
my second
again.
Ska Friday ever.
Is it really?
Yeah.
You've done a Ska Friday before,
I have
though.
at Andy's actual house. That was a few years ago, but yes, at his actual house, Ska Friday.
I've done many a radio show from the Lindahl basement before. Here's the thing about Andy Lindahl that I like that people wouldn't. I don't know if people make assumptions about people, but maybe you would about Andy.
Yeah.
Andy's basement is so freaking clean. When you go into it,
wait, is it the same house?
It is.
Okay, yeah.
Drinks go on coasters.
Correct. Yep.
There's like a fragrant candle at all times. It's very orderly.
Okay, so when I was there, it was pretty eclectic.
Yeah, it's Andy's tastes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He does have a giant sculpture statue of Jack Skellington.
Okay, all right.
In there.
We're talking about the same place.
We are.
Yes, okay,
very
cool.
much
Yep.
so. But it's really clean.
Mm-hmm.
That's what kind of stunned me about it.
Yeah.
Of just like, what? Wow. Okay. All right.
He was like, Demps, can I get you a drink? And I was like, well, maybe. No. Not until 6.
He does have a bar down there, which is pretty good. Chris Dempsey, since you're here, you get to do my favorite bit of the week.
Love it. Let's do it.
It's time to meet a fill-in. Let's do this today with Chris Dempsey, who everybody already knows, but you know what? I have questions. So this could be fun.
Let's hear it.
Let's start here. Question number 1, Chris Dempsey. Who are you and what's your deal?
Just generally speaking, I'm a human who was born. No, I am, let's see. I am a reporter, a host, an analyst, a basketball analyst for Altitude Television.
Reporter, host, analyst.
Yep. Grew up born in Boulder. That's something that people never guess about me.
Born in Boulder?
Born in actual Boulder.
Yes.
And at Boulder Community. Is it still the only hospital in Boulder? I think it is.
As far as I know, it's where my wife was born.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
And
See,
like her entire family.
Yeah. So born there, grew up in Montbello, went back to CU, worked in media for now 28 years.
How long were you at the Denver Post?
14 years.
14 years. You covered the Nuggets, you covered the Broncos. You were on the CSU beat for 2 years. While.
Yeah.
Oh, you did the Colorado beat for a really long time.
Yes, they hired me from the Boulder Daily Camera.
Yeah.
So I worked in the Boulder Daily Camera from basically 97 to 2003.
Okay.
And the Denver Post hired me away to cover University of Colorado and then just college sports in general.
Yeah. Those first few years, especially the early 2000s, was there anything of note happening around the Colorado football program?
Yeah, it was a pretty huge scandal. Let me just tell you.
You just wanted to write about football, didn't you?
It was you know what? It was a total lesson into news reporting. I take like legit news reporting.
Yes.
You would go to these press conferences and CNN was there and all the the huge cable news networks were there.
Yeah.
All the local stations were there. And, you had to dig out stories in a way that I didn't get into that. I was a sports reporter,
Like, let me read a police report. This is fun.
Correct.
Yeah.
And going to the courts and figuring like reading it just was, it was a huge lesson. There's nothing I knew going through it at the time.
Yeah.
There would be nothing that I would go through that would be as intense as that. And
it was heavy.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah.
It really was. And, it's funny, Nate, because when we look at one of the reasons why I bristle a lot about, or I did prior to the Deion Sanders era at CU, when people say, well, CU football, it's just, it's worthless, it's blah, 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 blah. It has its roots in that scandal period.
It does.
The sanctions that they imposed on themselves were, they weren't like the death penalty like SMU, but it was really, really, it's very difficult to recover from that.
They became the most irrelevant Power 5 program in the country. And it was so bizarre to watch because where it was from the McCartney era through Neuheisel and Barnett, and there were conference championships won. The 2001 season was just absolutely incredible. 2005, they go to the Big 12 championship game. They get murdered by Texas 70-3.
Can I tell you something about that season?
Yeah.
So to that point, this is kind of as the scandal era is fading
starting
away.
to dissipate.
But Gary Barnett was still the coach.
It was Barnett's last year, 05.
So Mike Bone was the new AD at the time. Dick Tharp was now out. So many people got fired or just left. Like there was this, it was the president on all the way on down. And so, but Gary Barnett he's like, I ain't going anywhere. I am not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Mike Bone at the time did not want to re-up Gary Barnett, for X amount of more years. He just wanted to get rid of him. The issue was that particular football team started winning all the games.
Yeah.
And so there's something like, oh gosh, I think they were 7-2. I have to double check that record going into Iowa State late in that season. And because they had done so well, they were ranked. They were, people were talking about them. It felt like they were turning a corner and getting back to whatever the program was. So now Mike Bone is in active contract negotiations with Gary Barnett. So on a tornado day, and I'll never forget this day in Ames. I just told somebody just not too long ago that they evacuated the stadium before the games because there was a tornado spotted a mile away from the stadium. Fans went to Hilton Coliseum, which is across the parking lot. We went into the big stairwells in the stadium. And by the time they got the game started, they get the game started, and CU just starts losing to Iowa State, which they never in a million years should have done.
Right.
That. So they lose that game at Iowa State.
30-16.
Correct.
Yeah.
Then they believe it was Nebraska the next week after that.
30-3.
Correct.
They've fallen out of the top 25. They're now 7-4.
Correct. And then Gary Barnett is fired.
Yeah.
And, I'm sorry. Then it was 70-3.
70-3.
And then
in the Big 12 championship game against Texas.
Yep. And then he's gone.
Yeah.
And in like a 4-week span, you go from maybe he's going to be here for a while now to now he's fired. And then I believe they lost in the Champ Sports Bowl
to Clemson.
To Clemson, yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad I remember all that stuff. But it just was the most fascinating season given where that program was and the individuals in the program and then how that was playing out. And then it all just fell off a cliff. And to this day, in no sport, maybe the Nuggets, but in almost no sport have I ever seen a team get beat down live the way that Texas. It looked like they were going to bury them under the turf.
Joel Klatt was the quarterback.
Yeah,
he was hit in the face by, I believe the linebacker's name was Drew Kelson from Texas, who crown of his helmet directly into Joel's jaw. Joel was, if you watch the highlight, it is frightening. Joel was asleep before he hit the ground. And then when Klatt retells this story, it's both terrifying and hilarious. Because Joel is very funny, but he tells the story of, like waking up and he's surrounded by doctors and he doesn't know where he is. And his last memory is of being on a football field. And he thinks that like he's been abducted and they're doing experiments on him. And he's like ripping IVs out of his arm and trying to get out of there. And I think it was like Dr. Eric McCarty had to like tackle Joel to get him back down. And Joel has a severe brain injury.
Yeah, he did.
And he is so confused and overwhelmed by what is happening.
It was also some of the worst sportsmanship you ever see. The Texas Longhorns were going to win that game. They had 70 points by the end of the third quarter. It was the third quarter they had scored 70. They were still blitzing. So the play that he got hurt on, they were continuing to blitz and blitz and blitz. And it was just kind of like, all right, guys.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Game over. You guys won. So it was, anyway, it's all this to say I've been around a long time.
That well said right there. But yeah, you covered it all in your time there, and then you were on the Nuggets beat, and then you became TV guy.
Yeah.
Then you and we all know TV guys all think they're too good for everybody. So that's what you guys always do.
No, not me.
Dems, when did you decide that this was all a good thing to do with your life?
When I arrived at the University of Colorado, I thought that I was going to do something more in computer science. I was really, really good at math. And I had an uncle that was an architect, and I just wanted to do something kind of like that.
Yeah.
But then I got to Boulder, and the first math class I took, the first actual day, Nate, I was like, I'm in over this. I am in over my head here. This is not what I wanted to do. I literally dropped that class that afternoon.
Here's how I remember that going down for me, because I was the same way. Like as a high school kid, I was like really good at math.
Yeah.
And then I got to college, and when it was like time to take like accountancy and computer science and all that, and I was like, I'm going to be a business major. Here I go. And what I very quickly realized was like, I was good at like the I could do the work and I could figure it out, but I wasn't actually good at math. I just I could just master whatever they gave to me.
Right.
But I didn't have whatever is intuitive in your brain that makes you be able to solve that stuff. I wasn't actually good at math.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to dawn on you. It hits you like a Mack truck. It's like, whoa, hold on a second. I thought I was good at this stuff.
Yeah.
But actually, I'm getting the heck out of here right now.
Yeah, these guys are actually smart.
Yeah, exactly. So I did. I dropped that class, and then I started thinking about what I wanted to do with my life. And two things. One, I had parents that were my dad, who continues to be in media to this day, on radio, and then my mom, who was English teacher, and that's kind of where I fell in love with just language and sentence and writing and structure and all that kind of stuff. So, being that I was also a huge sports fan, mainly because of my mom, I just put the two together.
Yeah.
And I just said, well, I'll give sports writing a try. And it was so much fun.
And you were good at it.
Yeah, I just never looked back. It's been great.
What do you do all summer?
Nothing now.
Hey, you got summer league now.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, last summer I was still actively doing radio shows here on this station. So my summers were still busy. This is the first summer that I can't remember the last time I had this much free time.
Have you taken up a new hobby or anything? Are you knitting? What are you doing?
Not really. I mean, I'm into stock trading, but that's about it. So that's about
the
it.
broiest hobby you could possibly get.
Yeah.
How do I make money this morning?
Correct. Yeah. You get up and you're like, okay, let's make some money today. But then I have my kid a lot, and so just hanging out with him and relaxing. By the time Nuggets season rolls around, in the last few years, I've still been a little bit, feeling like I needed to rest a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'll be able to hit the ground running. Obviously, I better be able to. So, yeah, that's what I do.
Is Jokic going to win the MVP next year?
Oh, boy, that's a good question.
Yeah. That's why it's on the list, Dems.
What place did the Nuggets finish in the West?
That's I think that's such a massive part of it.
Mm-hmm.
If they go, so they won 50 this year.
Yeah.
Which is no small potatoes. That's
right.
You won 50 in an NBA season.
And I think 52.5 is their over under this year.
Yeah. Why did they win 50 last year? Because they were 11-10 after 21 games and lost to Washington. And then Jamal kind of figured it out after that, and they started to play better.
Remember when late in the season we were like, they lost to Indiana. That's a terrible loss. Oh, they're in the finals. Okay.
Wasn't that Indiana was Malone's last game, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was the Pacers got him that day, and then they go to the finals. If this turns into a 55 win, solidified 2 seed,
yep.
And I'm saying so with the assumption that the Thunder are healthy and they get the 1 seed,
mm-hmm.
I think they're going to have to look at him. I think he's going to play fewer minutes this year.
I think he'll get it, and the reason why I think he'll get it, especially if the season looks like this one, is because all of those voters knew this, and I used to vote, so I get it. But all of those voters understood that the season that Nikola Jokic had should have won him an MVP.
Right.
However, because he had won so many MVPs before that,
3 and 4 years,
correct. Then it was time for some new blood to win it, and because Shea also had an MVP caliber season, it was very easy for them to vote for him to do that. Okay, but now that's over. Shea's won it, and wonderful. But if the Nuggets go 54-55 wins and they're second in the West or they're first, you know,
they can win the West.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are looking at Oklahoma City as a really good team, but maybe not invincible. They're not like the 80s Lakers or like San Antonio was just a juggernaut. So we don't know that to be true about them just yet, quite yet. Just they're really, really good. I would surmise that the voting swings back into Nikola Jokic's favor in that respect, and he would win a very narrow actual vote for the MVP.
I also think that because remember he won 2 back-to-back, and then I think that like once you win 2. It isn't just what you did this year. You're up against history now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay.
Right.
So Embiid gets it, and then it's another season until he gets his third, and it's like you had to be deemed worthy to join. And here's the 3-time MVP winners: Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Moses Malone, Nikola Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's like you have to be now deemed worthy to enter. You know, you go behind that curtain, okay? The guys that have won 4 or more, which would be where Joker would be going if he wins the next one. Here's the list: Kareem, MJ, Bill Russell, Wilt, LeBron.
What a list.
Royalty of royalty, right?
Right.
The very, very top. So you're right. I think you're right about that. Of like now he has to have a season like he just did. And then it's like, okay, now you are deemed worthy to then again go into a more exclusive room in the club.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, Nate, the championship was such a huge deal in terms of this very argument.
Yeah.
Because if the Nuggets have still 0 titles and he's just like collecting all the MVPs, then what you would start to hear nationally is, hold on, he's not in this class with these individuals over here because they won actual titles in this league. And so that is off the table. Now, if he wins another title, nobody can say anything about however many MVPs he wins from here until whenever it is he retires. And if he does, you know, I mean, he's already one of the greatest.
I'm already looking at the 4 or more list. LeBron he's 4 titles.
Yep.
Bill Russell is 11.
Right.
MJ 6, Kareem 6, I think.
He did not win in Milwaukee, right? They did not win.
I don't think so. I know.
So maybe it's just 5.
Okay, it might be 5.
Yeah.
Bill Russell had 11, which is
I mean,
obviously aided by the era. We know that. Will won 1, didn't he? I think Will only won 1 championship.
Yeah.
And it was 72 Lakers, right?
Yeah.
It was late in the career. Never won anything in Philadelphia.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is kind of wild, but his numbers were so absurd. Like when the guy had a season where he averaged 50 points and 26 rebounds.
Yeah. You just knew he was I wasn't live, but
yeah.
You know, the numbers show you what he was doing was very significant. And I think in the same way as Nikola Jokic, like how many times you see a graphic, Nikola Jokic does something, right? And it's like, here are the guys that did this thing. And it's just like Wilt, Nikola, right. Wilt, Nikola, Wilt. And so when you are doing that and consistently the way Nikola's doing that, yeah, I mean, I'm so happy for him that he has a title because that will give him, that puts him into the conversation of being considered one of the greatest players in this league's history.
Yes.
Which he most certainly is. And now all he's doing is going to be building upon that legacy. You just start moving up the list, right? Okay, is he the best center ever? Okay, is he just clearly one of the best 4 players ever? One of the best 3 players ever? Like those are the lists you start moving up. The more you win, and the more you win. MVPs.
My favorite Jokic debate is he the best passer of all time? Like that's there's Magic, there's
Magic,
there's Chris Paul, there's Steve Nash.
Mm-hmm.
All good passers to be sure. Are they Jokic though? Like
Magic probably was.
I think Magic and Jokic are the
same.
2
right
now at the very top of the list. Like the old you listen to a national broadcast and they would give you the old this guy's probably the best passing big man in the NBA.
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing
We're
that.
so far beyond that.
Yeah.
No, he's the best passer in the NBA today.
Yeah.
And I think it's a list of 2.
Yeah, I do too. Look, I have, one of my favorite players growing up was Magic Johnson. And if any of you out there he is just not, in large part because of himself. He's so self-deprecating and just so like, don't look at me over here. Look, Michael Jordan was the best, and this player is the best. And Magic Johnson's career, please look up his resume. It's like 11 times All-NBA, 12-time All-Star, 5 championships, 3 or 4 MVPs. Like, it is a ridiculous resume. And it was cut short.
Unbelievably.
And so it's, but when I watch Nikola Jokic, and I think the NBA did a really, really cool mashup between those two during this past regular season, where they would show a Magic Johnson pass and they showed Jokic doing the exact same pass. They are basically the same person now. Now, Magic did this running up and down the court for the Showtime Lakers, but Jokic to me is the closest approximation to Magic Johnson there ever has been.
Jokic, best outlet passer of all time. Magic usually was starting the break and then would whip a pass that just blew your mind.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we've been corrected by Scott Hastings.
Okay.
Kareem did win one as Lou Alcindor in Milwaukee.
Okay.
And Wilt won too. Wilt did get one in Philadelphia.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right.
Nice job.
Yeah.
That's why we got Scott Hastings.
Yeah,
around.
no doubt about it. Like so the second championship for Nikola will be very, very important in terms of where he is viewed as the all-time great or as an all-time great. So we'll see.
All right. Could he win one this year? And who is the guy that's going to put this roster over the top amongst the new additions? We got to have a Bruce Brown conversation a little bit when we come back, and what to expect out of Brucey B. That's coming up next. That's one of the greatest sound bites.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
In Denver sports history. Now, it's comedically wrong, which I think is a part of what makes it so great.
Immediately, Bruce Brown was gone, and now it's in the reverse.
$45 million. It turns out the Nuggets couldn't come close to paying anything near that, and Bruce was like, hey, I like it here. Like, Bruce Brown has proven how much he likes it here.
Mm-hmm.
The moment he could get back to Denver, he's back.
Yeah.
Bruce went, he got paid. It was.
Didn't you show up to the arena for a playoff game?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
he desperately wants to be here.
Yeah.
Bruce, honestly, maybe could have gotten more than the veterans minimum somewhere else in the NBA, but I think he made it clear to everybody, no, I want to go play with Nikola Jokic. I want to go play in Denver. I like it there. I like that organization. I like that team. I like those players. That's home to me. I am going back to that place. I got my $45 million. I got traded 3 times in the last 2 years. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Which, when we talk about what kind of player the Nuggets are getting back in Bruce Brown, Dems, I don't think we should just dismiss the importance of that. The importance of a veteran NBA player that is like, no, I feel at home there and I feel a sense of ownership to that whole thing, and I desperately want to get back to that place, and I desperately want to be a part of that locker room and with that team. Like, there's a lot of NBA mercenaries.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the nature of the business. It's you chase a paycheck as long as you possibly can in that league, and guys land in places where it's just like, I have no connection to this place. I don't care. It was just the highest dollar amount.
Yeah.
And it can work out. A lot of guys are pros. They get all of that. But for Bruce, it's like, no, I choose this place. This is where I want to be. And I think that's going to have a really positive impact on that locker room and on this team, especially coming off a year where the chemistry, I think at times, was strained a little bit. Like, I think Bruce is going to breathe a big-time positive energy back into that room.
I think it's one of the most fascinating free agent scenarios that I've seen, and I've seen a lot. And the reason why is because this is just not normal. It's not normal. He's coming back to play for the veterans minimum.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to do that. I promise you he didn't have to do that.
Right.
Which then definitely means he really wanted to be here. And, one of the questions I had prior to free agency was I thought his situation would be a fascinating one because, this is player A who hasn't made a lot of money just quite yet, wins a title, can cash in.
And he has to.
Right. And remember the conversation at the time before he went to Indiana was kind of like, do you think he would give the Nuggets like a hometown discount and do all these things? No, not that time. Not at that time.
I'll never forget sitting in as Aaron Gordon is at his press conference after they won the championship, and he's just like, Bruce got the bag. Like those dudes all knew, and they were so happy for Bruce about it.
Yeah, because that's what it's kind of all about. It's like, you work your way, especially for players like Bruce Brown, where you work your way up. You now have earned all of this many millions of dollars. Now you got to go take that, right? And so now he took that and, like as you just detailed, bounce around. And now the question is what do you do next? And for Bruce Brown, we're always trying to get in these athletes' heads. Would they come back? What kind of dollar figure would that mean? And for Bruce, it was just simply as. It looks like it's just as simple as, hey man, let's run this back.
Yeah,
let's run it back. And for Bruce, it makes sense in 2 ways. One, you come back to a city and the team that you love, as you just said. It's a 1-year deal. He will be an unrestricted free agent again at the end of this upcoming season. What if he balls out again?
Right.
What if he's playing alongside Nikola Jokic, who's basically ought to just get a cut of people's paychecks. I got you paid and you paid and you paid, and I'll take 2% out of all of that.
Yeah.
But he understands that as well. If you come and ball out again, you could probably cash in again. And maybe that's even with the Nuggets this time. depending on what their finances look like, kind of toward the end of next season. So I think it makes sense on a lot of levels for Bruce Brown. And then to your point, what the Nuggets have done overall is, to me, look, there's player addition and player subtraction in these times. But what I think they have done is skill acquisition in a couple of very key areas.
Huge.
And one, this applies to Bruce Brown as well as Cam Johnson, is defense. And then rebounding, if Jonas Valanciunas is, and to be honest, I will get into that maybe, but I expect that he'll play.
I think so too.
A season at least.
Yeah.
With the Nuggets, but they acquired sets of skills that were depleted from their championship team.
Bruce Brown, when he showed up here, okay, I was like, oh, the Nuggets are acquiring toughness. They're acquiring a guy that can finish, and they're acquiring somebody that can guard multiple positions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was what I loved about Bruce. I didn't know, and I didn't know how good of a backup ball handler Bruce Brown was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That he had that skill set right there. He had that going. He had a fearlessness to him. He also, like, when I looked at him, I was like, oh, he's a good wing defender. Bruce Brown can guard 1 through 4.
Yeah.
Bruce Brown would tell you he could guard 1 through 5.
and look,
honestly,
late in the shot clock, he can hold somebody off for sure.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
smaller defenders can hold their own, and Bruce is strong enough to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And so, like, you're absolutely right about that. Like, that, a switchy defender like that is so much better against the pick and roll, in addition to putting Cam Johnson on this team, I'm expecting their perimeter defense to be vastly better this upcoming season. We all love Porter, but, like, this is a massive upgrade because really, like, now Jamal becomes the guy that's, like, really the only one that you can hunt now consistently. And Jamal's I'm not going to mistake Jamal Murray for being a great NBA defender or anything like that, but he can hold his own out there. And that part of their game is going to be vastly improved.
Yeah, the Nuggets ought to be. We talk about two-way players, right? These guys who get it done offensively and defensively. I think the Nuggets will be one of the best two-way teams in the entire NBA. When you're talking about being able to put Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson out there on the court as a defensive trio, come on, man. I mean, that's going to be as good a defensive trio as there is in the league. And then you're going to come off the bench with a Bruce Brown and a Peyton Watson. And so what you were able to do, if you're the Nuggets, is now play the type of defense that gets you to and gets you through the NBA Finals. And they just weren't able to do that. And let me just say this, because we saw the Nuggets play a bunch of zone defense. They played zone defense in Summer League yesterday, which I wish they would stop doing that. You do not need to play zone defense in this. It doesn't matter. It does not matter.
Zone in Summer League?
Especially.
Chris Dempsey says, make it illegal.
No, especially for a team. Oh, look, the Nuggets are changing. Last year, offensively, they changed offensive philosophies and they ran up and down the court.
Yeah.
This year, they're changing defensive philosophies and they are going to be pack it in the paint, get it out to the three-point shooters. And you saw some of that last night, and you saw the multitudes of three-point shots that Milwaukee was taking as a result. I think like 19 of the first 21 were three-point shots. Or no, sorry, 14 of the first 19 were three-point shots. And so the philosophical change to me just says, please just play. Just do it. Just keep doing it. And if only for, DaRon Holmes and Tamar Bates and Hunter Tyson to have to rep this out over and over and over again, because you're going to need to be well-versed in how to do that, get out to shooters when the regular season starts.
39 of 66 attempts last night by Milwaukee were from behind the arc.
Nate, that's what happens when you play that way. And so it's the type of defense that Oklahoma City plays.
Yep.
That the Clippers played when the Nuggets ran into them. They were able to make some 3-pointers over the Clippers' heads. It's very, very effective. You're just not going to score in the paint almost at all. And so can you now hit a 3-point shot? Now, you can't just give away 3-pointers because these players,
you want them to be contested
as that
threes.
guy yesterday from Milwaukee, step back 3, they can make those shots. But
Jamari Bouye.
Yeah, it was Nate, I love that. I just love basketball so much, man. We're sitting at the desk, and I was just like, this is amazing. And then like Vic and Marlo looking at me like, what is wrong with you right now? It is summer league. I'm sorry. This game was so good. The guy dunked it, and then the guy came down and stepped back three. It's amazing. But the Nuggets, everybody just be very aware that defensively they're going to be very different than they have been in recent past.
All right, Chris Dempsey's here, everybody. I am Nate Kreckman. Rockies and Reds coming up here tonight. We'll take a quick break. That's right. They got 3 more before the All-Star break. Yeah.
I'm bullish on the Rockies in the future, though. Not this year.
Why?
I just like some of those players.
Why? What the hell are you talking about? I'm gonna make
Hunter Goodman. I like getting my Hunter Goodman jersey.
Okay. Hunter Goodman is a he's a major league catcher. They got one.
He did okay.
They actually got one, which is good to see. You should be happy about Hunter Goodman.
We'll start there.
Hunter Goodman has a chance to be the Rockies' greatest catcher of all time. He could surpass Chris Iannetta on that list.
Chris Iannetta. Well, yeah, but especially in the batter's box, right?
I believe by WAR, he's Iannetta's 1, Yorvi's 2.
Oh, I forgot about Torey Alba.
Who is 3? I have no idea.
Yeah,
Torey Alba was more beloved than Iannetta ever was.
For sure.
But Iannetta actually hit the ball out of the park every now and then. Yes. Yeah.
We're gonna see Goodman in the All-Star game, right?
So they got a catcher. Keep going. What else they got?
Britton Doyle. He's not. I know. I got it. I know.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? What's interesting is some of the we're up at the top of the hour. We'll talk about this.
We're gonna exactly. Dempsey's the fill-in that actually knows the clock and knows how bad a job I'm doing on it. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. When we come back, Rick George. Some interesting comments this week about the series that he would like to continue. Chris Dempsey is going to weigh on this. Long-time Colorado beat man. Does Rick George have a point, or is it all just hot air? We'll talk about that coming up next. Our dude Dems filling in for Andy today. I'm Nate Kreckman. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Want to make sure I get this right. The Rockies actually right now, they're up to 4 above average major league hitters on the club. Jordan Beck has moved back into the positive on that one. Tyler Freeman, Hunter Goodman, Mickey Moniak, and Jordan Beck. Everybody else is a sub-average major league hitter right now.
Okay.
Could have something to do with the fact that they're 21-72. Rockies and Reds tonight.
Hey, does it ever matter? Look with the Rockies, because the record is so bad that it's.
I mean, they're chasing history.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to just chase the history.
Yeah.
But once you change the coach or the manager in this case, it doesn't only matter what you are since the change.
They're 14-39 since the change.
Okay.
It's still but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it really is also you're only as good as what they give you, kind of, in baseball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you can make enhancements. I don't think managers are worth many wins.
Mhm.
I really don't.
Really? Yeah.
I think that a good club and a good lineup and a good roster can be enhanced by a good manager and by savvy decision making. But ultimately, it's just like you throw the ball, you catch the ball, you hit the ball. It's kind of the whole game. And if you don't do that part of it,
yeah,
you're gonna suck. And it doesn't, when Bud Black got fired, like Dave Roberts, and I know he's good buddies with Bud Black, but he was just like, they could have had Casey Stengel. It wouldn't have mattered with that team. And it's just what they are right now. It's fallen off that badly.
How about player development in baseball? Like just how impactful? Because
it's massive.
Yeah, and like in basketball, it's huge, huge.
It's massive.
Okay,
it's everything. And they're failing miserably at it right now.
Yeah.
It is beyond bad. And, you look at high draft picks that are not working out with the big club. We had the number the other day, the amount of first-round picks that they've had in the last 10 years, and, they combined for a negative WAR. It really is just that bad, what they're doing to develop guys and get them to the big leagues. And then the other issue is just the lack of moves that they have made at the big league level. One of the things you have to do in that sport is, because progress is so not linear in baseball, is you have to throw prospects at it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to throw waves of guys, and you have to understand that guys are gonna fall off and they're gonna come back. Other guys are gonna suffer catastrophic injuries. Tommy John is a very real thing. You have to be able to do all of that and then just have numbers to throw at the problem. But, as an organization, okay, you weren't going to re-sign DJ LeMahieu, you got to trade him for prospects. You weren't going to bring back Trevor Story, John Gray, you needed to trade them for prospects. You need to be active at every single deadline. You got to move anything that is not nailed down if you're going to put your own payroll restrictions on it. And they haven't done any of that.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't participated in the exercise of the marketplace of how to build a baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
Dick Monfort will cry poor and say, we're in this small market, and how are we supposed to win in this division? And it's like, dude, smaller markets than you are winning all over the place.
Yeah, that's he said that prior to the season, and I thought, I get what you're saying, but we're watching active small market teams get to, and in some cases win, the World Series.
Yeah.
And the last I checked, you don't necessarily have to win a division in baseball to still make a run in the playoffs and get to the World Series.
No, you don't. You just got to get there.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of how are you going to compete with the Dodgers? I mean, don't worry about the division. Just get yourself in a really good competitive space. Get yourself into the postseason.
Be good for 162 games.
Correct.
The Dodgers, yes, they've won the World Series twice. They don't win the World Series every year.
Yeah.
And that's just the nature of postseason baseball. Clayton Kershaw, one of the greatest pitchers of our time, and he has a reputation as a postseason choke artist, because when you shrink the sample size, anything can happen in that sport.
Mm-hmm.
At Big 12 Media Days this week, Rick George talking to our buddies over at DNVR.
Yep.
And said about the Nebraska rivalry, we would love to play them. We'd love to play them every year because I think it's good for the game. I think it's good for the rivalry that Coach McCartney and Tom Osborne started years ago.
Well, Coach McCartney started it.
He started it.
Yeah, Tom Osborne did not start that.
Bill McCartney circled that game and made it the thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Shout out to Coach Mac.
Yeah.
So Dems, does Colorado need to play Nebraska every year?
No, they really don't. And they're in a different conference. Unfortunately, I think those are fun games. Like I looked forward to them when they just played them here in each of the last couple of seasons.
Absolutely.
But if you're going, it's very hard to convince me that is a necessary game every single year on your schedule. It's just, Bill McCartney made it. Like you said, he circled the game, red letter game. They were obviously from that point on very competitive, and in some chunks of spaces of times, they were the better team. Clearly,
Coach Mack was trying to make a target.
Yeah.
And he chose Nebraska, and it was a brilliant move by Coach Mack.
Yeah, it was. Nebraska at the time was a stand. You had Oklahoma right kind of prior to that, and the Oklahoma-Nebraska rivalry. Now, that's the rivalry that probably those schools want to come back.
Sure.
But it's, for CU, Nebraska playing them each year, to me, is neither here nor there. Because college football has gone to the teams have moved around to a space where rivalries have been and fun games have been just thrown to the wayside. And I think a rivalry like that was cool when it was in conference, but I don't think it matters as much honestly. I would rather see them put Colorado State back on the schedule.
I completely agree.
Before Nebraska,
which they'll play CSU again. I think in 29 and 30 is the next time
that travesty
that series comes back. Play those games every year.
Yeah, every single year.
Play those games every year.
Yeah.
The thing about Colorado, Nebraska is, all right. Let's use this as an example. I believe this is the greatest rivalry in Denver sports history was the Avalanche and the Red Wings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But the rivalry didn't exist because Denver hated Detroit. Right? It existed because of the particulars that were involved and what happened. Okay? The Claude Lemieux, the Darren McCartys, like those guys were why the rivalry was great. It was those players and those teams playing the highest stakes games in the most violent and bloody way possible.
Mm-hmm.
When the Avalanche play the Red Wings now, sure, it's fun to go to the game and scream Red Wings suck.
Right.
You don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
anything,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
It's just logos now.
Mm-hmm.
It was important because of the particulars. Colorado and Nebraska to me became the same thing over the years of like, okay, even when they would play in the last few years, and there were a couple of good games there, but like they played a few times, like, in the mid 2000s, and they played what was it? I think 4 of the last 8 years or whatever it is, they've played each other. Again, those games are good, and the fans can go out and they can talk trash and they can yell at everybody. But like when it was Mack and Osborne,
Mm-hmm.
when it was Go Big Red and it was and the awful things that they yelled about Sal and Essie and like but there was real hate that existed between those programs. And again, it was a thing in a time and place where Bill McCartney had taken over a dead Colorado football program, and he said, we have to have a mountain to climb, and to him it was Nebraska.
And the stakes were very high.
Extremely.
To your Avalanche and Red Wings example, the stakes were always super high. I mean, these teams played in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
Colorado and Nebraska, for a while, the winner of that game went to the Big 12 title. That was it.
Yeah.
And
competed for a national championship.
Yeah. So it wasn't even just kind of it kind of started off arbitrarily. Like, that's the team that we want to beat. But then what it became was now Nebraska had to sit up and go, oh my God, what? Who are you guys again?
Right.
You guys are actually really good?
And then he had to take him serious.
And then you had to take him seriously.
Yeah.
And part of the loss of the luster in that series, like, take each of the last 2 seasons, which like I said, I thought it was a fun game. But Nebraska's not the same program. Right. They're just not. And obviously Colorado is trying to become what it once was. And so those games didn't resonate. They didn't hit the same. They didn't hit the same. Unless you just hate Nebraska. Now, look, if you're a former CU football player,
yes,
you want to see this every single year because you hate Nebraska and you just would rather beat them every single time you see them. But I think for the vast majority of us, it's cool but not necessary. I think that an in-state rivalry for Colorado really doesn't have a natural rival. Actually, it's Colorado State.
Remember, they tried Utah.
I know.
And nobody could latch onto it.
No.
And for good reason. First off, there was no history. And secondly, Utah's got BYU. And those people actually freaking hate each other.
Exactly.
I mean, hate each other.
Yeah. So Colorado's kind of twisting in the wind out here without a natural rival.
Yeah.
Because you X'd one off of your actual schedule in Colorado State, an in-state rival, and then your other one that used to kind of be your rival, for a chunk of time, is playing in the Big Ten. So, and then, while the at the time, the Pac-12 said, well, you guys are both in the Mountain Time Zone, so why don't you and Utah? Well, now these teams are in the Big 12. Utah, they're playing Utah in like October or whatever it was.
Right.
So it just doesn't matter anymore.
Who cares?
So Colorado is without right now a natural rival, and no matter how many times you put Nebraska back on it, I don't think that's going to change. I don't think that's a game that matters in the grand scheme of things anymore.
And the thing about the Rocky Mountain Showdown, yes, Colorado dominates the series.
Mm-hmm.
Also, by the way, if you look historically, Nebraska has dominated the series against Colorado.
Yeah.
But Colorado dominates the series. Like we obviously know that, but everybody lives amongst each other.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's neighbors turning on neighbors, households turning on households, and that's fun.
Yeah, it is.
That part of it, and it matters to people that live around here. And that game 2 years ago that went to overtime, double overtime, was arguably the best game of that entire college football season, let alone just the best game of CU and CSU season.
No doubt.
That game was amazing, and the stakes were so high, and the trash that was talked, it got so good again, and then it's like, we got to wait until 2029 now.
Yeah, it just is. It's really mystifying to me. And look, if you're a CU fan says, well, what's in it for us, right? It's the whole, if you lose it, if you win it, it says it's not, if you lose it, it hurts you more than if you win it.
No win situation.
Yeah. And my answer to that is just win the football game.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, it's, in the last, 15-ish years, you're not appreciably better than Colorado State University. Like, let's just call it what it is. And so, to your point, it is a fun game. And, those ones that were played in the Broncos Stadium were just, everybody's in together the same play. Like, it just is.
It's fun.
It's just electric. And so, I don't know, especially for these teams now. They don't have Colorado doesn't have a natural rival. You can't just conjure one of those up out of the clear blue sky. You have one. You got it off your schedule. Get them back on your schedule in a meaningful way.
Well,
for a long time.
And
forever.
again, like the CSU, the Norvell and Dion thing, like
yes,
it was so good.
It was good.
It became just such massive national news.
Yeah.
I remember talking to Brian Roth about it, and Roth was just like, "Yeah, Jay said that. I didn't really think much of it at the time."
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's on every show in the world, and it became the thing.
And Nate, the reason why it would immediately stoked such it struck that was Dion's first iteration of being in that rivalry.
Yeah.
And it struck a nerve with him that fast.
Yeah.
And only an actual natural rival can get under your skin that fast. Now, if that would have been the coach of Kansas, he'd have just brushed that off his shoulder and been like, you know what? He's just talking smack. We're just going to go in there and do what we do. But you make a big deal out of it, and you say it afterwards. You know it. For CSU, Jay Norvell had to live with that. That week. Then you have the
he had to live with his decision to not go for 2 in overtime.
Correct.
Which I still ask him about every time I see him.
And you have the players talk about, Colorado's not this. That is a real rivalry, and you know it because it organically just happens that way.
It's how it should go.
Yeah, we'll
play
see.
CSU every year. The Nebraska games, again, they're fun, but they right now it is born out of trying to cling to something that happened a really long time ago.
What do you think about you? And I watched a lot of those Big 12 media days. It was only 2. But they stopped doing preseason polls. The conference
in the Big 12, yeah.
The conference did. Why?
I don't know. Was it just born out of the fact that what was Arizona State picked 16th last year, and then they win the conference and they go to the playoff?
Right. They said it hurt Arizona State somehow, and
Why?
I thought, didn't Arizona State get a bye?
Yeah,
they got a bye.
Things worked out pretty well for them. I thought that was dumb.
I did too. It's just,
they overthought
They're overthinking it.
Yeah.
They're overthinking it. There's a lot of very interesting issues in college football. So many very interesting issues. But that one to me was just okay. Just put a poll together.
Let me tell you something. This is why preseason media polls are really fun. So here's a story that I don't think anyone in Denver would have known or cared about, or why would you know it? But I know this. Okay, so Matt Neverett, good buddy of mine, son of Tim Neverett.
Oh, wow.
Matt Neverett is now the voice of UNLV football, right? He got the job actually last year. It was his first year as the play-by-play announcer. The Mountain West put out the preseason media poll, and I think UNLV was picked to finish 8th in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the weird thing about it though is when they released the poll, they always put how many first place votes did you get?
Yeah,
UNLV had 1 first place vote. All right.
Yeah.
And so my good friend Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal is the kind of guy that is just like, I'm going to find out
First
who
place.
it was.
He was
like,
him.
He was like, I need to know who did this, okay? He was like, UNLV football is bad, which UNLV football is bad.
Right.
And so he was like, I need to know who did this. And so he went, like he was grilling everybody at Media Day. Were you the guy that voted him? Were you the guy that voted him? He couldn't figure it out. Finally, it was like by process of elimination, he was just like, and he went to the conference office. He's like, I need the roster of people that voted in this thing. Like, I need to know. He figured out it was Matt. So Matt Neverett is that night. He's calling the minor league baseball team, the 51s or whatever the hell they're called in Las Vegas. Adam Hill goes to the ballpark, goes up to the broadcast booth, and just gets a folding chair and sits down, and he's waiting for the game to end so he can talk to Matt. And finally, the game ends, and Adam is just like, okay, did you do it? You know?
Yeah.
And Matt had to cop to it. Well, then what happened?
They finished first, right?
They finished second,
Yeah, they finished second.
and they went to the conference championship game, and they lost to Boise, but still,
Yeah, he was right.
It was justice
Basically.
for Matt Neverett. And so it was real. At the end of the year, I actually did a podcast, and I had both of them on. I did it like it was a whole true crime thing of like we had to figure out who did it and all this. But that's why preseason media polls are fun, because one guy and Adam wrote in the newspaper, and I was like, you're insane, and kind of ripped him and everything. And then suddenly he got to be the only dude that was right about the whole thing.
That's so good.
That's why
so
preseason media polls are cool.
Yeah,
and they should live on forever.
Yes, they should live on forever.
Publish your
Bring it
votes,
back.
damn it. All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got an off-season grade on the Broncos. Did they get it right, and did they pick the actual best move? We'll break that down coming up next. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, Demps is in for Andy.
Gary Washburn.
Voted because LeBron got
he voted Melo.
99.
He voted Melo for MVP.
For MVP.
Yeah. He was the only one.
And to vote for Melo of all dudes.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
And they slapped him on TV and were like, explain yourself.
That's a tough gig right there.
Yep.
You got to think somebody else is going to swerve with you. Nope, you were the only dude.
You're the only one.
Yeah, don't be that guy.
He's like, I just thought that. Like, okay, man, all right.
It's even crazier when it's like a Hall of Fame vote and it's like 500 some dudes, and then you're I'm trying to think. Mariano Rivera was unanimous. I think Jeter was unanimous.
Mm-hmm.
But like some of the greats in baseball history, they were not unanimous to the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Like stupidity too.
Yeah.
And also the fact that Rivera got it always bothered me because relievers are failed closers. So don't be putting those guys in the Hall of Fame.
Relievers just catching strays today, huh?
They are, yeah. And guess what? If they were that good, they'd be a starter.
Okay.
If they were that good, they'd be asked to pitch for longer.
I mean, it'd never make my son a reliever.
So, Seth Walder gave off-season grades to everybody in the NFL on ESPN.com. First off, Dems, I don't know if you looked at this or not. It was a little lower on the page, so I clicked on it. Take a guess. What do you think grade the Broncos' off-season moves got on this?
Oh, wow. I think the Broncos, by and large, were praised for a lot of the stuff that they did. So I'm going to go the lowest maybe would be a B+. I'm going to go B+, A-, something like that.
They got an A-.
A-.
Well done. As well they should.
Yeah.
Interesting here. Seth Walder wrote down biggest move and then the move that he liked the most. And they're one and the same to him, and they're not the one I would have thought.
It's not Greenlaw?
No. He circled the re-signing of DJ Jones.
Oh.
Which, okay, step back for a minute, and if you look at it from the biggest picture,
yeah,
it kind of makes sense. DJ Jones has had durability.
Mm-hmm.
What the Broncos, I think, are doing on Greenlaw and Hufanga as signings, where the Broncos were saying, okay, we know we have an excellent defense.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to roll the dice on a couple of guys with some injury history right here, knowing that if they hit, we can have a capital E elite defense, possibly the best defense in the entire NFL, possibly the kind of defense that can get you to an AFC championship game.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how the Broncos looked at it. I think they knew they were going to be awesome and said, what if we just become incredible?
Just elite.
What if we have a chance to be historically good?
Yeah.
And if both Greenlaw and Hufanga play 14 plus games and are healthy in the postseason,
I'll even say 13.
Yeah. You knock it out of the park.
Yeah.
Because Dre Greenlaw, he checked the box of every one of your weaknesses in the middle last year.
Yeah, that's the thing about it was I think they just did a really good job of identifying the weaknesses and then just filling those in, right? And to your point, Alex Singleton, didn't he just recently say, hey, we want to be as good as the 2015 version of this defense?
Yeah.
That would be significant. I mean, that is...
Because if you do that, you are AFC Championship game good.
Yeah.
If you are that good of a defense, which maybe they could be. They were already a top 5 by some metrics, the very best defense in the NFL last year. They use a first-round pick in Jahdae Barron, which, again, at the time, it was did you need a corner?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But their measure on it was of hey, we're picking a 20th. We had this guy graded way too highly. We just this guy was too good for us to pass up on at number 20.
Yeah,
it was just we absolutely had to do this. A lot of people had him addressing running back or an offensive weapon, and they said nope, we're taking a corner, and they took the best corner that they possibly could. But now look at this secondary. I'm putting basically Denver and Baltimore, those are the two best secondaries in the NFL right now.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, you the secondary has, I think, a kind of a shot to be no-fly zone. That's how good the secondary is. And,
Peak Surtain is better than Harrison Talib.
Mm-hmm.
He's Defensive Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
He's a generational talent. He's the best corner this team has had since Champ Bailey.
Mm-hmm. And then is Riley Moss going to make whatever leap he needs to make?
Yeah.
It's a conference that you had better be able to there's wide receivers in this conference.
I would say.
And
the weird thing is, not in this division, but in the conference.
But in the conference, yeah.
That's what's so weird about it.
Yeah.
AFC West receivers are kind of. I asked Cosmider about it. Like, who's the best wide receiver in the AFC West? And he goes, Brock Bowers. Which it's like, you probably right.
Yeah, probably right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Look. If you. And I think this about Sean Payton. I think Sean Payton understood that. Now, look, he was part of the whole Bounty Gate thing in New Orleans. But what he understood beyond that business, the cheap shot business, was that your defense had better stand up. Your defense had. I just think there are some things about Sean Payton that when he got here in Denver, people around here, there were misconceptions. Like, oh, he just wants to throw it around the yard. Well, he does also really like to run the football.
Yeah.
And also he knows the value of a hard, very physical defense that just imposes its will on opponents. And once you get your defense to a space the way the Broncos did last season, now it's kind of like, okay, wait, hold on. If we just add a piece or two more to that, can we now move ourselves, start to separate ourselves out in terms of top 1-2 defenses in this league? And if we can do that with a quarterback in his second year, okay, now we can extra protection for him. And then you still were able to address your running back situation later in the draft. And then you also bring in J.K. Dobbins. So it's, I think from the standpoint of the Broncos as a team that can play ball control if they want. Now, Sean Payton likes to throw it around the yard too. He got 29 touchdowns for his rookie quarterback last year. But if you can play ball control, if you can stay in front of the chains, if you can have third and short more often than not, if you can punch the ball inside the low red zone, you give yourself a chance each and every week to win football games, and you can go very far. That travels to the road, and that doesn't matter what your weather conditions are if you're playing that way.
Well, it's an interesting concept when it comes to the build, right? Because like a lot of times I feel as though if teams really like a rookie quarterback that is on the rookie deal, which that's the golden ticket in the NFL, right?
Yeah.
The cheap quarterback that is actually good. And I think oftentimes they address it by saying, okay, well, let's load up on weapons for this guy and let's absolutely maximize what he is. I don't think the Broncos are ignoring weapons, but they're kind of slow playing it and drafting and developing it.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Sean Payton sees is the strengths of his football team are everything that he has on the defensive side of the ball and his offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
He basically gave a rookie quarterback the two greatest gifts that he possibly could while he comes along. Bo had a good rookie year. I expect him to be even better this upcoming season. I don't know if Bo Nix ever has all-pro in his future or anything like that, but I think he is a very good quarterback, and I think the biggest thing that he can do, and you talked about it a little bit right there, is like Nix's ability to play to the strengths of the football team. Why did Sean love him so much last year? He avoided negative plays. He didn't take sacks. He didn't turn the football over. Okay, that's going to be his charge again this season, and simply say the defense will win us games. You just have to go out there and not lose it for us, and we can go really, really far. And I think that style of football is so good for a rookie quarterback or second-year quarterback now, never asking that player to overextend himself or do something where he's not totally comfortable. You can just play to his strengths and then say, if your strengths aren't there, it's okay. We'll punt the ball away.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you know, look, there's film on Bo Nix now, right? So the league knows a little bit about who he is. And that's why you start to get quarterbacks in their second year have this maybe half step to full step back to, you know, some people just kind of fall apart. But you know, in order to prevent that from happening, can you give him some things that will keep the offense on schedule in a way that you couldn't? Remember the Jets game last year? It was so doggone, it was so bad, and it was just you just watch, and it was just like I have no idea what's happening on offense. And then in the second half, it was just like a drive or two. They were able to win a football game, but can you stay out of games like that? Can your running game now, if Bo is a little erratic, can your running game keep things on schedule so that he's not now facing 3rd and 9, 3rd and 7, and now he's dropping back and everybody understands and he's not seeing things well or he's not getting the ball in the right place. Your ability to minimize those types of plays is going to be paramount to their sustainability to their season last year. I mean, to me, Nate, I don't know if you think about this, there was an element of the Broncos that I thought might have been arriving a little sooner than it should have.
Sure.
And if that's the case, is this a football team that could be, in fact, better than it was last year and only equal its win total, if not win maybe a game less than what it did last season?
It's a distinct possibility. It really is. Like they could be a better all-around football team and they could just win 10 games again. But one thing that they have going for them is the schedule is kind again this year. So they've got that going for them right now. And again, like they have a defense that they can always rely on. And I also think that, you add Evan Engram, the development of Marvin Mims, a J.K. Dobbins, give in the very least, you're giving Bo Nix dependable, easy options in the short passing game where it's like, okay, Sean Payton thrives in that kind of play calling environment anyway. Then it's just like, okay, how do I put guys in motion or line them up in crazy spots and make the defense confused, and all of a sudden, boom, my guy can catch the ball, turn his shoulders upfield, and he can get 12, 15, and then that eventually turns into 40, 50 yards.
And didn't we see some, I think, a little bit of growth from Payton and as a play caller and from Bo Nix as a thrower, kind of pushing the ball downfield a little bit over as the season kind of continued on.
Yeah.
And, part of that is, I think you're exactly right about the wide receivers, by the way. I think Sean Payton is so very confident in his and that offensive staff's ability to develop players. We talked about this in regards to the Rockies not being able to do that. But I think he is, in this wide receiver instance, we're all kind of waiting for him to go, let's draft the big name wide receiver, or let's find one in free agency, or let's trade for one or whatever. And I think he's just looking at it and going, don't worry, I see skill sets here.
Yeah.
And the skill sets that I see in this room can be cultivated over time, and we'll give Bo that time by giving him Evan Ingram and giving him Cortland Sutton will always be here, the safety blanket, Cortland. But when these guys start to hit, and one of these guys will hit, then we'll have the wide receiver that everybody's looking for.
I think Marvin Mims is ready to be a star.
Yeah.
I think there's a star turn waiting right there. That guy's just too good with the ball in his hands.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
He is freaking awesome. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. On the other side here, sad news, the passing of a legendary major league manager. However, is he legendary because of anything that he ever won? No, not really. He is legendary for an all-time rant that we will play for you coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. We've been telling you, go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up for the email list, get signed up to be able to bid. Well, one of our lucky listeners, Kevin McGrath, who signed up at roller.bid/altitude, Kevin won himself 4 tickets to see the Rockies and the Twins Friday, July 18th. That's Friday Rockies tickets. Not easy to come by, right? You can do just the same at roller.bid/altitude, but congratulations to Kevin on that. And if you're bidding at Roller Auction, you can check out some of the great auctions that they've got, such as right now, this July 2025 government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more auction. Guys, I don't even know how to begin to explain this thing. Just click on it and start scrolling through, and you are going to find items that are just going to absolutely amaze you. I'm looking at this gas-powered leaf blower right now. $5. Right now it's $5. Go to roller.bid and you can get items like this. Here's a pair of Adidas sneakers. $7. Size 10, average shoe size, could be you. Go to roller.bid right now, sign up to bid, and go to roller.bid/altitude because you could win sports or concert tickets from us right here at Altitude. Scott Friday. Chris Dempsey is in for Andy Lindahl today. It's his second Ska Friday ever.
It is.
I learned that about.
I feel like a veteran.
Do you listen to a lot of ska music in your free time, Thames?
This is actually the second time
you've ever heard ska music. That's good. I'm glad I could expose you to all of this. Yes.
What makes it ska?
It's the upbeat.
Okay.
It's always on the offbeat.
Yeah.
That's why it's ska.
Okay.
Yes, it derived from American R&B and went to Jamaican dance halls, and that's how it became a thing. Yeah,
I love it.
It's existed since the 60s.
I believe that.
Goes way back, and then in the 90s, white nerds kind of took it all
Took it over.
Yeah. That's why me and Andy like it, okay? Let's be honest. So, Dem, sad news. Lee Elia, the former Major League manager, managed the Chicago Cubs and the Philadelphia Phillies. Lee Elia passed away today at the age of 87. Spent more than 50 years in professional baseball. A great run for Lee Elia. Went 238, 301 as a Major League manager, but a guy that was just in baseball forever. Of course, Lee Elia was most famous for nothing having to do with his record as a manager.
Mm-hmm.
April 29th, 1983. Lee Elia was the Cubs manager.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to make sure everybody understands the context of what the Chicago Cubs were like in 1983. Okay? They were bad. They were not the global brand that they are today.
Mm-hmm.
Wrigley Field did not have lights. They would not have lights until 1988. So they only played day baseball at Wrigley Field, meaning that everything was a matinee.
Yeah.
And so there wasn't always great attendance. The team was bad. The ballpark was a dump. Wrigley Field didn't have like retro kitsch
Right.
in 1983. It was just It was just Wrigley Field. It was just the ballpark. But, like, there was nothing special about it in 1983. When they built a bunch of new ballparks in the 90s, suddenly Wrigley Field kind of became a treasure, right?
Mm-hmm.
But 1983, it was just an old dump.
It was just there.
Where they just played baseball, okay? That day, the Wrigley Field crowd was announced at 9,391. The Cubs lost 4-3 to the Dodgers. And after the game, the crowd of 9,000 plus threw trash onto the field and booed the Cubs mercilessly again as they fell to 5-14. So after the game, Lee Elia had to do his post-game availability with the local reporters there in Chicago. The Trib, the Sun-Times, they were all there to get their story to file for the next day. And Lee Elia did not hold back. And this is his rant from that day. Spring, how'd you do on the bleeping on this?
We got 40 seconds of this.
40 seconds.
I believe
Okay,
it's bleeped.
You made it 40 seconds deep.
Yep.
Are you confident that you batted 1,000, that you didn't miss a single bleep?
It would be a higher batting average than any Rocky. I think I did it.
You think you did it. Okay, here we go. Lee Elia, April 29th, 1983. Cubs have lost, and a crowd of 9,000, which is not many, booed and threw trash at his players. Here was Lee Elia after the game.
I'll tell you one thing. I hope we get hotter than just to stuff it up them 3,000 people that show up every day. Because if they're the real Chicago fans, they can kiss my ass right downtown and print it. They're really, really behind you around here. My ass. What the am I supposed to do? Go out there and let my players get destroyed every day and be quiet about it? For the nickel-dime people that show up? The mother don't even work. That's why they're out at the game. They want to go out and get a job and find out what it's like to go out there and a living.
Oh, my gosh. Those are funny every single time.
15 mother bleeping % come out to day baseball. The other 85% are earning a living.
Did he say it was 3,000 people?
3,000 people.
all I would say is at least it was 3,000, bro, because like that population is not watching. They're not going to the ballpark 20 or 30 or 40,000 strong, watching you lose and get hammered every single night. That's not how it works.
It's the whole it goes on for 3 minutes. It's on YouTube. I recommend you, with the kids not in the room, just go and listen to it today. Actually, I sat and I listened to it with my mom today because I saw the news that Lee Elia died, and I was like, I asked her, like, do you know the Lee Elia rant? She's like, no. And so we sat and listened to it. We were dying.
It's so funny.
It is so good. It's one of the all-time great rants in sports history, and Yeah, what would you guess, Dems? 1983, it's nothing but newspaper reporters.
Yeah.
There's probably, 5-6 guys in the room?
Well, one of the things he said was, print it! so it was just newspaper reporters in that room. You can print every single word of this. It's funny. I used to do a kind of a little bit, not a bit, but like a little segment kind of like this. And it was just kind of like coaches going crazy.
Yeah.
And coaches going crazy is maybe one of my favorite things ever because they most certainly will almost always sound like that.
Right.
And sometimes they're just about nonsense. And coaches, when they get into that space, they just can't control themselves, not even a little bit. And it becomes legendary.
Coaches, their job is so hard. They are under so much pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And these are, you have to have a screw loose to want to go into that profession anyway to begin with. And then they start to lose and they can't stop. The Bob Knight Purdue rant, right?
Yeah.
This I made Spring pull it up because as long as we're just playing great coach rants. This one is still this one is my all-time favorite. Bob Knight yelling at Greg Graham, but really yelling at his team. This is an all-timer. This one, by the way, this was recorded. This was leaked audio. This was recorded by one of his players or a student manager or somebody inside the Indiana locker room. I want to say it was 90 or 91 that this is from. But this was Bob Knight giving it to his players. I believe this might have been after practice.
Probably.
Roll it, Spring.
Want to play that I'm getting the out of here. I mean, if you're not going to recover Greg Graham, if you're just going to let him drive by you, if the rest of you are going to let him catch the ball outside the 3-second lane and drive all the way in here without one guy challenging him, then I'm leaving and you guys will run till you can't even suffer. Now, I'm tired of this. I'm sick and tired of an 8-10 record. I'm tired of losing to Purdue. I'm not here to around this week. Now, you may be, but I'm not. Now, I'm going to guarantee you that if we don't play up there Monday night, you aren't going to believe the next 4 days. Now, I am not here to get my ass beat on Monday. Now, you better understand that right now. This is absolute bullshit. Now, I'll run your ass right into the ground. I mean, I'll run you. You'll think last night was a picnic. I had to sit around for a year with an 8-10 record in this league. And I mean, you will not put me in that position again, or you will damn pay for it like you can't believe. So you better get your head out of your
The kicker at the end, you better get your head out.
You listen, here's part 2. He would deliver on every single thing that he's. Yeah, like if you.
I will run you into the ground.
Nate, I didn't play. I played a little bit of baseball. I played soccer. I played basketball. I played football, broke my arm, and then I stopped playing that football. But the threat of and the carrying out of just simply running for like literal hours, like a couple of hours. Oh man,
he wouldn't stop.
Oh my god,
it's like Herb Brooks.
It's the worst.
The bag skate until everybody pukes.
Oh my god. And Bob Knight he was never like that was what he was going to do. Like it was never for show.
No.
Like, he was going to tell you what was going to happen, and then if you didn't do what he said, I love how he was such a good coach too. Right at the beginning of that, how specific he was.
Right.
If you're going to catch it outside the 3-second lane, and he's going to be able to drive, just like okay, let's just get super specific about what's happening out there on the court. It was great.
I also love that he was that mad about losing to Purdue.
Oh, he's not losing to Purdue. He's going to own that state.
I'm not losing to Gene Katie.
Not losing.
You better believe that.
Better believe.
Not losing to that comb over. You kidding me? Gene Katie was another psycho, by the way.
I was so scared to ask Bob Knight a question. So I'm a young reporter, and at this time he had moved on to Texas Tech.
Yeah.
And so every Monday there was a Big 12 press conference, teleconference. Yeah. And so you had the regulars. They would always hurry up and ask the first questions. And Bob Knight gets on, and like none of those dudes. There's just a lot of silence when Bob Knight is introduced. And so I pressed *1, and they said, Chris Dempsey with the Boulder Daily camera, go ahead. And I forgot the question I asked, and then he just bit my head off.
Really?
He did. And I was already super scared to ask the question, so I probably stuttered through the whole thing.
At least you didn't have to be in the room for it.
I know. So
Sit in your office at your desk getting chewed out by Bob Knight.
It was so bad. My worst nightmares came true. I was like, okay, well, okay. Be brave, Chris. Be brave. Hit *1 and ask this other human being a question. And everything.
Bob Knight.
Everything I thought would happen happened, and then I tail tucked between my legs, and I slinked away from the phone.
My all-time low moment was at a Bill Belichick press conference, 2015, when New England lost to Denver in overtime, and so I went to Belichick because I was like, he's here, and I got to see this show.
Yeah.
I wasn't even going to ask a question because it was the weirdest rhythm to a press conference I had ever been a part of.
Mm-hmm.
There was the Boston guys that covered him all the time. They would ask the question. Bill would give a 3-word answer and then just silence. But the crazy thing about it was, like, the PR guy standing there, he wouldn't go, anything else?
He would
just let it ride in the silence. And then the next guy, it's okay, so-and-so, Boston Globe, so-and-so, Boston Herald. They'd ask their question, and then, again, Bill would give a terrible answer, 3 words. He had just lost in overtime. He's angry as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm standing next to our friend Nick Groke.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Nick that night was still with the Post, but they sent him in to write the New England angle on the game. So Nick's in there. So he and I are standing off to the side. I'm looking, I had my phone out, and I've opened up Twitter because I was going to tweet something about how damn weird this press conference was.
Yeah.
My thumb slipped, and I hit a video, and it was the trailer for the DiCaprio movie, The Revenant.
Oh, this is so good.
It's deadly silent, pin drop silent in the room, and here's this idiot that just starts playing a loud video on his phone.
So good.
And Belichick, like, his eyes dart over to me, and he's just scowling at me, and I'm just like, and like, I get the thing turned off. The best moment of it, though, was when I noticed to my side, Groke just taking 3 big steps away from me.
I don't know who this guy is, but I'm not associated with him.
I don't know this idiot. Yeah.
It
was a classic moment in my career.
I super fast. We're at the top. Super fast. Nuggets press conference. This is when right at the beginning of when like that there was a audio recording on your phones.
Yeah.
So sit it in front of Josh Kroenke. He's standing up there, right in the middle of like he's like this long explanation about something. Phone call. Was my ringer still on? Of course it was.
What was your ringtone?
So it was just like an obnoxious ring.
Yeah.
I go to whatever ring these iPhones have. And so Josh stops, obviously, and he looks at me and he goes, Chris, it's your mom. You want to take this call? I was like, no, I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
I'm sorry.
I'm cool. Continue, sir.
Yeah, continue.
Oh, we got the biggest stories of the day from around the NBA, and we'll get that for you next. Yeah, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA. This is not ska music. This is John Tesh. And there's NBA news happening all over the place. Spring, what do we got today?
Let's start with the Nuggets Summer League opener last night in Las Vegas. They lost a close one, fell 90-89 to the Milwaukee Bucks. But DaRon Holmes made his 2026 Summer League debut about a year after tearing his Achilles in last year's Summer League debut. Had a very good performance, 15 points, 6 of 9 from the field, 3 of 5 from 3, 4 rebounds, 1 block shot. After the games, DaRon Holmes commented on what it was like to finally get back out there.
It felt great. I like you said, it sucked that we lost like that, and I'm kind of hard on myself. I felt like I could have did better, but I got to look at the blessings. I didn't get injured this game, so that's a positive. In our team, we played well. We showed spurts in the second half, so I thought we did great.
I did not suffer a catastrophic leg injury. We're going to call that a success. In addition to that, Debs, I thought Holmes played well. His first bucket was a catch-and-shoot left wing 3. That was good to see. Almost made a steal in the backcourt. And then Jamari Bouye ran into him and hit the deck on that play. Resulted eventually in a dunk for E.J. Liddell. But like you saw, the weight gain and the physicality on display on that one right there. Early second half, had a drive and finish through contact. Hit a 3 in transition. The captain 11-1 run. Had the huge block on Livingston. Showed a little recovery on that play. Showed off some pump fake drive and finish. Showed it off with both hands. I thought he looked terrific last night.
I did too. You know what I think his future is with the Nuggets is whenever, as Aaron Gordon's time with the Nuggets kind of comes to a close, whenever that is.
Yeah,
I think you can just plug and play DaRon Holmes as your starting power forward, and I was happy for him because not that he hadn't been playing basketball, because he had. He got cleared kind of late last. Cleared for 5-on-5 play.
Yeah.
Late last regular season, but look, you're going back to the scene of the crime. And, that was the very court where he was injured last year in the first game, no less. So you got to get through it. And he was able to get through it, and he played really well. And so great. We'll see him maybe one more time, and hopefully not after that. We'll see him in training camp.
He did admit after the game, lost track of the shot clock on his last jumper. Thought there was 0.5 left on the shot clock. There was 5 seconds left on the shot clock, so he kind of rushed the shot a little bit. E.J. Liddell got the tip dunk. Unfortunately, dude from Milwaukee, it's a crazy 3 to win that game at the buzzer, which
it is what it is.
It's kind of fun, right?
Yeah, it was. It was a really good shot. I mean, it's I said this on air yesterday. One of the most significant offensive innovations, and I put that in air quotes, has been the step back jumper, like a real step back jump, like James Harden made it so that you had better have this in your arsenal to create separation, because these players are so very good at closing down space and contesting shots. And the separation that guy from Milwaukee got for that 3-point shot, okay, you just tip your cap. That was really well done. But DaRon Holmes certainly acquitted himself very well.
By the way, the Nuggets do have 2-way spots available. E.J. Liddell, the dude out of Ohio State, he had that late tip dunk, but his athleticism was on display last night. That's an NBA body right there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And, so on that play that DaRon Holmes was talking about, I forget who took the original shot.
Tyson did.
Okay, yeah. And so it was Liddell who actually batted the ball back to DaRon Holmes, which is probably why he lost track, because it's like, okay, now it's frantic.
Right.
It's been an offensive rebound. There's been a ball batted back to me. I better get this shot up. So he gets the shot up, and then Liddell dunks it back down. He was very, very active. And I don't know what the Nuggets are looking for in regard to that final 2-way spot. Also just a roster spot.
Yeah.
But he keeps playing like this. He'll put his name in the mix. There's no doubt about it.
Is it Spencer Jones? He's still 2-way?
Yeah.
Tamar Bates, who they brought in from Missouri, is 2-way. And then, they still have a slot available and a final roster spot. Also, don't sleep on my guy, Tyrell Harrison, out of New Zealand. Footwork.
Sleep on him.
On display.
They said he played 17 seconds in the NBA.
Did he really?
That's his
bio?
Yeah.
17 seconds. The Moonlight Graham of the NBA. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
According to Sam Amick of The Athletic, one player, and we've heard Russell Westbrook linked to the Kings, but according to Amick, Kings GM Scott Perry is fond of Russell Westbrook. However, Sacramento has a log jam in the backcourt and no signing seems imminent.
Yeah, Dennis Schroeder's in Sacramento now, but I suppose Westbrook is always an option. Demps, what is in many ways, Denver was an ideal destination for Russ, and I would argue in the largest of pictures, Westbrook had a very good year in Denver. I say quite confidently, I don't think they win the Clippers series if Westbrook doesn't have the series that he does. Now, he struggled mightily in the Oklahoma City series. Guess what? Most guards struggle against Oklahoma City. That's what they are designed to do, to make life a nightmare. Remember, pre-injury, it wasn't going great for Tyrese Halliburton necessarily in that series either. Like, that's just what they do to teams. What is the circumstance that you view and say, okay, this is a place that could foster and get the best out of late career Russell Westbrook this year?
Oh, boy, that's a really good question, Nate. Oh, wow. It would have to be a team that, it's got to be a team that's really willing to put the ball in his hands in a real way, which the Nuggets were as the leader of the second unit. And I just don't know if there's that situation out there right now. The issue with Russell Westbrook, and I believe he was a minus 92 or minus 93 in that Oklahoma City series, is just that there's too many mistakes. There's too many.
Yeah.
And even if he's going, a very motivated Russell Westbrook will give you the LA Clippers series, but then shouldn't he have, bring that same motivation now to the Oklahoma City series and play that same way. But also, he's just an older player now. You know, I mean, like, his prime is behind him. And because that is the case, and the mistakes are kind of piling up a little bit more than you would want.
They're loud.
And then the antics are also there. I think Sacramento really, it's real cute of them to be like, oh yeah, we like you. Oh, we have 17 guards.
Right.
Oh, we can't go out. I'm sorry. They don't want him. They don't want him, but they don't want to say it. So they just say, hey, that we have a log jam. So the NBA is voting with its roster spots right now on Russell Westbrook. We'll see
whether or not he's still going to be on this team.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with somebody the other day, and we were talking about, you add Bruce Brown, you add Tim Hardaway Jr., you add Valanciunas, like all good NBA veterans. But one of the things that the Nuggets added in those additions, and again, we're assuming Valanciunas is going to be here, which we do assume, they added toughness.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook is a tough player.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think that there is an element of Westbrook's toughness that doesn't help anybody else on the roster, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot of other dudes that have the kind of toughness that actually lends itself to better team basketball and lends itself to kind of a contagious attitude that I don't think happens with Westbrook.
Yeah, it's kind of like Patrick Beverley toughness.
Well
right?
put.
You know what I'm saying?
Well
It's like they're out there doing things that are physical.
Sure.
But
they're being irritants. They're playing with physicality, but also, like, is it designed to make the team better, or is it designed for you to break another mid-range jumper?
Exactly right. And it's a really good point. You know, it's if you can translate that into contagious energy, contagious toughness, and smart toughness, not just out there just cheap shotting and doing whatever, but things that advance the program forward, then cool.
Yeah.
I don't know that was just always the case with
Russell Westbrook's one of the greatest rebounding guards in the history of the NBA. The problem is that how many of those rebounds resulted in Westbrook then running the ball down the floor and doing something weird with it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's like, okay, the rebound was great. You just got a possession for your team. What'd you do with it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. Go ahead, Den. Spring.
High five.
Dempsey's
Take it away,
here.
Dems.
That's Mark Springer. Yes. I can do a radio show. It's Friday afternoon. I'm doing great.
To the best
It's Friday.
of us.
Yeah.
Ramona Shelburne and Brian Windhorst wrote a piece on ESPN.com.
Oh, I read this. This was a good one.
About what's going on with the Lakers, Luka Doncic, LeBron James. for LeBron. He does not seem to be pleased that the Lakers are shifting their focus to building the team around Luka Doncic, even though he should read a room. And this does appear to be, or we're trending towards this being the last season of LeBron with the Lakers. In this piece, 4 days after the Lakers were eliminated in the first round of the playoffs by the Wolves in early May, Luka Doncic and his business manager Lara Beth Seeger met for dinner with Rob Pelinka and JJ Redick. Sources tell ESPN that Pelinka and Redick explained not only their strategy in building the Lakers around Doncic and his skill set, but also how they plan to navigate the complexities of the NBA's new CBA.
This was a good read. This one was pretty fun, and clearly, Ramona tapping into her LA connections and Wendy tapping into his LeBron connections. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of good stuff in this story. When the dinner spot that they went to, like a 5-star spot in West Hollywood, and the way it was described was that Pelinka and Redick went in the front door when they arrived. Doncic went in the back door because it's a big TMZ paparazzi hangout in the front because a lot of celebrities hang out at this place. Well, when it was time to leave, Doncic went out the front with everybody, and it was almost as though this was like this announcing that Doncic is now a part of the brain trust of the Lakers. It was also said that it was not well received by LeBron James, who previously was at every one of those dinners, and now it's like, nope, it's Luka's team now. Some really good sort of palace intrigue as to what's going on with a bunch of dudes with massive egos.
Yeah, it's a boo-hoo-hoo. I'm not crying not one single bit for LeBron James. He's had a great career. He is not the same player. He's still a great player.
Still a great player.
He's still a great player. You know what? Somebody said this the other day. I don't know what I was listening to. They said, LeBron used to be able to drag teams like the Lakers to the actual title, to the actual NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Like he did it in Cleveland. He's not able to do that anymore. And quite honestly, if he wasn't as significant a personality and figure as he is,
he's royalty.
The Lakers would have just said, okay, we'll see you later.
Sure.
Like they honestly, I know they feel like they owe him a lot, and maybe they do. I mean, he won the title for them in the bubble. Okay, great. But now you have Luka Doncic, and you have to get about the business of speeding up the process of getting players around him and playing however it is they want to play to get that franchise back to title contention, because that is not what they are right now.
Last year, LeBron was still second team All-NBA. He's incredible for what he's doing at his age. He is still a great player. The problem is now he's got a guy on his team who is a first-team All-NBA player. It's not Anthony Davis anymore, right? Anthony Davis is a fringe All-NBA player. There's basically like one of a handful of basketball players in the world that can say on this very day that they are a better basketball player than LeBron James, and he fell into the Lakers' lap, and that's the guy that they're going to build around from here on out. Like, I think that this current ego play by LeBron is kind of to Spring's point right there. It's a poor reading of the room because really LeBron should be looking at it and saying, I'm just here to play with this guy, but it is his team.
Correct.
And it would go a long way for LeBron James to say that. Yeah. And the part where he's not and kind of pushing back against it, to your point, is not a good look for him.
And I think for LeBron, he had hoped that his boy Anthony Davis, he was more than willing to take a step back for Anthony Davis.
Because that was always the pecking order.
Yeah, exactly right.
And it was because LeBron deemed him.
Yeah.
Like, they got Luka independent of anything LeBron James did.
Yeah, that just came out of the clear blue sky, right?
Yeah.
And so LeBron now is looking at a player that he respects, but maybe doesn't love, and a player that also has the ball in his hands as much as LeBron. Like, he's not dependent on LeBron for anything. Like, LeBron is the type of player that can just manipulate the defense with what he is doing with the basketball, and things just kind of work. Well, but not for Luka. Like, the amount of times that I saw Luka just standing in the corner, or LeBron just standing in the corner, that is a non-starter for that team to be able to get to actual the heights of winning an NBA title.
Yeah.
and your young player, your young star is Luka Doncic. Sorry, LeBron, this is as great as you are, and you just mentioned he was second-team All-NBA. Time passes by everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And the style that he plays isn't the style that needs to be played for the Lakers. And so anyway, but yeah, it's
he's used to a ball dominant life. Can't have it anymore.
No, you can't.
Not with that guy on your team.
No, because you're rendering him. If Luka is doing nothing on a possession, that's a waste of a possession.
Right. Yeah.
So I mean, like you got to get to the Luka Doncic part of this.
When your best teammate was Austin Reeves, by all means, LeBron. Now your best teammate's Luka Doncic.
Right.
He gets to have the ball in his hands. Kreckman and Lindahl rolling here on a Friday afternoon. We'll take a break. When we come back, Dems, I want you to weigh in on the Valanciunas thing. I got a quote from the owner of the Greek club Panathinaikos that I want to run by you. That's coming up here on the other side. Plus, we're going to talk about are the Denver Nuggets championship good right now? That's next. All right. Latest dispatch from Europe on Twitter here, Demps.
Mm-hmm.
Dionysus Araventinos
well done.
is tweeting. He's covering European basketball. Panathinaikos owner Dimitris Giannakopoulos on the Jonas Valanciunas situation says, quote, "We want to sign him. He wants to join us. If his team doesn't say yes, what can we do?"
Correct.
Close quote.
Right. There you go.
I would say everything that guy just said is true.
I would too.
Yes. Valanciunas wants to play there. But if his team doesn't say yes, what can we do? They're stuck. They need the FIBA letter of clearance. They don't want to cross the NBA. They don't want to cross the Nuggets. They don't want to cross Stan and Josh Kroenke. So they will simply look at it and go, I guess we'll wait a year when he's got a team option and he can go. But Jonas Valanciunas pretty much has to play for the Nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, the Nuggets...
Or retire. Which I wouldn't think he would want to do. He's still got good earning years left as a basketball player.
Yeah, he wants to play basketball for sure. And he wants to do that in Greece, is where he wants to do it. Unfortunately for him, it's really not up to him. And, that the Nuggets can just say, it's cool. We want to make this as comfortable for you as possible. We want to make this as welcoming for you as possible. But you are going to play here. And... maybe they can revisit it again next year. I mean, it's 2 years on the second year is not guaranteed. There's
a team option.
Yeah, there's been reporting on guaranteeing that second year. But that really is the situation. Now, I think the Nuggets don't want to be like dictators about the situation. Like they want to bring him in and have him be happy. Yeah.
Players are at their best when they're happy.
Yeah, and so. That's why there's kind of a lot of dancing around the subject a little bit. It's I just think that, to me, the best solution for everyone here is to have him play a year, and let's just see what happens this year. And if you want to leave after this season, well, God bless you.
Sure.
Good luck to you. But it's for the Nuggets, it's the chance to have a player that can be a significant piece behind your center. And you heard David Adelman tell the NBA TV guys yesterday, was a really good quote about what Valanciunas would bring to the team if he plays, and it was a kind of laundry list of everything. But also, I understand from Valanciunas' standpoint. This is, it's not easy. I know we love transaction season as fans of all the sports. It's not always easy to bounce from here and there and everywhere. And that's what's happened to Jonas Valanciunas. And to be quite honest, probably, to a level that was a little insulting to the type of player that he is. He's not just a journeyman center. He really isn't. He's the type of player that could start for you at center and be a very productive player on your court on an absolute every single night basis.
As recently as 4 years ago, he was an 18-11 guy.
Yeah. Yes.
Those dudes are rare.
They're rare, man. And, because, the issue with Valanciunas at the time is, as the evolution of basketball period is going through its changes, and in particular the center position, he did skew a little bit more as a traditional block to block kind of
back to the basket big.
Exactly right. And so as basketball evolved, the need for that kind of a player kind of went away. And so then he became expendable, and that's why he started bouncing around, not because he was not a productive player, because if you give him 35 minutes a game, he'll probably give you pretty similar to those numbers. But there's only so much that you can take, and there's only so much that he has been willing to take. And quite honestly, when he went to the Washington Wizards, he sat behind dudes who he knew he should have been starting over. That was probably the breaking point for him when he was like, okay, you know what? Tell you what, after this season, I'm out of the NBA. And then they traded him to Sacramento.
Yeah.
So I get it from his standpoint. It's just that he is under contract and
he got traded to a team that really wants him.
Yeah.
You know? And that, like, first off, Jonas Valanciunas, I think he would be the first to admit, I don't have an argument. I shouldn't be starting over Nikola Jokic.
Right.
I'm sure he would tell you that. I'm sure he understands that. I'm sure he wishes he was playing in a place where he had a bigger role. But
do you know where that is?
Washington and Sacramento.
And Greece.
Yeah, and Greece, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's just it. So, and I don't think this should be underrated. That club in Greece is one of the best clubs in all of Europe. So, like, he could go and start and be a focal point and win championships.
Yep.
You know, I get how people are like, oh, he's missing a chance to be able to contend here in Denver. Yes, and I'm sure he wants to win an NBA championship, but he also wants to win a championship. And, oh, by the way, he's Lithuanian. He's European. Like, he has tremendous respect and reverence for the European game.
Yeah.
A EuroLeague championship is very meaningful to him.
Yep.
And so I don't think that that's just something to automatically dismiss out of hand. I think he wants that opportunity. And like you said, like signing in Washington, he got paid, and then he realized, oh, this kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And then he gets traded to Sacramento.
And he's not starting over Sabonis.
He's got a family, he's got kids, he's bouncing around, and it's like, what am I doing here?
Right.
And
right.
so I get his desire. The one thing that I'm still a little bit thrown by, Demps, in all of this, and I don't know the answer to it, and I don't necessarily know that I've seen anyone address this. Had he informed Sacramento of his desire to leave?
Correct.
Because couldn't the Kings then have just waved him and said,
like
go, and then
bottom
gotten
out.
their salary relief rather than having to trade and get Dario Saric?
Nate, you are asking the right questions. This is the right question.
Something's off in all of this.
And so all right. So now let's just talk this out, because I think this is really interesting. My understanding of the situation is he had at least broached the subject with the Kings.
Okay.
About saying sayonara and, getting a buyout and leaving the NBA altogether. If that now is the case, Sacramento entered into a trade scenario where they already knew there were complications on this side on the Jonas Valanciunas side, and didn't inform the Nuggets of that. I don't know what the obligation is for the team trying to trade for a player, is for them to ask, hey, could there just be any situation that I don't know of right now that might complicate things?
That's the part of it, is does the NBA have a mechanism by which, we've now entered, let's just call it the trade portal, for example, where suddenly tampering rules become non-existent because this deal has now reached a point of negotiation and agreement where it looks very realistic. So at that point then, and this is before it's fully signed off on, can team talk to player? I know they're going to talk to agent probably, but can team talk to player and say, is this all a match? Or is, I don't know, would that almost then be a detriment to the entire process? Because how often would a guy just be like, well, I don't want to go play for you.
Well,
I don't want to get traded there. And teams are like, well, too bad, so sad. You're going to play for us anyway.
Right. So, there would be a fair amount of that. There's no doubt about it. Or if team talks to agent and agent says, hey, I know you want to trade for my guy, but my guy kind of wants to go back overseas.
Well, that's the weird thing is that he's got the two agents. He has the American
Correct.
agent, who is also Jokic and Jamal's agent,
Yeah.
Schwartz, and then he's got the European agent, who reportedly is the one who told the Greek club he'd go there without consulting with his NBA agent.
Yeah, and there's just communication that just has not been
good.
Yeah, it's just all the information was not on the table here, and for all the parties involved, or did the Nuggets know on some level, and they just said, you know what? So what? Like, he's under contract. We can make him play, and then we'll talk to him. And when we have Nikola talk to him, he'll want to come play for us anyway, and everything will be okay. Well, it's not okay, and it's not. He wants to go play in Greece.
At least not so far.
Yeah. So I mean, look, he's going to play at least 1 year in Denver.
Yeah.
Now the second year, that's anybody's guess, but. The Nuggets don't want to. You don't want a disgruntled player in your locker room. You don't want a player who's like, oh, got a hangnail. I'm gonna miss the next 2 weeks.
Yeah,
like that's what you don't want. So you want to sit them down and say, hey, listen, this is our plan for you. You can be part of something very significant here. Now, I know this is not going to sit well with everybody out there, but an NBA championship isn't everybody's goal.
Right.
Like it's not everybody's holy grail. And when you want to actually leave and your family is involved and you're very close to, like, you feel their pain and you want to alleviate some of that, then you might just look at it and go, you know what? I tried. I played in the NBA. I had a good career here, but now let's turn toward my family and get back closer to home and have some stability in my life.
Yeah.
That is completely acceptable. It's just for Jonas, you can't do it with 2 years on your contract. You can't.
That's where, I wonder if Denver's conversation with him simply is the second year is a team option. We are down to play ball with you, dude. But we need you this year. We have a designated role. We desperately want you. We think Al Horford is great, but he's 39 and he doesn't do the things that you do. And we need you on this team right now. And you give us this year, and then we will do right by you going forward.
And then that would also give the Nuggets an entire basketball season to sort out what might happen behind Nikola Jokic.
And be ready
the following season. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Versus this would be kind of a rug pulling out situation, and now you're kind of scrambling. Like, oh, okay, is DeAndre Jordan still out there? It's so...
I think this can be solved with a deft touch. And the good news is that, of what I know of John Wallace so far, I think he is a guy that is able to really get in and have these kind of basketball conversations. I think the Nuggets right now have the people in place to be able to hopefully handle this pretty gently. Because I do think that's how you're going to have to handle it. And I know some people are listening to this conversation just, F him, tell him he's got to play.
Just tell him he got to play. Yeah.
Fine, and you could do that, but you also are trying to maximize the return that you get from the player, and that comes from him being happy to be a member of the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, or at least just content, to be a professional. He can walk into that locker room or walk onto that court every single night and give you the effort that you need from him. Yeah, and that you want. And so this is a terribly complicated situation. I mean, on one hand, it isn't, because they could just say, sorry, dude.
Sure.
But on the other hand, it is, because they are not that kind of an organization. They really do want to do right by the player. But in this instance, they really also want the player to be on their basketball court.
Psychology is a big part of running an NBA team. And how do you get everybody with disparate motivations, salaries, ability levels, careers, futures, relationships, all of that? How do you get them all on the same page? Honestly, Dems, that's probably the biggest job an NBA head coach has. X's and O's are really, really important, but by that point, the players are so damn good. It's called, how do we get this thing to gel and get the best basketball played by this group?
Yeah, consistently. You're right. And how do you define roles and have those players really buy into it? Really, and that's, MPJ kind of spoke to this on his video, which I thought was so good.
Yeah.
And that was, look, I feel like I have more basketball to give, which he does, but I can only do so much here in Denver, which is one of the things that how many times have I been on with you and Andy, and I'm like, it's just the issue is his usage isn't, his opportunity isn't what it. I commiserate with the salary. Everybody's looking at the numbers, and they're like, he's making all this money. He should be giving X amount of production. Well, there's only so many basketballs to go around. It's one.
Yeah, and he's playing with the best two-man game in the NBA, and he is on many nights the fourth option.
On many nights, the fourth option.
Yeah.
Like you when you look at players in his salary range, look at their usage. It's super high.
Yeah.
His usage last season was his lowest since like 2019. That's significant, and it's going to eat into your ability to produce. But so it's the ability. He bought in, right? He bought in to what Michael Malone was preaching and whoever else. And so your ability as a coach to be able to get players who all can probably be the man to buy into specific roles is huge.
That's Chris Dempsey, everybody. I am Nate Kreckman. We'll take a break. When we come back, before we get out of here, the big challenge of the day for Chris Dempsey, he's going to tell us exactly how the Denver Nuggets win a championship next year. That's coming up next. Blitz coming up next. Berto and Spring. They'll be with you until 7 o'clock. Nothing but furious Summer League breakdown and Cooper Flag versus Bronny James reaction. Cooper had a rough shooting night out there last night, but God, he is a freak.
He was 5 of 21.
5 of 21. And yet when you see the ones that went in, you're like, I see it.
Yeah. The thing about Cooper Flag, Nate, is this isn't a traditional, if what you're expecting is get this dude the ball and get out of his way, that's not the kind of player he is. He is super productive within a team environment and extremely productive within a team environment. And so that's the kind of player he is. He 21 shots. I was shocked that he even took 21 shots.
Right.
15, 16, 17 would probably be about normal for him.
I'm sure they told him too,
probably
fire away, dude.
Yeah, probably
It's Summer League and we're here to see you fill it up.
Yeah, but he's kind of, one of the first plays, I think his first bucket was like a steal and a dunk.
Yeah.
That's Cooper Flag.
Right. That's what he does.
Yeah, it's not like bring the ball up and then initiate the offense. No. That's not Cooper Flag.
Mm-hmm.
So that experience for Dallas Mavericks fans out there, it's not the Luka Doncic experience. I promise you that.
He won't dominate the ball that way.
No, and he doesn't want to dominate. He doesn't need to.
Right.
And so there's going to be a lot more 17 points, 9 rebounds, 4 steals, 5 blocks. That's the Cooper Flag experience. So we'll see how he settles down. I know he said it was one of his worst, whatever. I mean, he wants more for himself, and that's great. But that's what you should expect when you're watching him play.
He's also 18.
He's also that
years of age.
Yeah.
Which is just incredible.
Dallas might be sneaky good.
Sneaky good?
Sneaky good.
AD going to stay healthy?
I don't know.
I know. That's the weirdest thing about that team.
Yeah.
That's how do you depend on that guy?
You don't.
That's the tricky part.
Yeah. You don't.
How did the Nuggets win a championship this year, Dems? Tell me, give me the secret stew. I don't even know if it's secret.
Not even secret.
Give me the stew for how they get it done and what it looks like.
Yeah, I just think that they recaptured. Well, we'll see when they actually played games. But I think they recaptured what they were missing, and what they were missing was the ability to really lock down and defend when they needed to defend. They were kind of an underrated defensive team. I thought that the year that they won the title, you have to have these moments where if Katie and Devin Booker are going to go berserk on you if we're in a couple of games in Phoenix, can you get that sorted out
so that they don't do it?
Exactly right.
And they did by Game 5.
And they did by Game 5, and then they blew them out in Phoenix to close out the series. And it's your ability to be able to get the stops very consistently. Get them certainly when you need them, even though, in this, I think the rules for playoffs have changed just a little bit in terms of it used to be, the scores are going to be so low. You can't play 10 players. I'll just throw all that out of the window.
Right.
That's not the thing anymore. So sometimes the games are going to be a little more high scoring than you thought. But still, in the last 2 to 3 minutes of the game, you better get stops. And do you have the personnel to do that? They got the personnel back. And, and quite literally in the case of Bruce Brown. But Cam Johnson is huge. You're going to be able to bring Peyton Watson off that bench. You have 5 players. They could just play that lineup. Bruce Brown, Cam Johnson, Christian Brown, Aaron Gordon, Peyton Watson. Just play it.
That's your best defensive lineup.
That's your best defensive lineup.
Yeah.
And so they could not do that in any portion of the last 2 seasons.
Well, the other thing I presume about that lineup now is that hopefully Cam Johnson's going to be able to create and get you buckets. One of the other issues they've dealt with is when they've gone to heavy defensive lineups, it becomes death. You have to have Jokic on the floor. That's the only way that you can live on that end of the court. Now with Cam Johnson and somebody that can actually do a little bit of creating off the dribble in a defense-heavy lineup, plus having Bruce Brown back, I think now you've got something.
Well, plus the Nuggets are a team that is it's very dynamic offensively. A lot of guys can initiate offense. You can run a lot of different actions with the Nuggets. And I think that's when you're talking about the future of basketball or the present, it's quite literally the present of basketball. If you have a team, if you have 5 players on the court and 1 or 2 of them are like 2-tool players, then you have a shelf life. But now,
and there was way too much of that last year.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and because the depth just wasn't there anymore. Yeah. And it's your ability to Jokic is off the court, but now Aaron Gordon's initiating offense. These 2 possessions. Now Christian Brown, he did a lot of ball handling in initiating offense. Cam Jordan can do that. But even if he couldn't, now he can still cut and play and move off the rest of them, and that's the ability to be able to do that. Now you can still catch and shoot. He's going to be able to approximate the offensive production of Michael Porter Jr. Now he'll be able to do, and your offense will be in constant motion a whole lot more with him on the court, and then defensively you're just much better. So I think first and foremost, the Nuggets defensive personnel, which I promise you matters any more than any scheme that you could ever dream up. Think about the most creative thing that we saw on the court last year. One of the most creative things, defensive things that we saw on the court last year was how the Lakers guarded Nikola Jokic right after Luka had been traded to them.
Yeah.
They fronted him and they did all the
as Marlo called it, the hugger mugger.
Yeah, correct. And then the Nuggets got that sorted out immediately, like by the next couple of times that they played.
Right.
There's only so many things you can do schematically, defensively in basketball. But if your defensive players are there, you'll be able to get stops, as Oklahoma City shows you. So defensively, they'll be better. I expect them to be top 10, top 12 defense. I expect them to be a really good rebounding team as well. You do those 2 things to a high degree, I'll show you a team that's going to get very far. Western Conference, I think that's the low water mark for this basketball team, to me, should be the Western Conference Finals with a real chance to get back to the NBA Finals and win a title.
I completely agree with that. One last note before we get out of here. Dem, something I want you to try this weekend, okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so tomorrow, Wimbledon women's final, Iga Swiatek.
Yeah, Swiatek, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll watch it. It's at 6 in the morning, right?
Have you